Autumn 1975, High City. In the provincial military district reception room. Comrade, are you really Qin Shiyu's wife? Political Commissar Hu Jianjun looked at the woman in front of him with disbelief. She wore a dull gray jacket that was patched all over with different pieces of cloth, loose and worn. Her cloth shoes had several holes. In her basket on her back, there was a baby about 1 year old, and she was holding 2 very thin children with yellowish, pale faces and no blood. Their hair was sparse and yellow, like dry grass in winter. The woman's figure was very thin, her neck so delicate it seemed it could break easily, her cheeks sunken deep, looking extremely emaciated. Hu Jianjun looked at her for a while and felt a bit sorry for her. Yes, my name is Yunjiji. I am a villager from Yunhe Village, Red Star Brigade, Aocheng. I am Qin Shiyu's wife. Here is my introduction letter and marriage certificate. Yunjiji spoke calmly and took the marriage certificate and introduction letter from her waist pouch, handing them to Hu Jianjun. He took them without hesitation and looked at them carefully. The introduction letter was genuine, and the marriage certificate was real too. The woman in front of him was indeed Qin Shiyu's wife. But seeing her frail body, Hu Jianjun's brow furrowed deeply, as if he could squash a fly with it. Yunjiji waited quietly. 5 days ago, she was still Yunjiji, a direct descendant of the medical family from Haichuan continent, working tirelessly in the disaster zone to save people, and she suddenly died from exhaustion. When she opened her eyes again, she had become Yunjiji from the 1970s, just after she had starved to death. Next to her were 2 emaciated children, desperately waiting for food. In her past life, Yunjiji had tested medicines on herself, damaging her body, and was unable to have children. Suddenly, she became the mother of 2 children. She happily accepted the fact that she could be a painless mother. But after fully absorbing the memories of the original owner, Yunjiji almost lost her temper and wanted to kill someone. The original owner was married 3 years ago to the most promising young man in their village. It was a marriage everyone envied, and since he was a soldier with allowances, life was hard but not to the point of starving. However, the original owner married a man who was supposed to be her brother-in-law. From her memories, she learned that Qin Shiyu, who had just been promoted to deputy battalion commander, happily asked for leave to visit her family and propose marriage. That day, she was so happy at the Yun family that she drank a few cups and got drunk. Cloud's parents stayed him at home overnight. Later, during the night, the main character got up to use the bathroom and somehow entered Qin Shiyu's room, where they both ended up falling asleep unintentionally. The situation became serious, and Qin Shiyu had no choice but to marry Yunjiji. However, halfway through their honeymoon night, the man was urgently called back to the army. The main character's parents, upset because she took her sister's fiancé, cut ties with her to comfort her sister Yunwanrong. At first, her in-laws treated her fairly well, but after they married, Qin Shiyu disappeared completely. Over time, her in-laws grew more and more unhappy with her, believing that her presence was the reason Qin Shiyu stopped coming home. They eventually drove her and her daughters out, leaving them to fend for themselves. To support her 2 children, she sacrificed her own food and clothing, always prioritizing her children's needs. Sadly, in this era of shortages, she starved herself to death. Comrade Yun, I've already sent someone to call Captain Qin. Let's have the kitchen prepare some food for your family, Hu Jianjun said, feeling sorry seeing the 3 of them so thin. Thank you, Commissar, Yunjiji replied politely. It was lunchtime, and they were indeed hungry. A short while later, Hu Jianjun's soldier, Li Jie, brought a big bowl of noodles with 3 poached eggs on top. The 2 children, now awake, saw the noodles and eggs and swallowed hard, but they didn't dare to move forward. Eat quickly, the children are starving, Hu Jianjun said, feeling distressed for them. Yunjiji nodded gently, thanked him again, then took the children forward. The children had rarely eaten eggs in their lives, but they knew eggs were good food. Their small faces lit up with bright eyes, and they ate carefully, afraid to finish the eggs too quickly. Hu Jianjun felt a pang of sadness. What kind of hard life had these mother and daughters been living in the countryside? Yun Jiji first fed the children until they were full. When she saw they couldn't eat more, she finished the remaining noodles herself. Hu Jianjun noticed her caring attitude toward the children and thought she was a good mother. From their conversation, he learned that although the children looked about 1 year old, they were actually 2 years and 3 months old. Years of malnutrition had made them look like infants. He couldn't understand what Qin Shiyu was thinking. Comrade Yun, may I ask what exactly happened between you and Qin Shiyu? He doesn't seem like the irresponsible type. Hu Jianjun felt there was definitely some hidden truth involved and couldn't help but ask. Qin Shiyu was originally supposed to marry my sister. Yun Jiji said.
Huh?
Hu Jianjun was stunned. He got drunk on the day he came to propose marriage. I got up in the middle of the night and went to the wrong room. That's how we ended up getting married. I know he wasn't happy about it, but the 2 children are his, and for 3 years he ignored us, the 3 of us. My family cut ties with me, and my in-laws also drove us out. I really couldn't go on living like this. So I had no choice but to come to the army to ask the leaders for help. Since Qin Shiyu ignored me as his wife, I can divorce him, but the children didn't do anything wrong. He must take responsibility for raising them. Yun Jiji, now full and strong, felt more energetic. Her anger had calmed somewhat. After becoming Yun Ziji of this era, her thoughts after feeling angry for the original owner were to divorce. Since the family was formed out of necessity, no one needed to make things difficult for each other. If Qin Shiyu didn't want to marry, he didn't have to. If he married her and then ignored her, letting her fend for herself. His neglect was the main reason she was driven out by her in-laws. And the incident where she went to the wrong room that year wasn't as simple as it seemed. Qin Shiyu at that time was like a wild beast gone mad, and the original owner was not in her right mind. The 2 of them ended up sleeping together inexplicably. This process was too smooth. Could there be some hidden scheme involved? Hu Jianjun didn't expect things to be like this, and Yun Jiji was so straightforward in speaking out. After all, this matter wasn't very honorable. Comrade Yun, you misunderstood Qin Shiyu. In your situation. I don't think there's any misunderstanding. If you say that he ignored us for 3 years and also drove us out right after I finished my confinement, then it's really a big misunderstanding. Yun Jiji interrupted Hu Jianjun coldly.
Report.
Hu Jianjun was about to explain further when a deep voice came from the entrance. Everyone in the reception room looked toward the door. The man's face was firm and well-defined. His bronze-colored skin bore the marks of long-term sun and wind exposure. Beneath his thick, neat eyebrows, his eyes were deep and sharp, shining with seriousness and intensity. Yun Jiji, who was usually very picky about looks, felt that both his demeanor and appearance matched her aesthetic preferences. But thinking about his actions, Yun Jiji's expression also grew cold. As Yun Jiji looked at Qin Shiyu was also watching her. However, when she saw that the woman was so thin that her bones were visible, her face pale from long-term malnutrition, her features gaunt, and dark circles around her eyes, with no sign of vitality, she felt a pang of sympathy. Why do you look like this? Qin Shiyu asked with a frown. Yun Jiji sneered. It's because I married a good man who makes us go hungry for 3 days at a time. Her sarcastic tone made Qin Shiyu frown, but she was still his wife. So since he married her, he would take responsibility regardless of the reason. If you're here with the army, then stay and follow the troops, Qin Shiyu said. It was his duty. Even if she hadn't come, he planned to finish his military duties and then return to Yunhe village to bring their family to join him. Seeing his reaction, Yun Jiji also furrowed her brow, unable to understand Qin Shiyu's behavior. Didn't he dislike the original owner? He married her because they had an inexplicable relationship. Why does it seem like he's now willing to take responsibility for her? Since Yun Ziji was from the future and didn't fully understand the thoughts of people in this era, she couldn't quite grasp Qin Shiyu's intentions. She looked directly at Qin Shiyu and said, I'm not here to follow the army. I'm here to divorce you. You need to fill out the divorce papers, and we'll end our marriage. Hearing this, Qin Shiyu's brow furrowed deeply, and his face darkened. From what he knew about Yun Jiji, she wouldn't really want a divorce. Otherwise, she wouldn't have gone to such lengths to climb into his bed all those years ago. It must be because he hadn't been in touch for 3 years, and now she was acting crazy, playing hard to get. If that was the case, have you thought it through?
Qin Shiyu asked.
Yun Jiji didn't hesitate. Yes. Fill out the divorce papers. The sooner, the better for both of us. Qin Shiyu looked at her in surprise, clearly not expecting her to agree so easily.
But
his expression darkened again, and he looked at her with a probing gaze. She was definitely playing hard to get. She had gone to great lengths to climb into his bed back then, even risking her reputation. How could she be willing to divorce him now? However, Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan are your children. You must take responsibility for supporting them until they turn 18, Yun Jiji said, reaching out to pull the 2 children hiding behind her forward. The 2 frail children looked timid and dared not meet his gaze. At the same time, Qin Shiyu's gaze also fell on the 2 children. Seeing how thin they were and severely malnourished, their small bodies looked like they could be blown away by the wind. Are these the 2 children born to Yun Jiji? He clearly sent money home every month, enough for their family of 3 not to go hungry. How did they end up like this? The 2 children were secretly looking at Qin Shiyu now. So, this is their father. When Qin Shiyu looked down, the eyes of the big and 2 small ones met in the air. He felt his heart soften a little. Are you sure about this? Qin Shiyu asked again to confirm. When they got married, it was out of necessity. He hadn't thought about divorce, but he respected Yun Jiji's choice. Hu Jianjun, standing nearby, frowned as he listened. Why didn't Qin Shiyu try to persuade them? Just planning to divorce like this? That's not right. This couple often argued at night, but made up by morning. How could they just divorce like that? He had listened for a while and understood some things. Before Yun Jiji could speak, Hu Jianjun quickly stood up and looked at her, trying to persuade her sister-in-law. Divorce isn't something you can do right away. You need to apply for it first. You and the kids are tired. Why not rest for now? Hu Jianjun thought that this couple hadn't spent much time together after marriage. It was better to keep them together, let them build feelings, and as long as they saw each other's good sides, they wouldn't want a divorce. Yun Jiji looked at the 2 children. After several days of traveling, they looked exhausted. Hu Jianjun's words made sense, so she nodded, all right. Qin Shiyu's dark eyes fell on her, then quickly shifted to Hu Jianjun. He said, Commissar, I'll take her to the dorm first. Seeing that the 2 no longer discussed divorce, Hu Jianjun sighed in relief and said quickly, your dorm is fine for 1 person, but you can take your wife and children to the family compound. Old Lu was injured and transferred to another unit. The small courtyard he used to live in has all the furniture. You can stay there temporarily. If you want to apply for an apartment later, I'll help you with the organization. I'll also handle the application for the family compound. After speaking, Hu Jianjun looked at his logistics soldier, Li Jie, and instructed, go to the logistics department and call a few people to clean the house immediately. Li Jie responded and ran out quickly, seeming afraid of being late, worried that Qin Shiyu and Yun Jiji would refuse the Commissar's arrangement. Qin Shiyu took a deep breath, walked forward, and picked up the basket she had placed at his feet. But the weight made his face darken. Was this all their belongings? Let's go. After leaving the reception room, Qin Shiyu led the way in front. He was dressed in military uniform, standing tall and straight like a sturdy pine tree. His legs were long and straight, and under the uniform, he looked strong and masculine. Yun Jiji was a bit confused. She wondered why Yun Wanrong would scheme against her and Qin Shiyu. Forgetting about the past between him and the original owner, such a man is highly desirable in this era. As long as Yun Wanrong marries Qin Shiyu, she would become a wife of an official, which many envy. Since she couldn't understand right now, Yun Jiji decided to set it aside for the moment. She would find out the truth sooner or later. The family compound was inside the military area, but a bit far away, about a 10-minute walk. Yun Jiji held the 2 children's hands. They had slept most of the way here and just finished a bowl of noodles, so now they were full of energy. It was their first time visiting the military area. Their big eyes were wide with curiosity, looking around at everything. In the distant, vast training ground, soldiers moved like agile leopards, training intensely. They jumped over obstacles skillfully, fearless and brave. Yun Jiji watched with excitement. The military training of her country was always strict and high standard, no matter the time. The two children quietly asked Yun Jiji questions out of curiosity. She answered patiently and carefully. Qin Shiyu walked ahead of the three of them. When he heard her gentle explanations to the children, he couldn't help but turn back, slow down, and listen carefully. He was surprised that Yun Jiji knew so much. The children also relied heavily on her. When she explained, they listened obediently. Qin Shiyu's brow furrowed suddenly. He realized that she seemed very different from what he had expected. "We've arrived." When they reached the gate of the family compound, Qin Shiyu stopped. Since it was their first time here, he took them to register at the guard post. The young soldier secretly looked at Yun Jiji. The wife of Commander Qin was too thin. She looked like she had escaped from a famine. After the routine check was clear, Yun Jiji took the children and followed Qin Shiyu into the family compound. But as soon as they entered, everyone's eyes immediately focused on them. Is this Qin Commander's wife? She looks so unattractive. Knowing that Qin Shiyu's wife and children came to follow the army, the family members became very curious. Qin Shiyu is a favorite in their military district, and many family members wanted to introduce their sisters or relatives to him. Suddenly, they learned that Qin Shiyu was not only married, but also had two children. Everyone was very curious. What does Qin Shiyu's wife look like? Seeing Yun Jiji, they were immediately disappointed. What? Not only is she unattractive, but she also looks much older than Qin Shiyu. Why does Qin Shiyu have such poor taste? How could Commander Qin, who is so capable, choose such an unattractive wife? No wonder Commander Qin never let her follow the army. He's worried about losing face. Yun Jiji listened expressionlessly as the family members outside the courtyard pointed and whispered about her. She had always been confused. Since Qin Shiyu didn't marry her willingly, he had plenty of chances to divorce her over the past 3 years. Why didn't he? Amidst everyone's curiosity and quiet gossip, a group of people arrived outside a small courtyard. Li Jia and the others had just finished tidying up. Over a dozen young soldiers quickly came out. "Commander Qin, we've finished cleaning the house. We're going back now." They hurriedly left, so fast that no one had time to thank them. Yun Jiji didn't like being stared at, so she took the two children to the secondary bedroom. The layout of the single-story houses in the family compound was the same, 2 rooms, with separate kitchens and bathrooms on each side. There was a water well in the yard, surrounded by flat stones, and a brick-walled laundry area with a drainage ditch, showing the previous owner cared about this place. The furniture inside was complete, ready for immediate move-in. After seating the children, she went to take the luggage of her mother and the 2 girls from Qin Shiyu. The original owner's clothes were tattered, so she only brought her and the children's spare clothes, leaving everything else behind. This time leaving Yunhe village, Yun Jiji had no plans to return. But in this era, leaving home required a letter of introduction, and without a unit, she couldn't settle in the city. She wanted to stay in Haisher with her children, but she needed a job. "Mom." Yuan reached out and tugged at Yun Jiji's sleeve, her eyes looking at her. Yun Jiji put down the clothes in her hands, sat beside her, and softly asked, "Mom is here. What's wrong?" Tuan also climbed over and sat close to her, affectionately leaning against her. Yun Jiji's gentle expression softened her features. She has always loved children. In her previous life, her body was damaged, so she couldn't have her own children. Although she crossed over and became their mother, the bond she feels with the 2 children makes her see them as her own. "Mom, doesn't Dad like Yuan and Gaga?" Yuan tugged at her sleeve, too scared to let go. "Mom said they came to find Dad. But Dad hasn't spoken to her or Gaga. Just like the villagers said, Dad doesn't like them and doesn't want them." Yun Jiji gently hugged the two children, feeling sorry for them. She didn't dislike Qin Shiyu, but she wouldn't speak badly about their father in front of the children.
How could that be?
Dad is meeting the baby for the first time and doesn't know how to get along with the baby. It's not that he doesn't like the baby. She rubbed their heads and looked at their messy hair, feeling a strange emotion in her chest, something that didn't belong to her. It seemed like leftover feelings from the original owner. She might also have felt powerless. From how dependent the children were on her, it was clear she loved them very much. But her abilities were limited. She wanted to give them the best but couldn't. Really? Yuan blinked eagerly, asking expectantly. Really? Yun Jiji hugged them and said, Dad wouldn't dislike the baby. The baby is so cute. He's just not familiar with the baby yet. Although Tuan didn't speak, Yun Jiji saw a smile on his face. Tuan, take your sister to play. Mom will go boil water and wash the baby, okay? After days of travel, they all carried some smell on them. The train was full of mixed odors, and Yun Jiji couldn't stand it anymore. Tuan, help Mom. Yuan wants to too, her heart softened. Such obedient and sensible children. She led the two children out of the house. She saw many soldiers peering into their yard, whispering among themselves with their mouths moving. Yun Jiji ignored them. After her divorce from Qin Shiyu, she wouldn't need to see these people again, so there was no point wasting words explaining. However, when she came out of the house, Qin Shiyu was nowhere to be seen. Yun Jiji didn't mind. She took the children straight to the kitchen. The kitchen was also empty, but luckily there were pots and water buckets. Yun Jiji carried a bucket of water back from the water well. She then realized there was no dry firewood in the kitchen, so she went to check the backyard. Fortunately, there was a small bundle of firewood in the shed, enough for a few uses. Although Hu Jianjun had only moved out a few days ago, she first boiled some water to disinfect the utensils and then boiled another pot for the children to wash their hair and bathe. Just as she finished dressing the children, Qin Shiyu returned from outside. He carried a military green quilt and, seeing the clean look of the children, was slightly surprised. He took the quilt into the second bedroom and spread it out. Then he went out again, coming back several times with some daily necessities. On his last return, he held 5 aluminum lunchboxes and placed them on the table. Only then did he speak his first words after entering the yard. Dinner time. Yun Jiji was never someone who liked to feel wronged. She and the children had been busy all day and were already very hungry. Qin Shiyu's meal was very rich: braised pork, shredded potatoes, dry-fried green beans, and 2 large boxes of rice. The aroma was tempting and made her mouth water. However, Yun Jiji looked at the food but had no appetite. She took a deep breath and said, "Just give me a small bowl of rice." After saying that, she scooped half a bowl of rice and prepared to leave with Tuan and Yuan. Qin Shiyu frowned slightly and reached out to hold Yun Jiji's arm. "Why are you doing that?" Yun Jiji was surprised and quickly pulled her arm back. Qin Shiyu's face darkened. Did she dislike his touch that much? He had only lightly touched her through her clothes. Was her reaction really necessary?
Eat.
Qin Shiyu suppressed his anger. He believed he wasn't very patient. He had been trying to understand how Yun Jiji and the two children had become like this. It was no wonder they hadn't lost weight with such small portions. Tuan and Yuan were so scared they hid behind Yun Jiji. "Dad is so scary. Does he really not like us?" The two little ones had red eyes and looked at Qin Shiyu cautiously. Afraid, they quickly lowered their heads. Yun Jiji took a deep breath. "You scared the children. You can eat your own dinner. Look, your two children probably can't eat much either." She didn't stay any longer, carried her food, and took the children to the kitchen. Qin Shiyu sat alone in the main hall. When she entered the kitchen, Yun Jiji had already poured the rice back into the pot and softly said, "Baby, are you hungry?" Her round belly growled softly twice. She shyly looked at Yun Jiji and said in a baby voice, "Mommy, Wan is hungry." "Okay, Mommy will cook porridge for you right away, alright? You and brother haven't eaten enough before, so now you need to fill your little tummies first. If not, even if you eat meat later, you might feel sick." Once I've taken care of your and brother's tummies, I'll cook meat for you, okay? Yun Jiji gently comforted her. People in Haicheng prefer oily and salty food. Not to mention those two dishes, braised pork is especially greasy. People in this era lack oil and water, so such dishes are considered the best delicacies for those who usually eat lightly. But the three of them had been hungry for years and rarely had any oily food. If they ate braised pork with rice today, they would probably have stomach upset within an hour. Okay. Mommy listens to you. Wan Wan nodded obediently. Yun Jiji didn't waste time. She poured some hot water into the pot and started boiling porridge. Remembering how she went to the backyard earlier to find firewood and saw a few unharvested green vegetables on the ground, she got up and went to the backyard, pulled out 2 vegetables, washed and chopped them into small pieces, and added them to the porridge to cook together. It would be better if she had some lean meat, but if she suddenly conjured up meat out of nowhere, Qin Shiyu would definitely find out and be suspicious. As a descendant of a traditional medical family, she inherited not only medical skills but also endless wealth passed down by generations of family heads, as well as an inexhaustible space mall. When she woke up in the body of the original owner, her body's functions had already been completely exhausted. If it weren't for her space's spiritual spring water, she would have died again after opening her eyes. The bodies of the 2 children were even worse: low immunity, long-term malnutrition, which had drained their spirits almost completely. If she hadn't secretly used the space's spiritual spring water to nourish their bodies these days, they would have died on the train to Haicheng. Watching the green vegetable porridge thickening in the pot, Yun Ziji used her body's cover to add a little salt and some spiritual spring water from her space. She served the porridge into a small bowl and carried it to the small table in the kitchen. "Baby, the porridge is very hot. Mommy will feed you, okay?" Yun Jiji asked softly. "Mommy, it's not hot anymore after blowing on it." "Mommy, you should eat too." Tuan Tuan spoke politely. Yun Jiji only felt that the children were well-behaved and very adorable. If this were in later times, such a big child would be cherished and spoiled by parents and grandparents. Even just eating, they would probably be holding bowls and following behind, being fed. "Mommy will help you breathe easier." The porridge just taken off the stove was too hot. Although Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan didn't need to feed themselves, they were still only 2 years old and needed supervision. Yun Jiji found a small leaf about the size of her palm, washed it, and shook off the water to use as a fan. A bowl of plain vegetable porridge, made with spiritual spring water, tasted even better than other porridges. The green vegetable bits looked fresh and appetizing. Moreover, they usually ate coarse grains. They rarely had the chance to eat fine rice porridge, and the thick rice oil on top looked very tempting. Qin Shiyu was sitting in the main hall when he heard Yun Jiji talking to the children. Only then did he realize that Yun Jiji wasn't refusing to feed the children well, but that their bodies were too weak. He hadn't considered their health conditions. He watched Yun Jiji cook the porridge and gently fan it to cool, then teach the children to use spoons to scrape the surface of the porridge before eating. "Mommy. Good job." Yuan Yuan took a spoonful of porridge and happily squinted her eyes. The village's little, who said that plain white rice was the tastiest. Yuan Yuan had never tried it before and didn't know what it tasted like. Now that she was eating porridge made with white rice, she felt so happy that her eyes nearly closed from joy. "Next time, when Mommy earns money, we will eat white rice every day, okay?" Yun Jiji's expression was gentle. Since the weather was cool, she only fanned for a little while before stopping. The children ate slowly, and if she kept fanning, the porridge would get cold. Yun Jiji was also hungry now. Seeing the children eat happily, she went to serve the remaining porridge from the pot. She saw Qin Shiyu still standing at the door, but paid no attention to him. She knew he could hear what she had just told the children. The kitchen was not far from the main hall, and as a soldier, his senses were definitely sharper than ordinary people. When she looked at him, Qin Shiyu opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. Yun Jiji ignored him and simply sat down next to the children, eating the porridge together. A simple bowl of vegetable porridge, and the 3 of them looked satisfied. Qin Shiyu remembered the dishes he had brought back from the cafeteria and realized he had been careless. He didn't stay long and turned around to leave again. Yun Jiji didn't care about Qin Shiyu's attitude. She wasn't concerned. If it weren't for his divorce report needing approval, she wouldn't want to stay in the family residence. After the three women finished eating, Yun Jiji washed the pots and bowls. She played outside with the two children for a while. When it was getting dark, she was about to take the children back inside when the gate was pushed open. She looked up, her gaze meeting Qin Shiyu's in midair. The man didn't stop. He walked over to her. "I bought some rice. Today I was careless. I'll buy some vegetables tomorrow morning. If you want to eat anything, just tell me," Qin Shiyu said, then carried the rice into the kitchen. Yun Jiji was a bit surprised. She didn't expect him to go buy rice. And he even explained himself. That was quite unexpected. But since Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan were his children, he should consider their health. After placing the rice in the rice jar, Qin Shiyu came out of the kitchen again and handed her some money, saying, "Take this. Sometimes I might be busy at the army and can't come back. If you need anything, go buy it." Yun Jiji looked at the money in his hand, stunned for a moment. They were about to divorce, so why was he giving her money now? And in the past 3 years, he hadn't sent any money home. Wasn't that because he didn't want to give her money? Before she could figure it out, the man shoved the money into her hand. "If it's not enough, I'll give you more." Xiao man, what's wrong? Don't scare Mom." Before Yun Jiji could refuse, a cry rang out across the yard. A military wife was running out, holding a 5 or 6-year-old boy, looking anxious and scared. "Sister Chun Tao, is Xiaoman having another attack? We need to take him to the hospital quickly," one of the military wives shouted. Lu Chuntao, who lived next door to Yun Jiji, came out holding Xiaoman. Yun Jiji immediately saw that the child's face was pale gray. Without thinking, she shouted at Lu Chuntao, "Quick, put him down and lie him flat." Yun Jiji quickly turned back into the house. When she came out again, she was holding a sewing kit. This was actually taken from her space. Just now, her shout was sharp and fierce, with a certain commanding tone. Lu Chuntao, already overwhelmed because Xiaoman suddenly had an attack, was startled by her voice. She instinctively put Xiaoman on the ground, looking helpless and worried. Yun Jiji had already come out of the courtyard a few steps and was about to reach for Xiaoman's wrist. However, her hand was grabbed by someone. Qin Shiyu looked at Yun Jiji and shook his head. "Don't act rashly. First, take the child to the hospital." From Qin Shiyu's understanding, Yun Jiji didn't know much about medicine. Xiaoman was sick, and based on his condition, if they didn't take him to the hospital soon, something serious might happen. Even if Yun Jiji knew some medical skills, it would only be basic knowledge learned from the barefoot doctor in the village. She wouldn't be able to handle a situation like Xiaoman's. At this moment, many military family members in the courtyard had gathered around. Seeing Qin Shiyu's reaction, one military wife hurriedly spoke. "Commander Qin, your wife isn't a doctor. Please let her go. This isn't the time for her to act on her own. Xiaoman needs to go to the hospital quickly. She's just acting recklessly. This concerns a person's life. Even if she wants to be stubborn, now isn't the time," others said with furrowed brows, looking at Yun Jiji with disapproval. Lu Chuntao, still shocked, reacted and angrily glared at Yun Jiji. She reached out to pick up Xiaoman. Yun Jiji didn't bother to explain. She took out a silver needle from her cloth bag and stabbed it into Qin Shiyu's hand. Qin Shiyu immediately felt his whole arm go numb, unable to move, and his hand uncontrollably loosened its grip on Yun Jiji's arm. He looked at Yun Jiji in shock, but she had already placed her hand on Xiaoman's pulse. "His illness is congenital. Does he always feel weak all over? It's better when the weather is warm, but when it's cold, his condition worsens rapidly, and he almost can't get out of bed," Yun Jiji said quickly, knowing they might not believe her. But the child's life was at stake, so she had to ask quickly to reassure Lu Chuntao. Lu Chuntao nodded hurriedly when she heard Yun Jiji's words. Yes, Xiaoman's illness is congenital. I usually take good care of him, but these days, when it gets cold, he becomes much weaker. Hearing this, some military wives immediately spoke up. Lu Chuntao continued, I haven't let him leave the house these days.
Just now, he suddenly.
As she spoke, she started to cry. Then, seeming to think of something, she quickly looked at Yunjiji and asked, Commander Qin's wife, my son. Everyone saw that Yunjiji accurately described Xiaoman's condition, and since she had just arrived at the courtyard today, the previous accusations lessened. Everyone was now watching closely. I'll give him a few acupuncture points first to wake him up. Yunjiji looked around and said, Everyone, disperse a bit. Don't gather so tightly. Several military wives who were friends with Lu Chuntao quickly took the lead in dispersing the crowd, but no one left. Instead, they looked at Yunjiji with curiosity. They wanted to see how good her medical skills were. After all, she only checked the pulse and then diagnosed Xiaoman's illness. Everyone was very curious. Yunjiji had already opened her needle bag. At this moment, she didn't have time to warm the needles, so she could only use her faint, almost non-existent, wood element supernatural power. This was also one of her abilities. She asked Lu Chuntao to unbutton Xiaoman's shirt, revealing his chest. She noticed that the child's skin was very pale, not the kind of pale from lack of sunlight, but the sickly white from illness. When she just checked his pulse, she realized that his condition was extremely serious. If he didn't get timely treatment, he might not survive the day. His situation was very critical. Lu Chuntao had been taking Xiaoman to see doctors all these years. Whenever she heard of a good doctor, she would take Xiaoman there, whether Western or traditional Chinese medicine. She was willing to try both. So, she didn't mind Yunjiji giving Xiaoman acupuncture. Moreover, she saw that Yunjiji's needle insertion was fast and steady, as if she was very experienced, until she finished the last needle. Upon closer inspection, they could see the needle trembling slightly, as if something was flowing through the silver needle into Xiaoman's body, bringing him life. Lu Chuntao was surprised to see Xiaoman's face, which was originally grayish-blue, now starting to recover. Although his face was still very pale, it was no longer as frightening as before.
Ugh.
Xiaoman made a soft sound in his mouth. Everyone heard it. He's awake. Xiaoman is awake. Many people in the family courtyard felt very sorry for Xiaoman. This child was obedient and sensible, and everyone liked him very much. Now that the little boy was awake, he opened his eyes in confusion and looked at Lu Chuntao. He saw her with red eyes and tears on her face. Xiaoman knew he had just had a relapse. He forced a gentle smile and said, Mom, Xiaoman is fine. Don't cry, Mom. When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but tear up. What a sensible child. Why does he have such a hard life? Xiaoman struggled to sit up, wanting to wipe his mother's tears. Don't move first. Yunjiji quickly held him down and softly said, Xiaoman, lie still. Andy will remove the needles soon. Then you can get up. Xiaoman finally saw Yunjiji and noticed the silver needles on his body. Previously, he was only focused on Lu Chuntao and didn't see Yunjiji. He usually sees many doctors, and now that he saw the needles on himself, Xiaoman seemed to have become used to it.
But
today's needles felt different. He sensed that the needles carried warmth and were slowly piercing into his body. It felt very comfortable. Whenever Xiaoman had a fever, his body hurt terribly, but now he felt the pain gradually disappearing. He felt so comfortable. Never before had he felt this way. Xiaoman was very obedient, lying still without moving. Xiaoman, how do you feel now? Does it still hurt? Lu Chuntao asked, her voice trembling and almost crying. She almost couldn't finish her sentence before tears welled up again. But she was afraid Xiaoman would worry about her, so she held back her tears. Mom, it doesn't hurt anymore. The needles are warm and very comfortable, Xiaoman replied, his voice weak and hesitant. Lu Chuntao looked at her son's face and knew he wasn't lying to make her feel better. She looked up with a mix of apology and gratitude at Yunjiji and said, Qin Ying's wife, my Xiaoman. It's fine now. I'll remove the needles soon, and he can rest well, Yunjiji said. Lu Chuantao's tense heart immediately relaxed. A few minutes later, she removed the needles. She helped Xiaoman put on his clothes and gently helped him sit up. Xiaoman, you're so brave and strong. Thank you, Auntie. Xiaoman said shyly. Lu Chuntao watched her son, who seemed to be about to leave her earlier, now looking normal again. Actually, his complexion was even better than usual. She guessed that Yun Jiji's medical skills must be excellent. She always had a feeling that if Yun Jiji could treat her son, maybe Xiaoman could live healthily and safely until old age. Chuntao, how is Xiaoman now? At this moment, Lu Chuntao's husband, Wang Cheng, hurried back. He had a night shift tonight and left for the army after dinner. Just as he arrived at the army, a comrade rushed to tell him that Xiaoman was seriously ill. His supervisor happened to be there, so he was told to come back quickly. After squeezing through the crowd and seeing Xiaoman safe and sound, Wang Cheng felt confused. Yun Jiji had already stored the silver needles in the needle case. Seeing that one was missing, he realized there was still one on Qin Shiyu's arm. He coldly glanced at Qin Shiyu and reached out to remove the needle. Perhaps because she had been squatting for too long, when she stood up, she staggered a bit. Qin Shiyu quickly supported her. Qin's wife, are you okay? Lu Chuntao looked at her with concern. I'm fine, just a bit sudden. Yun Jiji waved her hand. Then she said to Lu Chuntao, sister-in-law, don't let Xiaoman take the medicine he drank earlier. That medicine doesn't work for him. Do you have paper and pen? I'll write another prescription for him to take for a while. Lu Taochun hurriedly pushed her husband aside. Quick, go get some paper and pen. Wang Cheng didn't have time to ask more and saw that his son's color was much better than usual. He quickly ran inside to get paper and pen. Since they were outside the yard and there was no place to put paper, Qin Shiyu, who was still recovering from his shock, came over. He had many questions but didn't know how to ask. Seeing Yun Jiji unsure where to write, he squatted down in front of her and exposed his back, saying, "Right on my back." Yun Jiji was a bit surprised, but she wasn't someone to fuss over small things. She placed the paper on his back and quickly wrote out a prescription. Qin Shiyu felt an itch on his back. He noticed that Yun Jiji was writing very fast, as if she already knew the prescription by heart. He was even more confused. Why was Yun Jiji so different from what he knew? He had never known she could practice medicine. Yun Jiji finished the prescription and handed it to Lu Chuntao, saying, I've written down how to prepare the medicine. Let the child drink it for a week. I'll check him again later to see if we need to change the prescription. Lu Chuntao carefully took the prescription. She was completely convinced of Yun Jiji's medical skills based on Xiaoman's recovery. She and her husband had seen many doctors for Xiaoman, even in the capital, but the results were not very good. They could only give some toning medicines and keep Xiaoman alive. Long-term medication was very hard for a 6-year-old like Xiaoman. As a mother, she felt heartache. But after Yun Jiji acupuncture for Xiaoman today, his condition was better than ever. People would even believe he was a normal child now, which had never happened before. Lu Chuntao felt deeply grateful. Qin's wife, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, my Xiaoman today. Thinking of Xiaoman's previous condition, she felt a wave of fear. At that moment, she even thought that Xiaoman was truly leaving her this time. Yun Jiji gently shook her head, reached out, and patted Xiaoman's head, saying, take him home and let him rest well. Lu Chuntao responded quickly, handed the prescription to Wang Cheng, and told him to go get the medicine right away. Then she looked at Xiaoman and said, Xiaoman, thank your auntie. Xiaoman obediently said thank you. You're welcome. Xiaoman is very brave. As long as you take your medicine well, you'll get better, Yun Jiji said softly. This illness seemed to be caused by poor nutrition and some hardship at birth. Although she didn't know the full story, seeing Lu Chuntao care so much for her son, she suspected there was a hidden reason behind it. Qin Ying's wife, are you saying my son's illness can get better? Lu Chuntao became very excited when she heard Yun Jiji's words. She had seen many doctors before, and they all told her not to hope too much. But Yun Jiji just said that as long as Xiaoman takes his medicine properly, he will get better. If she hadn't seen Yun Jiji's skill just now, Lu Chuntao wouldn't be so excited. But because of her skill, Lu Chuntao trusted her words. There was a strange sense of trust. It's possible. As long as you follow my prescription, it may not be 100% guaranteed, but he can be like a normal child. However, his treatment must not stop. It might take about half a year or longer, maybe a shorter time. It all depends on his body's tolerance, Yun Jiji said. She wouldn't give an exact time. If her wood-type energy had been at its peak, she could have guaranteed Xiaoman's recovery within a month. But now, she wasn't completely confident because energy in this era was too thin. Really? Truly? Lu Chuntao was clearly very excited. Yun Jiji was about to say something but suddenly felt her head grow dizzy, followed by a wave of nausea and dizziness. She opened her mouth to respond but felt her body weaken.
Mom.
Yun Jiji. Before losing consciousness, she only heard a few exclamations, then she completely fainted. When Yun Jiji woke up again, she was in a hospital. The outside sky had already turned dark, but she could still feel the warmth of two small figures beside her. She didn't rush to get up. Once she confirmed that only she and the two children were in the ward, Yun Jiji reached her consciousness into the space, and her body followed her to the edge of the spiritual spring. A drop of spiritual spring water hovered above the spring. This is the essence produced by the spring. Just this one drop could bring the dead back to life, restoring flesh and bones. She reached out her hand, and the drop of spiritual spring water seemed to sense her call, slowly flying toward her. Yun Jiji was supposed to swallow the spring water directly, but she knew how terrifying the essence of the spiritual spring was. If she drank this drop, it could transform her completely. Visible changes would occur. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Yun Jiji ultimately chose not to drink it. Instead, she only drank some ordinary spring water from the spring. Once the dizziness in her head completely disappeared, she let out a heavy breath. When using her wood-type supernatural ability, she realized that this world was very different from her original world. The spiritual energy in her world was abundant. But in this world, spiritual energy was almost non-existent. The tiny amount she absorbed in recent days was completely used up today while treating Xiaoman. However, she rarely used wood-type healing magic in her previous world. If Xiaoman's condition hadn't been urgent, she wouldn't have used it now. Being able to attract spiritual power was a great advantage. Like when she went mountain for herbs, she could communicate with plants to gather more herbs. She could also control plants for self-defense if in danger. After drinking the spring water, she felt a bit hungry, so she turned around and went to the space shopping mall. Inside, there was a snack street with all kinds of milk teas, barbecues, hot pot restaurants, and more. Unfortunately, her body was too weak. She could only find a porridge shop and served herself a bowl of plain rice porridge. She wanted to eat something else, but her space seemed to need an upgrade after she arrived in this era to unlock more food options. Just like her wood-type supernatural ability, limited by the lack of spiritual energy. However, the plain rice porridge inside the space was different from outside. It had a rich rice aroma and a smooth texture. She added some brown sugar, making it sweet and soft, more delicious than meat. Is your wife still not awake? Yun Jiji finished the last sip of her plain rice porridge inside the space, and then heard a conversation. Not yet. The doctor said her health is too poor. She won't wake up so soon, Qin Shiyu's voice sounded. Qin Shiyu looked at the thin, yellow woman on the hospital bed and thought about the look the doctor gave him earlier. He also remembered the information he received from the doctor. Her health is extremely bad, and if she goes hungry a bit more, her life could be in danger. Qin Shiyu didn't know what she had gone through all these years in Yunhe village. She was so skilled in medicine, clearly not a foolish person. What exactly had she experienced? Your wife is a good person. Her health is so poor, yet she's still trying to save others. Someone like her can't have bad intentions. Be content, said Hu Jianjun. When he returned to the family compound, he heard many people talking about Yun Jiji saving Xiaoman. After learning she rescued Xiaoman, she fainted and was taken to the hospital. Hu Jianjun got up early the next morning to check on her. He also asked his wife about the situation. His wife had watched the whole process yesterday, and Hu Jianjun had his own thoughts. He thought that when Yun Jiji woke up, he should ask her first, otherwise, he wouldn't have a reason to keep her here. I don't want to leave, Qin Shiyu said. Yun Jiji's firm attitude about divorce, and her unwillingness to communicate much with him, made Qin Shiyu unsure how to handle their relationship. Hu Jianjun glared at him irritably, just about to say something, when he saw Yun Jiji wake up on the bed. Comrade Yun, you're awake? Are you feeling better? Is your body still uncomfortable? Hu Jianjun hurried forward to ask with concern. Yun Jiji looked around, her eyes confused. This is the hospital, Hu Jianjun explained. Yun Jiji seemed to realize this and looked at Hu Jianjun in surprise, asking knowingly, Commissioner Hu, why are you here? Hu Jianjun chuckled. I heard from the people in the family compound. Do you still feel unwell? Do you want a doctor to check you again? Yun Jiji expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Commissioner Hu. I'm fine now. When Yun Jiji seemed about to sit up, Hu Jianjun reached out and pulled Qin Shiyu behind him. Why are you just standing there? Come over and help her. Qin Shiyu stepped forward, just about to reach out, but froze in midair. She had already supported herself to sit up. Qin Shiyu could only get a pillow to prop her up a bit, making her more comfortable. Yun Jiji looked at the man, surprised by his carefulness. Hu Jianjun saw this and slightly reduced his dissatisfaction with Qin Shiyu. Comrade Yun, are you studying medicine? Hu Jianjun also voiced his own confusion. Neither of them expected Yun Jiji to be skilled in medicine, and even for serious illnesses like Xiaoman's, she seemed to have no trouble treating them. People from the family hospital said she could cure Xiaoman's illness, making the child recover to look like a normal person. I know a little, Yun Jiji said. Hu Jianjun's mouth twitched uncontrollably. With her so-called good medical skills, she only claims to know a little. If the doctors who had treated Xiaoman heard this, they would probably be so angry they'd blood. Who did you learn your medical skills from? Hu Jianjun asked. Seeing his curiosity, Yun Jiji wasn't sure what he was thinking, so she asked Comrade Hu, is there a problem with me knowing medicine? Or is it that the military district can't use traditional Chinese medicine to save people? Did I commit a big taboo? Yun Jiji knew that over the years, traditional Chinese medicine had been suppressed. Nowadays, people mostly favor Western medicine, believing it to be the proper medical tradition. Besides, only barefoot doctors in small villages have medical licenses. Others are not allowed to treat patients freely. Some hospitals even refuse to recognize the licenses of barefoot doctors, thinking they can only handle minor issues like headaches or colds. For difficult illnesses, only Western medicine is considered effective. Now, Hu Jianjun suddenly asked so carefully, and Yun Jiji naturally thought about this issue. It's not like that. Hu Jianjun quickly explained when he saw her misunderstand. Comrade Yun, you misunderstood. In the military district, we don't care about that. As long as your medical skills are good and you can cure patients, we don't care if it's traditional Chinese medicine or Western medicine. Good medical skills that save lives are what matter. Oh, Yun Jiji said, not asking further. Seeing her response, Hu Jianjun hurriedly added, I also heard from the military wives that your acupuncture skills are amazing, which is why I was curious. If it's inconvenient to talk about, just forget I asked. My medical skills come from learning from barefoot doctors in the village and 2 old doctors who were sent down to the cattle shed, Yun Jiji replied. The original owner really did learn some medical skills from them, but they didn't teach much. Commissioner, who was slightly stunned, and asked, aren't villagers not supposed to associate with people from the cattle shed? In their eyes, those living in the cattle shed were troublemakers, and getting close to them could lead to being persecuted. Yun Jiji was the mother of 2 children, so she shouldn't be. I didn't mean that, just. Grandmother doesn't like Mom and kicked her out. Mom and the baby live in the cattle shed. Tuan Tuan woke up unexpectedly. He had been quietly listening to their conversation earlier. Now he noticed that Yun Jiji wasn't mentioning the fact that they were living in the cattle shed. Tuan Tuan felt he had to speak up. His mother had suffered so much, and his father didn't know. If he didn't tell him, how would his father find out? Sure enough, Qin Shiyu's face changed instantly when he learned that Yun Jiji and the 2 children were living in the cattle shed. He looked up at Yunjiji, opened his mouth, and asked, "Did my mom and them kick you out?" Dad isn't coming home, and Grandma scolded Mom, saying Dad doesn't like Mom and the baby. Tuan, being clever at 2 years old, had already remembered these things. Usually the villagers talked about Yunjiji because of this. Since his father married his mother, he hadn't come home. Grandma thought it was because his mother caused trouble, which made his father unwilling to return, so they kicked her out. Is that true? Qin Shiyu's eyes turned red as he looked at Yunjiji, just wanting to understand what really happened. Can children lie? Xiao, your son, is only 2 years old. Hu Zhengwei, who had been listening to their story about living in the cattle shed, finally recovered from a shock. He hadn't lived in the shed himself, but he knew how bad the environment was, cold in winter, hot in summer. It wasn't a place for people to live. Yunjiji had just given birth and was kicked out by Qin Shiyu's parents. The three of them were lucky, otherwise, things would have been worse. Comrade Yun, I actually want to ask you something. Your medical skills are excellent. Would you like to join the military district health clinic? If you're willing, I can help you apply. Yunjiji was a bit surprised. Hu Zhengwei was the one who came to talk to her about this. So his earlier questions about where she learned her medical skills and why were actually about inviting her to join the military district medical office? Yunjiji felt a little moved, but she didn't respond immediately. She lowered her head, as if considering Hu Zhengwei's proposal. She was indeed worried about her job. After divorcing Qin Shiyu, she definitely wouldn't go back to Yunhe village. But if she wanted to stay in Haisher, she needed a job to settle her and the children there. At the same time, having a formal income after the divorce would make it easier for her to secretly smuggle things out of her space later. If she joined the military district health clinic, it would be a government job. Besides her monthly salary, she would also get fixed ration tickets, and in the future, her children could attend public schools. All these benefits were very attractive to her. However, Commissar, who I haven't studied much, don't have a formal medical license, not even a barefoot doctor's license, and I haven't received systematic professional training. Are you sure someone like me can enter the military district hospital? Yunjiji wanted to avoid certain things from happening in the future, just in case someone used them against her later. Since she was to enter the hospital, these issues could not come up. She disliked trouble. It's simple. There might be an assessment when you enter the hospital. As long as you can handle it, the medical license and such are minor issues, Commissar, who said immediately. Yunjiji thought seriously for a moment and said, I want to try. Hu Jianjin looked pleased and said, all right, I'll arrange it and apply to the higher-ups for you. Thank you, Commissar, Hu. Yunjiji expressed her thanks. After Hu Jianjin took care of what he needed to do, he stood up and said, your children and wife are awake now. You should go buy some food for them. I need to return to the army. I'll see you off, Qin Shiyu said. Then he looked at Yunjiji and the two children who were still curled up in her arms. Clearly, after Yunjiji fainted suddenly yesterday, the children were quite frightened. Now they seemed more dependent on her. I'll go buy some porridge. Would some steamed buns be okay? Because of what happened yesterday, Qin Shiyu asked Yunjiji before buying food. He didn't dare decide on his own, worried about buying things the three of them couldn't eat, which would cause trouble. But sister-in-law Qin. Yunjiji was about to speak when Lu Chuntao arrived, carrying a food box. Sister-in-law Qin, you're awake. I brought breakfast for you three. Lu Chuntao quickly placed the food on the table. Remembering how Yunjiji fainted suddenly last night, Lu Chuntao was quite frightened. Later, she learned that Yunjiji fainted because she was too weak, likely from treating Xiaomeng. Lu Chuntao felt even more guilty. Early in the morning, she hurried to prepare food. When she came in and heard Qin Shiyu's words, she felt relieved. She arrived just in time. Thank you so much, sister-in-law, Yunjiji said gratefully. You saved our Xiaomeng. I don't know how to thank you. Please don't say that. The breakfast brought by Lu Chuntao was very hearty. She clearly thought about Yunjiji and the two children being too thin, so she prepared easily digestible food like lean meat porridge, steamed eggs, and plain steamed buns. It's clear that Lu Chuntao put a lot of thought into this breakfast, and I genuinely want to thank her. Are these your two children?
I don't know their names yet, Lu Chuntao asked.
Seeing Lu Chuntao, Hu Jianjun reached out and patted Qin Shiyu, signaling him to go with him first. Qin Shiyu understood and gratefully looked at Lu Chuntao, saying, "Sister-in-law, thank you. Please stay with Yin Jiji and the children. I'll take the Commissar out first. Qining, you go ahead. I'll stay here with my wife." Lu Chuntao waved her hand, showing she didn't mind. In their family compound, men sometimes go on missions, and they're used to helping each other. Moreover, Yun Jiji has done them a great favor. Spending a little time with the three of them isn't hard work. After Hu Zhongwei and Qin Shiyu left the ward, Hu Jianjun didn't leave the hospital immediately. Instead, he took Qin Shiyu to a quiet, secluded place. Looking at Qin Shiyu, Hu Jianjun asked, "What do you think about your wife and children living in the cow shed these past 2 years?" "I will find out what's going on," Qin Shiyu said grimly. He hadn't expected his parents to be so heartless. "Have you been sending them allowances these 3 years?" Hu Jianjun asked again. Learning that the three of them had been living in the cow shed was a big shock. They also felt guilty. Soldiers fight on the front lines, but they failed to take good care of the home front. Although they didn't know everything at the time, Qin Shiyu's wedding day was when the troops urgently recalled him, and afterward, they didn't check on Yun Jiji's situation. He always felt their rear work was not done well enough. "I've been sending money. After Shen Feng collected my allowance each month, he would send some back to me," Qin Shiyu explained. Hu Jianjun didn't speak for a moment. He walked back and forth twice before saying, "The money you send back might not all go to your wife and children. Your parents
could have kicked them out of the house.
I'm worried that money didn't even reach your hands. Otherwise, why would the three of them be starving like this? Don't worry about this for now. I'll send someone to check your family's situation." After saying this, Hu Jianjun looked at Qin Shiyu with a serious face and asked, "Are you really thinking about divorce?" "No, I don't want to." Although they did get married because of some misunderstandings, she never really thought about it. Qin Shiyu is not a careless person. Even though he feels uneasy about Yun Jiji climbing into his bed, he did sleep with her and more than once. Whether out of responsibility or because of their 2 children, Qin Shiyu would never divorce. Hu Jianjun didn't speak immediately. He said, "Take good care of her. I've left her with you, but the problems between you two are something you need to handle yourself. No one else can help you." Qin Shiyu was a bit surprised. "Political Commissar, are you letting her join the military hospital?" Hu Jianjun glared at him irritably. "Do you think I'm that irresponsible? If her medical skills weren't good, would I suggest that? Plus, joining the hospital also requires an assessment. If she doesn't pass, she can't get in either." Hu Jianjun was so angry that he cursed a few more times before stomping off in a huff. Qin Shiyu stood there for a while, feeling overwhelmed with thoughts. Thinking about how she and the children had been living in the barn all these years made him feel uncomfortable. Because he hadn't gone back in 3 years, his parents blamed all the faults on Yun Jiji. Qin Shiyu took a deep breath, stood there for a moment to let the cold wind clear his mind, then lifted his foot and returned to the ward. At this time, Lu Chuntao and Yun Jiji had become more familiar. She no longer called him Qin Ying's wife like before, but instead affectionately called her Jiji sister. Lu Chuntao was a few years older than Yun Jiji, so calling her sister was natural. "Jiji sister, you should rest well first. I'll bring food for you and the kids at noon," Lu Chuntao said after chatting with them for a while. "Chuntao sister, there's no need to trouble yourself. I'll be discharged soon and go back to the family compound," Yun Jiji replied with a smile. When Yun Jiji said she would go back to the family compound, Lu Chuntao also felt a bit worried. Considering Yun Jiji's current condition, could she really be discharged? She looked so thin. Her health must be poor. Would she be able to go back home? "Chuntao sister, my condition needs rest and recovery. Staying in the hospital doesn't help much and just uses resources. I should go home, rest and recover," Yun Jiji said with a smile. Lu Chuntao actually had many questions to ask. Seeing how thin Yun Jiji and the siblings Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan looked, she guessed they had suffered a lot in the countryside, probably mistreated by her in-laws. Otherwise, How could someone be in such a state? But this is Yunjiji's private matter. Lu Chuntao isn't very familiar with her, so she naturally doesn't ask too much. Are you really okay? Lu Chuntao still feels a bit worried.
I'm fine.
Chuntao, don't forget, I'm a doctor myself, Yunjiji said with a smile. Hearing this, Lu Chuntao thought she was right. In her opinion, Yunjiji's medical skills are better than those of the doctors in the hospital. Yunjiji didn't have much with her, so she simply tidied up and got ready to leave. She didn't want to wait for Qin Shiyu, but the ward had to be vacated. Lu Chuntao was worried about Xiao being alone at home, so she went back first. Since Qin Shiyu was still at the hospital with her, she had nothing to worry about. When Qin Shiyu returned and saw her already off the hospital bed, he frowned slightly and asked, "Why did you get off the bed?" "The doctor said you need to rest well." Yunjiji found Qin Shiyu a bit hard to understand. His attitude was strange now. Doesn't he dislike the original owner? What does her life or death have to do with him? But now he seemed overly worried. Could it be because he found out she and the two children were kicked out of the house by his mother, so he felt guilty towards her and the children? "I'm a doctor. I can take care of myself. Help me with the discharge procedures," Yunjiji said. Qin Shiyu thought seriously for a moment and realized she was right. "I'll handle it." She didn't expect him to be so easy to talk to. Since Qin Shiyu was going to handle it, she didn't bother further. Yunjiji and the children waited in the ward for a while, and Qin Shiyu returned with the discharge papers. Because she was not familiar with the military area, Yunjiji and the two children still followed behind Qin Shiyu. She also noticed that this man spoke very little, hardly ever initiating conversation. Yunjiji didn't want to pay him much attention. Since they were about to divorce, there was nothing to say. However, recalling what the man said earlier to Hu Jianjun, Yunjiji was a bit surprised. He didn't want to leave? "Mommy." After walking for some time, Yuan tugged at Yunjiji's sleeve with a small, serious face and looked at her. "What's wrong, baby?" she asked softly. Yuan lowered his head, looking a bit wronged but too shy to speak. Yunjiji was momentarily stunned but then reacted. "Is the baby too tired to walk? Should mommy carry you?" The military hospital was to the left of the military headquarters, opposite the family compound. It took about half an hour to walk from the family compound to the hospital. Yunjiji and the children had already been walking for about 10 minutes and still hadn't arrived. Tuan and Yuan were now a bit exhausted.
Tuan is a boy.
Knowing that his mother is feeling unwell, he endures it with clenched teeth. Yuan is heavy, Mom. Don't carry her." He immediately shakes his head. His mother is sick, so he must be sensible. Yunjiji looks at her small body and gently pats her little head, saying, "Mom is already better." Yuan still shakes her head, refusing Yunjiji to carry her. She rests for a little while, and soon she can walk again. Qin Shiyu, although walking ahead, keeps paying attention to their family of 3. Now he has come over. He didn't expect that 2-year-old Yuan would be so sensible. But thinking about what they've been through, Qin Shiyu feels uncomfortable inside. He is usually a stern person, but now he crouches down gently, softening his tone, and asks Yuan, "Dad. Dad wants to hold you, okay?" The words "Dad" seem to spin in his mouth before he can say them smoothly. Right now, Qin Shiyu feels a strange feeling, especially knowing that this small child is his daughter. That feeling is even stronger than before. She is his daughter, connected to him by blood, a real family member. Yuan looks at Qin Shiyu nervously, standing there feeling a bit shy and uneasy. Tuan also steps in front of Yuan, protecting her. Yuan, Mom isn't feeling well. The doctor said she can't stay outside in the wind for too long. So, Dad, do you want to hold you? Qin Shiyu knows they still dislike him, their father, who has been absent since they were born and has had no contact with the family in recent years. He also knows that the people in the village have probably said many unkind things about him. He grew up in Yunhe village himself and knows some of the villagers well. He no longer rushes them but watches the 2 children with hope. Yuan seems to hesitate. She looks at Qin Shiyu's gentle expression and remembers that she shouldn't let the wind on her mom. Still, she walks over to him, placing her tiny arm on his shoulder, though she is still a little scared. Qin Shiyu is a soldier. His training and battlefield experience give him a naturally serious aura. Even now, he tries to look gentler, but his commanding presence still makes Yuan Yuan a little afraid. Seeing Yuan Yuan almost start to cry from fear, Qin Shiyu quickly pulls his arm back and picks up Tuan Tuan, who is watching his sister. The two little ones were initially a bit scared, perhaps because of their special family connection. At first, they were afraid, but now they felt a little curious. Yunjiji is just over 1.6 meters tall, while the man is nearly 1.9 meters. When the children were lifted up, they realized they could see very far, something they had never experienced before. Their excitement now overshadowed their earlier fear. Being held by Qin Shiyu, the little one looked at him curiously for a while, then was distracted by the surrounding scenery. Yunjiji was also a bit surprised. She remembered that Yuan Yuan was almost crying earlier, but now she was very excited. This is probably the special bond between a father and daughter. Once they cross that bond, they can become very close quickly. "Mom, the baby can touch the tree now," Yuan Yuan shouted happily after touching a branch. "So, high up." "Mom, I also saw a bird's nest." "Mom, there are baby birds in the nest."
Mom.
The little girl was so excited, she kept telling Yunjiji everything she saw. She happily shared her joy, and Yunjiji responded gently. Tuan Tuan was not as lively as his sister. When Qin Shiyu held him, he felt a little uncomfortable, but he was secretly observing Qin Shiyu. Seeing his faint, gentle smile, Tuan Tuan thought he seemed quite happy too. The family walked to the residential compound. Yesterday, news spread that the new Captain Qin's wife had saved Xiao Man, who was unwell. Yunjiji was now well known in the compound. Now she was returning home with Qin Shiyu, and everyone knew her identity. Although some were surprised to see her, they didn't say many harsh words like yesterday. In any era, capable people are respected. Moreover, Yunjiji had just arrived at the compound and hadn't offended anyone. After learning she was married to Qin Shiyu, everyone's attitude became calmer. Some even greeted her along the way. She responded to each greeting politely. When they returned to the compound, Yuan Yuan and Tuan Tuan reluctantly got out of Qin Shiyu's arms. Yuan Yuan, excited, pulled Tuan Tuan's hand and said, "Brother." The little one was very excited, holding Tuan Tuan's hand and looking at him with bright eyes. Tuan Tuan led his sister back to the house. "Brother.
Does Dad like the baby?"
People in the village say it's not true, right? Although the little one is shy, she's still young and can't hide her feelings. When she returned inside, she couldn't help but share her happiness excitedly with her brother. When Qin Shiyu heard this, he froze in place. He turned to look at Yunjiji, opened his mouth, and asked, "Are the villagers' words mean?" Yunjiji gave him a knowing look. After Qin Shiyu married the original owner, her reputation in Yunhe village was completely ruined. In everyone's eyes, she was a bad woman who stole her sister's marriage. And since Qin Shiyu wasn't going home, people thought he was unhappy with Yunjiji. He had 2 children, so naturally, no kind words were spoken about them. Qin Shiyu opened his mouth, looked at her with apology, and said, "I haven't stopped going home, and I am still in touch with you all. It's just that." Yunjiji looked up at him. The words he was about to say got stuck in his throat for no reason. "It doesn't matter anymore," she said softly. Even if she were the original owner, after experiencing life and death, she wouldn't care about these things anymore. Qin Shiyu's explanation was meaningless to her now. The only thing she hoped for was that their divorce application would be approved soon. Sorry, Qin Shiyu knew he was responsible for this. Seeing that she didn't want to talk to him much, he sighed lightly. "Go back inside and rest. I'll buy some groceries." "What do you want to eat?" Qin Shiyu asked. He wasn't sure about their tastes, and he didn't really know what foods suited their health either. "Buy a small piece of lean meat, some flour, salt, and greens," Yunjiji said straightforwardly. "Okay." Qin Shiyu looked at her deeply, then turned and left the small yard. Yunjiji watched his back as he left, then turned back into the house. Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan were very excited, still talking about how Qin Shiyu hugged them. The siblings talked animatedly, their faces changing expressions constantly, very happy. Yunjiji sat quietly nearby, watching them with a gentle gaze. It's so good. She is also a mother now. Mom Yuan saw Yunjiji and ran over quickly, holding onto her legs, tilting her head up and smiling happily at her. She gently rubbed her head. Are you happy today, baby? Yuan nodded firmly and cheerfully said, happy. Mom, Dad likes Yuan, right? Of course. Receiving a positive answer, the little one became even happier, smiling with eyes squinting into a crescent moon, feeling very satisfied. These two children actually have a good foundation. If they weren't so thin and fragile, they would definitely look like little fairy children. Very adorable. The original owner's face is exactly the same as hers, bright almond-shaped eyes, thin and curved eyebrows like willow leaves, a delicate and elegant nose, and a slightly upturned tip. Once she raises the original owner well, she will be a beautiful young lady, just like in her past life. Yuan looks like her, inheriting her bright almond eyes and delicate nose. Tuan, however, looks very much like Qin Shiyu, inheriting his deep, wolf-like eyes. How about Tuan? Is he happy? Tuan also inherited Qin Shiyu's calm personality, appearing very quiet and steady. Yes, I am happy, he nodded. Is Mom happy? Tuan looked at Yunjiji. Yunjiji was slightly surprised but then smiled. Of course I am happy. Seeing the baby happy makes Mom happy too. Tuan frowned a little, seeming a bit confused. Why does he being happy make Mom happy? A tiny head with a big question mark? Seeing this, Yunjiji chuckled softly. That little brat, Lao Xiao, is really adorable. Brother, is it okay to play with sister? Mom will go wash the clothes we changed yesterday, Yunjiji said. Today's weather is nice, and the sun is shining brightly. Okay, Tuan obediently responded. Yunjiji couldn't help but reach out, hold the little one tightly, and give him a kiss. Then she went to get the clothes the two children had changed out of yesterday and brought them out. But just as she reached the door, she saw Qin Shiyu come back. He was carrying a bag of flour, looking to weigh about 10 pounds, and holding some vegetables in his other hand. He bought quite a lot. As soon as he entered the yard and saw Yunjiji holding a wooden basin, he quickly put the items down in the kitchen, then came over to her, took the basin from her hand, and said, "Let me do it." "No need." Yunjiji moved the basin slightly aside. However, Qin Shiyu didn't listen to her and directly took the basin away, saying, "The doctor said you need to rest well. I will still wash a few clothes." Seeing his persistence, Yunjiji didn't want to argue anymore. The basin contained clothes for Tuan and Yuan. As for herself, she didn't even have time to wash up yesterday before she fainted and was taken to the hospital. Since the birth of their two children, he hasn't done much. Now he is just washing clothes for the kids, which is not a big deal. If he wants to do it, let him. Yunjiji, with nothing else to do, turned and went straight to the main hall. As soon as she entered, she saw 5 opened aluminum lunch boxes on the dining table, with food still looking the same as yesterday. So, Qin Shiyu didn't eat dinner last night? After she fainted and was taken to the hospital, did the man stay with her all night? Yunjiji looked outside and saw the man pouring a bucket of water into a wooden basin, then picking up a small piece of clothing to wash, looking serious and focused, as if he was doing something very important. She looked away, feeling a bit surprised. She is still considered this man's wife in name. Even if he doesn't like her, he still has to consider his reputation. Moreover, Tuan and Yuan can't be without her. The two children are his flesh and blood, and he must take care of them. Thinking this way, she felt more at ease. She turned around, planning to check the backyard. There was no firewood left in the small yard, and the firewood for cooking at noon was running out. She needed to go get some. But just as she reached the door, she heard a ripping sound. Yunjiji looked up toward the source of the sound and saw Tuan's clothes being torn apart by the man. The clothes, split in half, were being held by his large hands, with old, shriveled cotton inside falling apart piece by piece. The man stood there awkwardly, looking at Yun Jiji with an innocent and unrepentant expression. He opened his mouth. I didn't use much force. He really didn't use much strength. The clothes were just too old. The man lowered his eyes, looking at the two torn pieces of cloth in his hands, feeling a wave of sadness rise in his heart. He wondered what kind of life his wife and children had been living. The patched clothes on the two kids were fewer, but Yun Jiji's clothes were almost completely worn out. These clothes are no good anymore. I have a few days off. In the afternoon, I'll borrow a vehicle from the army and take you three to buy new clothes. He should have done this long ago. Fine with me. Yun Jiji didn't expect him to suggest it himself, but the clothes for the two children really couldn't be worn anymore. The weather had already turned cooler, just after the beginning of winter, and it would get colder in the coming days. These clothes couldn't keep out the cold. Even if Qin Shiyu didn't mention it, she would find a way to secretly bring some suitable fabric from her space for this era. She couldn't sew clothes herself, but she could spend money to find someone skilled to make a few sets of clothes for the children. Qin Shiyu didn't wash those 2 sets of clothes again. Instead, she packed them up, planning to find a chance to throw them away. Are you outside? Qin Shiyu thought she had just come out and seemed to have something on her mind. The kitchen has no firewood left. I want to go to the back mountain to gather some. They haven't officially divorced yet, so they still need to eat together. I'll go. At this moment, Qin Shiyu was free and, especially after ruining her clothes earlier, she felt a bit embarrassed. She just wanted to find a chance to go out and clear her mind. We're going to, Yun Jiji said. You should rest properly, he said, looking at her with disapproval. Seeing that Dad and Mom were in the backyard, Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan also ran over. When they heard Qin Shiyu was going to gather firewood on the mountain, their eyes sparkled with excitement. Dad, Yuan Yuan wants to go. Yuan Yuan was cheerful and brave. After knowing that Dad didn't dislike them, she became much bolder. She liked her tall dad because he could protect Mom. Qin Shiyu wanted to refuse again, but the words got stuck in his throat, unable to come out. Especially when the two children looked at him expectantly, he couldn't bring himself to say no. Then just walk around the mountain edge, okay? The 3 of them nodded in unison. Qin Shiyu didn't stop them further. Since there was no axe or pruning shears at home, he went to borrow some from a familiar comrade. After locking the door, he led the 3 of them out. The family courtyard was not far from the foot of the mountain, about 10 minutes on foot. In the southern winter, the mountains remained lush and green. The leaves of maples, apricots, and other trees had turned yellow, but most of the leaves were still vibrant green. The best firewood was pine and cedar because they contained resin and oil, and dry pine needles were easy to ignite. So, everyone's first choice for gathering firewood was pine and cedar, and there were quite a few in Haishur. Now, at the end of autumn, some wild mushrooms could still be found on the mountain. Although not as many as in Xiyun or Black Province, there were still plenty of brown mushrooms. However, Yun Jiji and the others didn't find many after searching for a while. In this era, if there were any wild vegetables, they would probably have been harvested long ago. But as soon as they entered the outskirts of the mountain, she sensed the fluctuations of the wood spirit. Although not many, the presence here was more noticeable than near the family courtyard. However, Yun Jiji was not sure whether the wood spirit's fluctuations would be stronger deeper inside the mountain. The vegetables she picked were few, but the little kids, Yuan Yuan and Tuan Tuan, brought back a small handful of brown mushrooms. She also gathered a few herbs. Not many, but not completely empty-handed either. Great job, Tuan Tuan and little sister. You picked so many mushrooms so quickly. Seeing the 2 kids panting and searching for mushrooms, Yun Jiji praised them generously. The children in the countryside are quite capable. These 2 are the same. They started helping with chores early on. In Yunha village, the mother and her children also work to earn points. The team leader gave them the simplest task, collecting pig grass. Since they were young, the children carried tools on their backs, and as they grew, they learned to run and jump, helping her with farm work. Mom, what are you doing? Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan looked at Yun Jiji with curiosity. She was standing there, using a stick she found nearby to dig in the dirt. The two kids, who were also picking mushrooms, came over curiously. Mom is digging this. This is a yam. Its roots are very tasty, Yunjiji explained with a smile. This was a wild yam. If she hadn't recognized its vine, she might not have noticed it. She looked at the wild yam, which seemed quite old. There was probably a long yam root underneath. Mom. Yuan wants to dig too. Tuan wants to help too. The two kids imitated Yunjiji, picking up bamboo sticks and digging in the ground. When Qin Shiyu carried firewood back, he saw the mother and children sitting in a circle, squatting and digging in the dirt. They all looked up when they heard his voice, and their expressions were identical, which made Qin Shiyu pause slightly, feeling a strange emotion. Dad, a yam. Tuan pointed excitedly at a small hole in front of him. Qin Shiyu was slightly taken aback, took a few steps forward, and saw the small pit between them. He couldn't help but twitch his lips. Wild yams grow deep in the soil, sometimes over a meter long. With just the three of them holding sticks and digging, how long would it take to find it? Stop digging. I'll carry the firewood back first, then borrow a to dig it out. Wait for me here. After speaking, Qin Shiyu quickly carried the firewood and headed home. What should have taken 20 minutes, he returned in half that time. When he saw the mother and children still working hard, he couldn't help but laugh and feel a bit helpless. Let me do it. With the help of the man's strength, they soon dug out the wild yam buried deep underground. Although it was broken into a few pieces, the yam was nearly 1 meter long. Being forgotten by everyone, Yunjiji thought it was just good luck for them. With Qin Shiyu present, she didn't need to do any work. He put the yam into a bamboo basket, carried it on his back, and led the three of them home. Even halfway back, he held the two little ones in his arms, one in each hand, walking toward the courtyard. After a busy morning, they arrived home around lunchtime, and many families in the courtyard had already started cooking. When they reached the small yard, they saw Lu Taozuan holding a fish, standing outside, ready to knock on the door. Spring Peach sister, Yunjiji spoke first. Lu Taozuan paused, turned around, and saw their family of four coming out. She was surprised at first, then smiled and said, "Did you go out?" "Yeah. There was no firewood at home, so we went to the mountain to pick some, and also looked for wild vegetables," Yunjiji said honestly. Hearing this, Lu Taozuan nodded understandingly and stepped forward, saying, "I brought you a fish." Spring Peach sister, you're too kind. Yunjiji also saw the fish, which looked very fat and about 2 or 3 jin in weight. This doesn't cost anything. Old Wong caught it this morning while training at the seaside. There are 6 or 7 in total. I'll bring you one to try, Lu Taozuan said. Yunjiji was a bit surprised. Spring Peach sister, is there a sea here? Lu Taozuan smiled and nodded. Yes, right behind our courtyard on the mountain. It takes about an hour to walk there. Learning that it takes an hour to go there, Yunjiji thought it wouldn't be possible with 2 children. Maybe she could find a chance to go alone later. Spring Peach sister, we can't accept this fish. Please take it back, Yunjiji said. They had already eaten breakfast that Lu Taozuan brought earlier, so they couldn't take her fish now. Even if the fish was caught along the way, carrying it back would require effort. This was picked up, not bought. Many people in the courtyard have some. I'm not giving it only to you, Lu Taozuan said, directly placing the fish into her hand. Fish soup is good for health. You and the 2 children should take good care of yourselves. After speaking, Lu Chuntao didn't wait for Yunjiji to react. She ran back to her courtyard a few steps, closed the door, and went inside her house. Yunjiji looked at the fish in her hand with some helplessness. Just hold it for now. Later, we can send some other things to Wang Cheng, Qin Shiyu said when he saw her look a bit frustrated. Yunjiji thought that was the only option for now. How do I handle these yams? I'll do it. After entering the yard and putting down the 2 children, Qin Shiyu asked immediately. Wash them first. Okay. Qin Shiyu didn't say more. He carried the yams to the backyard to prepare them. Yunjiji watched his back, then washed her hands with the children. She let Tuan take her sister to play, and she went into the kitchen. Lu Chuntao brought a perch fish, its sides shining with silver white, looking very fresh. She placed the fish in a basin, ready to wash it at the water well. Just as she was about to put the vegetables in, a big hand reached over. "Let me do it." Yunjiji was surprised. The man seemed a bit unpredictable. Seeing him take the vegetables out to wash, she didn't stop him. Thinking about what to eat for lunch, last night and this morning, they only had rice porridge. Although the porridge was soft and suitable for their current stomachs, eating too much could affect digestion, increase stomach acid, and pose risks for blood sugar and insulin resistance. Soft foods are not limited to porridge. Qin Shiyu bought plain flour today, so for lunch, she planned to steam some buns to go with the fish soup. It would be a rare delicacy. Thinking this, Yunjiji didn't waste time. She took a bowl, poured in 2 bowls of flour, and quickly took some yeast from her space to mix into the flour. To make the buns tastier, she added some sugar. Just as she finished kneading the dough, Qin Shiyu brought in the prepared fish and washed vegetables. Seeing Yunjiji kneading the dough and recalling her small frame, he washed his hands again and said, "Let me knead the dough. I have more strength." "Okay, you need more. I'll make the buns." The man was willing to help and she didn't refuse. After all, she wasn't going to eat all the food herself.
Good.
The fish soup needed to simmer for a while. While Qin Shiyu kneaded the dough, she started a fire. Today, she found some wild yams, so she planned to make yam and fish soup in the pot. After marinating the fish with juice and cooking wine, she went to the backyard to get a cleaned yam. Qin Shiyu was still kneading the dough. She looked at him unexpectedly, surprised at how quickly he worked. He had gone to the backyard only a short while ago and already cleaned all the dirt off the yams. She returned to the kitchen, peeled the yams, cut them into small pieces, and soaked them in water to prevent oxidation and discoloration. After preparing the scallions and other ingredients, she heated oil in a pot, added the slices and scallions to stir-fry until fragrant, then slowly cooked the fish until both sides were golden. She added water and brought it to a boil, then simmered on low heat for about 20 minutes. She added the cut yams and continued cooking for another 15 to 20 minutes. Just before serving, she seasoned with salt. If she had pepper, the flavor would be better, but since pepper is easy to detect, she didn't add any to avoid raising Qin Shiyu's suspicion. However, she secretly added some spiritual spring water. While the fish soup was simmering, she initially planned to help make steamed buns but saw that Qin Shiyu had already kneaded the dough into long strips and cut them into evenly sized pieces. Add some water to the pot and boil it. "We don't have a steamer at home, so I'll borrow one from next door," Qin Shiyu said. "Okay." Qin Shiyu went directly to Lu Chuantao's house to borrow one. When the fish soup was ready, she stir-fried some greens and reheated the leftovers from last night's meal that Qin Shiyu hadn't had time to eat. Since the weather was cold, food that sat overnight wouldn't spoil. Once all the dishes were ready and the buns steamed, Yunjiji looked up and saw 2 small heads peeking into the kitchen door, blinking big, dark eyes, watching her eagerly. She even saw the 2 little ones salivating. "Are you hungry?"
she asked.
"Mommy, the baby is hungry." Yuan replied honestly. "Come wash your hands with your brother. It's time to eat." As soon as she finished speaking, the 2 little ones ran into the kitchen, fetched water from the water jar with a small ladle, and carefully washed their hands. Yunjiji had already served some buns in bowls. When Qin Shiyu came in, she handed him one and said, "Take this bun to Sister Chun Tao next door." "Okay. I'll go deliver it. You all eat first." Qin Shiyu left again, but luckily Lu Chuantao's house was right next door, so it didn't take long. However, Qin Shiyu carried a bowl of buns over, and on his way back, he also brought a bowl of scallion pancakes. He stood there helplessly. He looked a bit like a child who had done something wrong, afraid that Yunjiji would blame him as if he had taken Lu Chuantao's things.
"Come and eat," she sighed.
After eating so much of Lu Chuantao's food and attracting more spiritual wood, she planned to treat Xiao again to help him recover faster. Tuan and Yuan looked at Yunjiji eagerly, but their eyes kept drifting toward the plump, white steamed bun. Yunjiji chuckled softly, giving them each a bun and saying, "Eat slowly, be careful it's hot." Thank you, Mom, the little one cheerfully replied. Good boy. Yunjiji was about to pour fish soup into bowls for them when she saw the man across the table had already served the fish soup into 2 bowls and placed them in front of the children. When she looked up, another bowl of fish soup was also set in front of her. Yunjiji paused, looked at Qin Shiyu, then silently lowered her head and started eating. Wow, so good, Yuan, like a tiny hamster, ate with puffed cheeks, her big eyes squinting into crescent shapes. Qin Shiyu looked at the little girl with gentle eyes and fed her a piece of fish meat that had already been deboned. Yuan, eat the fish meat. Yuan looked up, opened her mouth, and eagerly ate the fish. Qin Shiyu also treated Tuan equally, feeding him some fish meat too. Yunjiji stayed silent throughout, focusing on herself since the man in front was taking care of the children. At the same time, Yunjiji remembered her earlier conversation at the hospital with Hu Jianjun. He said he didn't want a divorce. Seeing the happy expressions on the children's faces, Yunjiji hesitated to speak, deciding to wait until after lunch when the children took their naps to have a serious talk with Qin Shiyu about their divorce. This was the first time Qin Shiyu had tasted Yunjiji's cooking. Even if he had wanted to before, he hadn't had the chance. He didn't expect Yunjiji's cooking skills to be so good. The yam and perch fish soup was delicious, with tender yam and flavorful fish. As the soup and yam spread in his mouth, the warm liquid slid down his throat, bringing a gentle warmth that spread through every part of his body. In this cold winter, drinking a bowl of fresh fish soup instantly chased away the chill. Although he kneaded the buns himself, the dough was made by her. The buns were soft, sweet, and fragrant, much better than those bought outside. The taste was truly wonderful. This steamed bun was different from the ones I usually eat. I've had steamed buns made entirely from refined flour before, but this one was softer than those made by Yunjiji. She clearly added a bit of sugar, giving it a slight sweet aroma. Even the vegetables tasted especially fresh and crisp. When Yunjiji looked up, she saw Qin Shiyu staring at her. This made her pause for a moment, slightly frowning in confusion. She asked gently, "What are you looking at me for?" "Nothing." Qin Shiyu quickly looked away, feeling a bit embarrassed. Yunjiji glanced at him strangely, then took a bun, split it in half, and handed it to Tuanchuan and Yuan. She softly said, "Baby, eat this half and finish the fish soup. Then you won't eat anymore, okay? When you wake up, Mommy will heat up some more buns for you." Yunjiji was a little worried that the children might get too excited about the delicious food and eat too much. So she tried to coax them to eat less at a time and more often. Luckily, the 2 kids listened well. "Okay," they replied obediently. Yuan's eyes twinkled as she picked at her food with chopsticks. She wasn't very steady with the chopsticks and kept dropping the food. When she finally managed to pick some up, she wobbled as she tried to put it into Qin Shiyu's bowl. Just as she was about to do so, clatter, the food fell directly onto the table. Yuan blinked at the food on the table, then looked eagerly at Qin Shiyu. Her little face was full of grievance, her mouth pouted, and her big eyes were wide open, tears welling up and threatening to fall. Seeing this, Qin Shiyu's heart almost melted. Without thinking, he quickly used his chopsticks to pick up the fallen food and put it into his mouth. Then he looked at Yuan gently, trying to sound soft and caring. Yuan, the food you gave me is really delicious." "Thank you, Yuan." Hearing this, Yuan, who was about to cry, froze for a moment. Her previously dull eyes now sparkled brightly, and her small, sad eyebrows relaxed. She looked happily at Qin Shiyu. Qin Shiyu secretly let out a sigh of relief. Seeing Yuan almost crying just now had made his heart ache. He realized for the first time how strong the bond between parent and child could be. Yuan didn't give up after her first attempt failed. She walked over to Qin Shiyu, picked a piece of green vegetable with her chopsticks, and gently offered it to his mouth. He was surprised at first, then smiled and opened his mouth to accept it. "Thank you, baby. It's really delicious." Yunjiji didn't think much about the interactions between the father and daughters, nor did she try to stop their closeness. She felt very lucky. Otherwise, in her past life, she might never have had her own children. These two kids seemed like treasures given to her by heaven. She hoped they could grow up surrounded by love, so she wouldn't prevent their family from caring for them. She could see that Qin Shiyu truly cared for the children, at least based on some of his actions now. During this meal, everyone was very harmonious. Qin Shiyu had a big appetite. He ate a steamed bun, finished the leftover rice from last night, and took all the remaining dishes. He even drank a large bowl of fish soup. After eating, he eagerly went to wash the dishes. Yunjiji took the two children outside to walk and digest, while Qin Shiyu cleaned up the table and kitchen. "I'll borrow a car from the army. You guys tidy up, and I'll take you to the city," Qin Shiyu said before leaving. "Mom?" Yuan looked up at Yunjiji, blinking curiously. "Dad is taking you to buy clothes." The two kids looked a little more excited. Clothes? New clothes? They couldn't remember if they had ever worn new clothes before. Seeing their expressions, Yunjiji sighed softly, feeling both pained and a little sad. The children didn't need much more tidying up. Yunjiji poured hot water to wash their faces. Their clothes were old but clean and neat. She had even less to do herself. She let the kids play outside while she quickly took a shower in the space. When she finished dressing, she saw a jeep parked at the door.
Tuan was a boy now.
When he saw the car, his eyes sparkled, but he didn't dare to go closer. Qin Shiyu also noticed his son's excitement and approached him, asking, Tuan, do you want to get closer and look?" Tuan looked up at Qin Shiyu with obvious longing. Qin Shiyu understood and gently picked him up, then waved to Yuan. The little girl happily ran over to Qin Shiyu and hugged his neck. Yunjiji found it quite amazing. Although they hadn't spent much time together, the two children clearly wanted to be close to Qin Shiyu. This was only the first day, and their relationship was already so close. She felt a strange mix of worry. After she and Qin Shiyu divorced, would the children be sad? However, this marriage still needs to end. At that time, she can ask Hu Jianjun if she can apply for a residence in the family housing area after entering the military hospital. This way, if Tuan and Yuan want to see Qin Shiyu later, they can meet anytime. Thinking this way, she felt no psychological pressure anymore. Both children were sitting in a military jeep for the first time and looked very excited. But they were only a little over 2 years old. Qin Shiyu drove steadily, but the children were gently bouncing in the car. Soon, they got sleepy from the gentle rocking. Qin Shiyu kept an eye on what was happening behind him while driving. Seeing the children quiet down, he looked back and softly asked, "Are you asleep?" "Yes, I am," she replied. "We'll be in the city in an hour. If you're tired, you can rest a bit," Qin Shiyu said. Yunjiji only glanced and said, "Got it." She looked down at the two children sleeping peacefully, then looked up at Qin Shiyu and said, "Let's talk later." Qin Shiyu frowned slightly. Although he was driving at a steady speed, it was not as smooth as before. He took a deep breath and said, "Understood." The next part of the journey was very quiet inside the car. Yunjiji sat in the middle, with the two children resting on her arms, one on each side. Perhaps because they had eaten enough and the car was swaying gently, she started to feel sleepy. Unconsciously, she fell asleep, but she didn't sleep deeply. She kept thinking about the children, so she kept waking up and dozing off. The car entered the city and went straight to a department store. Qin Shiyu found a place to park the car, then got out and was about to wake Yunjiji and the children. But as soon as he opened the door, he saw Yunjiji's eyes. She had just woken up, still looking a bit dazed. "We've arrived," Qin Shiyu said. Yunjiji looked around and saw they had already entered the city, so she responded softly. She gently woke the children. It would take about an hour to drive into the city. The children had just eaten and were probably excited about shopping at the department store. They only mumbled a little and then opened their eyes. Mom, after waking up, Yuan rubbed her little head against her chest and hugged Yunjiji's neck, acting cute. Yunjiji gently stroked her little head, not noticing Qin Shiyu feeling uncomfortable and turning his head away. "Baby, we're here. We're going to the department store now." Yunjiji smiled and said. Yuan's eyes lit up brightly when she heard this. "Daddy," she said, coming out of Yun Jiji's arms. Yuan Yuan reached out to hug Qin Shiyu's neck, and he naturally picked her up into his arms. Let's go. Qin Shiyu also wanted to hold Tuan Tuan, but the little girl was holding Yun Jiji's hand and didn't seem to want to be held. Tuan Tuan, if you can't walk anymore, tell Daddy, Qin Shiyu said. Mommy. Tuan Tuan looked at Yun Jiji. Seeing Tuan Tuan's gaze, Yun Jiji paused slightly and asked, What's wrong? I need to, Tuan Tuan said shyly. I need to go too. I need to go too, Yuan Yuan immediately shouted. Yun Jiji looked around. There is a public restroom ahead. Let's go there. After locking the car, Qin Shiyu led them to the public restroom. Now, public restrooms charge a small fee, 1 cent per person. Qin Shiyu paid and took Tuan Tuan to the men's restroom, while Yun Jiji took Yuan Yuan to the women's restroom. When they came out, Yun Jiji saw Qin Shiyu standing a short distance away with Tuan Tuan, and in front of Qin Shiyu was a beautiful woman, shyly looking up and talking to him. Yun Jiji's expression was calm. This man was handsome and tall, quite rare for this era. Moreover, he had a straight posture and an outstanding aura. Probably because he had been in the army for many years, he looked very different from ordinary villagers. The woman was saying something, and Qin Shiyu's brows were tightly furrowed, but she didn't see any impatience on his face. Yun Jiji stood there without stepping forward. She felt nothing about him standing with another woman. Instead, Yuan Yuan suddenly broke free from her hand. Before Yun Jiji could react, Yuan Yuan ran toward Qin Shiyu. Daddy, the little girl cheerfully called out, like a small cannonball, rushing to Qin Shiyu and grabbing his leg. Qin Shiyu looked down and saw the bright, big eyes of the little girl looking at him. His expression softened a lot. He reached out and picked her up into his arms, asking Mommy? He looked in the direction she had run from. Yun Jiji didn't want to go forward but had to step ahead. The woman standing in front of Qin Shiyu also recovered from her surprise and looked at him, her voice tinged with a strange emotion. Captain Qin, when did you get married? The woman seemed unable to accept this news, staring at Qin Shiyu in shock, her expression very unpleasant. Just now, when she saw Qin Shiyu holding a child, she thought the child was Qin Shiyu taking care of a comrade. After all, this was a public restroom, and if his comrade was inside, it was normal for Qin Shiyu to watch the child for them. It wasn't until a thin, emaciated little girl rushed in, hugged Qin Shiyu, and called him Dad that she realized what was happening. But she had never heard that Qin Shiyu was married. At this moment, Yun Jiji also came over to them. Jiji, this is Deputy Captain Li's wife, Xiao Zhenju, Qin Shiyu introduced. Jiji raised an eyebrow. Deputy Captain Li's wife. Looking at Qin Shiyu's eyes, it was as if he was looking at his own partner. This was interesting. She had been standing nearby for a while, watching Xiao Zhenju's gaze on Qin Shiyu, full of admiration, and she saw it clearly. Xiao Zhenju was now observing Yun Jiji. When she saw Yun Jiji's patched-up clothes, her thin, bony frame, and how old and unattractive she looked, standing next to Qin Shiyu, she didn't seem a good match at all. Her slight dissatisfaction quickly faded. Seeing how Yun Jiji and the 2 children looked, it was clear Qin Shiyu didn't like this wife. Otherwise, how could she have let herself become like this? Hello, Yun Jiji politely greeted. Xiao Zhenju only glanced at Yun Jiji and then said to Qin Shiyu, Captain Qin, why are you in the city? Did you drive here? Can I ride in your car back to the unit later? Xiao Zhenju had come back from visiting relatives, planning to stroll around the city and buy some things before returning to her family housing. She didn't expect to meet Qin Shiyu in the restroom and immediately wanted to ride with him. Dad, Yuan Yuan is hungry. Yuan Yuan, hugging Qin Shiyu's neck, pouted and acted cute, whether intentionally or not. She didn't like the aunt in front of her. She ignored her mother's greetings. That was impolite. Comrade Xiao, we won't be returning to the family housing that early, but there's a shuttle bus at 3 o'clock. You can still catch it now. Qin Shiyu refused. Tuan Tuan, hold Mom's hand. We're going to buy clothes, Qin Shiyu said. Mom, let's go. Tuan Tuan immediately took Yun Jiji's hand. Qin Shiyu led them away directly. Yun Jiji didn't bother to greet Zhao Zhenju again. Her upbringing prevented her from being rude, but since the other person lacked manners, she chose to ignore her. Zhao Zhenju didn't expect them to leave like that and felt very unhappy. The little girl's eyes twirled as she quickly caught up. Captain Qin, I also want to buy some things. Are you going to the department store?
Can I join you?
Yun Jiji was too lazy to bother with her, but she noticed that Qin Shiyu's face looked unhappy, especially when he heard she wanted to follow. His eyebrows furrowed tightly. Yun Jiji was visiting a department store from this era for the first time. There weren't many people inside. The shelves on both sides displayed goods, and the clerks behind the counters were talking to nearby customers. They weren't very enthusiastic about new shoppers. Having a job was considered very respectable now. They earned government wages, and these people had pride. Qin Shiyu took the mother and son directly to the ready-made clothing counter. Comrade, please show us those 2 sets of children's clothes, Qin Shiyu said. The clerk saw that Qin Shiyu was dressed decently, so she didn't argue. She took down the hanging clothes. At this moment, Zhao Zhenju came over again and said, clothes like these are so expensive. If it were me, I'd buy some fabric and make them myself. Then she looked at Yun Jiji and asked sister-in-law, you probably don't know how to make clothes, right? She looked surprised, with an expression of disbelief as she stared at Yun Jiji. Her contempt was even more obvious than before. Yun Jiji was too tired to bother with her. This woman was married, but still stared at Qin Shiyu. She couldn't tell if it was good luck or bad luck for Qin Shiyu. My husband cares about me and won't let me do things myself.
Could it be that?
Your husband doesn't care about you at all? That's really sad. Yun Jiji was never a patient person. Zhao Zhenju's tone was full of arrogance, acting as if she was so capable in front of her. Qin Shiyu was happy to buy ready-made clothes, and it didn't cost Zhao Zhenju any money. What did her words mean? Yun Jiji understood clearly. She was just trying to show off her skill and frugality, pretending to be a good wife who manages the household well. She wanted to show she was capable by putting her down. Yun Jiji didn't tolerate such behavior at all. Hearing this, Qin Shiyu turned his head slightly to look at Yun Jiji and saw her looking at Zhao Zhenju with a mocking expression. Baby, look at this. Do you like it? Yun Jiji clearly didn't want to pay attention to Zhao Zhenju. She had already picked up the clothes and was showing them to Yuan Yuan and Tuan Tuan one by one. They were 2 cotton coats, one military green with a wide collar, neatly fastened with dark buttons and large pockets on each side. The fabric felt soft. The girl's outfit was a common floral cotton jacket with a delicate background sprinkled with tiny flowers. It had a round collar decorated with a white cotton lace trim, which looked very nice. The 2 sets of cotton clothes were paired with black cotton pants. The shop assistant brought out 2 slightly larger sizes. After looking them over, Yun Jiji was quite satisfied. Comrade, how much are these cotton clothes? Yun Jiji asked, feeling pleased with the outfits, since clothes from this era all looked similar. 8 yuan and a set of fabric tickets. Do you want them? Besides this set, I want another red one for my daughter, and for the boy, a blue one. Also, 2 pairs of shoes for the kids, and that sweater and undershirt, 2 sets each, according to my children's sizes, Qin Shiyu said to the clerk. Comrade, do you have enough fabric tickets? The clerk asked worriedly. I do. Qin Shiyu replied confidently. Hearing this, the clerk quickly responded with a nod. Soon, the cotton jackets, sweaters, undershirts, and shoes were brought out from the storeroom, all according to Qin Shiyu's requests. The clerk's face was beaming with happiness, as if she were a flower in full bloom. Comrade, all of this costs 115 yuan and 35 fabric tickets. Qin Shiyu wasn't in a hurry. Instead, he looked at the women's clothing nearby. Get 2 sets for my wife too, including clothes, sweaters, and shoes. Zhao Zhenju, who had earlier been silenced by Yun Jiji, didn't dare to speak again. Now, hearing Qin Shiyu say he wanted to buy clothes for Yun Jiji, her face looked very displeased. Captain Qin, the money for a complete outfit could buy a lot of fabric. It's good to care for your wife, but you shouldn't spend money like this on daily needs, Zhao Zhenju warned. Qin Shiyu frowned and looked at Zhao Zhenju with confusion, asking, "Comrade Zhao, when I spend money on my wife, I don't need your permission, do I?" Yun Jiji raised an eyebrow at Qin Shiyu. Seeing his expression, she understood that Qin Shiyu was genuinely asking out of curiosity, with no other meaning. However, many people's eyes turned to Zhao Zhenju, filled with curiosity and judgment. Who is this woman? Is it bothering her that a man wants to spend money on his wife? Could it be that her own man is too stingy to spend money on her, which makes her jealous? Yun Jiji initially wanted to refuse, but seeing Zhao Zhenju's displeased look, she hesitated and swallowed her words. She decided to pay her share later and return the money to Qin Shiyu. Anyway, she can enjoy herself first. "Comrade, do you like these two outfits?" The clerk quickly brought over 2 sets of cotton clothes. She originally wanted to praise them, but seeing Yun Jiji's thin and frail appearance, she hesitated and held back her compliments. She really couldn't find anything good to say. "Thank you. These two are very nice," Yun Jiji said politely. The clerk was a bit surprised by Yun Jiji's politeness. She looked at her and the 2 children, guessing that they had been living in the countryside and had learned from Zhao Zhenju that the other was a soldier. They probably just arrived with the army. Certainly, her in-laws had been harsh on her, and her husband, busy with military duties, often had to go on missions, leaving little time for home. But from what she saw now, this man was caring and loving toward his wife. It was just that earlier, he was too busy to care for the family, which is why his wife and children had been worn down. "I'll wrap everything up for you right away." Zhao Zhenju was furious. Qin Shiyu was being way too generous. In the end, he paid a total of 180 yuan for 57 yards of fabric. After the clerk packed all the clothes, it was a big bundle, still quite impressive. "Mom, these are the baby's new clothes." Yuan looked at the large bundle of clothes and said happily in a sweet voice. Yun Jiji smiled gently. "Yes, Daddy bought them." Yuan turned to look at Qin Shiyu, smiling sweetly. "Thank you, Daddy, you're welcome. In the future, Daddy will buy more new clothes for Yuan and her brother, okay?" Qin Shiyu asked with a smile. And Mom Yuan tugged at Yun Jiji's hand, swaying happily. Seeing this, Qin Shiyu smiled and said, "Yes, and Mom too." Yun Jiji looked up at Qin Shiyu, feeling a bit surprised. Honestly, after spending the day together, this man was actually quite good. If they hadn't married for those reasons, and if the original owner hadn't starved to death because of his neglect, he would have been a very suitable person to spend a lifetime with. But now his behavior was because he felt guilty toward the original owner, which made him treat them so kindly. In Yun Jiji's view, his actions were just to make himself feel a little better inside. "Dad, why is this Annie following us?" Yuan suddenly pointed at Zhao Zhenju and asked. Qin Shiyu looked over and frowned. "Comrade Zhao, do you have something to say?" "Captain Qin, I just want to go back to the family compound with you," Zhao Zhenju said with a bright smile. When Qin Shiyu didn't look at her, she glared fiercely at Yuan. "This foolish girl, why are you so talkative?" Just like Yun Jiji, she is really annoying. "Comrade Zhao, if you're afraid to walk alone, I can call Li Jiamin to come pick you up." Qin Shiyu also dislikes being followed. Earlier, outside the public restroom, when Zhao Zhenju suddenly ran up, Qin Shiyu didn't recognize her at first. After she said she was Li Jiamin's wife and named some people he knew from the residential area, Qin Shiyu remembered that he had seen her once before. But he didn't expect her to keep following them. Qin Shiyu has a bad temper, and today was the first time he took Yun Jiji and the 2 kids out shopping. Her following them was already causing trouble. Zhao Zhenju hurriedly waved her hand. No need. Since you're not done shopping, I'll go back by myself." After saying that, Zhao Zhenju glared at Yuan again. "Comrade Zhao, if you glare at my daughter again, I won't mind plucking out your eyes." This time, Yun Jiji saw clearly. She looked at Zhao Zhenju with a displeased face. Zhao Zhenju was also startled, stepping back quickly. The fierce aura that shot out from Yun Jiji made Zhao Zhenju feel very nervous. She couldn't understand why this ugly woman had such a strong presence. Zhao Zhenju looked down on Yun Jiji completely. She was so ugly. Why would she marry such an outstanding man like Qin Shiyu? Qin Shiyu was willing to spend so much money on them. If she married Qin Shiyu, Zhao Zhenju couldn't even imagine how happy she would be. She wouldn't be in the current situation. The more Zhao Zhenju thought, the angrier she became. But when she looked into Qin Shiyu's cold eyes, her heart trembled fiercely. She didn't dare stay any longer. After leaving a word, Zhao Zhenju turned and ran away. Before leaving the department store, she looked back and saw Qin Shiyu leading Yunjiji and the kids to the ice cream counter, ordering more snow ice and baby cream. This made Zhao Zhenju's jealousy turn red in her eyes. She clenched her teeth fiercely and walked away unwillingly. Qin Shiyu, you really don't have to do this. Anyway, we're about to. Yunjiji, seeing him order more cream for babies and snow ice, frowned and spoke. They were about to divorce, and she didn't want to owe him too much. Earlier, she only did it to anger Zhao Zhenju, and she truly had no clothes to wear, so she didn't stop Qin Shiyu. At this moment, Zhao Zhenju had already left, so there was no need for him to pretend to be a good husband anymore. Qin Shiyu frowned and shot her a displeased look. After the sales assistant packed up the items, he took the two children to buy some daily necessities and baby formula. Soon, the man was carrying large and small bags, while Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan held two candies. It was clear that the two little kids were very happy. They never expected they could eat candies one day. These candies belonged just to them. Big brother, Candy Yuan Yuan opened her big eyes in wonder, looking at the candy resting in her palm. It was her candy. Yes, it's for sister. The two children held hands and walked ahead, full of excitement. Their big eyes shone with joy as they curiously looked at the goods at the counter. After shopping at the department store, Qin Shiyu seemed to have finished buying everything. He led them out of the store. He put the items into the car. Glancing at the time, Qin Shiyu said, "Wait for me in the car. I'll be right back." Then he turned around and ran off. Mommy, Candy Yuan Yuan opened her small hand, looking at the candy in her palm with big, dark eyes. Eat it. In this era, a single piece of candy was extremely precious, and candy vouchers were hard to come by. No one wanted to spend nearly the same amount of money as for grain just to buy some candy that wouldn't fill them up. Neither of the children had ever eaten candy before, only the original owner. Probably, they rarely got to taste a piece of candy, especially with her biased parents who only had eyes for their daughter, Yunwanrong. Mommy, me too. Yuan Yuan carefully unwrapped her candy and handed the milk candy to Yunjiji. Yunjiji's heart softened, and she gently said, "Thank you, Yuan Yuan. Dad bought a lot of candies. You can eat it." It was good that the children had this kind of thought, but since neither of them had ever eaten candy, Yunjiji wouldn't fight with them over it. Yuan Yuan looked at the white milk candy in her hand, her eyes shining brightly. She held the candy to her nose and sniffed. A strong milky aroma filled her nostrils, making her even more happy as she squinted her eyes in delight. She brought the candy to her mouth and gently licked it with her pink tongue. The sweet taste of the candy spread instantly in her mouth, and her eyes seemed to sparkle like they were filled with stars. Then she looked at the candy in her hand with some hesitation and licked it again. The little face showed happiness, and then she carefully wrapped the milk candy with a sugar paper so she could have candy every day. Yunjiji watched her closely, feeling a bit sad as she observed her actions. She gently patted her on the head and softly said, "Baby, the candy will melt after you lick it." "Mom, I want to eat it tomorrow," Yuan Yuan said with a reluctant look. "Baby, you'll have many more candies to eat. Look, Dad bought a big bag today, so don't be afraid to eat. Once I pass the health check at the clinic, I will also have a salary. Then we can eat candy whenever we want." She wasn't sure if the children understood, but she wouldn't let them live such hard days again. If only the things in the space weren't unsuitable to be taken out openly, they wouldn't have to suffer like this. Really? Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan looked at Yunjiji with anticipation. They were very hungry. "Of course, Mom won't lie to you," she said softly, hugging both children. "Our days will get better and better." Mom, the two little ones hugged Yunjiji tightly, and the three of them shared a very close and warm moment. When Qin Shiyu returned, he saw this scene. He wasn't sure what his wife and children had talked about during his absence. But at this moment, he didn't want to ruin this peaceful and warm scene. He even thought how wonderful it would be if he could be part of this warmth. However, just thinking about Yunjiji still wanting a divorce made Qin Shiyu feel upset. He knew he should have a serious talk with her. After all, their marriage had caused Yunjiji and the children so much hardship because of his reasons. At noon, when he borrowed a car from the army, Hu Jianjun mentioned that he had sent someone to check on Yunhe village about the three of them over the years. He believed he would get news soon. Qin Shiyu stood there for a while before opening the car door and getting in. It wasn't early anymore. They needed to hurry back to the family compound. Dad Yuan happily called out when she saw Qin Shiyu get in the car. Yeah, Qin Shiyu replied softly, then handed a bag to Yunjiji, saying, I bought some snacks for you. It's about an hour to get back to the family compound. He remembered that during lunch, Yunjiji mentioned that the children should eat a little more. She looked at the man handing her a bag of egg cakes and a military water bottle. I packed some hot water so you can also have some. Cloud Weaver looked up at the man and said, Would you like to eat something too? Qin Shiyu was a bit surprised. When he heard her words, his expression softened, and he wore a gentle smile. He said, I just ate a while ago. You all sit comfortably.
We.
The man paused, a faint smile on his lips, and said, Let's go home. Cloud Weaver looked up at the man with some confusion, seeing him unexpectedly happy. She didn't understand what made him so cheerful, but her gaze quickly shifted to the two children who were happily eating soft, fragrant egg cakes, their faces full of joy and satisfaction. You all don't know how wasteful Captain Qin's wife is. She bought several sets of good clothes for herself, spending several months' allowance in just one day. How did Captain Qin end up marrying such a spendthrift woman? Zhao Zhenju returned to the residential area, filled with anger. She clearly saw Qin Shiyu driving a military vehicle into the city. Even if he gave her a ride, so what? But she was forced to squeeze onto a crowded bus with those dirty, disgusting rural folks. The bus was filled with all kinds of smells, making Zhao Zhenju feel more and more frustrated. She also disliked the ugly woman, Cloud Weaver. After just sitting at home for a short while, Zhao Zhenju went straight to the most crowded locust tree in the courtyard to sit. Zhao Zhenju, didn't you go home to visit your family? How do you know Captain Qin took his wife and kids shopping for clothes? Hearing Zhao Zhenju's words, someone immediately asked out of curiosity. They saw Qin Shiyu leaving with Cloud Weaver and her children in the afternoon, but since they weren't familiar with Cloud Weaver, no one knew where they went.
Of course I saw it.
I passed by the department store and saw them buying clothes. 180 yuan. Spending 180 yuan at once. That's what a spendthrift woman is. The more Zhao Zhenju thought about it, the more uncomfortable she felt. Why wasn't Qin Shiyu her man? Later, she even pulled Captain Qin to buy her snow cream. With her face, applying snow cream all over is just a waste. Zhao Zhenju, are you jealous? Captain Qin is happy to buy things for his wife and kids. What does that have to do with you? Lu Chuntao, passing by, heard Zhao Zhenju's words and immediately questioned. Although she didn't have much contact with Cloud Weaver, she didn't think she was a spendthrift woman. It was definitely because Qin Shiyu cared for his wife and children, and the clothes for their mother and children were what led him to take them shopping. Believe it or not, soon Captain Qin and his family will be back. Just watch for yourselves. They had many bags and packages which they also needed to carry home. Everyone was curious whether Qin Shiyu really bought so many things with his wife and children. While they were talking, they saw a military vehicle driving into the family compound. The driver was Qin Shiyu. Let's go see, someone excitedly said, and they headed toward Yunjiji's house. But after walking a while, Zhao Zhenju's brow furrowed tighter and tighter, almost like she was trying to squeeze out a fly. Where do they live? Zhao Zhenju asked. You don't know? Qin Shiyu and his family are your neighbors. Zhao Zhenju frowned. She had neighbors on both sides, so there shouldn't be any empty yards. How could Qin Shiyu's family be her neighbors? You don't know? Lu Tuan was injured and transferred out, so his old place is empty now. Qin Shiyu's family moved in there. Hearing this, Zhao Zhenju looked even more upset than before. When everyone saw Qin Shiyu and his family get out of the car, sure enough, Qin Shiyu was carrying big bags of things. "Captain Qin, you went shopping? What did you buy?" a kind lady asked, despite Zhao Zhenju's explanation. "We just moved in. We don't have anything at home, so we bought some essentials." Qin Shiyu didn't say much. After opening the yard gate, he carried the bags inside. Everyone understood they had just moved in, so their home was probably empty. It made sense to buy necessary things. Yunjiji also got out with the children. She glanced at the curious onlookers, nodded lightly, and led the children inside. Seeing this, Zhao Zhenju immediately spoke up. "Qin's wife, you bought so many clothes today. Why aren't you wearing any? Go find Dad." Yunjiji paused, then softly told the children. Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan obediently responded and ran into the yard. Yunjiji then straightened up, turned around, and looked at Zhao Zhenju. She glanced at everyone present, feeling she had a good idea of what was happening. She looked directly at Zhao Zhenju, crossed her arms, and with a half-smile said, "Zhao Zhenju, Deputy Commander Li probably doesn't want to spend money on you, which is why you're so jealous of my husband buying things for us. If that's true, you should go talk to the military leaders. Don't let yourself suffer." Zhao Zhenju was so angry she almost stomped her feet, but Yunjiji had already turned and entered the yard. "Wife, please help Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan change into clean clothes. Cold air is coming, and their clothes are too worn to keep them warm." Qin Shiyu's voice came from inside the yard. Everyone heard this and looked at Zhao Zhenju. "Zhao Zhenju, if Vice Commander Li is truly treating you badly, you must tell someone." "Exactly, if you're too shy to say, I can help you talk to the political officer to see if he can help your husband understand." Lu Chuntao was feeling very happy at this moment. She was worried that Yunjiji, being new here, wouldn't dare to argue with Zhao Zhenju, but she didn't expect Yunjiji to be so firm and not tolerate Zhao Zhenju at all. Zhao Zhenju, feeling jealous, scolded Yunjiji, mainly because Li Jianmin hadn't bought her new clothes. "None of your business." Zhao Zhenju snapped angrily. She wanted to see how long Qin Shiyu and Yunjiji could keep spending so much money and enjoy good days. Over time, Qin Shiyu would realize that a wife should be someone who is careful with money. Yunjiji was not suitable for simple life at all. He would regret it sooner or later. After Zhao Zhenju left, everyone dispersed. Many thought that in the future, they should avoid Zhao Zhenju when adding things to the house, because if she saw, they might all end up being spendthrift women. Tonight, just reheat the fish soup we didn't finish at noon and steam some buns to eat. What do you think? Qin Shiyu finished tidying up and asked Yunjiji. Okay. She had no objection. There were still many buns, and although the weather was cooler now, they wouldn't last long. "I'll go heat up the dishes. You play with the children." Qin Shiyu went to the kitchen on his own. Yunjiji looked at the table and noticed 2 bags of something on the side. She was slightly surprised. It was rapeseed. Does this man really not plan to divorce? "Baby, you two play here. It's cold outside. Mom will help heat the dishes," Yunjiji said. "Okay, Mom." After the children obediently responded, Yunjiji went to the kitchen to help. Qin Shiyu just lit the fire and saw Yunjiji come in. He also casually closed the kitchen door. Seeing this, Qin Shiyu's brow furrowed. "Have you filed for the divorce?" Yunjiji asked directly as she opened the door. Qin Shiyu knew she was going to ask this. He paused his work adding wood to the stove, then looked up at Yunjiji and said plainly, "I don't want a divorce." Cloud Ji frowned, not expecting him to be so straightforward and open about his feelings. Earlier, he thought Cloud Ji was playing hard to get, but from her attitude, Qin Shiyu could clearly see that she truly wanted a divorce. She wasn't joking. "But I don't want to stay with you anymore, Qin Shiyu. If you don't file for divorce, I can also go to Comrade Hu to do it. Let's part peacefully. Dragging this out is pointless." She paused and added, "I'll pay you back for the clothes I bought today." Her serious look made him more certain that she really wanted a divorce. She must have suffered a lot over the years. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so firm. Even if Qin Shiyu was less clear-headed, he would understand that divorce at this time would be much harder for a woman than for a man, and it wouldn't look good. She must have endured great injustice. I haven't been deliberately avoiding home these 3 years. I was on a secret mission. When I returned to the military district and came to the unit with you, it was just a coincidence. I didn't refuse to come home just because I married you. Qin Shiyu finally explained what needed to be said. Their misunderstanding was deep, and if they didn't clarify it, their marriage really couldn't continue. He admitted he didn't have strong feelings for Cloud Ji, but since he married her, she was his responsibility. She even risked her life to give him 2 children. For the sake of the kids, he wouldn't divorce her. He wanted to treat their family of 3 well in the future and make up for his past mistakes. Not returning home these 3 years is just one reason, but not the only one. That time was an accident, so I was forced to marry you. I know you're unhappy with this marriage. Your parents originally liked Yunwan Rong. Since both families weren't happy with this marriage, there's no need to force it. We should divorce. After that, you can marry whoever you want. As long as you fulfill your responsibilities to Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan, I will take care of them and raise them well, Cloud Ji said. No matter the reason, the original person was already gone. Qin Shiyu, being in the military, had many constraints.
She could understand that.
But who would understand the original person? He was urgently called back to the unit, but when he left, did he really not have time to say something like, "Take care of my wife"? If there is such a statement, Qin Shiyu's parents might think that he cared a little bit about his wife. But he didn't. Even if he truly had no time at that moment, he could have asked his comrades before leaving to send a message to Yunhe village, letting them know he was on a mission with an uncertain return date. He wouldn't have let the original owner suffer so much hardship, nor would he have let the 2 children endure so much suffering. Yun Jiji could respect his profession, but she was not the original owner and couldn't forgive Qin Shiyu on her behalf. She wanted the children, but she didn't want this man. Sorry, Qin Shiyu never thought he was wrong. He believed his neglect was the main reason. Yun Jiji chuckled softly. You don't need to apologize. I won't forgive you. Divorce, let me go, and let you go too. After speaking, Yun Jiji stopped talking. Qin Shiyu looked up at Yun Jiji and saw her face was cold. The fire in the stove was burning brightly, the fish soup in the pot was boiling, and the steamed buns were ready. Yun Jiji took a bowl, picked out a steamed bun, and took it to the main hall. When she went back to get the fish soup, Qin Shiyu was already carrying the fish soup out. Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan happily ran over, but when they saw Qin Shiyu and Yun Jiji, it was clear they felt the atmosphere between them had changed. Tuan Tuan, Yuan Yuan, Mom is taking you to wash your hands before eating. Yun Jiji put aside her feelings and looked at the 2 children with a gentle gaze. Qin Shiyu kept looking back and forth at them, with a furrowed brow. After Yun Jiji finished washing the children, she saw Qin Shiyu's tightly knit brow. She served fish soup to the children, said a few words, then lowered her head to eat. I'm going out for a while, Qin Shiyu said without eating and stood up directly. Papa? Yuan Yuan called softly. Yuan Yuan, be good. Dad will be back soon. After speaking, Qin Shiyu quickly left the small yard. Yun Jiji's hand paused briefly, then she continued eating. Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan looked at each other, clearly sensing that the atmosphere had become very strange. Mom Yuan Yuan nervously tugged at Yun Jiji's sleeve. It's okay. Dad has something to do in the army. Let's eat. Yun Jiji gently comforted them. Seeing they still looked scared, she sighed softly. She thought it was necessary to tell the children about her plan to divorce Qin Shiyu, since they would find out sooner or later. Tuan Tuan, Yuan Yuan, Dad and Mom will be separated. Will you live with Mom from now on? If you want to see your dad, you can see him anytime. Mom won't stop you, but Dad and Mom will no longer live together, Yun Jiji softly said. Is Mom going to divorce Dad?
Tuan Tuan asked.
He knew what divorce meant, that Dad would marry another woman and have children with her. Yun Jiji nodded gently. Dad and Mom are divorcing for some reasons. But no matter what, both of them love you very much. The 2 little kids looked down and said nothing. Yun Jiji felt a little sad. She didn't care what Qin Shiyu thought, but she cared a lot about how the children felt. She was also worried they might get hurt. When parents divorce, the children are usually the most upset. Yun Jiji understood this well, but she thought it was better to settle things early than to stay in a difficult situation. If you both want to see Dad, you can, Yun Jiji said carefully. Suddenly, Yuan started crying loudly. Mom, I want Mom. Dad is mean. I don't want Dad.
Wah.
Yun Jiji was startled. She quickly picked up Yuan and hugged her gently, soothing her softly. After a while, Yuan stopped crying but stayed curled up in Yun Jiji's arms, sniffing sadly. Tuan wants to stay with Mom. He doesn't want Dad, Tuan said. He remembered that Mom was often hungry and had to eat grass at night to fill her stomach. He remembered calling Mom to wake her up once, but she didn't wake up no matter how long he called. Tuan was scared. He only wanted his mom. Since they were born, Dad had been absent in their lives. When other children were bullied, they had their dad to protect them. They didn't. Mom was always there to protect them, even getting hurt sometimes while doing so. Grandpa, Grandma, Grandpa, Grandma, uncles, aunts, and cousins didn't like them. Only Mom loved them the most. So, they only wanted Mom. Even though they felt Dad's love when they were with him today, they still hoped to make Mom happy and not sad. Yun Jiji hugged the two children gently and comforted them softly. Many things in life are hard to balance, but she hoped Tuan and Yuan could grow up in love. From today's time together, she could see that Qin Shiyu was a good father, but that didn't mean he was a good husband. After calming the two children, Yun Jiji gently put Yuan down and used a towel to wash Yuan's tear-streaked face. Only then did she sit down to have dinner with the children. As for Qin Shiyu, she decided to keep his food warm in the pot as a sign of gratitude for his care today. Why are you here at dinner time? Hu Jianjun saw Qin Shiyu come over during dinner time and became a bit curious. Then he looked at Qin Shiyu's expression and guessed what was happening. It seemed the couple was probably discussing divorce again. Qin Shiyu sat directly in front of Hu Jianjun and looked up at him. She still wants to divorce me. Thinking of her firm attitude, Qin Shiyu felt very upset right now. But he also knew she had suffered a lot and endured many hardships over the years. Both she and the children had become very thin, and for years, they had been living in a barn. A woman, taking care of two children. She had to work to earn points and also raise the children. He was not a wealthy young master who never did farm work. He grew up in Yunhe village. Many women, just after giving birth, would go back to work carrying their newborns in their arms to earn extra points. When children slept, they were simply left beside a haystack. Maybe family members could help watch them for a while. But Yun Jiji was raising two children alone, earning points and watching over them herself. From what he knew about her mother, when they forced Yun Jiji and her children out, they probably only left her a few ragged clothes, giving her little else. He couldn't even imagine how she had managed these past 2 years. So what about you? Hu Jianjun asked. Of course, I don't want a divorce, Qin Shiyu said honestly. Here comes little Qin. When Zheng Guizhi, Hu Jianjun's wife, came in from outside and saw Qin Shiyu at their house at this time, she was also surprised. Auntie, Qin Shiyu greeted her. Seeing his pale face, Zheng Guizhi looked confused. What's wrong? Why aren't you at home with your wife and kids? Are you arguing? Zheng Guizhi was experienced, and Hu Jianjun had mentioned Qin Shiyu and Yun Jiji's situation yesterday, sometimes asking her to give Yun Jiji some advice. She hadn't had time to go today, and after learning that the couple had taken the children into the city, she hadn't gone yet. Why else? His wife still wants to divorce him, Hu Jianjun said helplessly. He finally understood that Yun Jiji was a woman with her own opinions, and the hardships she had endured over the years had worn her down. Thinking about a woman living in the countryside, being driven out with her children, unable to eat well or stay warm, and Qin Shiyu not having returned home for 3 years, the pressure she faced was easy to imagine. They didn't fully understand what Yun Jiji had gone through, so now the marriage had to end. But she was definitely wronged. Since you don't want to leave, Why don't you talk to her? I already did. Forget it. The two of us will go with you and also give her the health clinic's evaluation form. Hu Jianjun sighed and glanced at his wife. Both of them sighed and stood up together to go outside. They headed straight to Qin Shiyu's house. After Zhao Zhenju finished eating, she stood in the yard. She had heard the young girl crying inside earlier, shouting things like "Dad is bad" and "Don't want Dad." Zhao Zhenju was very curious. Now, seeing the political officer bringing his wife and Qin Shiyu over, she guessed that Qin Shiyu and Yun Jiji had probably argued. "Zheng Auntie, what's going on?" Zhao Zhenju asked curiously. "Zhenju is back," Zheng Guizhi replied calmly as a way of greeting. Zhao Zhenju smiled and said, "Yes, I just got back this afternoon." She stepped out of her yard and affectionately came over to Zheng Guizhi, linking her arm with hers. "Annie, what are you doing?" "I just heard Captain Qin's daughter crying, looking so sad and shouting things like 'Dad is bad' and 'Don't want Dad anymore.' I thought Captain Qin was at home." Zhao Zhenju secretly observed Qin Shiyu, knowing she had her own intentions behind her words. She wanted Qin Shiyu to realize that Yun Jiji was secretly telling the children bad things about him, making the kids dislike Qin Shiyu. But Qin Shiyu showed no anger at all. Instead, he frowned with a look of self-blame. What was going on? Yun Jiji was secretly encouraging the children to dislike him, yet Qin Shiyu wasn't angry at all. "Comrade Zhao, is something the matter?" Qin Shiyu asked in a deep voice as she followed them inside. Zhao Zhenju paused, awkwardly smiling. "Captain Qin, do you and your wife have some disagreements? I can come and help persuade your wife. Don't you think?" No matter what, she had to follow inside to see what was happening between the couple. If their marriage is truly not working, she might try to cause some trouble, hoping Yun Jiji makes a mistake. The organization would then likely demand they get a divorce. "Comrade Zhao, if there's nothing else, you can go back now," Hu Jianjun said with a frown, looking at Zhao Zhenju with displeasure. Zhao Zhenju was not a kind person, and they knew that well. Seeing Hu Jianjun speak, Zhao Zhenju didn't dare to follow inside and could only force a polite smile and leave. After they went into the house, Zhao Zhenju still peeked inside, looking around cautiously. Comrade Yun Jiji had just finished washing the dishes. When she saw Qin Shiyu bringing Comrade Hu and a strange woman in, she slightly frowned. Not to mention anything else, that woman looked like a leader. Was she here to give her a mental health talk? "Comrade Hu, what brings you here? And who is this?" Yun Jiji asked curiously, trying to stay calm. "Yun, I'm Zheng Guizhi, Hu's wife. Who mentioned you yesterday. He said he was here to deliver your health check application form, so I came to see your face." Zheng Guizhi smiled gently, took Yun Jiji's hand, and looked at her thin frame with concern. "Oh, you've become so thin. You should take good care of yourself." "Comrade Hu, Andy, please sit down. I'll pour you some water," Yun Jiji said. When she learned that they were here to deliver the health check form, she was a little surprised but then felt relieved. She had been worried that after she and Qin Shiyu divorced, she and her child would have nowhere to stay. But if she could secure a job, her and her child's household registration wouldn't be a problem. "No need to trouble yourselves," Zheng Guizhi said. Yun Jiji then brought over 2 cups of hot water and sat down nearby. "This is the application form for the health check. Please fill in your name and details," Hu Jianjun said as he handed her the form. Yun Jiji quickly took it with both hands, but when she realized she didn't have a pen, she looked at Hu Jianjun with a bit of frustration. "Comrade, could I borrow your pen?" she asked. Hu Jianjun directly handed her a pen. She took the pen and went to a side table, looked at the form, and started filling in her information. When she saw the marital status section, she thought about her and Qin Shiyu not being divorced yet, so she marked married. Carefully fill out the information above. She handed the form to Hu Jianjun and then said the political officer came not only to deliver the form but also to discuss my and Qin Shiyu's divorce. Hu Jianjun sighed. That's true. He didn't deny it. "Commissar, you don't need to persuade me anymore. My decision to divorce has been carefully thought out. It won't change," Yun Jiji said honestly. Hu Jianjun sighed again. Her words shut down all their attempts to persuade her. Seeing how firm her attitude was, Hu Jianjun didn't expect it. He wondered how much hardship Yun Jiji had endured in the village over the past 3 years. Comrade Yun, can you tell us about what happened to you in the village during these 3 years? Zhang Guizhi looked at the mother and her 2 children, feeling very sad. The 2 children looked very thin, with pale faces, and their hair was like wild grass, seriously malnourished. These days, food shortages are common, but it shouldn't make people look so starved. They were barely surviving on whatever they could eat. If their lives weren't so tough, they would have died long ago. Auntie, what do you want to hear? Yun Jiji asked. I know why you 2 got married. Just tell us what happened after he left Yunhe village when you were married. Zhang Guizhi thought for a moment. Their marriage, if spoken about, wouldn't be proud, so there's no need to keep mentioning it. Are you talking about my parents thinking I stole my sister's marriage and cutting ties with me? Or about me being pregnant and working like a beast after marrying into their family? Or about sleeping in the woodhouse after giving birth to Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan? Eating just a little more food? Being scolded and beaten? Or about being kicked out of the house after the confinement period? If it weren't for the village leader feeling sorry for us and letting us stay in an extra barn to shelter from the wind, who knows if we would still be alive? Yun Jiji's tone was full of sarcasm. Don't they want to hear or know? Then let them see what kind of life her family has been living. Who truly understands their suffering? When they tried to persuade her not to divorce, what was their stance? And why do they think she should just endure all this? Qin Shiyu stood nearby. When he heard her calm tone talking about all this, his fists clenched tightly. His nails dug into his rough skin, but he didn't feel any pain at all. She summarized that year in just a few sentences. If she really tried to detail everything that happened, it might take days and nights to tell. And that was just that year she was pregnant then. During the 2 years when she and the child were forced out, who could truly understand the pain and suffering they endured? Qin Shiyu lowered his head. If he were Yun Jiji, he might also want a divorce. Zhang Guizhi and Hu Jianjun both fell silent. They wanted to offer words of comfort, but held back. How could they advise her? How could they persuade her? To understand how hard it is for soldiers? To respect Qin Shiyu's career? To forgive his parents' actions? But who would make up for the grievances and pain she had suffered? I will go apply for a divorce tomorrow, Qin Shiyu finally said, lowering his head and letting go of all his strength. Thank you. Qin Shiyu staggered, hurriedly ran away, looking panicked. Hu Jianjun and Zhang Guizhi exchanged a glance. I'll go see him. Perhaps neither of them expected that Yun Jiji, with her 2 children, had endured so much pain. Zhang Guizhi took Yun Jiji's hand. It's really been you and the kids. Auntie, I'm sorry to trouble you, Yun Jiji said. Zhang Guizhi gently shook her head and asked, after you and Qin Shiyu divorce, what are your plans? Will you go back to Yunhe village? That place, for her, was probably only filled with painful memories. If she could get a position at the military hospital, that would be good. Yun Jiji took a deep breath and said, Auntie, if I get into the military hospital, can I be assigned a dormitory? Yes. Zhang Guizhi nodded. Then she seemed to think of something else. But the dormitories at the military hospital usually have at least 2 rooms. If you bring the kids, those people might not be happy. No matter how well-behaved the children were and how quiet they stayed at night, they were still 2 living people. Ignoring their existence wasn't possible. So Zhang Guizhi was also worried that it wouldn't be convenient for them to move in. There's a village outside the military area. Can the houses there be rented? Yun Jiji asked. Too far, she replied. Yun Jiji frowned. If she couldn't stay in the dormitory and she definitely couldn't live in the family compound, was there no other option? You can discuss this with Qin Shiyu. If it's possible, you could divorce, but not separate. There are 2 rooms after all. The main thing is to give the kids a place to stay first. Don't you think? Zhang Guizhi thought for a moment. Yun Jiji's lips twitched slightly. Divorce without separation? Qin Shiyu probably doesn't want to be mistaken for a troublemaker and get arrested. Yun Jiji also has no way now, and I can't let Zhang Guizhi help her think of a solution here. Zheng Guizhi sighed. I'm going home now. Take good care of yourself and the children. She thought she could persuade her a bit more, but after knowing how much Yunjiji had suffered, who could still offer good advice? Auntie. Seeing her about to leave, Yunjiji called out. What's wrong? Annie, have you been sleeping poorly lately? Waking up easily at night, waking up with a bitter mouth, feeling thirsty during the day? Yunjiji had just looked at Zheng Guizhi's face and saw she didn't look very well. As a doctor, she naturally asked out of concern. Zheng Guizhi paused for a moment and then sat back down. It's true. Sometimes I feel like I sleep enough at night, but I still feel sleepy during the day. I drink a lot of water, but still feel thirsty. At first, Zheng Guizhi didn't think much of it, just assumed she was too tired lately and had poor sleep, so she planned to rest more, thinking it would get better. But now Yunjiji had noticed, and she looked at her with hope. The treatment Yunjiji gave to Xiao Man yesterday was already known in the community, showing she was quite skilled. Everyone in the neighborhood knew how Xiao Man's illness was. Lu Chuntao and her husband had tried many doctors, but no one could cure Xiao Man. Yunjiji only needed a few acupuncture needles, and Xiao Man recovered. Comrade Yun, do I have some serious illness? Zheng Guizhi looked at Yunjiji worriedly, afraid she was seriously ill. That would be terrible. Seeing her worried, Yunjiji said, Auntie, please put out your hand. I'll check your pulse. Zheng Guizhi quickly stretched out her hand, nervously watching Yunjiji. She was praying in her heart that it wasn't a serious illness. If someone in her family got sick, it would really break the whole family apart. Zheng Guizhi was very scared. Auntie, don't worry too much. It's nothing serious. You have some inflammation in your liver and gallbladder. I'll give you some medicine for a few days, and it should improve your condition, Yunjiji said quickly to comfort her, noticing her hands trembling. Hearing Yunjiji's words, Zheng Guizhi finally relaxed. Yunjiji added, but in the future, Annie, try to eat less liver, salted fish, and pickled vegetables. Okay, I got it. I'll ask Lao who to get the medicine first thing tomorrow morning. After sending Zheng Guizhi away, Yunjiji also went inside. The two little kids stood there, peeking around curiously. Come here, Yunjiji said. The children quickly ran to her, reaching out to hold her legs. Mom, they called softly, their voices gentle and sweet, making anyone's heart melt just listening. Did I scare the babies just now? Yunjiji asked, a little worried about frightening the children. After all, so much had happened, and she was still very emotional. She couldn't help feeling upset about everything the original owner had endured. Thinking about her suffering, Yunjiji felt it was unfair. The funniest part was the original owner's parents and family, who had plotted against her and even cut off their relationship. They tried very hard to make her feel guilty. Although there was no proof, Yunjiji believed it was definitely their family's doing. Mom, the babies aren't afraid. Yuan tilted her little head and blinked her eyes at Yunjiji. I'm not afraid either. Tuan said seriously. Only when Mom is here, I'm not afraid. Tuan added earnestly. Yunjiji crouched down and picked up the two children, holding them close. The original owner had managed to hold on for so long, probably because of these two adorable kids. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to keep going. After a warm hug, she took the children to the kitchen to boil some water. After giving them a bath, she took out the new clothes she had secretly washed and dried in the space, changing them into fresh outfits. Seeing their new clothes, the children were very excited and happy. But at this moment, they shook their heads. Mom, the babies have clothes to wear. We won't wear Dad's clothes. Although Tuan didn't speak much, his attitude was clear. Yunjiji gently rubbed their heads and softly said, Dad just can't take care of the babies and Mom all the time. He has many people to protect. There are many things in this country that need soldiers like Dad to keep safe, so he doesn't always have time to look after you and Mom. But he's not a bad dad, okay? And the clothes the babies have are old and broken now. Do you want to be? Yunjiji silently sighed inside. She was surprised she even had to defend Qin Shiyu in front of the children. She felt like she was torn in two. But she knew that actually, Tuan and Yuan both envy children who have a good father. If they thought they had a bad father, they would probably feel very sad. From today's interactions, it's clear that Qin Shiyu genuinely cares for the two children. Because of this, she wouldn't let her issues with Qin Shiyu cause the children to misunderstand their father. No, Yuan immediately shook her head. Seeing this, Yunjiji took clothes and dressed the two little ones. After changing into new clothes, the children looked much more energetic. Although they were still thin, they no longer looked like little beggars. She placed the children on the bed, then went outside to pour out the water. The yard was very quiet. She went to the kitchen to prepare a bowl of milk powder for each child, using half of the space spring water. The children sat at the table, sipping their milk. Yunjiji carried hot water to the nearby bathroom, but she didn't take a shower there. Instead, she slipped into the space. After washing, she threw her clothes into the washing machine inside the space to wash. Only then did she come out. The space moved slowly, so when she finished her shower, the children had just finished their milk. "Mom, it's so good." Yuan stuck out her pink tongue and licked her lips happily. "So this is what milk powder tastes like." Yunjiji rubbed her head gently. "Mom brought water. You and brother brush your teeth, okay?" Okay, seeing her obedient look, Yunjiji felt soft inside. She brought water over, helped them put on their jackets, and they squatted in the yard to brush their teeth. The toothbrushes she used were taken from the space. She was surprised to find that items taken from the space automatically transformed into styles from this era, like toothbrushes and basins. However, some food packaging couldn't be changed, so if she wanted to take out food, she had to open it inside the space first, then take the items out. After the mother and children finished, Qin Shiyu still hadn't come back. Yunjiji locked the yard door and went to bed with the two children. "Are you really planning to leave?" On the training ground, Qin Shiyu had run countless laps. Now, exhausted, he collapsed on the ground, staring blankly at the sky with unfocused eyes. It was already completely dark. Hu Jianjun wouldn't be standing here if he weren't afraid Qin Shiyu would push himself to death. "Why shouldn't I leave?" Qin Shiyu asked back. He sat up and looked at Hu Jianjun. He knows she has probably suffered a lot over the past 3 years. Let's not talk about her parents. What about his family? Even if he didn't go home or had no news during missions, he still sent money home every month. Because he was worried about his family, he asked a good friend to send his allowance back each month before he left on a mission. His monthly allowance was 75 yuan, and he sent 60 yuan to his parents, asking them to give half of it to Yunjiji. He fears that his allowance might not even reach Yunjiji, and he wonders what his parents are thinking. They received 60 yuan but believed that after he married Yunjiji, he didn't want to come home. How could they treat his wife and children like that? In 3 years, he sent 2,160 yuan, a large sum in a rural area, yet his wife and children almost starved. Of course, you should treat her well. Take good care of her. She gave birth to 2 children for you. One of your children nearly faced death, and she went through that twice for you. After all the hardships these 3 years, after the divorce, she's left to raise the children alone. Have you thought about how she'll live in the future? Hu Jianjun asked. They really had no right to tell Yunjiji not to divorce, but what was Qin Shiyu thinking? If he also agreed to the divorce, their marriage would truly be over. Hu Jianjun reached out and patted his shoulder, saying, "Think carefully about what you want to do." Seeing his state, Hu Jianjun knew that talking more wouldn't help. Some things he had to figure out on his own. Qin Shiyu sat on the ground and asked, "Political Commissar, have the comrades going to Yunhe village left?" "They left early. They should have news soon." "What do you think?" Hu Jianjun asked. Qin Shiyu took a deep breath and said, "Political Commissar, could you ask those comrades to check what happened 3 years ago when I went back to propose? I only drank 2 glasses of wine that day and got drunk. I've been thinking about it these past days, and I feel something was strange that night. You know my alcohol tolerance. I couldn't have been that drunk." Hu Jianjun listened and sat up straight, looking at Qin Shiyu, and asked, "Are you suspecting that the Yun family drugged you that night?" Hu Jianjun suddenly straightened up, his face serious as he looked at Qin Shiyu. "Drugging a soldier? Is the Yun family crazy?" Are you serious? Hu Jianjun asked sternly. This was no joke. He needed to be sure. I'm not sure either, but that day was so strange. Also, yesterday at the hospital, I overheard Dr. Chen telling a patient that if a man is truly drunk, he wouldn't have that ability. Qin Shiyu only remembered the events of that night 3 years ago after seeing Yun Jiji. Yun Wanrong told him that Yun Jiji had always secretly liked him. Everyone thought Yun Jiji was so in love with him that she shamelessly climbed into his bed because she couldn't have him. If what Yun Wanrong said was true, and Yun Jiji loved him that much, she wouldn't have acted like this after they met again. She felt nothing for him, no love, no hate, only that she wanted a divorce. He couldn't see any love in her eyes. Did Yun Jiji love him so deeply that she was willing to carry the shame just to marry him? They finally got married and even had a child, but now she wanted a divorce. At first, he thought Yun Jiji was just playing hard to get, teasing him. But today, he was completely sure she really wanted to divorce. Hu Jianjun didn't answer him right away. He paced back and forth, looking very serious, clearly thinking about the same thing. But why does the Yun family want to do this? Hu Jianjun asked, confused. I don't know. Qin Shiyu shook his head. Their marriage was arranged by Yun Wanrong's parents, who found a matchmaker to introduce them. His parents then told him to go home and get married after his leave. He only met Yun Wanrong twice. He thought she was nice, gentle, and caring, and both families seemed suitable, so they decided to marry. When he was promoted to deputy battalion commander and went home to confirm the wedding date, Yun family members looked very happy. He was persuaded to drink 2 glasses of wine, and everything after that spiraled out of control. Hu Jianjun patted his shoulder and said, I'll handle this. As for your wife, you should think carefully. Qin Shiyu understood. Seeing that it was getting late, Hu Jianjun advised him to go home early. Qin Shiyu decided to stay a little longer and didn't go back with him. His mind was a mess. Should he really go file for divorce tomorrow? But her attitude. Qin Shiyu realized he had never had such a headache even when on the front lines or doing missions. But in love, it was so frustrating. He took a deep breath, stood there feeling the cold wind for a while, then slowly walked toward the staff housing, step by step. When he reached outside the courtyard, he saw it was quiet and dark inside. Qin Shiyu saw that the courtyard gate was locked, so he climbed over the wall to enter. When he reached the second bedroom, he could still hear steady breathing and the sound of Yuan smacking her lips inside. His eyebrows and eyes unconsciously softened, and memories of Hu Jianjun's words echoed in his ears. Be good to her. Do everything you can to be good to her. After understanding this, a new hope seemed to shine again in Qin Shiyu's eyes. When Yun Jiji started to weave, she felt that today was a bit colder than yesterday. After taking the washed clothes out of the space, she added a little water to them. It looked like they had been washed but not yet hung out to dry. Seeing that the 2 children were still sleeping, she gently tucked the blankets around them before getting up to leave. When she reached the kitchen, she saw Qin Shiyu had returned somehow. You're awake. I've heated some water in the pot. You can wash up first. Qin Shiyu looked up from the stove, his expression gentle as he looked at her. Yun Jiji felt a bit confused. Why was his attitude different from yesterday? Qin Shiyu adjusted the fire in the stove, then saw her standing there still, and immediately poured 2 scoops of water from the pot into a basin. He placed it on the table nearby and said, Are you hungry? Breakfast will be ready soon. Then, he went back to busy himself. Smelling the aroma coming from the pot, Yun Jiji's stomach growled twice. Although she was puzzled, she didn't think much and simply carried the basin to wash her face and brush her teeth. Qin Shiyu had cooked green vegetable and egg noodles that morning. There was still some leftover flour on the chopping board, indicating he made the noodles himself. Yun Jiji sat at the table, looking at the steaming noodles before her, fresh green vegetables, and a golden fried egg. She was given chopsticks and felt a bit stunned. But she was really hungry. She looked up at Qin Shiyu, then lowered her head to eat the noodles. The strands were clear and smooth, with a firm bite. Qin Shiyu was strong. After kneading the flour, he had brought out the best texture of the noodles. The noodles were very delicious. How's the saltiness? I'm not sure about your taste, so I just cooked it like this, Qin Shiyu asked, looking a little nervous. Yunjiji looked at him in surprise and honestly said, the noodles are very tasty. Qin Shiyu visibly relaxed and lowered his head to eat his own bowl of noodles.
Woo-woo.
Mom, before they finished eating, they heard Yuan crying from the second bedroom. Yunjiji immediately was about to put down her chopsticks and get up. However, Qin Shiyu moved faster than her. As he left the kitchen, his voice came through, you eat, I'll go. Yunjiji looked at the noodles in front of her. This man was so eager to show himself. Was he regretting things again and no longer wanted a divorce? While she was lost in her thoughts, Qin Shiyu had already entered with 2 children, each in his arms. He placed the children beside her, then went to boil water and get toothbrushes to help them brush their teeth. Tuan and Yuan stuck close to Yunjiji, clearly still not fully awake. They gently rubbed their heads against her. Baby, Mom is here. Let's wash our faces and brush our teeth, okay? Yunjiji softly comforted them. The children looked reassured after hearing her words. They obediently went to wash their faces and brush their teeth, occasionally glancing at Yunjiji. She watched Qin Shiyu carefully take care of the children. His movements were a bit stiff, as if afraid that his strength might hurt them. So, he was very gentle with each move, treating them like precious treasures. After washing the children, he picked them up and sat them at the table. Baby, wait a moment. Daddy will cook noodles for you. It will be ready soon. Then, the man turned to busy himself again. The water in the pot was already boiling. Now, with the fire turned up, the water was bubbling loudly. He put the noodles into the pot, then added a few fresh green vegetables. Once the noodles were cooked, he scooped them out into bowls and poured rich meat broth over them. When he brought the noodles over, Yunjiji noticed that the children's bowls didn't have eggs, but in the man's other hand, there were 2 boiled eggs. Be careful, the noodles are hot. Daddy will feed you, okay? Qin Shiyu's eyes held hope. Yesterday, when he returned with Hu Jianjun and Zheng Guizhi, Zhao Zhenju from next door mentioned that Yuan cried after he left. She even shouted that she didn't want this bad dad. Qin Shiyu felt uncomfortable inside, but he wondered, what right did he have to feel that way? After all, he hadn't fulfilled his responsibilities as a father all these years. They had grown up because Yunjiji had fed and raised them little by little. Yuan was willing to be close to him, and for Qin Shiyu, that was already a blessing for a father. Yuan blinked and looked at Qin Shiyu with some anticipation. Qin Shiyu saw that she did not refuse, so he softened his heart and quickly took a spoon to feed Yuan little by little. Tuan also had no intention of falling behind, but the little guy was already eating on his own. Taking advantage of Yuan chewing, Qin Shiyu peeled 2 boiled eggs and placed them in the children's bowls, reminding them, the yolk is a bit dry, so drink some soup when you eat. During the meal, an unexpectedly warm atmosphere developed. When Qin Shiyu finished washing the bowls and went to clean up, Yuan looked at Yunjiji with bright eyes. It was clear that Yuan was very happy, mostly excited. Children tend to forget things easily, and they long for their father. With Qin Shiyu's natural bond with them, as long as he genuinely cares for them, they will also be affectionate towards him. She also felt grateful that Qin Shiyu was still a good father, otherwise Yunjiji could have let the 2 children forget about their father entirely. Let's talk, Qin Shiyu said after finishing the dishes and standing in front of her. Yunjiji frowned slightly and looked at Qin Shiyu. Okay. Qin Shiyu took a deep breath and sat down in front of her. Tuan and Yuan were playing nearby, but they couldn't help but secretly glance at the 2 of them. Qin Shiyu looked at her and said, I don't want a divorce. Whether it's because of the children or other reasons, I have never thought about divorce.
But
since you've decided, I respect your decision. However, I also need to warn you in advance that our marriage might not end easily. First, we are in a military marriage. Neither of us has committed any serious mistakes. The most I could be accused of is personal issues, but the organization will also review and investigate. So, this marriage might not be easily dissolved. I know that these 3 years I neglected you, which caused you and the children to suffer. I am sorry for that. Yunjiji looked at Qin Shiyu in surprise, not expecting him to say these things. And he was right. Military marriages are hard to end. Qin Shiyu had been on missions all these 3 years. Tasks that normally take 3 years show how difficult this mission was, likely life-threatening. For the army and the country, Qin Shiyu was a hero. He couldn't take care of the home front because he was overwhelmed and unable to do so. But this isn't absolute. After all, our situation is different from others. But if our marriage cannot be saved, I hope you can give me a chance to take good care of you and our child. I will try to make up for the wrongs I have done over the years. I know I am not perfect, but I will do my best to treat you well and never let you suffer again. Is that okay? Qin Shiyu took a deep breath and looked at her seriously. Hu Jianjun was right. I have owed them for many years. It is my responsibility. If I want to live a good life, I should treat her well and do my best to care for Yunjiji. Hearing this, Yunjiji couldn't help but frown and asked him with confusion, "Isn't the person you like Yun Wanrong? I stepped back so you two could be together. Isn't that what you wanted?" Qin Shiyu was momentarily stunned. I did match with Yun Wanrong before, but we didn't have much contact. Blind dates and arranged marriages are common nowadays. When I first met Yun Wanrong, I thought she was quite suitable, but it was just a feeling, Qin Shiyu explained. It was mainly because his parents pushed him and he was getting older. They thought the match was suitable and she was willing, so the marriage happened. Qin Shiyu knew his words sounded irresponsible, but it was true. He couldn't lie to himself about how much he loved Yun Wanrong at that time. If I had thought you were suitable back then, I would have married you too, Qin Shiyu added sincerely. Yunjiji's lips twitched involuntarily. Qin Shiyu's words sounded a bit like a player, but he said it so seriously. She looked at him for a moment and finally nodded. If this marriage really can't be saved, could she possibly still hurt Qin Shiyu? At the same time, she remembered what Zheng Guizhi had said. If they divorced and the children stayed with her, she would have to move out of the family compound. The hospital would allocate a dormitory, but it was a shared room. When she and the children moved in, others would surely have opinions. Although there are villages near the military district, they are far away. She couldn't take her 2 children to the hospital every day, but if they stayed in the family compound, the children could go to the nursery there. These are benefits that military families can enjoy. So, about the divorce application. Is it possible not to submit it? However, Yunjiji gave him a cold glance. Qin Shiyu immediately felt a bit discouraged. She still wanted to get a divorce. Wanting to divorce and not being able to are 2 completely different things. Although he felt a bit upset after talking with each other, Qin Shiyu's mood was no longer as heavy as before. When they submit the divorce application, he will express that he does not want a divorce, and the organization should understand. After they finished talking, Yunjiji prepared to hang the clothes to dry. However, Qin Shiyu kept rushing to do everything himself, avoiding her touching anything. Bored, Yunjiji went to the backyard and sorted out the herbs she picked yesterday. These herbs are easy to handle. They are covered in dirt, and except for those with high water content, delicate texture, or easy to rot when washed, the rest need to be cleaned, processed, and dried. Tell me how to do these, Qin Shiyu said, after hanging the clothes and tidying the yard, walking over to Yunjiji to help. But he didn't know much about handling herbs, so he just watched her, looking a bit obedient. Yunjiji looked at him and saw his eager expression, clearly eager to show off. However, since there weren't many herbs, she had finished sorting most of them and said, "You go play with Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan." She looked over to see the 2 little ones sitting on small stools, holding tiny sticks, poking at the ground and drawing pictures. They seemed to be having fun, even if it wasn't clear what was so interesting. But the 2 kids were very happy playing. Qin Shiyu, who is nearly 190 centimeters tall, felt a pang in his nose when he heard Yunjiji's words and looked at the 2 children with concern. It's said that children of soldiers don't have an easy life, often separated from their fathers. But few children of soldiers are like his 2 kids, neglected by grandparents and not loved by their maternal grandparents, living in such an environment since they were young. And their father, himself, seemed almost non-existent. It was only when he met Yunjiji in the army that he learned she had given him 2 children. At that moment, he was so shocked that Yunjiji wanted to divorce him that he didn't even have time to feel happy about becoming a father. Seeing how thin the children had become, Qin Shiyu felt even less happy. In such a village, those people probably called them fatherless since no one protected them, and they must have been bullied a lot. Seeing the worried look in the man's eyes, Yunjiji raised an eyebrow. Knowing he cared about his children, she thought, this man still has hope.
Gigi.
Cloud Weave had just finished drying the last herb when she heard Lu Chuntao's voice at the door. Big sister Chuntao, Cloud Weave called out.
We're going to take a walk up the mountain.
Do you want to come along? Lu Chuntao asked. Since everyone would stay in the family compound from now on, Lu Chuntao knew she and the others there weren't very familiar with Cloud Weave. She wanted to take this chance to introduce her to everyone. Yes, I'd love to, Cloud Weave said excitedly. Climbing the mountain sounded great. Up there, she could also absorb some wood spirits to help restore her health. Go ahead, Qin Shiyu said when she saw Cloud Weave look over. I'll watch over Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan. Be careful on the mountain. Qin Shiyu thought they probably wouldn't go deep into the mountain. Most of the military wives stayed around the outskirts, so she wasn't too worried. Mommy, I want to go too, the little one said. Be good, play with Dad. Mommy will be back soon, Cloud Weave comforted her children, kissing their cheeks gently. After calming the kids, Cloud Weave left with Lu Chuntao and the others. She was surprised to see so many military wives heading up the mountain, quite a large group. She felt a strange sense that with so many people, they might even wear out the mountain. When Lu Chuntao saw her arrive, she quickly greeted her with a bright smile and introduced everyone. This is Captain Qin's wife, Cloud Weave. She's just come to the military and will be part of our family compound now.
Hello, I'm Cloud Weave.
Please take care of me in the future, she said politely. Not everyone knew Cloud Weave yet, but seeing Lu Chuntao introduce her so carefully, some people understood her importance. Chuntao, is this the person who saved Xiao? Yes. If it weren't for Cloud Weave, I wouldn't know what to do, Lu Chuntao said, linking her arm with Cloud Weave and leading her into the crowd. Let me tell you, Xiao only took the medicine Cloud Weave prepared for a day. He said he feels much better now, and his spirits have improved a lot in the past 2 days. You all know how Xiao is at the start of winter. He almost has to stay in bed all winter. But these days, he's been in such good spirits, acting like nothing's wrong.
Just now, he even said he wanted to go up the mountain with me.
If I hadn't been worried, I wouldn't have let him go out. He would have run out otherwise. Lu Chuntao smiled warmly. Everyone in the family compound knew how worried Lu Chuntao had always been about Xiao. Especially in winter, they rarely saw her smile. She would spend every day at home taking care of Xiao. Today, she was able to come out with them, which showed that Yunjiji's medicine was really effective. If Xiao's condition had been bad, he wouldn't have gone out. Many people looked at Yunjiji differently now. Before, they had criticized her for being thin and not pretty. But now, knowing she had real skill, they felt more respectful. Having a good doctor nearby was a great blessing. For small illnesses or minor pains, things that were hard to see a man about, having a female doctor was very helpful. Who knows if it's just luck, like a blind cat running into a dead mouse. Xiao has seen so many doctors, and none of them could cure him. Do you really think she can fix him just like that? Lu Chuntao, don't be fooled. If that happens, it'll be your own son who suffers, Zhao Zhenju said, standing with the others. She was annoyed that everyone suddenly looked at Yunjiji with some respect. Zhao Zhenju thought they were all so foolish. Yunjiji looked no older than 30. Even if her medical skills were good, how good could they really be? Did they really think she was a miracle doctor, better than the experienced military doctors at the provincial military hospital in Haisher? If someone needed real medical care, they would go to the top doctors there. Yunjiji was just a barefoot doctor. She didn't think her skills were that impressive. Zhao Zhenju, if you get sick in the future, don't come to Jiji for help. Lu Taozuan really thought Zhao Zhenju was sick. Yun Jiji had just arrived at the family compound, and Zhao Zhenju was already jealous because Qin Shiyu had bought a few sets of clothes for their family. It was probably just like Yun Jiji said, Li Jianmin didn't want to buy Zhao Zhenju clothes, so she was so jealous. If I go to her for treatment, I must be a fool. Zhao Zhenju snorted coldly. Everyone looked at her with disapproval. Jiji, don't pay attention to Zhao Zhenju. She's just jealous that your husband is willing to spend money on you. One military wife, seeing Zhao Zhenju walk away, came over quietly and said, "TSK, you think she's simple? She's just jealous of Captain Qin being willing to spend money on your family."
Yang Shukin Churlet her lips.
Zhao Zhenju is jealous because Captain Qin is willing to spend on you and your son. She's just sour inside. You might not know, but Zhao Zhenju originally wanted to marry Captain Qin. Lu Chuantao's eyes widened in shock. She wanted to marry Captain Qin? They didn't know about this before. Hearing it now was quite surprising. Exactly. One time, I was passing by her house and overheard Zhao Zhenju arguing with Deputy Li. She said that if Deputy Li hadn't delayed her, she would have married Captain Qin long ago. I think she's interested in Captain Qin, so that's why. Now that you're neighbors, Yun Meizi, you should be careful around her. Yun Jiji raised an eyebrow. Yesterday, Zhao Zhenju's strange look at Qin Shiyu caught her attention, but she didn't think much of it. After all, Zhao Zhenju was married and also Qin Shiyu's comrade's wife. So, Yun Jiji found her odd, but she didn't think much about it. Who would have guessed that Zhao Zhenju actually harbored such feelings for Qin Shiyu? She's already a military wife. Does she really want to ruin a military marriage? Lu Chuntao was surprised when she heard Yang Shuqin's words. If Zhao Zhenju was just jealous of Yun Jiji, that made sense. After all, Li Jianmin was quite frugal. But if she wanted to compete with Yun Jiji for Qin Shiyu, she must be crazy. Do you think I'd lie to you? Just wait and see. She'll definitely cause trouble. Wang Shuqin really couldn't stand Zhao Zhenju. Whenever someone bought something, she would make snide remarks. Zhao Zhenju, though from the city, was different from most of the military wives who mostly came from rural areas. She would see someone buy something and then go straight to the owner, acting jealous like a sour cucumber, and say a few sharp words. At this moment, Zhao Zhenju had already gone ahead to talk to someone else, so Yun Jiji and the others didn't bother to pay attention. The topic shifted quickly, and honestly, besides being unwell, Zhao Zhenju didn't have much worth talking about. A group of people walking together soon reached the foot of the mountain. Now that it's winter, there isn't much on the mountain. However, it's the season when chestnuts are ripe. Jiji, there are a few wild chestnuts halfway up the mountain. Let's pick some to take home. Later, we can roast them for the children as snacks. Lu Chuntao cared a lot for Yun Jiji. Since she was new here, she wasn't very familiar with everyone in the family courtyard. And since she was also unfamiliar with this place, she didn't want Yun Jiji to go alone. When they reached the mountain edge, everyone split into small groups. Since they were in the mountains, no one wanted to go back empty-handed. "Okay, Sister Chuntao, thank you for looking after me," Yun Jiji said gratefully. "You're too polite. Just call me sister, and that makes you my little sister. If I have a little sister like you, I'd be the lucky one. Let's go," Lu Chuntao said happily. Yun Jiji smiled in response and walked up the mountain with Lu Chuntao. The deeper they went into the mountain, the more Yun Jiji could sense the fluctuations of wood spirits. When no one was paying attention, she quietly began absorbing the wood spirits to strengthen herself. Soon, she could feel the wood spirits being absorbed into her, swirling around her body, even starting to repair her body's hidden illness. She could also sense changes happening within her. Wow, so many chestnuts. Yun Jiji was surprised when she saw the ground covered with fallen chestnuts. "Jiji, you're lucky. Last year, the chestnut trees didn't produce many nuts. We were hoping for a good harvest this year, and it turned out to be a bumper crop," Lu Chuntao said happily. Their children would snack on these chestnuts. Although chestnuts can also be used to stew chicken, they still relied on chickens for eggs. They wouldn't kill a chicken just for a chestnut. So, after collecting the chestnuts, most people roasted or boiled them to give to the children as snacks. It helped satisfy their cravings. At most, they would gather some firewood, which was easy to find at the foot of the mountain. Gigi, hurry and pick them up. Focus on the ones that have opened their shells. The unopened ones can wait a few days. Otherwise, they'll be too heavy to carry back, Lu Chuntao said. The outer shell of the chestnuts still had a layer of husk. These were mostly mature chestnuts, but the husks would fall off in another 3 to 5 days. When Lu Chuntao came last time, the chestnuts hadn't cracked yet, but today many had fallen out. They only needed to peel the open shells and take the nuts home. I understand, Sister Chuntao. Yun Gigi responded, setting down her basket on her back. She saw Lu Chuntao also picking up chestnuts. As Lu Chuntao said, many shells were already open, and the nuts were densely packed. In no time, she had collected half a basket. Meanwhile, the military wives who had gone off to pick wild vegetables earlier came over when they saw that no more wild vegetables were available. The weather was getting colder, and there weren't many wild vegetables left on the mountain. They only picked some scallions or shepherd's purse, and nothing else. When they thought about collecting chestnuts, they hurried over and saw Yun Jiji, Lu Chuntao, and Yang Shuqin already had half a basket each. If they had known they would come late, they would have come earlier. Now, most of the shells were already open. Although they felt a bit annoyed, they accepted that they were late. Qin Ying's wife, your family probably can't eat so many. Just give me these. Zhao Zhenju's eyes twinkled as she reached out to try to grab Yun Jiji's basket. She loved chestnuts very much. Seeing Yun Jiji had collected so many, Zhao Zhenju didn't want to hold back. Yun Jiji's face hardened. When Zhao Zhenju reached for her basket, she quickly pulled her hand back, causing the basket to gently return to her side. Zhao Zhenju missed her target and immediately widened her eyes in surprise, looking at Yun Jiji unhappily. You've already collected so many. Why can't you share some with me? Xiao, if your family had more money, couldn't you also share some with everyone? Yun Jiji retorted. Zhao Zhenju glared fiercely at Yun Jiji. That's my family's money. Why should I give you any? Their money didn't come from thin air, but Yun Jiji was daydreaming. These chestnuts are hard-earned by me. Why should I share them with you? Yun Jiji asked back. Everyone looked at Zhao Zhenju silently, annoyed at her unreasonable desire to take advantage. Yun Jiji, Lu Chuntao, and Yang Shuqin all collected more chestnuts than Zhao Zhenju. In fact, Lu Chuntao and Yang Shuqin collected even more than Yun Jiji. Zhao Zhenju was just deliberately causing trouble for Yun Jiji. Jiji, I've almost finished collecting. Let's go somewhere else to look around, Lu Chuntao said. She had already shouldered her basket and, passing by Zhao Zhenju, intentionally bumped her with her basket. Then she quickly apologized. Zhao Zhenju, why are you standing here? I didn't see you. I didn't mean to bump into you. Lu Chuntao, you clearly did it on purpose. Zhao Zhenju shouted angrily. Lu Chuntao looked at her with a sad face and said, Comrade Zhao, I really didn't see anyone behind me. You have a tree growing behind you. How could you not see someone might get hit? Seeing Yun Jiji already packing up her basket, Lu Chuntao grabbed Yun Jiji and started to walk away. At this moment, Yang Shuqin also came over. Seeing them leave, she hurried after them. Wait for me, you two. Everyone looked at Zhao Zhenju and quietly kept their distance, not knowing if she might suddenly grab the chestnuts from their baskets. Zhao Zhenju was very angry, but didn't want to let all the chestnuts go cheaply. When she saw them picking up the chestnuts, she immediately crouched down to pick some too. As for Lu Chuntao and Yun Jiji, those two mean girls, she had plenty of chances to get back at them. But just as Zhao Zhenju was about to move forward a few steps, she suddenly tripped over a vine hidden under the chestnut tree canopy and was lifted upside down into the tree. Ah! Zhao Zhenju screamed, watching herself get farther from the ground, and she was so scared she froze. The other military wives also stared in shock. They were all here picking chestnuts when Zhao Zhenju was so unlucky to step into a trap meant for catching wild chickens and rabbits, and now she was hanging from the tree. And it was so high. Yun Jiji, who was walking away and heard the scream, slightly curled her lips. Jiji, there's a wild chicken. Lu Chuntao suddenly reached out to stop the two of them, looking at 5 wild chickens nearby. They were foraging and didn't notice Yunjiji and her friends arriving. At this moment, Lu Chuntao had already put down her basket and was planning which direction to pounce from so she wouldn't scare away the other chickens. Yunjiji was a bit surprised. Looking at the chickens, her eyes started to shine. Wild chickens. In this time when meat was scarce, they were really good food. Shuqin, you go after that one over there. I'll go for this one, and Gigi, you take the one in the middle. We don't expect to catch all 5, but if we catch 1 or 2, we can share. Lu Chuntao moved closer while talking to them. Yunjiji just nodded in response. But if they rushed forward like this, not only would they scare the chickens away, but they might also bump their heads together. She looked around and saw some stones on the ground. She picked up a few and, before they pounced, threw the stones accurately, hitting one of the chickens. The chicken's body went limp and collapsed right there. The noise startled the other wild chickens, and they flapped their wings, ready to fly away. She timed it perfectly and threw all the remaining stones in her hand. Lu Chuntao and Yang Shuqin stood there in shock, their eyes occasionally falling on the unconscious chickens, then glancing at Yunjiji. For a long time, they couldn't understand what had just happened. Did they see it wrong? Or was she blind? With just a few stones, Yunjiji managed to knock out all 5 chickens. Chuntao, Shuqin, don't just stand there dazed. Hurry up and tie the chickens, or if they wake up, they might run away. Yunjiji said with a smile. The 2 women snapped out of their daze, quickly rushing over and using some vine they found on the ground to tie the chickens' legs together. Gigi, you're so amazing, Yang Shuqin said. If Yunjiji is so capable, how could she have become so thin? Yeah. Gigi, did you practice this? Lu Chuntao asked curiously. Hearing this, Yunjiji felt a bit shy. I haven't practiced. I just liked skipping stones when I was a kid and I got pretty good at it. Gigi, you're so talented.
But how?
Yang Shuqin's curiosity was about to spill out, but she looked at Yunjiji with a guilty expression. Those 2 years, the kids were too young and no one helped watch them. We didn't dare take them into the mountains easily. There were wild boars on our mountain, and I heard some people saw tigers too. We had a few encounters, but they reported it to the team leader, and everything had to be handed over. After that, I just gave up. Yunjiji sighed and made a casual excuse. Anyway, Lu Chuntao and Yang Shuqin wouldn't go to Yunhe village to listen to all this. When they heard Yunjiji's story, both couldn't help but sigh. Life in the village was tough. If someone was lucky enough to catch a wild boar, the meat had to be shared with the whole village. Yunjiji's life in the village must have been very hard. Otherwise, she and her 2 children wouldn't be so thin. Perhaps someone was deliberately targeting Yunjiji. Otherwise, who would catch a chicken and share it with everyone? They all knew that Qin Shiyu had been on missions for the past 3 years. They guessed that because Qin Shiyu hadn't returned to the village, something might have happened to him, which is why they dared to treat Yunjiji and her children this way. That's so cruel. Luckily, you're now in the family compound. Our unit only shares big game like wild boars. Things like wild chickens and rabbits, whoever catches them keeps them. These 5 chickens are yours, take them back. Lu Chuntao immediately said. Yang Shuqin also agreed. Yunjiji chuckled softly. Sister Chuntao and Sister Shuqin, you each take one home. She directly handed them a wild chicken, while she still had 3 herself. Later, she planned to ask Qin Shiyu to deliver one to Hu Jianjun's family. After all, being able to participate in the military hospital's review was thanks to Hu Jianjun's help, whether she succeeded or not. She wanted to show her gratitude. Lu Chuntao and Yang Shuqin were not the type to take advantage of others. Seeing the wild chickens, they naturally felt tempted. These were meat. If they secretly sold the wild chicken on the black market, a hen could fetch $1 per gene. Although the wild chicken was cheap at a dime, each one was worth several yuan. In the end, Yunjiji insisted they accept the wild chickens. Both women thought about what they could bring back to Yunjiji as a thank you. While talking, each of them carried a wild chicken and prepared to walk down the mountain.
Ugh.
Yang Shuqin suddenly covered her stomach with her hand, grimacing in pain. She looked at them and said, "My stomach doesn't feel well. I need to go to the bushes over there to sort myself out." She then put down her basket and the wild chicken. "Please watch my things." With that, she hurried away. Yun Jiji and Lu Chuntao exchanged a glance, both feeling a bit helpless. But everyone understands the urgency when nature calls. Yun Jiji looked around and saw a patch of green nearby. "Sister Chuntao, there's some medicinal herbs over there. I'll go pick some." Yun Jiji pointed in that direction. "Don't go too far. If you go further up, you'll be in the deep mountains, which isn't safe," Lu Chuntao said, noting that the herbs weren't far away. She knew that as doctors, they often like to pick herbs. She didn't stop Yun Jiji, and from her position, she could see where Yun Jiji was headed, so she wasn't too worried. "Okay." Yun Jiji agreed and headed in that direction with her basket. Lu Chuntao watched her go. Yun Jiji was indeed thin, but she was quite strong. Carrying half a basket of chestnuts and 3 wild chickens, she didn't look tired at all. She must have been used to hard work every day in the countryside. She sighed softly, having seen many daughters-in-law treated poorly by their in-laws, who didn't see them as adults and always ordered them around, expecting one person to do the work of 2. Yun Jiji probably lived the same kind of life at home. Yun Jiji indeed saw the herbs and was also busy with her own tasks, avoiding them while doing so. She moved to a spot where Lu Chuntao couldn't see her and then squatted down. When her hand touched the tree, it seemed to glow with a faint green light that flowed into her palm, very weak and subtle. But compared to when she was at the foot of the mountain, this was already a lot. Yun Jiji thought, if I go into those primitive forests, maybe there will be more wood spirits inside? She only absorbed for a short while before stopping. Then she dug up some of the medicinal herbs she saw and put them into her basket. There were quite a few twisted blue vines in this area. After collecting some, she saw Yang Shuqin return, so she stopped. She still needed to find a chance to go into the mountain alone. Going with Lu Chuntao and the others, she couldn't relax. She had to wait for another opportunity. "Let's go down the mountain," Yang Shuqin said, a bit embarrassed. But people have urgent needs and she couldn't help it. Okay. The 3 of them then headed down the mountain together. As they passed the chestnut grove, they saw Zhao Zhenju still hanging upside down on the mountain. They also saw a few young soldiers rushing over. "Jiji, look, the man with the scar on his face is Li Jianmin, Zhao Zhenju's husband." Hearing this, Yun Jiji looked toward the soldiers and indeed saw a scarred man. The scar on his face ran across his entire right cheek, from the corner of his eye down to his lip, which looked a bit frightening at first glance.
How did he get that?
Yun Jiji asked curiously. Once during a mission, he got injured. The wound was so deep that it was as big as a fingernail, and even the doctors were quite shocked, Lu Chuntao explained. Yang Shuqin, noticing that everyone was focused on Zhao Zhenju, lowered her voice and said, "Zhao Zhenju looks down on Li Jianmin because of a scar, thinking he's not good enough for her." Yun Jiji's mouth twitched. Li Jianmin probably didn't want his face to be scarred either. Although the wound had healed, scars like that would stay with him for life. Li Jianmin's appearance wasn't particularly handsome, but he wasn't ugly either, just an ordinary person. But with that scar, he looked a bit intimidating. Honestly, Li Jianmin can advance to vice regimental commander. If it weren't for that injury, he would still be just a company commander, Yang Shuqin whispered. Li Jianmin was an ordinary person. The army promoted him partly to comfort his family. Otherwise, after so many years as a platoon leader without notable achievements, he would have been discharged long ago. Yun Jiji nodded quietly, without saying much. She can treat the scar on Li Jianmin's face, but she won't mention it unless they ask her for help. Otherwise, she won't go out of her way. "Chuntao, you all still caught wild chickens?" When the 3 of them reached the chestnut grove, a military wife noticed they were carrying wild chickens. This made her very jealous. "That's meat." And each of them had 1 chicken. "It's good luck. We saw a pit in the mountain, and these 3 chickens fell into it. The 3 of us just divided them," Lu Chuntao said. When they came down from the mountain, they had already said that if people knew Yun Jiji used just her strength and a few small stones to knock out some chickens, no one would believe it. It was better to find another excuse. They didn't say much, and these people wouldn't ask questions. Although everyone was jealous, no one directly asked for chickens like Xiao Zhenju did. As for the 2 chickens in Yun Jiji's basket, covered with a layer of tanki, they were hidden from view. Lu Chuntao had been walking behind Yun Jiji earlier, watching her cover the chickens with herbs, and she knew that some people in the family compound liked to take small advantages. So she didn't mention that they had caught 5 chickens. How did you do it? You were just picking chestnuts, and Zhao Zhenju still climbed up the tree? Lu Chuntao changed the subject. Everyone hurried to tell what had happened earlier. When they learned that Zhao Zhenju accidentally stepped into a trap set by villagers in the mountain, they all felt speechless. She was really unlucky. They had been here for a while and hadn't stepped into any traps, but Zhao Zhenju did it in one step. And who would set a trap that high? Zhao Zhenju was almost at the sky. Vice Commander Li is here. Hurry up and get your wife down, someone said. Lu Chuntao only looked for a moment before pulling Yun Jiji and Yang Shuqin down the mountain together. Zhao Zhenju was like a mad dog. She might start biting and barking at everyone soon. Many military wives also left in groups when Li Jianmin arrived, carrying their things. Zhao Zhenju's personality was so bad that after coming down, she would definitely attack and insult everyone indiscriminately. Jiji, next time we go up the mountain, we'll call you. Back at the family compound, Yang Shuqin happily said, with these wild chickens, I can make chestnut chicken soup tonight. In this cold winter, it will help everyone stay healthy. If it weren't for Yun Jiji, we wouldn't even be sure to eat chicken today. Okay, Yun Jiji agreed. Yang Shuqin was not heading in the same direction as the others. After saying a few words, she carried a wild chicken and happily returned home, admired by many family members. Yun Jiji and Lu Chuntao only parted ways outside the yard. As soon as Yun Jiji reached the door, she heard Yuan Yuan and Tuan Tuan happily calling out. Then she saw 1 big and 2 small figures appear in her view. Qin Shiyu saw the wild chicken in her hand, looked surprised, and quickly came over to take the basket from her back. Why didn't someone call me to help carry this heavy thing? Qin Shiyu frowned, looking at her thin figure, and didn't think Yun Jiji could carry it alone. I can carry it myself, she said. Qin Shiyu had already taken down the basket, removed the herbs on top, and saw that there were actually 2 more wild chickens inside. He looked up in disbelief and asked Yun Jiji, did you catch these? They fell into a trap. I found them. There are 5 in total, 1 each for Sister Chuntao and Sister Shuqin, and I brought 3 home. Yun Jiji explained with the same excuse. Qin Shiyu couldn't believe it. She caught 5 wild chickens at once. Such luck was incredible. He also reached out and felt that these chickens were alive but looked dazed. Mom, awesome. Yuan Yuan and Tuan Tuan gathered excitedly around the basket, their eyes wide with amazement as they looked at the chickens. Qin Shiyu also thought her luck was really good. These were wild chickens, and catching 5 at once while climbing the mountain was rare. But he didn't think too much about it. Yun Jiji went inside to get a water bucket, ready to handle the chickens. Tell me how to do it, I'll do it. Qin Shiyu immediately took the task from her hand. Yun Jiji looked at Qin Shiyu helplessly, feeling he was a bit too confident. But since he wanted to do it, she let him. Use the bucket of water to wash half of the chestnuts, then open a small hole and put them all into the pot to cook, she said. Won't that be too much? Qin Shiyu looked at the basket, which held at least 10 jin of chestnuts, about 5 jin after washing half. Seeing her serious expression, Qin Shiyu followed her instructions. While opening the chestnuts, she sat nearby to help. Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan happily played around, occasionally glancing at the chickens. The chickens had woken up, but since they were tied with a string, they couldn't escape. However, the 2 little ones looked very excited. Yun Jiji thought that later they could raise some chickens and ducks for eggs. 2 people were busy together, quickly washing and opening the chestnuts. They put them into cold water, boiled for 3 to 5 minutes, then quickly transferred them to cold water, which made the shells easier to remove. Afterward, They sat in the kitchen peeling the shells. While they were busy, Xiao Zhenju also came back crying and whining, constantly speaking unpleasant words. Qin Shiyu had heard earlier about Xiao Zhenju being caught in a trap set by villagers and hanging upside down on a tree. When the military wife returned and called Li Jiamin to go up the mountain and rescue Xiao Zhenju, he overheard. After peeling a bowl of chestnuts, Yun Jiji looked at Qin Shiyu and said, "This bowl of chestnuts and the wild chicken in the yard, you can take one to Comrade whose house as a thank you gift for his help in getting me into the military district health clinic."
Qin Shiyu was a bit surprised.
He didn't expect Yun Jiji to make such arrangements, but he also thought there was nothing wrong with her doing so. Following Yun Jiji's instructions, he carried a wild chicken and a bowl of peeled chestnuts to Hu Jianjun's house. Zheng Guizhi happened to come back from work and was very surprised when she learned it was Yun Jiji who asked him to deliver the items. She pulled Qin Shiyu back, not letting him leave. She rummaged around the house for a while and finally gave him all 15 eggs they bought that morning, telling him to take them home for the kids and Yun Jiji to help them recover. Qin Shiyu refused, but she chased after him, walking him all the way to Yun Jiji's house and simply left the eggs in the yard before turning and running away. Qin Shiyu had no choice but to accept. When he entered the house, Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan also came over to help peel chestnuts. The two little kids struggled with their small hands, but since the chestnuts had been boiled and soaked in cold water, peeling them was quite easy. They helped peel some chestnuts too, but the kids' hearts were still restless. After a while, they were distracted by the wild chickens in the yard. Yun Jiji and Qin Shiyu peeled for nearly an hour until all the chestnuts were peeled completely. Qin Shiyu didn't know what she was planning, but following Yun Jiji's instructions, he went to slaughter a chicken again. Yun Jiji borrowed a steaming basket from Lu Chuntao, and all the chestnuts were steamed in it. When Qin Shiyu saw this, he thought about bringing back some bamboo tomorrow to make a few steaming baskets himself, as it wouldn't be good to keep borrowing from Lu Chuntao all the time. Yun Jiji was busy working, leaving some aside. The remaining chestnuts were steamed, then all placed into a clean stone mortar and mashed into chestnut paste. She added some glutinous rice flour, sugar, and water, mixing until smooth. She brushed oil inside an aluminum box, poured in the chestnut paste, and then steamed it over high heat. While Yun Jiji was busy in the kitchen, the two little kids kept circling around her. When they smelled the delicious aroma coming from the pot, they eagerly sniffed the air. So tempting. "Mom, it smells so good." Yuan Yuan sniffed and looked at Yun Jiji with anticipation. Yun Jiji chuckled, "Do you want to eat it?" Yeah, I want to." The little one's mouth was watering. She playfully wiped the drool and said, "It will be ready to eat once it cools down a bit. Just wait a little longer, okay?" "Okay." At this moment, Qin Shiyu had already prepared the wild chicken, cutting it into pieces. He smelled the rich aroma from the yard and, upon entering the kitchen, found it even stronger. "How should I cook the chicken? Teach me," Qin Shiyu asked. Yun Jiji looked at him. "Make a chestnut chicken stir-fry." Recently, they had been eating quite lightly, but it couldn't stay that way forever. It was okay to add a little oil now and then. She had been using spiritual spring water to help them recover. Although it wasn't obvious, their stomachs and digestion had improved significantly. As long as they didn't overeat, they could eat some proper food. With her watching over them, she wasn't worried about the kids eating too much. "All right, I can do that. You've been working hard all day. Go rest for a bit," Qin Shiyu said. When he first joined the army, he was actually in the kitchen staff. Later, as he showed more of his abilities, he began to truly settle into military life. "Okay." Yun Jiji nodded. She preferred him to do it. She didn't want to do everything herself. She led the two children out of the kitchen. As soon as they stepped outside, she saw Yang Shuqin at their door, holding a basket. Seeing Yun Jiji come out, she said, "Jiji, I grew these vegetables myself. I picked some green beans and radishes for you. Take them and eat." Shuqin's sister. Yun Jiji felt a bit helpless. "You keep them. If you don't want them, I'll bring back that wild chicken," Yang Shuqin said. "All right, I'll take them," Yun Jiji replied, feeling resigned. Yang Shuqin and Lu Chuntao were good people. She was lucky. Most of the people around her weren't like the difficult Zhao Zhenju. They're nothing valuable. Don't be polite. If you don't take them, I'll feel bad, Yang Shuqin said happily. At the same time, she saw Qin Shiyu cooking in the kitchen. Yang Shuqin was quite surprised. The cold-faced king was actually making food at home. This was really something new. Honestly, they never imagined what Qin Shiyu would be like after marriage, and they didn't expect it to be like this. Shuqin's sister, I made chestnut cake. Here, take a piece to satisfy the kid's sweet tooth. Hearing this, Yang Shuqin refused. She squatted down, placed the vegetables from the basket on the ground, and said, I have some myself. You eat yours. Then she quickly ran away. She had already taken a wild chicken for Yunjiji, so she couldn't take her chestnut cake too. Although she was curious about how the cake was made, she could ask Yunjiji about it later. She had collected so many chestnuts today and wouldn't finish eating them so soon. Yunjiji's lips twitched. She gained a new understanding of the simple nature of people in this era. The people in the community courtyard really made her feel warm. At least she felt it, and it made her feel a bit of happiness. This kind of feeling was actually very nice. She took the vegetables into the kitchen and said, let's stir-fry some shredded radish too. Okay. Qin Shiyu didn't hesitate and took the radish outside to wash it. Watching the man work diligently, Yunjiji opened her mouth but said nothing. Honestly, this man was quite good. But she couldn't get past the mental barrier. The marriage still had to end. After the chestnut cake cooled and was taken out of the mold, she cut it into small pieces. After the two children washed their hands, she handed each of them a piece. Mom, it's so good. Yuan took a bite of the chestnut cake. It was sweet, sticky, and delicious. Tuan ate slowly, with tears in his eyes. Yunjiji knew her son was mature for his age. She silently reached out and gently rubbed his little head, trying to comfort him. There were some things she didn't know how to comfort the children about. The only thing she could do was slowly help them live a better life. When they realized their days would get better, their hearts would start to change. All she could do was stay by their side when they felt upset and offer appropriate comfort. She also worked hard to learn how to be a good mother. Baby, can I ask you to help me with something? Yunjiji cut a small plate of chestnut cake and squatted down to look at the little ones. Mom, I can do it. Yuan immediately patted his chest and said confidently. Mom, Tuan called out softly. Although I didn't say much, my meaning was already clear. He can also help. Can baby help mom send this bowl of chestnut cake to big brother Xiaoman next door? You know, the little brother from Aunt Chun Tao's house, right? Yunjiji asked. Mom, baby remembers he's sick, Tuan said. Clearly, they all remembered Xiaoman. Baby will go deliver. Yuan finished the chestnut cake and looked at the chopping board with big eyes, still wanting to eat more. Little greedy cat, there's more at home and lots of chestnuts too. After eating, Mom will make more, Yunjiji said with a smile. Tuan took the bowl from her hand and left with Yuan. Yunjiji didn't follow, but just stood at the door watching. Lu Chuntao lives right next door, not far away. And this is a family courtyard, very safe. But sniff, sniff. Mom, sniff, sniff. As soon as Yunjiji turned around, she heard Yuan crying outside. Without thinking much, she rushed out immediately, Qin Shiyu holding a spatula following close behind. Outside, Xiao Zhenju looked down from above at the two children sitting on the ground, still holding the bowl of chestnut cake. Why are you crying? If you keep crying, I'll believe I can hit you. Xiao Zhenju had just come back from the health clinic, feeling very angry. She saw Yunjiji carrying the two little troublemakers with the cake. She thought about the unfair treatment she had received at Yunjiji's place and the big shame she had faced today. Now, she was afraid everyone in the family courtyard knew she had been hung upside down on a tree, and it was the troops who finally got her down. She was still hanging by one foot, in a very embarrassing position. Xiao Zhenju always cared about her appearance. Being from the city, she considered herself the most fashionable in the compound. Today's disgrace made her lose face completely. All this was Yunjiji's fault. If she had been willing to share some chestnuts, she wouldn't have to go pick them herself, and none of this would have happened. Seeing them still crying, louder than before, Xiao Zhenju worried she might attract attention. She raised her hand, ready to slap the children's faces again, but before her hand could land, a sharp slap landed on Xiao Zhenju's face, turning her head to the side. The chestnut cake in her hand was snatched away, and the piece she was about to put in her mouth fell to the ground.
Ah!
Yun Jiji, you mean person. How dare you hit me? After Xiao Zhenju realized this, she was so angry she tried to rush at her. However, Qin Shiyu stepped directly in front of the three of them, looking at Xiao Zhenju with a serious face. Baby, did you fall anywhere? Yun Jiji anxiously checked the two children. She immediately saw that both children's palms were scraped by broken stones on the ground, with blood seeping from the wounds. Yun Jiji felt very upset. They also looked scared. As soon as they saw Yun Jiji, they curled up in her arms, hugging her neck and crying sadly. Captain Qin, look at my face. It's swollen from Yun Jiji hitting me. Xiao Zhenju looked at Qin Shiyu and felt even more wronged. She showed her swollen cheek and gently touched it, wincing in pain. Yun Jiji was so violent. Qin Shiyu must dislike her very much. No one wants to marry a woman like a shrew. Especially since Qin Shiyu is such an excellent man. He probably wouldn't like a woman like Yun Jiji. Comrade Zhao, you push my child forward and snatch snacks from my child behind. Shouldn't you be the one to get hit? Qin Shiyu asked calmly. He also saw the injured palms of the two children and felt very distressed. His children were so weak and not in good health. If something went wrong, Qin Shiyu couldn't even imagine the consequences. While comforting the two children, Yun Jiji kept an eye on Xiao Zhenju. It wasn't surprising that she was the first to complain, but she was also curious about how Qin Shiyu would react. Qin Shiyu is a soldier, so he probably disapproves of hitting people. Everyone in the family compound was used to seeing each other regularly. But Xiao Zhenju had recklessly hit Yun Jiji. Qin Shiyu would think that was wrong, but his words surprised her. Seeing Xiao Zhenju's twisted face from anger, Yun Jiji felt quite pleased. Fortunately, this man wasn't the type to just smooth things over. Otherwise, her child's suffering today would have been in vain. What happened? Li Jianmin went to get medicine but didn't see Xiao Zhenju. When he learned she had gone back to the family residence, he hurried back. He saw Xiao Zhenju covering her face, standing with Qin Shiyu and others. From their atmosphere, it was clear something unpleasant had happened. But he wasn't sure exactly what. At this moment, Qin Shiyu's two children were still cuddled in Yun Jiji's arms, crying softly and sniffling. Why are you only just now arriving? Your wife is about to be bullied to death. Look at my face. Xiao Zhenju immediately showed her face, looking quite aggrieved as she looked at Li Jianmin. Although she didn't like Li Jianmin deep down, she was still his wife, and he had to protect her. Captain Qin, this? Li Jianmin saw her swollen cheeks and was shocked. How much force must have been used to cause such injuries? Your wife took food from our children and even pushed down both of my kids. Do you want to see how badly my children's hands are hurt? Yun Jiji, seeing Li Jianmin's reaction, felt it was their fault. He wondered if he should find out what really happened. Now, surprisingly, he even had the nerve to question Qin Shiyu with a reproachful tone. Deputy Li, look at what happened to my child's hand after falling. Yun Jiji held their hands and pointed them out for Li Jianmin to see. When Li Jianmin saw the scratches on their palms, he felt pain himself. He looked back at Yun Zhenju, who shrank her neck. After so many years of marriage, Li Jianmin could clearly see what Qin Shiyu was thinking, but right now, he was mostly angry. She also hit me. Look at what my face looks like now, Xiao Zhenju said stubbornly, her face swollen from the beating. Comrade Zhao, isn't it just that you wanted to take the chestnuts that Jiji was picking? Jiji didn't give you any? You don't need to cause trouble for the kids. Lu Chuntao, who had been listening from inside the house, came out now. She hadn't had a chance to speak earlier, but seeing Xiao Zhenju like this, she remembered what had happened on the mountain. Li Jianmin's expression darkened. Are you still trying to take your sister-in-law's chestnuts on the mountain? Li Jianmin had always known Xiao Zhenju could be unreasonable, but she was his wife. As long as she didn't do anything too extreme, he would let her be. But he never expected Zhao Zhenju to even bully the children now. An adult bullying children, even if she had a reason, no longer seemed justified. Moreover, she was wrong from the start. She picked up dozens of genes of chestnuts. What's wrong if I want to share a little? The great leader said we should help each other. Zhao Zhenju didn't think she was doing anything wrong. They hadn't even gathered any chestnuts. They arrived first and had already collected most of them. What's wrong with asking for a share? Li Jianmin pinched his nose, surprised that she thought this was okay. Li Jianmin looked at Qin Shiyu and Yun Jiji with regret. Captain Qin, sister-in-law, I am really sorry. I want to apologize to you. Here is 10 yuan to buy some good food for the children to heal their wounds. Seeing him take out a large amount of money to compensate them, Zhao Zhenju immediately widened her eyes and snatched the money back. Li Jianmin, are you crazy? 10 yuan for a small scratch? What about my face? It's swollen like this. Yun Jiji, should you pay me 100 yuan? Everyone looked at Zhao Zhenju as if she were a fool. Li Jianmin clearly wanted to resolve the matter and stop it from escalating. However, Zhao Zhenju seemed determined to make a big fuss. Li Jianmin closed his eyes.
Give me the money.
No, unless Yun Jiji pays me 100 yuan, Zhao Zhenju said, believing she was wronged and had a reason. Spring Peach, please go call the political officer. Since Comrade Zhao says so, let's have the officer judge this, Yun Jiji said to Lu Chuntao nearby. Lu Chuntao responded and quickly ran off. Madam Wang. Li Jianmin called anxiously, but Lu Chuntao ran so fast she disappeared in no time. Li Jianmin turned back, glaring angrily at Zhao Zhenju. Are you really trying to make this a big deal? I'm not wrong, Zhao Zhenju said with a pout. Since Comrade Zhao thinks she's not wrong, she should go reflect in the small black room, Hu Jianjun's voice came from behind. Everyone was surprised at how quickly Hu Jianjun arrived. He stood with his hands behind his back, looking grim from a distance. Along with Hu Jianjun, besides Lu Chuntao, there was also Yang Shuqin. Apparently, Yang Shuqin had already gone to call Hu Jianjun and had told him everything along the way. Hearing about the small black room, Zhao Zhenju's face turned pale instantly. Comrade Zheng, I don't agree. Zhao Zhenju, I have already looked into the matter. Do you think it's appropriate to bully 2 children and even their food? You really have some nerve. Yun Jiji hit you, and you have no right to complain, Hu Jianjun said sternly, glaring at Li Jianmin. Li Jianmin shrank back and lowered his head, hearing Hu Jianjun continue, as a soldier and a husband, you haven't managed your wife well. Go back and write a 20,000-word self-criticism and hand it to me first thing tomorrow morning. Yes, Li Jianmin knew this punishment was already lenient. My achievements in the army have always been average. I was able to become a deputy battalion commander mainly because of this scar on my face. Zhao Zhenju didn't expect that such a small matter would cause Li Jianmin to be punished. Political Commissar, who, Yun Jiji, also hit someone. Zhao Zhenju still couldn't accept it. Zhao Zhenju, how can you still have the nerve to talk? You didn't push to Anchuan and Yuan, nor did you steal their food. How could Jiji get so upset? You're really being unfair to her. Lu Chuntao said. Exactly. She's an adult, yet she fought over food with 2 kids and even pushed them. You should be glad she only got a few scrapes. If she had hit her head, it could have been deadly. These 2 children were very thin and fragile. If Zhao Zhenju, as an adult, had pushed a little harder, it could have been very dangerous. By this point, Zhao Zhenju still thought Hu Jianjun's punishment was too harsh. Li Jianmin, if you can't even manage your own family affairs, the organization will review whether you are truly capable of leading a battalion, Hu Jianjun said seriously. Sometimes, for someone with average ability, you really can't be too soft. At first, because Li Jianmin was badly injured, the organization wanted to give him some compensation. That's why they promoted him, but unfortunately, Li Jianmin's ability is truly ordinary. Li Jianmin's face turned pale. Seeing Zhao Zhenju still wanted to say something, he quickly reached out and covered her mouth. Political Commissar, I'll take her to the small black room. After saying that, Li Jianmin snatched a big piece of the collective food from Zhao Zhenju and handed it to Qin Shiyu. Captain Qin, sorry. Then he pulled Zhao Zhenju and hurried away. Zhao Zhenju tried to shout but couldn't say anything because her mouth was covered. She kicked at Li Jianmin in frustration, but eventually, Li Jianmin simply picked her up and carried her away quickly from the family compound. Gigi, you should take the kids to treat their injuries. Lu Chuntao also quickly said. These scrapes hurt the most. Spring Peach sister, here you go. Yun Gigi handed a bowl of chestnut cake to Lu Chuntao. Are Tuanchuan and Yuan coming to my house? Lu Chuntao asked. They want to bring some chestnut cake to Brother Man. Luckily, they didn't drop it when they left the yard, Yun Gigi sighed. Lu Chuntao felt even more distressed and said, You're just too polite. Just leave some for the kids to eat. I make a lot every day and I borrow this and that from you all the time. I feel a bit embarrassed. Plus, Tuanchuan and Yuan and also want to meet new friends. Li Chuntao gave her a sharp look and said, Wait a moment. I have some medicine at home. I'll go get it for you. After bringing the bowl into the house, Li Chuntao quickly took out the medicine. This will hurt a lot when you apply it, but it works very well. Yun Gigi thanked her and then took the children inside. Everyone else dispersed, but after today's incident, Hu Jianjun realized that the atmosphere in the family compound was quite bad. He thought it needed to be cleaned up. If soldiers are fighting hard at the front, but their families are causing trouble behind, it won't be united. This could lead to more problems later. Go check on the two kids. They're probably very scared, Hu Jianjun said. Qin Shiyu frowned and asked, Commissar, can I request a change to a different courtyard? Zhao Zhenju holds grudges. Today, because my wife didn't want to share chestnuts with her, she did this to hurt my children. I worry she won't forget this. Hu Jianjun thought for a moment and said, I've noted this incident. But changing courtyards is only possible if the people involved, like Li Jianmin, ask for it. The organization won't just randomly move family members. Qin Shiyu understood this and wondered if he should talk to Yun Gigi later about moving to a different courtyard, somewhere farther from Zhao Zhenju. He was also worried Zhao Zhenju might cause trouble again. All right, let's go back and check on the children, Qin Shiyu said. He quickly went inside, but as he reached the yard, he smelled something burnt from the kitchen. He hurried to the kitchen and saw that the stir-fried radish in the pot was now black and unrecognizable. He pinched his nose and felt even more dislike for Zhao Zhenju and Li Jianmin. Yun Gigi didn't give the children any medicine. The medicine was very strong and effective for this era, but it hurt when applied to wounds. She didn't want the children to suffer that pain. After holding them and putting them on the bed, she secretly took out some spiritual spring water from the space. It wasn't the essence of the spring, but it could help wounds heal faster. The children were still young and lively, likely to get hurt again. So, Yun Gigi's main goal now was to help their wounds heal quickly. Using spring water, she carefully cleaned the wounds of the two children. Luckily, they only had minor scrapes and no serious injuries. She took out a jar of ointment from her space and gently applied it to their wounds, softly saying, Baby, don't move now. Once the gel dries, your hands won't hurt anymore. Mommy bad auntie, Yuan said sadly. From now on, we won't pay attention to her. But not all aunties are bad. Look at our neighbor, Aunt Lu, she's very kind to the babies, Yun Gigi said. Knowing the children were scared, she gently hugged them for a while to comfort them. Food is ready. Let's eat first. The children's hands no longer hurt, and when they heard it was time to eat, their eyes sparkled happily. Yun Gigi reached out to hold them, but Qin Shiyu arrived first and said, Let me carry them. He thought Yun Gigi was too weak to carry both children easily, so he tried not to let her do it. He also wanted to spend more time close to the kids. Hugging is also a way to show affection. The lunch was very delicious. Chestnut wild chicken, stir-fried radish strips, and egg vegetable soup. Qin Shiyu cooked a pot of rice, making it softer so the children could eat. His cooking was good. The chestnut wild chicken was flavorful, and the radish strips were cut evenly and slightly crunchy because he had salted them beforehand. They ate very happily. The children forgot their earlier unhappiness and were completely captivated by the tasty food. Later, I'll go to the army, Qin Shiyu said after the meal, taking a deep breath. His tone sounded heavy, showing he was feeling troubled. He didn't really want to go, but he respected Yun Jiji's decision. Yun Jiji was surprised but nodded gently. After tidying up the kitchen, Qin Shiyu said a few words and then left. At the entrance of the residential compound, he saw Li Jiamin coming back from outside. Li Jiamin saw Qin Shiyu but didn't dare to look at him directly. He lowered his head and hurried past. Qin Shiyu didn't want to bother with him and headed toward the army. When he saw the divorce application he had submitted, Hu Jianjun's mouth twitched. He said, "Are you really going to divorce? Political Commissar, is it because the approval didn't go through?" Qin Shiyu asked again. Hu Jianjun was momentarily stunned and glared at Qin Shiyu with annoyance. "Sometimes, you really have a lot of tricks. I know how to handle this. Commander, I will hand it over to the battalion commander. But be prepared to be scolded." Hu Jianjun glared at him. When Qin Shiyu returned from his latest mission, he was about to be promoted again. If he filed for divorce at this time, wouldn't he be scolded? Hu Jianjun also stood up and said, "I'm free now. Come with me to the battalion commander's office. Why wait to be scolded? Isn't it the perfect time now?" Thinking this, Hu Jianjun took his divorce application form, held his hands behind his back, and led Qin Shiyu to the battalion commander's office. Qin Shiyu's mouth twitched uncontrollably. He felt Hu Jianjun was a bit mischievous. "Stop fooling around." Inside the battalion commander's office, Gu Wenbin held the divorce application Hu Jianjun just handed him, feeling that Qin Shiyu was acting crazy. At this critical moment, submitting a divorce application, what else could it be but madness? Take it and go back. Do you know you're in a good period for promotion? You've achieved a great feat this time, and official documents will come down soon. Filing for divorce now will only make people think you're lacking in virtue. Do you still want to keep climbing up? After speaking, Gu Wenbin looked at Hu Jianjun and said, "And you, following him and causing trouble. These rumors haven't even been officially announced, but you should know better." Hu Jianjun originally wanted to see Qin Shiyu get scolded and sit back to watch the show. After all, Qin Shiyu was too capable. No one in their military district could compare to him. The Shanghai military district was especially jealous of their district having Qin Shiyu. But in the end, he was also criticized. Hu Jianjun reached up and rubbed his nose. "I told this kid, but this time I really wasn't holding back. Mainly because his wife suffered so much in the countryside. I didn't know how to persuade her." Hu Jianjun stood up, closed the door of the battalion commander's office, and then told Gu Wenbin about Yun Jiji. Gu Wenbin listened, and his face darkened. "Did the people you sent to investigate go to Yunhe village?" He didn't expect such things either, but this marriage definitely couldn't end. Whether Qin Shiyu was in a good period for promotion or not, there were clearly misunderstandings between the couple. Since one side didn't want a divorce, it wasn't hopeless. "The letter we received this morning will arrive in the village today. But some things have been going on for so long that it won't be easy to find everything out in just one day," Hu Jianjun said. Gu Wenbin thought for a moment with a serious face and said, "Later, I will ask someone to call your wife over for a talk. Since your application was not approved by the organization, you should talk to her yourself. Can we wait a couple of days?" Hu Jianjun asked. Gu Wenbin looked at him in confusion. This application was just submitted and was rejected immediately. Isn't that making Comrade Yun suspicious? Let's hold her for a few days and then talk to her. By then, she won't have any way to argue. Don't you think? Hu Jianjun smiled like a clever fox. Qin Shiyu was silent. That's right, Gu Wenbin said irritably, giving Qin Shiyu a side glance. Your wife has suffered a lot of unfairness. You should treat her well in the future. From what you just said, drinking too much and walking into the wrong room back then wasn't so simple. They are soldiers, so their minds are naturally quick. They quickly understood the key point of the matter. We've already asked someone to investigate, Hu Jianjun said. Gu Wenbin nodded. Here, take this. He took an envelope from his drawer and handed it to Qin Shiyu, feeling it was somewhat thick. Before leaving for his mission, Shun Feng told him that the allowance Qin Shiyu received over the years, except for what was sent to his family, was all kept here. Shen Feng knew when Qin Shiyu would return, and since their schedules didn't match, he thought Qin Shiyu would need money after coming back. So, he handed all the money over to Gu Wenbin. Earlier, when Qin Shiyu came to report to him at work, Gu Wenbin wasn't in the office, so he didn't give him this envelope then. He had planned to find him after work today, but now Qin Shiyu was here. "Thank you, Commander," Qin Shiyu said gratefully. After leaving Gu Wenbin's office, Hu Jianjun looked at him and asked, "If your wife finds out about your sneaky moves, what will you do?" After all, his divorce application seemed to have no effect at all. "I followed her advice and submitted a divorce application, but I also confirmed that the organization didn't approve it." "That's fine, right?" Qin Shiyu asked. Hu Jianjun's mouth twitched. "Are you saying it's our fault?" Qin Shiyu looked deep into the distance, raising his head to look at the sky, lost in thought. Hu Jianjun thought sometimes he was pretending to be deep, ready to mock him. Suddenly, Qin Shiyu lowered his head and said in a serious voice, "Even if I had to choose again, I would do the same. I don't want to part with her, even if we got together for other reasons back then. Since I married her, she is my wife and the mother of my child. In the past, I didn't take good care of her, but from now on, I will treat her well, protect her, and love her. Maybe these words come a bit late, but I will do my best to be a responsible husband and no longer let her suffer." Hu Jianjun was stunned for a moment, then patted his back and said, "Good job, kid." "Political Commissar, I'm going back now," Qin Shiyu said. "Go back quickly and spend more time with your wife and child." He rarely had a few days off to rest. When he was busy, he didn't have time to stay with his family. "Yes." Watching Qin Shiyu leave, Hu Jianjun was about to go, when Gu Wenbin suddenly appeared behind him and stood there.
"Who?"
Hu Jianjun was startled and looked at Gu Wenbin with a bit of annoyance. "Old Gu, scaring people can really scare someone to death. Are you so easily scared now?" Gu Wenbin asked back. Hu Jianjun. He waited for him to quietly stand behind him again, just to see if he was afraid. Is the wife of that guy really such a good doctor? Gu Wenbin clearly saw the form Hu Jianjun handed over for Yunjiji. At that time, he was curious about whose wife she was. If he hadn't seen the name on the divorce application form, he wouldn't have known that Qin Shiyu's wife was Yunjiji.
"Yes.
I've also checked. The two doctors assigned to Yunhe village are both very experienced. One is the old Dr. Zhang Pengcheng, and the other is the old Dr. Zhuang Wenhui. If Yunjiji didn't lie, and has been living in the barn all along, then her medical skills are very likely learned from these two old doctors. Whether it's Zhang Pengcheng or Zhuang Wenhui, they are respected figures in traditional medicine. Unfortunately, they were born at the wrong time and ended their lives in the lonely, suffocating barn. There wasn't even anyone to collect their bodies. The team probably just wrapped them in old straw mats, dug a simple grave, and buried them. She has an assessment in the clinic, right? Tell her later. Tomorrow morning, I'll take her somewhere. If she passes, her assessment will be considered successful. Gu Wenbin understood Hu Jianjun's character. If Yunjiji's medical skills weren't really good, he wouldn't casually send someone from the army. And the health condition of Xiao Man is the same across the military district. In the past 2 days, seeing Wang Cheng's expression, he seemed much more relaxed. This also shows that the medicine Yunjiji gave was indeed effective after Xiao Man took it. Qin Shiyu was walking towards the residential area, thinking about gathering some bamboo on the mountain later. Besides making a steaming basket, he could also make some toys for his 2 children. His children probably haven't owned their own toys yet, even after growing up. He must have envied other children a lot before. He feels he owes his children too much and now wants to treat them even better. Qining. As soon as Qin Shiyu reached the army gate, he saw a young soldier rushing over anxiously. His steps paused. "What's the matter?" The young soldier, catching his breath, said, "Qining, you have a phone call." "My phone?" Qin Shiyu was surprised. "Yes, it's from Yunhe village. She said her name is Yun Wanrong, and she has something urgent to talk to you," the soldier explained quickly. Qin Shiyu frowned. Why would Yun Wanrong call at this time? But since she did call, he had to answer. He followed the soldier to the communication room. When he dialed back, the call was answered quickly. "Brother Shiyu, is that you?" A gentle female voice asked from the phone. "Little sister-in-law?" Qin Shiyu asked with a frown. He hadn't yet figured out what happened with the medicine back then, so he held back his confusion and didn't ask directly. But now, why was Yun Wanrong calling? When she heard the term little sister-in-law, Yun Wanrong was stunned for a moment and looked upset. Back then, Qin Shiyu was supposed to marry her. When they looked at each other, she thought they suited each other. Moreover, Qin Shiyu was a soldier in the army. With allowances and mission funds, they could earn at least 1,000 or 2,000 yuan a year. If she married him, she could live a good life. As long as she followed him in the army, she wouldn't have to work with everyone else. Yun Wanrong was very hopeful about their marriage at that time, but she was reborn. In her previous life, Yun Wanrong married Qin Shiyu. On their wedding night, Qin Shiyu was urgently called back to the army and was gone for 5 years. During those 5 years, Yun Wanrong worked tirelessly at Qin's house, never eating a full meal. Finally, when Qin Shiyu returned, he took her to follow him to the army, but before they could get close, he was sent on a mission again. And this time, Qin Shiyu never came back. She, however, became a proud family member of a martyr. Although she received everyone's respect and the compensation for Qin Shiyu's sacrifice, her heart was full of bitterness. She felt trapped by invisible chains, unable to marry or do anything out of the ordinary. While she was alone in the empty house, she saw on TV that she had been forced to marry the poorest man in her family years ago, but he became the richest person in the country. Yun Jiji even became the wife of the wealthiest man, living a glamorous life. She felt a deep sense of dissatisfaction, unable to breathe properly, and was so angry she almost died. When she woke up again, she was surprised to find she had been reborn, and that day was the exact day Qin Shiyu was coming to propose marriage. "Little sister-in-law?" Qin Shiyu's voice came from the phone. Lost in her thoughts, Yun Wanrong suddenly snapped back to reality. "Shiyuji, I've been struggling with something for a long time. I don't know if I should tell you about my sister." Yun Wanrong bit her lip, frowned slightly, and looked hesitant and uneasy. Although Qin Shiyu couldn't see her on the other end of the call, Yun Wanrong felt that she needed to show her true feelings. "Little sister-in-law, your sister is my wife. You should call me brother-in-law," Qin Shiyu said, sounding a bit uncomfortable with her nickname. Yun Wanrong was momentarily stunned, then opened her mouth, forcing herself to suppress her reluctance, and called out, "Brother-in-law, what happened to your sister?" Qin Shiyu always felt she was acting strangely, but he couldn't quite say why. Yun Wanrong held back her dissatisfaction and carefully asked, "Did my sister go to the army to find you?" At this moment, Yun Wanrong was unsure where Yun Jiji had gone. A few days ago, she wasn't in the village, and only when she returned did she find that Yun Jiji had left Yunhe village with those 2 little troublemakers. She asked the village chief and the team leader, but they refused to tell her where Yun Jiji had gone. Because she was unsure, she called Qin Shiyu but couldn't find him until today. If Yun Jiji had gone to the army to find Qin Shiyu with the children, they should have already arrived. "Isn't your sister in Yunhe village?" Qin Shiyu asked instinctively. Yun Wanrong was stunned for a moment, then a wave of joy flooded her heart. Yun Jiji hadn't gone to find Qin Shiyu at all. Thinking about Yun Jiji's appearance, she seemed almost out of breath. Even if she had a letter of introduction, she probably didn't have money for a train ticket. Maybe she had already starved to death in some corner somewhere. Yun Wanrong took a deep breath, then clenched her teeth and sighed, "Sister. Brother-in-law, my sister might have run away with someone." When she heard this, Qin Shiyu's face instantly darkened. If Yun Jiji wasn't at the family courtyard right now, he might have believed Yun Wanrong's false story. "Comrade Yun Wanrong, she is your sister," Qin Shiyu said in a serious voice. Hearing his stern tone, Yun Wanrong was also startled. But thinking that Yun Jiji is still Qin Shiyu's wife, his reaction is understandable. No man can accept the news that his wife ran away with someone else.
"Sister. Brother-in-law. This is not a lie. Our village has spread the news.
I thought my sister went to the army to find you, but you just said she wasn't at the army.
I thought you should know about this,
Yun Wanrong said sadly. She was also a bit confused. 3 years ago, she told Qin Shiyu that Yun Jiji had secretly liked him long before, and Qin Shiyu believed it. Now 3 years have passed, and Qin Shiyu hasn't returned to the village. Yun Jiji's feelings for him have faded, which is normal. Why doesn't he believe her now? Brother-in-law, can you try to find my sister's whereabouts? I am really worried about her safety. She still has 2 children. What if something happens to her? Yun Wanrong said, starting to cry. Her sobs could be heard through the phone line. Her tone sounded extremely anxious. However, Qin Shiyu didn't believe her words. Yun Jiji came to the army with an introduction letter, and the village head and the team leader of Yunhe village knew she was coming to find him. If the village was spreading such rumors, Yun Jiji, as a military family member, wouldn't be ignored by the village head and team leader. So, Yun Wanrong was not telling the truth. Earlier, Yun Jiji had said that after she married him, her parents completely cut ties with Yun Jiji to comfort Yun Wanrong. If Yun Wanrong truly cared about her sister, she wouldn't have let her parents drive Yun Jiji out of the house, nor would she have allowed her mother and her to suffer so much. Yun Wanrong was favored in the Yun family. If she really wanted to secretly help Yun Jiji, she wouldn't be completely powerless. It was clear that Yun Jiji's departure from Yunhe village was unknown to everyone, and no one knew where she had gone. Otherwise, they wouldn't have run to him to say that Yun Jiji had run away with a man. Qin Shiyu was brainstorming here, while Yun Wanrong anxiously waited for Qin Shiyu's response on the phone. She could hear the man's heavy breathing, but he hadn't spoken. Brother-in-law, are you still listening? Will you send someone to find my sister? Will you bring her back safely? Yun Wanrong, seeing that he remained silent, couldn't help but feel anxious and quickly asked what Qin Shiyu was thinking.
I know about this.
I will handle it, Qin Shiyu replied, still not revealing Yun Jiji's whereabouts. He also wanted to see what Yun Wanrong would do next. If he previously only suspected the wine from 3 years ago, now he was almost certain that there was a problem with that wine back then. However, he was still unsure why Yun Wanrong was acting this way. Yun Wanrong initially wanted to say more, but the call was suddenly disconnected. Hearing the busy tone, her face darkened. But thinking about what she needed to do next, Yun Wanrong had to suppress her feelings for the moment. She couldn't panic. If she did, Qin Shiyu might become suspicious. He was a soldier and more sensitive to everything. Even though she had been reborn and lived another life, she couldn't guarantee she wouldn't reveal any flaws in front of Qin Shiyu. However, she believed that Qin Shiyu would believe her words, and she wasn't worried at all that he would come back to the village at this time. In her previous life, Qin Shiyu only returned in the 5th year after marriage. Thinking this way, Yun Wanrong felt at ease. She carried her basket and walked back happily. The pain of spending 1 yuan on that phone call had now faded quite a bit. After returning to the village, Yun Wanrong secretly went behind an old thatched hut. After looking around to make sure no one was there, she quickly slipped inside. Brother Mingyuan, Yun Wanrong looked at the man reading a book in front of her with a warm, sunny gaze. Although the thatched hut was very dilapidated and drafty, Yun Wanrong thought that He Mingyuan was so handsome and noble. Every time she saw He Mingyuan, he was sitting there reading. No wonder he had become the richest man in Huagua in his previous life. His success was not achieved overnight, but built gradually over time. Otherwise, how could he have accurately ridden the wave of reform and opening up to earn his first pot of gold? From there, he continued to grow unstoppable, owning assets worth hundreds of billions. Rong, you're here. He Mingyuan seemed lost in a sea of books, and when he heard Yun Wanrong call him, he seemed to realize her arrival for the first time. Brother Mingyuan, I brought you some food. Even though you need to read, you can't go hungry, right? Yun Wanrong looked at He Mingyuan with gentle eyes. She couldn't let the future richest man go hungry. She wanted to be his future wife. Taking good care of He Mingyuan now meant that after they married, he would love her deeply. In her past life, when Yun Jiji married He Mingyuan, they endured several years of poverty. When He Mingyuan became rich, he didn't despise Yun Jiji, his humble wife. Instead, he spoiled her. She still remembers seeing Yun Jiji on TV, dressed in top luxury brands, carrying a bag worth over $1 million, with total outfits worth tens of millions. Now, she had already taken He Mingyuan for herself. From now on, these days would belong to her. Unlike Yun Ziji, her parents loved her and would continue to support her after she married He Mingyuan. She wouldn't have to live a hard life. Rong Rong, have you eaten? Have you been saving your rations to give me?
You look so thin.
He Mingyuan looked at Yun Wanrong with concern and quickly made space for her to sit. Yun Wanrong shook her head gently and whispered, "Brother Mingyuan, I'm not hungry. You still have to read and work. You should eat enough." He Mingyuan was touched by her words. He took her hand and said softly, "Rong Rong, I'm lucky to share my feelings with you. I like Brother Mingyuan too." Yun Wanrong shyly lowered her head. He Mingyuan's mind moved. He reached out and hugged her into his arms, whispering, "Rong Rong, wait for me. I'll work hard and marry you this year." A happy smile appeared on Yun Wanrong's face. Her body softened, and she snuggled into his embrace. "Brother Mingyuan, I'm willing to wait for you. Wait for you to marry me." When Qin Shiyu returned to the residential compound, he was dragging a few bamboo sticks. Yun Jiji blinked and looked at Qin Shiyu with some confusion, asking, "What are you doing with so much bamboo?" "Making steamers and bamboo baskets for home use," Qin Shiyu explained. Yun Ji was a bit surprised. After the man placed the bamboo in the yard and went into the kitchen to drink water, he took a machete and started chopping the bamboo. "Where are the children?" Qin Shiyu came back and didn't see Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan. He looked at Yun Ji with some confusion. "They are napping," Yun Ji replied. Qin Shiyu understood. The children are still young, and sleeping more is good for their health. He turned slightly to look at Yun Ji and saw her curious eyes wide open, staring at the bamboo in his hand. Suddenly, he thought about what Yun Wanrong had said on the phone earlier. Did she know that her sister might have spoken about her that way? "Are your feelings with your parents not good?" Qin Shiyu remembered her mentioning that after she took Yun Wanrong's marriage, the Yun family had cut ties with Yun Ji. "If things were good, could they really cut ties with me?" Yun Ji asked back. Qin Shiyu was momentarily stunned. "You are both their daughters. Why?" He couldn't understand. Both are daughters, whether Yun Ji or Yun Wanrong, they are their biological children. Yun Wanrong is their treasure, but Yun Ji isn't even considered part of the family. "Maybe I'm not their biological daughter," Yun Ji thought. She also couldn't figure it out, but now that seemed like the only possibility. Even a fierce tiger wouldn't eat its own cub, and the attitude of the Yun couple toward her really didn't seem like how they would treat their own daughter. Qin Shiyu was slightly taken aback and looked at Yun Ji, asking, "Have you ever thought about finding out your true background?" Yun Ji was surprised. The man actually listened to her words. "I was just talking casually. You took it seriously?" "Maybe. Otherwise, how could anyone understand the reason behind it?" It's said that in the early years, due to certain reasons, many children had to be left in the countryside. Qin Shiyu, a soldier, had encountered many such stories over the years. Considering the attitude of the Yun couple toward Yun Ji, it's hard not to suspect whether Yun Ji is really their child. Yun Ji looked at Qin Shiyu in shock. She suddenly realized that Qin Shiyu was quite different from what she had imagined. She thought he was somewhat conservative, but his thoughts were surprisingly bold. She had only spoken casually about whether she was really a Yun family daughter. She had no memory of her own about her origins, and the original owner's memories didn't include any information about her not being the Yun couple's biological daughter. So, she couldn't be sure. "Maybe I should check." Qin Shiyu spoke. Yun Jiji looked at the man for a while and asked, "If I weren't their daughter, why do you seem so happy?" Qin Shiyu paused for a moment and said to Yun Jiji, "If you weren't their daughter, at least you wouldn't feel so upset." She was surprised again, and then realized the meaning behind Qin Shiyu's words. The things the Yun couple did had indeed hurt the original owner deeply. When they wanted to cut ties, the original owner felt even more guilty about them and Yun Wanrong. Over the years, no matter how Yun Mu Zhao Suliang scolded or criticized her, she never argued back because she felt she owed Yun Wanrong. She believed she had made a mistake by walking into the wrong room and taking Yun Wanrong's engagement. So, she felt guilty and owed them. She wanted to make up for everything, so no matter how they insulted her, she wouldn't argue. But who knew her pain and suffering? Her parents and family were criticizing her, and that was very painful. Yun Jiji's heart was also hurting. Qin Shiyu understood her meaning. The original owner couldn't understand why her parents treated her like that, but if she weren't the Yun couple's child, all this could be explained away. Now I don't care anymore. Since they don't acknowledge me, let's just pretend we're strangers, Yun Jiji said, and then left with the herbs she had brought back from the mountain in the morning to process them in the backyard. Qin Shiyu watched her back and decided not to tell Yun Jiji about Yun Wanrong's situation. He didn't want Yun Jiji to feel even worse after hearing it. There wasn't much herbal medicine, and it wouldn't take long to prepare. After finishing, she went to the front yard and saw Qin Shiyu working quickly. He had already shaved the bamboo into strips and was sitting there, creating thin bamboo slices from his hands. Yun Jiji always thought that the craftsmanship of artisans was amazing. In her past life, in her free time, she enjoyed watching short videos on Douyin, especially those showing artisans making handmade products. But they didn't show the entire process, so while it was soothing to watch, she always felt it wasn't perfect enough. Now, watching Qin Shiyu carefully pull out each bamboo slice was a different feeling from watching videos. He was busy working, and when he looked up, he saw Yun Jiji blinking her eyes and staring intently at his hands, watching him work with great excitement. Qin Shiyu felt a bit confused. What's so interesting about this? Why does she look so eager to watch? Do you like watching this? Qin Shiyu asked curiously. Keep going, Yun Jiji said, frowning as she saw him stop. Qin Shiyu's mouth twitched, feeling strangely that Yun Jiji looked quite cute in this way. Although he didn't understand what was so fascinating about weaving bamboo strips, it was clear that Yun Jiji really liked it. At first, only Yun Jiji was sitting nearby watching, but after the round little one woke up, the mother and her 2 children sat together, excited and looking at him busy with a smile. Qin Shiyu's mouth twitched again, thinking they were very adorable, and unexpectedly, a sense of satisfaction grew in his heart. It was like his work was recognized by them, which felt very special. It also brought a little happiness that spread inside him. What are you all doing? When Hu Jianjun came over, he saw this scene. Yun Jiji sat with her 2 children, all 3 with bright, shining eyes watching Qin Shiyu's hands. Yes, it was Qin Shiyu's hands. Qin Shiyu was weaving something. Hu Jianjun took a quick look and saw he was making a steaming basket. When they saw Qin Shiyu making a steaming basket, was it really that interesting?
Isn't it just a steaming basket?
Commissar, why are you here? Qin Shiyu asked, a little confused when he heard the voice. Hu Jianjun saw this and said, just your work. I came to see your wife. Yun Jiji pointed to herself and asked, Commissar, are you looking for me?
Yes.
About your assessment. Yun Jiji's eyes lit up. She quickly stood up, brought a chair for Hu Jianjun, and poured him a cup of hot water. Hu Jianjun was silent. Her enthusiasm had conditions. He stood there for a while until he mentioned he was here to talk about her assessment. Only then did Yun Jiji hurriedly get up to pour him water. If he wasn't here to discuss this, did she plan to entertain him? Commissar, what did you say about the assessment? Yun Jiji asked eagerly. Hu Jianjun had just brought the hot water to his lips when he heard this and silently put the water down. He said, tomorrow morning at 8:30, wait for us at the entrance of the family courtyard. The brigade commander will take you to a place. Qin Shiyu also stopped what he was doing when he heard this. Commissar? He asked, a bit confused. Isn't the assessment at the Military District Health Center just a normal evaluation? Why do they need to go out? Is there anything else, perhaps? Can I really eat your wife? The battalion commander has his reasons for doing this. It's just an assessment, and I can't really eat your wife, can I? Hu Jianjun scowled at Qin Shiyu. Political Commissar, can we go with you? The whole family can't be away from my wife for too long,
Qin Shiyu said.
Hu Jianjun looked at the 2 children. When they heard about Yun Jiji leaving, they really did shrink close to her, and their expressions became worried. Come along. Hu Jianjun glanced at their family of 4, feeling a bit helpless. He had already conveyed what he needed to, so he didn't stay any longer. After seeing Hu Jianjun off, the mother and children sat back in their original seats. Papa Yuan blinked and looked at Qin Shiyu. Especially since Qin Shiyu hadn't continued, the little one looked a little unhappy. Qin Shiyu also realized this and started making steamers again. In the afternoon, Qin Shiyu made 2 steamers. That speed was quite fast. After all, everything started from scratch, beginning with peeling bamboo strips. Once the steamers were ready, they needed to be washed with clean water, soaked in warm water with dish soap for about 20 minutes, boiled for sterilization, then dried in a ventilated place. If possible, a layer of cooking oil could be applied outside for preservation. Thanks to Qin Shiyu, these tasks didn't need Yunjiji to busy herself. However, she took over dinner preparations. Qin Shiyu had been busy in the yard all day and didn't ask for help, instead enjoying watching the craftsmanship. She felt a sense of fulfillment she hadn't experienced before, and this afternoon, she felt unexpectedly satisfied. So, she didn't let Qin Shiyu help with dinner either. For lunch, they had pheasant stir-fried with chestnuts. She also steamed smooth egg custard, spicy and sour potato strips, garlic-flavored greens, and a pot of rice. After dinner, while she was washing the children, Qin Shiyu had already washed the dishes. When she finished tidying up the children and came out, she saw Qin Shiyu sitting at the table, hand extended toward the oil lamp, staring at his fingertips. "What's wrong with your finger?" Yunjiji asked. Qin Shiyu looked at her. "Are the kids asleep?"
Not yet.
"They finished washing up and are playing in bed," she replied. At this moment, Yunjiji sat down at the table. Seeing Qin Shiyu holding a needle and picking at his finger, she asked, "Did a bamboo thorn poke in?" He spent the afternoon trying to remove a tiny bamboo splinter, which was sharper than a needle. Qin Shiyu used a needle to pick at it, probably poking it in deeper. "Just use the needle to pick it out," Qin Shiyu said. Yunjiji looked at him and finally said, "Let me see. As long as the bamboo splinter isn't deeply embedded, it's easy to remove." But seeing Qin Shiyu struggle for a while without success and even pricking his finger a few times, she wondered why it was so difficult. Bamboo in this man's hands was so obedient, yet removing a splinter was so hard. Qin Shiyu didn't hesitate and directly held out his hand to Yunjiji. She took his hand, which was large, and when her small hand rested on his, it looked very delicate. Years of training made his palm broad and heavy, with rough, hard calluses on the palm. His fingers were thick and strong, with slight bumps at the joints, each finger seeming to hold great strength. Her fingertips gently touched his, quickly locating where the splinter had gone in. She looked up at him and said, "It might hurt a little. Please bear with it."
It's okay.
"Go ahead," he replied. Yunjiji carefully used the needle to gently lift and press, and the bamboo splinter slid out of his skin. The splinter was about a centimeter long. It was still a bit deep, and when it came out, it carried a little blood. If left untreated, it could cause an infection later. Done. Yunjiji withdrew her hand, placed the needle back in the box. Qin Shiyu looked at her, noticing her serious expression, and softly asked, "Aren't you worried about tomorrow's exam?" Yunjiji raised her head. "Why should I worry? Healing and saving people were her strengths." She had studied medicine for many years and had never encountered a patient she couldn't treat. So, hearing Qin Shiyu say that, Yunjiji felt a bit puzzled. But she also thought, in their eyes, her medical skills were just learned from some barefoot doctors and 2 old village doctors, without formal training. Most people probably thought she could only treat minor illnesses like a lucky cat catching a dead mouse. She didn't expect them to believe in her skills immediately. She was fine with their doubts. They doubted her, but she knew her own abilities well. Based on what Commissar said, "I guess he wants to take you to see a patient and have you treat them on the spot." Qin Shiyu had been in the army for many years. When dealing with Hu Jianjun and Gu Wenbin, he was much more familiar with them than Yunjiji was. So he guessed that was the case. Since it's an assessment, it might be a bit difficult, but probably not those complicated issues. I think it's more likely some long-term illnesses, Yunjiji said. Qin Shiyu noticed that she was very calm, as if she wasn't overly worried about these matters. Even when mentioned now, she still looked peaceful. He also realized that his understanding of her was quite shallow. Yun Wanrong had told him many things about Yunjiji, but at that time, Qin Shiyu didn't have much time to think, and after what happened, he was really upset. He kept wondering why, despite having a good alcohol tolerance, he would get drunk after just 2 drinks. The Yun family couple always told him that he was in high spirits because of happy occasions. He never thought about the possibility of being drugged. If it hadn't been for Yunjiji being hospitalized that day and hearing the doctor's words by accident, Qin Shiyu wouldn't have thought of these things. Whatever the patient's illness tomorrow, treat it if you can. If not, it's okay. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Yunjiji raised an eyebrow and looked at Qin Shiyu, saying, "You're thinking differently from me."
Huh.
He paused slightly. "We both know how we got married. In my opinion, men usually can't accept such schemes. I thought you would definitely dislike or be annoyed by me." Yunjiji expressed her doubts. Yunjiji was not someone who liked arguing, and generally, no one wanted to solve problems through conflict. Of course, except for someone like Xiao Zhenju, who was difficult to deal with. If she could fight, she wouldn't want to waste words. But here in the military district, she had to hold back for now. That night, with the moon covered by dark clouds, it was hard to see the way, so it's quite normal to go into the wrong room. Yunjiji's lips twitched. That night, I asked Yun Wanrong, and when I heard her respond inside the room, I pushed the door open, Yunjiji said. She didn't see the need to hide from Yun Wanrong, who could even scheme against her own sister. The 2 rooms were connected side by side, with only a pillar in the middle, just a step apart. That night, the original owner was worried about pushing the wrong door, so she called out to Yun Wanrong until she heard Yun Wanrong inside say, "Sister, why are you standing at the door and not coming in?" At that moment, Yunjiji was sure she hadn't taken a wrong turn. But when she woke up the next day, everything had changed.
Did she speak? Qin Shiyu asked.
Yunjiji said nothing and simply looked at Qin Shiyu calmly. Qin Shiyu also looked at her. From her expression, Qin Shiyu could tell that Yunjiji was honest and not lying. At this time, Qin Shiyu frowned slightly, her deep eyes half closed as if she was thinking about the matter. She didn't make a sound to disturb her, thinking about whether to go back to her room to be with the 2 children. Just as Yunjiji was about to get up, Qin Shiyu suddenly reached out and grabbed her. "Why are you doing this?" She quickly pulled her hand back in fear. Her hand was free, and Qin Shiyu's brows furrowed slightly. She really disliked being touched. "Yun Wanrong told me that you have liked me in secret for a long time, which is why you climbed into my bed at midnight." Qin Shiyu looked steadily at Yunjiji, wanting to see her reaction. Yunjiji's eyes widened, her already large and round almond-shaped eyes appearing even bigger. "That was the first time I saw you, and I've liked you secretly for a long time?" Yunjiji felt that Yun Wanrong's words had no basis at all. When Qin Shiyu and Yun Wanrong first met for an arranged date, they were at Yun's house too, but Yunjiji was sent away early in the morning by her parents to work. To prevent her from coming home for lunch that day, they generously gave her 2 coarse flour buns. When she finished work and returned, Qin Shiyu was already gone. "That night you were drunk. It was the first time I saw you." After speaking, Yunjiji turned to walk into the house. Whether Qin Shiyu believed her or not, it no longer mattered to her. Qin Shiyu watched Yunjiji's back as she left and sighed softly, feeling inexplicably upset. She truly had no feelings for herself. Even if they didn't divorce, she could predict that Yunjiji still wouldn't accept her. Even if he treated their mother and child well, making her feel warmth, the events of these 3 years had worn down all passion. Moreover, her parents' actions, though not directly done by them, were caused by him, and she had to bear all the right and wrong. He sighed lightly. It seemed that the road to a harmonious marriage was very long. Inside is the patient you're supposed to see today. After layers of checks, questions, signatures, and confirming information, Yunjiji and her team finally arrived outside a small courtyard. Yunjiji was a bit surprised. The patient she was here to see clearly held an important status. Go in. Gu Wenbin glanced at Yunjiji and said, "Don't be too nervous. The old leader has seen many doctors, and many couldn't help. So, it's good if we can help, but if not, it's okay." Okay, Yunjiji nodded. Gu Wenbin was somewhat surprised. Yunjiji was very different from the rural person he had imagined. She remained calm about everything. Normally, when she saw someone like him, a military officer, she might feel a little shy. He knew she was just an ordinary person, but in the eyes of ordinary people, Gu Wenbin was an official. She didn't show any fear when facing him. It was as if people of this status had seen many others like this. If he wasn't sure that Yunjiji was the wife Qin Shiyu married, Gu Wenbin might really doubt her identity. "Everyone, please come in." They stood outside for a while, and the person who announced them came out. He was a man in his 40s, and his aura showed he was a soldier. "Please lead the way," Gu Wenbin said. Inside the room, the man led them straight to the second floor. As they climbed the stairs, they smelled a strong medicinal scent, which made them frown. Yunjiji kept her expression calm and turned to Qin Shiyu. "Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan won't go in. You can wait outside with them." "Okay," Qin Shiyu replied. On the way here, Yunjiji had already told the two children that she was going to see a doctor, so they needed to stay with their father for a while. She gently looked at them, then followed Gu Luzhong and Hu Jianjun into the room. Inside, an elderly man nearly 70 years old lay on the bed. He had silver hair, a thin and exhausted face. Years of illness had made his eyes cloudy and dull, and his mouth twitched occasionally due to muscle spasms caused by a. He saw Gu Wenbin and the others, tilted his head to speak, but before he could, saliva dripped from his mouth. The despair and deathly aura in his eyes were even stronger. When Yunjiji entered the room, she noticed the scene inside. She saw a bookshelf beside the bed, filled with certificates and neatly arranged military medals. She immediately spotted several first-class medals. This was an old soldier, a veteran who had fought in wars long ago. He had earned many military honors. He should have enjoyed his later years peacefully, but because of he was now like this. No wonder she saw the despair in the old man's eyes. To him, death was not the worst. What was worse was suffering through pain before dying and not being able to leave with dignity. For an old hero like him, this was a great torment. "Dad, this is Xiao Qin's wife. She knows some medicine. I brought her here to see you," Gu Wenbin said as he approached the sickbed, gently wiping the old man's mouth with a handkerchief. "This is my wife's father, Mr. Zhong," Gu Wenbin explained to them. They were all a bit surprised to learn that the elderly leader in front of them was related to Gu Wenbin. Old leader Zhong shook his head forcefully upon hearing this, showing he had little hope for his health. Seeing this, Yunjiji stepped forward and said, "Old leader, I know you're feeling upset, but I can treat your condition." Gu Wenbin and Hu Jianjun looked at Yunjiji with surprise.
Old leader Zhong has had
I can help him stop drooling and speak normally again. But he can't get out of bed right now. I need to check his pulse first to see if he can stand up again." When they heard Yunjiji's words, everyone's eyes widened in shock. Yunjiji said she could make the old leader speak. They had previously consulted many doctors for old leader Zhong, but the results were minimal. Some even refused to treat him upon seeing his condition. Some worried that if they treated him and succeeded, it would be fine. But they feared their own skills were not enough, and if they failed to cure him or worsened his condition, it would ruin their reputation. Nowadays, traditional Chinese medicine was heavily suppressed. Even highly skilled doctors dared not treat patients lightly. They knew an old national doctor whose skills were excellent, but a few years ago, his hand was injured and he could no longer use silver needles. His legendary needling technique was nearly lost. "Comrade Yun, please check the old leader's pulse first," Hu Jianjun said, noticing everyone was surprised. Yunjiji looked at the old leader in bed. The previously resistant Mr. Zhong now showed a glimmer of hope in his eyes. She nodded gently. Gu Wenbin was pleased and quickly moved the old man's hand out from under the blanket, then stepped aside. Cloudweave took a few steps forward and sat on the stool beside the bed before placing her hand on Commander Zhong's pulse. The elderly man was very old, with a weak pulse that was almost imperceptible. To fully understand Commander Zhong's condition, Cloudweave did not rush. Instead, she extended her spiritual energy, sending out a faint green light to probe inside. Gu Wenbin and Hu Jianjun stood nearby, feeling nervous and unable to breathe easily. They dared not make any sound, afraid of disturbing Cloudweave as she checked the pulse. Although Commander Zhong had suffered his mind was still clear. His gaze was fixed straight at Cloudweave. The young woman looked very young but was too thin, as if a strong wind could her away. She sat quietly, her expression serious, which made the others feel a strange sense of tension. After a while, Cloudweave withdrew her hand. "Comrade Yun, how is it?" Gu Wenbin asked anxiously. Since his father-in-law fell ill, his wife's smile had disappeared. Actually, Gu Wenbin didn't have high hopes when he brought Cloudweave here today. But he remembered Hu Jianjun mentioning that Cloudweave could solve even the most stubborn illnesses, like Xiao Man's congenital condition. Last night, Gu Wenbin specifically asked Wang Cheng about Xiao Man's situation. Wang Cheng's face was usually full of worry, rarely showing a smile. But yesterday, Gu Wenbin saw a rare relaxed expression on his face. When talking about Xiao Man's illness, Wang Cheng took a deep breath and seemed relieved. He said, "Many doctors have said Xiao Man's condition is hopeless. She's taken so many medicines and herbs, but every winter she's half dead, suffering all over. As parents, we feel heartbroken and wish we could take her pain instead. Although I can't guarantee that Comrade Yun's medicine will definitely cure Xiao Man, we're happy if it can reduce her pain and discomfort. Now that she's taken Yun's medicine, Xiao Man says her body doesn't hurt like before, and she's not confined to bed anymore. She still can't go outside, but she can move around inside the house. We're happy to see that. Even if Xiao Man only has a few years left, we hope she can leave peacefully, without suffering from pain." At first, Gu Wenbin hesitated about asking Cloudweave to see his father-in-law. He was unsure if his idea was right. Until after listening to Wang Cheng's words, Gu Wenbin seemed to see hope. He always felt that Yun Jiji could be the person to ease his father-in-law's pain. Just as Wang Cheng said, he wanted to leave comfortably and not be tortured by illness. They all saw the despair in Colonel Zhong's eyes. Thinking about how he once carried a gun and fought on the battlefield, now he lies in bed every day, unable to move, and drools when he moves slightly. Last time, Zhongshan mentioned to him that his father's eyes were full of deathly gloom. If only he could still move his limbs, he might have chosen to end his life himself. "I will first give the old leader an acupuncture to improve his crooked eye condition, then treat the dark wounds on his legs," Yun Jiji said. At this moment, Colonel Zhong looked at Yun Jiji with surprise. He had many hidden wounds on his body, all from the battlefield. Yun Jiji just checked his pulse and found them. "Captain, please ask someone to prepare some moxawol." "I need warm needles," Yun Jiji said. "Okay, I will have someone prepare it immediately," Yun Jiji responded, then asked the guard responsible for caring for Colonel Zhong to remove the quilt covering him. She looked at the old man and said, "Old leader, I need to check your leg wounds. I will help you take off your outer pants." After receiving his approval, Yun Jiji and Commissar who stepped back, waiting until the guard finished, and then entered the room again. Yun Jiji looked at the old man's deformed leg, which was covered with deep and shallow scars. The most noticeable was a purple-red hole above the knee, a wound left by a bullet passing through his thigh. Thinking about the life and death tests faced by the older generation on the battlefield, and now their peaceful life, Yun Jiji couldn't help but tear up. And then she thought about the collection of certificates and military medals in Colonel Zhong's cabinet. Anyone would envy them, but these are the scars left by their generation, silent medals for their brave fight for victory and honor for the country. "Colonel Zhong, the bullet in that area hasn't been removed, right?" Yun Jiji's hand touched the swollen spot and asked the guard nearby. The guard looked surprised, then nodded repeatedly. "Yes. The bullet is stuck in Colonel Zhong's kneecap. The doctors couldn't remove it during the previous surgery, so it was left in his leg." Unexpectedly, Yun Jiji saw this just by a glance. It's very painful on rainy days, isn't it? Yun Jiji asked Elder Zhong. Elder Zhong's eyes also reddened. Over the years, whenever it rained, it felt like millions of ants were biting his leg. To avoid worrying his children, he endured the pain silently and didn't tell them how much it hurt. But Yun Jiji's question made him almost lose control. Old chief, I can remove the bullet from your leg if you're willing. Yun Jiji lives in a peaceful and prosperous era of our country, a time when she was deeply moved by war dramas. However, some later shows became less realistic, like scenes of hand-to-hand fights, tricky gunshots, or soldiers shooting from hundreds of miles away. Everything seemed forced, fake, and unbelievable. Of course, there are good war dramas too, but seeing Elder Zhong's leg injury now shocked her even more. Comrade Yun, is it really possible? The guard who had served Elder Zhong for many years knew him well, especially after the. He learned to read Elder Zhong's expressions and eyes to understand his wishes.
Yes.
But I need to prepare some things first. Once I'm ready, I can perform the surgery. Today, I will treat Elder Zhong's issues first, Yun Jiji replied. The guard was more excited than Elder Zhong. At this moment, Gu Wenbin, who was preparing moxa wool, returned. He sensed something different in the atmosphere as he entered. Yun Jiji took the moxa wool and went to prepare on the side. The guard quickly told Gu Wenbin what Yun Jiji had just said. Hearing this, Gu Wenbin looked at Yun Jiji with even more respect. The warm needle therapy takes time. During this period, Yun Jiji didn't sit idle. She sat by the bed and said, Old chief, I will press your leg first to help you sleep better at night and prevent cramps. Then she looked at the guard and said, Uncle, you have strong hands. Watch closely and remember as much as you can. Every day, you can help press Elder Zhong's leg to improve his cramps and stiffness. This way, when we remove the bullet later, it won't be so painful. The guard was very excited and hurried over to watch. Yes, I will learn carefully. Yun Jiji nodded. While massaging Elder Zhong, she explained to the guard which acupoints on the leg needed more attention, how much pressure to use, and other details. This time, she did not activate the wooden spirit, as the elderly leader's guard was massaging him. Without her massage, the old man might feel disappointed. Yun Jiji initially just wanted to pass the assessment, but after meeting Elder Zhong and seeing the wounds on his body, she became more certain of her goal. She wanted to cure Elder Zhong so he could be a dignified old man and see the country's future development. Even if he couldn't see the full prosperity, at least he could see the country gradually improve. They had lived through difficult times, and now they only hoped for peace and rapid progress. While massaging Elder Zhong, Yun Jiji learned that the guard's name was Yang Shiji. His father was a soldier under Elder Zhong, and later he also followed the elder. After the massage, Yun Jiji began to insert acupuncture needles into the elder. Watching the silver needles land on his face, everyone felt nervous. Those needles were thin and long, and just looking at them was a bit frightening. Gu Wenbin was worried his father-in-law might feel pain, but although his expression changed, he seemed very comfortable and relaxed. This surprised Gu Wenbin. Could acupuncture on the face really be comfortable?
Time passed second by second.
Elder Zhong felt a bit sleepy, but was afraid to sleep. He wanted to see the results. Old leader, if you're sleepy, just sleep for a while. Don't force yourself. The needles will be removed in half an hour. I'll call you when it's time, Yun Jiji softly said, knowing the elder was anxious. Hearing this, Elder Zhong relaxed and lay down to sleep. Yun Jiji stayed quietly by his side, waiting. Both Hu Jianjun and Commander Gu didn't leave either. They were eager to see the results and curious about how much Yun Jiji's method could help Elder Zhong recover. Half an hour quickly passed. Yun Jiji began to remove the needles, and when she finished, Elder Zhong woke up. How do you feel, old leader? Yun Jiji asked. Elder Zhong opened his mouth. Everyone was surprised. Elder Zhong was no longer drooling as he usually did. Say something, old leader. Yun Jiji urged. Gu Wenbin suddenly looked at Yun Jiji, feeling she was being a bit deliberate. Did she not know that Elder Zhong couldn't speak senses? Just as he was about to speak up to stop her, they suddenly heard the elder speak. The elderly man struggled to speak clearly, saying something like feeling, still excited, which surprised everyone greatly.
Dad.
At this moment, a woman's voice called out, Shanshan, why are you here? General Gu looked surprised when he saw his wife. Shanshan had already come to the bedside, holding her father's hand with trembling voice, asking, Dad, did you just
speak?
Her voice was full of emotion. She often came back to see her father and spend time with him. Today, she felt a strong urge to return and see him. On the way here, Shanshan was very scared and anxious. She wondered when she had become so eager to see her father. She was afraid that if she was a little late, something might happen to him. So, as soon as she arrived home, she ran upstairs quickly. When she heard her father talking at the door, she hurried inside.
Sean.
Old General Gu smiled, and his speech problems had improved a lot. He no longer drooled when he spoke, and he felt that his muscles were less stiff than before. Dad, you can really talk now.
This.
Shanshan seemed to realize there were unfamiliar faces in the room. She then looked at her husband, Gu Wenbin. Old Gu, what's going on? Gu Wenbin explained about Yun Ziji treating her father. Why didn't you tell me? I could have come with you. Shanshan scolded her husband. I was worried that Yun's medical skills might not be good enough, just like the doctors who saw Dad before, Gu Wenbin replied, not wanting to give her false hope or disappointment. Shanshan rolled her eyes at him, but felt comforted inside. Her husband was just trying to protect her feelings. She then went to Yun Ziji, took her hand kindly, and said, Yun, thank you. I never thought I would hear my dad speak again.
Thank you.
Really, thank you so much. Tears welled up in her eyes. Madam. Don't call me madam, call me Auntie Zhong. Shanshan interrupted Yun Ziji. Auntie Zhong, my father's condition will need a few more treatments. He needs an injection every 3 days, about 5 times in total. After that, his speech should improve, and he won't be as unclear as now. Yun Ziji was not polite. In this era, calling someone madam was not appropriate. If others heard, they might think she was behaving like a petty bourgeoisie. Moreover, no matter the time period, Yun Ziji knew how important connections were. Since Zhongshan was the first to speak, Yun Ziji naturally followed suit. Being too hesitant might make others dislike her. That's great. Zhongshan knew how serious her father's illness was. It was like when they previously tried to get doctors to treat him, but it didn't help. After a few doctors saw him and prescribed some medicine, his condition actually worsened. At first, Zhongshan had no hope, but now hearing her father speak was a big improvement. For them, that was good news. Aunt Zhong, I need paper and pen to write the prescription. Yang Shiji quickly said, I'll go get them right now. Yun Ziji finished writing the prescription and handed it to Zhongshan. Aunt Zhong, from now on the old leader should take this medicine once a day at noon. Not 3 times a day. Zhongshan asked quickly, remembering how the previous doctors insisted that the old leader take medicine like food. Medicine has its side effects. Once a day is enough, Yun Ziji replied. Zhongshan looked at Yun Ziji with increasing admiration. But when she saw how thin Yun Ziji had become, she couldn't help but frown. What had happened? How could a healthy person become so thin? Yang Shiji still had some questions about massage techniques and wanted to ask Yun Ziji, so he led her and Hu Jianjun downstairs first. Gu Wenbin and Zhongshan clearly still had things to say to the old leader, and it wasn't convenient for them to stay. Mom Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan ran happily towards Yun Ziji when they saw her. Dad said that Mom was treating Grandpa, so they couldn't go upstairs to bother her. At first, when they saw the big house, the 2 little ones were full of curiosity. But after a while, since they hadn't seen Yun Ziji for a long time, they missed her very much. Now that Yun Ziji came downstairs, the 2 little kids happily ran over and hugged her big leg. Missed Mom? Yun Ziji saw this, and her expression softened. She bent down and hugged the 2 little ones in her arms. Although it seemed like simple treatment, it had actually taken about 2 hours from when Yun Ziji went upstairs to when she came down. Missed Mom. Yuan rubbed her head against Yun Jiji. Qin Shiyu saw the situation and stepped forward cautiously, asking, "Are you okay?" Yun Jiji nodded lightly. "Everyone is together. Mom is a bit tired, so let her sit down and rest for a while." Qin Shiyu turned to look at the two children and reached out to carry them from Yun Jiji's arms. Yun Jiji looked at Qin Shiyu with some surprise. She was indeed tired. The 2 hours of treatment, especially during acupuncture, required intense focus. If a needle was inserted incorrectly, it could be very dangerous. So she couldn't afford to be distracted. She also used wooden spiritual energy as support, which consumed both her physical and mental strength greatly. However, because the original owner was naturally weak and thin, her face looked pale, but no one paid much attention. So, when Qin Shiyu said this, she was a bit surprised. This man's observation skills were much sharper than she had expected. Hearing that she was tired, Tuan and Yuan looked at Yun Jiji with concern and obediently stayed in Qin Shiyu's arms. "Go sit and rest for a while," Qin Shiyu said. Yun Jiji nodded lightly. Yang Shiji hurriedly said, "Comrade Yun, I'll ask the kitchen to prepare some food for you." After a busy morning, it was now noon. Zhongshan and Gu Wenbin were still talking with the old leader. Yang Shiji had lived in this house for many years. Though not the owner, he could still handle small matters like this. Moreover, Yun Jiji was treating the old leader's illness. Now, with Qin Shiyu's reminder, they finally noticed that Yun Jiji's face was indeed a bit pale. "Go with him. If you faint, the old leader will feel uncomfortable, and it's almost lunchtime. We can eat first and then return," Hu Jianjun said when Yun Jiji tried to stop him. They had come out with Gu Wenbin, and they would definitely go back with him. No one knew how long they would be talking, and they couldn't just sit here hungry. The adults could handle it, but what about the children? They couldn't let the kids go hungry too. This was a military district compound, a key protected base. There were no government-run restaurants nearby. There was a supply store, but it only served internal purchases within the military district. They didn't have the right vouchers, so they couldn't buy anything. Yun Jiji thought so too, so she didn't stop Yang Shiji. She was fine, but the two children couldn't go hungry. The housekeeper at the Zhong family cooked noodles for them because there was no prior arrangement to stay for a meal. Usually only old Commander Zhong, Yang Shiji and she ate together, buying just enough ingredients each day. It was hard to prepare a big, fancy lunch at this moment. However, the housekeeper still gave each of them an egg, and the broth was made from bones, making the simple bowl of noodles very tasty. When Gu Wenbin and Zhongshan went downstairs, the noodles were just ready. Zhongshan suddenly looked at Yun Jiji with a hint of apology and said, "Look at me. I forgot to tell Aunt Lu to prepare the dishes." "That's already very good," Yun Jiji replied. "Let Xiao Qin bring you all to our house for dinner tonight," Zhongshan said, patting her thigh confidently. It was okay to make do at lunchtime, but the evening meal had to be better. Yun Jiji was treating her father's illness, helping him speak clearly after a long time of slurring. This was a great kindness to Zhongshan, and she was very grateful to Yun Jiji. She also thought it was important to build a good relationship with her. Earlier, she figured out what was happening upstairs. Yun Jiji was planning to join the district health clinic. Today was supposed to be an assessment for Yun Jiji. Gu Wenbin, after learning that Xiaoman was treated by Yun Jiji, was somewhat hopeful, thinking it might be worth trying. So he brought her to see her father. No one expected Yun Jiji's abilities to be so strong. Her father's recovery was obvious. This was not something an ordinary doctor could do. In the past, Zhongshan believed that talent mattered, but without effort, even the greatest talent was useless. After seeing Yun Jiji's skills today, she realized that talent is important, and with effort, talented people can achieve incredible results. She also thought her husband's decision was guided by fate. Otherwise, they wouldn't believe that a girl in her 20s could have such good medical skills and treat her father's illness. "Aunt Zhong, you don't need to be so polite. I'm a doctor. Treating patients is my duty," Yun Jiji said. Zhongshan, who was quite experienced, saw that Yun Jiji was humble and steady. Her liking for her grew even more. Xiao Qin, you must treat your wife well. You're lucky to have such a good wife. Qin Shiyu immediately responded, Aunt Zhong, I will love her very much. Zhongshan nodded with satisfaction. Yun Jiji looked at Qin Shiyu with some surprise. They are about to get a divorce soon, and the man spoke very naturally. However, a few people who knew the truth just silently glanced at Yun Jiji without saying anything. Eat your noodles, and after you're done, you need to rush back to the military district. Hu Jianjun interrupted their conversation. Yun Jiji felt that these people were a bit strange, but didn't say anything. The news that she and Qin Shiyu were getting divorced hadn't spread, and that was normal. They didn't know. With Qin Shiyu around, Tuan Yuan's feeding was taken care of without Yun Jiji needing to do anything. Qin Shiyu eagerly took on that task himself. After finishing her noodles, Yun Jiji took over feeding the child from Qin Shiyu so he could eat peacefully. Comrade Yun, in the next couple of days, you should tidy up and handle the formalities. Then you can officially join the military district health clinic, Gu Wenbin said on the way back to the unit. Hearing this, Yun Ziji's face lit up with joy. Thank you, Commander. Your medical skills are such a great blessing to our unit. Gu Wenbin genuinely thought so. Even conditions like strokes, Yun Jiji could treat. Gu Wenbin was starting to wonder just how powerful Yun Jiji's abilities really were. She was like a treasure. The more you explored, the more amazed you became. If Qin Shiyu was really so foolish as to want to divorce her, Gu Wenbin even wished his son would marry Yun Jiji.
Just be a stepfather.
Having such an amazing daughter-in-law would be something everyone envies. Qin Shiyu had no idea that Gu Wenbin was thinking so much. If he knew, he would probably rush back to the unit, even risking a reprimand, to tear up the divorce papers in Gu Wenbin's office. He wouldn't give him any chance. I will do my best to save more people, Yun Jiji immediately promised. Hearing her words, Gu Wenbin thought her sense of duty was truly quick to develop. If only more people like Yun Jiji were around. Gu Wenbin reined in his wandering thoughts. Strong people like her aren't just found on the street. They're rare and hard to come by. When the family members saw Yun Jiji and the others get out of Gu Wenbin's car, they were quite surprised. They couldn't help but wonder what Yun Jiji had been doing early in the morning with the commander, especially since they had just seen Hu Jianjun and Zhongshan in the car as well. Qin's daughter-in-law, where are you going? Why are you with the commander? Someone asked curiously. Cloud Jiji had only recently arrived and rarely spoke to others in the courtyard. Only Lu Chuntao and Yang Shuqin were somewhat closer, but she wouldn't go out of her way to visit their homes because she wasn't very familiar with them. Since she saw Yun Jiji get off the travel officer's car, everyone became very curious. Why are you all just asking around? Are you all free and bored? Zhongshan also got off the car and followed them back to the residential area. Hearing their questions, she spoke up to defend Yun Jiji. Everyone felt a bit embarrassed, but didn't dare to argue with Zhongshan. She was the wife of the travel officer, who was usually friendly and easy to get along with, but her status was clear. Take your wife and go back quickly.
Rest well.
Zhongshan looked at Yun Jiji kindly. They had only spent 2 hours together, but Zhongshan already liked her. Uncle Zhong, we'll head back now. Qin Shiyu nodded. Remember to come for dinner tonight. Come early and play a bit. Okay. Seeing how close Yun Jiji and Zhongshan had become, everyone's curiosity grew. Yun Jiji had just arrived, after all. Many residents in the courtyard wanted to get closer to Zhongshan. If they built a good relationship with the wife of the travel officer, their own husbands might get promoted sooner, and the travel officer might think of their families first. But they knew Zhongshan disliked such schemes. Yet now, she was especially kind to Yun Jiji. This made many people feel envious and jealous. Sometimes, it's better to marry well. Qin Shiyu was a favorite among the leaders in the army, and his wife was highly regarded. All of this was largely because of Qin Shiyu's reputation. Some couldn't help but sneer slightly, feeling a bit disdainful of Yun Jiji. Jiji, you're back. Lu Chuntao was watering the vegetables in the yard and greeted them with a smile when they returned. She knew Yun Jiji and the others had left early in the morning but didn't know what they had been doing.
junto ya.
Yun Jiji called out. Jiji, wait a moment. Lu Chuntao suddenly remembered something, quickly called Yun Jiji to stop, then ran into the house. When she came out again, she was holding a bag. Take this home and eat it, Lu Chuntao said. Yun Jiji looked at her helplessly. Chuntao Jia, you always bring us things. That's not right. Lu Chuntao pushed the bag into her hands. It's just a pickled vegetable, not anything special. I also ate many of the things you brought me. I gave you pickled vegetables, but actually I wanted to ask how you make your chestnut cake. Xiaoman ate a piece yesterday and liked the chewy, sticky taste. I just want to ask you how to make it. Yun Jiji laughed and cried, hoping she could accept the pickled vegetables without feeling guilty. When she saw the pickled vegetables, Yun Jiji also thought about what to bring when going to Gu Wenbin's house for dinner tonight. Okay, I'll come over after I put the two little ones to sleep, she said.
No rush.
You still have 2 pieces from yesterday. Finish them when you're free, Lu Chuntao smiled. Yun Jiji nodded and told her, then took the children into the yard. Qin Shiyu followed behind them. Suddenly, Yun Jiji remembered something and asked, Do you know where I can get fish? Like black fish or grass carp. You take Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan to rest. I'll go get some, Qin Shiyu replied. Yun Jiji nodded lightly, washed the children's faces, and then took them back inside to rest. Qin Shiyu put down the things and went out with a bucket. After Yun Jiji finished putting the children to sleep, she entered her space. Today's treatment still used some of her energy. It wasn't as serious as when she treated Xiaoman last time, but she still felt very dizzy. She drank some spiritual spring water inside her space to recover. When her dizziness was less severe, she left the space. Seeing that the children were sleeping soundly, she gently kissed their foreheads and quietly left the room. Jiji, I'm going to your place. I saw Qining leave, so don't come out, Lu Chuntao said from the yard, where she could see Yun Jiji. When she saw her about to go out, she immediately warned her. Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan are still too young. They're sleeping inside, and it's not safe without an adult watching. Okay. Yun Jiji agreed. She told Lu Chuntao what ingredients she needed, then waited for her to come over. Also coming was Yang Shuqin. She smiled and said, Jiji, I want to learn too. Then let's do it together. Yun Jiji replied with a smile. They both knew that making chestnut cake required peeling the chestnuts first. So, they had already peeled the chestnut shells at home and mashed the steamed chestnuts into paste. Jiji, when I arrived, I heard many people in the yard talking about you and your husband coming down from Captain Gu's car. Did anything happen? She asked. Some of their words were a bit harsh, and some people even guessed that Qin Shiyu's rise was not solely due to his military achievements, but also because of an unspoken relationship with Commander Gu, which helped him advance smoothly to his current position. Yang Shuqin knew that these people were jealous of Qin Shiyu's abilities, and that he had the favor of the commander. This made them very envious. I went to take the exam for the hospital doctor position at the military district. Commander Gu was there too, so he kindly brought us back, Yun Jiji explained, not mentioning that she had gone to see Zhong Shan's father. She wasn't sure if the people in the family compound knew Zhong Shan's background. If they didn't, then if her connection came out, it might not cause trouble for Zhong Shan, but it could hurt her reputation with them. Yun Jiji wasn't foolish. She understood the importance of keeping things discreet. Jiji, are you planning to join the military district hospital? How did the exam go?
Yang Shuqin asked, surprised.
Just considering Jiji's abilities, they believed that if she could get into the hospital, it would be a great benefit for everyone. Although her main service was to soldiers if the people in the family compound got sick, and since Yun Jiji had a medical license, they could also go to the military district hospital to see her. That would be a very good thing for them. Who wouldn't want a good doctor? I'm still waiting for the notice. I think there shouldn't be any problem, Jiji replied, not revealing too much to avoid unnecessary trouble. Lu Chuntao wasn't a gossip, but Yang Shuqin was quite different. She was very well connected in the family compound and knew almost all the gossip, big or small. She wouldn't spread others' secrets, but that didn't mean she wouldn't talk about them. Then you must be fine. I absolutely trust your skills, Lu Chantao said with a smile. Thinking about her own son's situation, she believed Gigi could definitely do it. No matter whether I can do it or not, I'll try first, Gigi said. The two of them didn't ask further and focused on making chestnut cake. I didn't expect chestnut cake to be so simple. In previous years, we went up the mountain to pick chestnuts, but we only cooked or fried them. We really didn't want to use sugar or glutinous rice flour. It's about time to give the kids a change in flavor, Yang Shuqin said with a smile. Although simple, they also knew that too much sugar is very sweet, too little has little flavor, and with glutinous rice, it's mostly the taste of rice flour, while less rice makes it taste like chestnuts. Things that seem simple are not always easy to make. Let me take it back to steam first, Yang Shuqin said happily after finishing. Lu Chantao also stood up to say goodbye. Although her health had improved, she didn't dare leave for too long. After Lu Chantao left, she quickly caught up with Yang Shuqin, whispered a few words, and then left. After Yun Gigi saw them off, she was about to close the courtyard gate when Qin Shiyu came back carrying a water bucket. Is this enough? Qin Shiyu pointed at the fish in the bucket. Yun Gigi looked into the bucket and couldn't help but twitch her mouth. She asked, "Did you disturb a blackfish nest?" The bucket wasn't big, but it was full of fish, so many that she couldn't count how many there were. "What do you want to do with these fish?" "I'll kill them," Qin Shiyu said. Yun Gigi suddenly wanted the fish, probably because she had a purpose for them. "Aren't we going to the Colonel Gu's house for dinner tonight?" "It's not good to go empty-handed. They probably wouldn't accept gifts, and it might cause trouble. Sister Chun Tao brought some pickled vegetables, so I thought about cooking a fish in hot water and taking it over. That way, there's nothing to complain about," Yun Gigi explained. Now, when people go to someone's house for dinner, it's common to bring a dish. It's not inappropriate, and it doesn't seem like they're looking down on the host's food. "How many do you want?" "I'll kill the fish." "Tell me how to handle them," Qin Shiyu said. She wasn't sure how Yun Gigi planned to cook the fish, but it sounded like she wanted to make pickled fish, which she really didn't know how to do. "Can you slice fish?" "That is, cut the fish into thin slices." "If you don't know how after you kill them, I'll do it," Yun Gigi said. "Yes, leave it to me." "Besides us, are there others coming tonight?" Yun Gigi asked. "Probably Commander Hu and his wife. Including us, there might be about 10 people," Qin Shiyu replied. "Then kill 2 fish." "Okay." After the man agreed, he reached into the bucket and caught 2 blackfish. Even after catching 2, she didn't feel the fish in the bucket was less. She looked into the bucket and counted carefully. Qin Shiyu caught a total of 7 blackfish, each weighing about 2 or 3 jin, about 1 to 1.
5 Kilogramm.
She looked at Qin Shiyu with some surprise. The sticky liquid on the blackfish made them slippery, but in Qin Shiyu's hands, they seemed very obedient. "I really don't know how this man manages it." Yun Gigi looked at the sky and finally checked the time inside the space. It was already 4 in the afternoon. She then went to the kitchen to prepare side dishes. Lu Chantao had given her pickled vegetables, which smelled very sour. This kind of sour pickled vegetable is best for making fish soup. She washed the pickled vegetables, cut them, and placed them in a bowl to set aside. She also took some preserved radish and vermicelli from the space as additional side dishes. When Qin Shiyu came in, he saw the ingredients on the stove and wondered when so many things appeared at home. But thinking about Yun Gigi's good relationship with Lu Chantao and Yang Shuqin and how they often exchanged food, he guessed that besides what he bought, these items were probably gifts from them. "How should I prepare the fish?" As soon as Qin Shiyu finished speaking, they heard cheerful, round sounds coming from inside the house. "Go check on the kids. I'll cook the fish. The fish still needs to be marinated. Later, I'll call you to start the fire," Yun Gigi said. She wanted to do some small tricks, so Qin Shiyu couldn't interfere in the kitchen. Qin Shiyu didn't doubt her and, after drying his hands, went to check on the children. Yun Gigi quickly sneaked some things out of the space, used them, and then put them back. Tomorrow, she needed to go alone to the supply and marketing cooperative. When she returned, she planned to secretly take out some more items from the space so she could openly place them in the kitchen. Otherwise, if she kept sneaking around, she would eventually be caught. Thinking this, She poured huadiao wine, salt, and washed the fish several times. She added salt, chicken essence, white pepper, and other seasonings to the fish slices, kneading them with egg whites and cornstarch to make a batter. After finishing the preliminary work, she called Qin Shiyu to start the fire. She heated the oil in the pan, added minced garlic and Sichuan peppercorns to fragrant. Then she added the squeezed-out pickled vegetables, stir-fried until they released water, added boiling water, pickled pepper water, and fried fish heads and bones until boiling. Next, she added preserved radish and vermicelli, seasoned everything, and boiled it. After removing the fish bones and side dishes, only the broth remained, and she began cooking the fish slices. In the kitchen, a rich aroma filled the air. Qin Shiyu, sitting behind the stove, kept glancing at the pot. How could it smell so good? The skill Yunjiji had was incredible. If he hadn't seen her cook with his own eyes, he wouldn't believe it. He had thought Yunjiji's medical skills were impressive, but now it seemed her cooking was just as amazing. Yunjiji also noticed Qin Shiyu frequently glancing her way. She finally served a small bowl of fish and meat to the man, saying, "Try it first and tell me what it needs." Qin Shiyu looked up at the little woman in front of him. She wore a light smile, and it was clear she was in a very good mood right now. Was it because she had made something delicious?
"Thank you," Qin Shiyu said politely.
Just smelling the strong aroma made him swallow his saliva several times. Although he was from the south, no one knew that his taste buds actually preferred bold flavors. He loved spicy and numbing dishes, especially hot pot from Sichuan and Shu regions. That was his favorite. Once, during a mission in that area, after the task was finished, the local military leaders hosted a celebration dinner. It was the first time he had tried a very spicy hot pot. At first, everyone was a bit nervous seeing the bright red pot, but once they tasted the delicious broth, they realized hot pot could be so tasty. They couldn't stop eating. Over the years, Qin Shiyu had been on missions abroad, eating bread, cheese, and other foreign foods for 3 years. He was starting to get tired of it. Now, looking at this bowl of fish and meat, he felt a bit surprised. Yunjiji had served him, and besides 2 fish bones, the rest was all fish meat. There were also 2 pieces of sour radish and vermicelli underneath. Qin Shiyu looked at the fish meat in the bowl and instinctively swallowed. His mouth was watering. He picked up a piece of fish with chopsticks and put it in his mouth. The spicy and sour flavor spread instantly. The fish was fresh and tender, smooth and delicate. It almost melted in his mouth without much chewing, turning into a burst of deliciousness. He then ate a second piece of radish. The radish was crunchy and tangy. At this moment, he really wished there was a bowl of rice in front of him to fully satisfy his appetite. "How does it taste?" Yunjiji saw him eating happily and knew the sour fish was well made. "It's delicious." "So good." Qin Shiyu quickly expressed his approval. Seeing how eager he was to praise, Yunjiji couldn't help but smile, feeling both amused and a little helpless. It was as if he was worried she might take the fish back if she thought she was talking too slowly. "Once you finish eating, we'll go to Captain Gu's place. It's almost mealtime, and it's not good to go too late," Yunjiji said. Qin Shiyu quickly finished the fish and meat in his bowl, even drinking every drop of the fish soup. He instinctively looked into the pot, appearing quite satisfied and not yet full. Yunjiji finished tidying up for the 2 children and then left with Qin Shiyu, heading out together. On the way, they met some people, but none were very familiar. They politely greeted each other and went home. "Gigi is here." Zhongshan saw Yunjiji approaching and immediately smiled as she greeted her. Yunjiji called out, "Aunt Zhong." Tiapa Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan also politely greeted her. This made Zhongshan very happy. She immediately took out some milk candies for the children. Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan looked at Yunjiji. "Aunt Zhong gave you these, just take them. Do you want to say anything?" Yunjiji softly asked. "Thank you," and Zhong the children replied politely. Zhongshan was even more pleased. She also has children, but her son is in another military district, and her daughter married and moved away with her husband, so she rarely gets to see them. She usually works but feels lonely at home when she's free. She especially loves children, especially well-behaved and polite ones. She already knew about Yun Jiji from Gu Wenbin, which made her feel even more pity. But seeing Yun Jiji raising 2 children so politely under difficult conditions, she knew Yun Jiji was a good person herself. "Aunt Zhong, we didn't bring anything special. This is Gigi's homemade pickled fish, just adding a dish,"
Qin Shiyu said.
Zhongshan glared at Yun Jiji with some annoyance, but when she smelled the aroma of the pickled fish, she said, "Just smelling it makes me know it must be delicious." "It's very tasty," Qin Shiyu replied. Zhongshan's mouth twitched, but seeing his attitude, she felt satisfied. She knew about the hardships Yun Jiji had faced, and because of that, she was a bit annoyed with Qin Shiyu. Even if Yun Jiji had entered the wrong room or bed that night as a soldier, did Qin Shiyu really not notice anything? Considering his family's actions, Zhongshan thought that if Qin Shiyu was reckless, she would ask Gu Wenbin to submit his divorce application. He couldn't get promoted because of his own mistakes, and he shouldn't sacrifice Yun Jiji's happiness or make her suffer. But after seeing Qin Shiyu's attitude, Zhongshan was slightly more satisfied. At least he was not unreasonable, otherwise, he wouldn't deserve Yun Jiji. Regarding Yun Jiji's medical skills, she has such extraordinary talent that she could easily get married. If others don't want to marry her, her son could marry her instead. After all, her son is about the right age and still unmarried. If he marries Yun Jiji, it would be a great blessing for him. "Why are you standing at the door? Come inside quickly." Gu Wenbin came out of the kitchen, holding a spatula. Seeing this scene, Yun Jiji was a bit surprised. She hadn't expected that Gu Wenbin was the one cooking at the Gu family. Gu Wenbin didn't seem to mind or feel awkward about being seen. Instead, he looked very happy. "Our family's meals are cooked by old Gu. I'm not very good at cooking, and I'm not used to the food in the military canteen, so whenever he's at the military district, he cooks," Zhongshan said, glancing occasionally at Qin Shiyu. The meaning was clear. She was hinting at Qin Shiyu. Yun Jiji was actually quite surprised. Today was her first time meeting Zhongshan, and although she had asked old leader Zhong to speak, it wasn't a huge breakthrough. But Zhongshan clearly liked and trusted her a lot, seeming to want to rely on her. However, Yun Jiji didn't know that Zhongshan had lived for over 40 years. She had seen many skilled doctors before. If traditional Chinese medicine hadn't been unfairly suppressed over the years, her doctors would have hidden their skills to avoid being reported, which would have endangered China's 1,000-year medical heritage. Old leader Zhong had also seen many Western doctors, but none of their treatments had worked. Today, old leader Zhong was able to speak normally, no longer crooked or drooling, which was a big improvement. This showed how powerful Yun Ziji's abilities truly were. "Your couple arrived quite early," Hu Jianjun said with a raised eyebrow when he and his wife, Zheng Guizhi, came in and saw they had already arrived. They also brought some dishes, but when they saw the pickled fish on the table, Jianjun looked surprised and asked, "Old Gu, when did your cooking get so good?" Zhongshan chuckled. How could he have such good skills? "It's Jiji who made it. Kids, updates are every day at midnight. If you like, please give a little nudge for more updates and encourage MOMO. Hu Jianjun also raised an eyebrow, surprised, and looked at Yun Jiji. He said, "It smells really good." "Then sit down. No one else is around," Zhongshan said with a smile, watching them almost drooling. Gu Wenbin clearly considered that there were still 2 children. Besides the dishes they brought, Gu Wenbin also steamed a bowl of minced meat with eggs and stir-fried some vegetables, all suitable for children to eat. "Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan, if you want to eat something, tell Auntie, and she will serve you." Zhongshan sat beside Yuan Yuan. Although men in the army couldn't drink alcohol, when they sat together talking, they took care of the 2 children.
Ha!
At this moment, Hu Jianjun suddenly exhaled heavily. When the others looked over, he gave a thumbs up to Yun Jiji and said, "Comrade Yun, your cooking skills are really something." Hu Jianjun didn't expect that a fish could be cooked so deliciously. Behind their army unit was the sea. They often ate fish, but the way the mess hall cooked it was simple, just frying or boiling. Sometimes, The fish still had a fishy smell, and the flavor was very light. Now, the fish was flavorful, with a tangy and spicy taste. The fish was tender and smooth, the radish was crispy and tasty, and the glass noodles inside absorbed the flavor perfectly, an incredible taste. Yunjiji knew her pickled fish was tasty, but it definitely wasn't that extraordinary. In this era, with shortages of clothing and food, ingredients and seasonings were very limited. Everyone had fixed quotas for food and supplies, like grain coupons, meat coupons, salt tickets, etc., which could only be used sparingly. Cooking with heavy oil and strong flavors was rare, because once the supplies ran out, there was truly nothing left. Tasting Yunjiji's pickled fish, anyone would feel a bit dizzy. Yes, it's really delicious. The few older men had strong tastes, and they all reached eagerly for the pickled fish, afraid they might eat less. Yunjiji looked up and noticed Gu Wenbin pushing a bowl of fish meat toward Zhongshan, filled to the brim. Zhongshan seemed used to this, and gently smiled at her husband. When Yunjiji came back to her senses, she found a bowl of fish meat had been placed in front of her. She looked up at Qin Shiyu, who was talking to Hu Jianjun. It seemed that the recent incident was not something he did, or if he did, it was insignificant. Zhongshan and Zheng Guizhi exchanged glances, both seeing relief in each other's eyes. As long as Qin Shiyu knew how to treat his wife well, even if he was just learning, there was hope. In the matter of Qin Shiyu and Yunjiji, Zhongshan and Zheng Guizhi silently supported Yunjiji and the two children. Qin Shiyu was on a mission and couldn't attend to family matters. However, the harm caused to Yunjiji was directly from Qin Shiyu.
That was so satisfying.
After finishing their meal, a few of them leaned back, touching their stomachs happily. It was very enjoyable. They ate so well that they felt completely full. The pickled fish was almost gone, leaving only a little bit of pickled vegetables at the bottom. If they weren't truly full, the pickled vegetables might have been finished too. Looking at the fish soup in the bowl, it was clear they couldn't eat any more. "Wife, you take them inside to sit and talk. We'll handle the cleanup here," Gu Wenbin said. "Okay." Zhongshan agreed, without hesitation. After leaving the cleanup to them, she led Yunjiji and Zheng Guizhi into the house. "Jiji, is Qin Shiyu working at home?"
Zhongshan asked.
Yunjiji nodded. "Yes, he's working. Today, he also cleaned the fish and prepared everything for me." "That's how it should be," Zheng Guizhi said. Yunjiji was a bit surprised. Honestly, she wasn't very familiar with them, but Qin Shiyu had been living with them for many years. Their relationship with Qin Shiyu was probably much closer than hers. However, from her interactions with them, it seemed they tended to support her more. But still, Qin Shiyu is a good person.
How could his parents be like that?
When Shen Feng came to dinner earlier, he mentioned that after Qin Shiyu was on a mission, he sent home 60 yuan each month, plus some money tickets and such. When he was on a mission, he didn't need to use food stamps or anything. He told his mother-in-law to give you 30 yuan, and the remaining 30 yuan was for the family. Did his mother not give you a single cent?
Zhongshan asked.
If she had, their family of 3 would be starving, Zheng Guizhi said. Yunjiji also shook her head. "I don't know about these things. How can there be such people? Their son is risking his life outside, and their wife and children are at home. Instead of caring for them, they even secretly took what should have been theirs. It's truly disgusting." Zheng Guizhi cursed. Everyone knew what kind of person Qin Shiyu was, but they couldn't understand how Qin Shiyu's parents could be like that. It's one thing if the daughter-in-law isn't good, but to watch their own grandchildren starve and do nothing, that's truly heartless. Zhongshan and Zheng Guizhi didn't lower their voices intentionally. The people outside, cleaning up dishes, heard everything clearly. Qin Shiyu's face also darkened, mostly out of guilt. He didn't think things through carefully. "Your body is too weak. You need to rest and nourish yourself. You should eat eggs every day, and Xiao Qin is quite capable. Let him prepare some fish or wild chicken, then make a soup to help you recover," Zhongshan said. Seeing how thin she had become, they all felt truly worried. A healthy person has become so thin that they look unrecognizable, and the two poor children are the same. No one knows what life is really like for her in the countryside. It is said they still live in a cattle shed. A woman with two children, working hard just to earn some work points. How much can she really earn? Moreover, her parents might cut ties with her over this, and they could even blame her, making her feel guilty and willing to sacrifice for that family. It's okay, Yunjiji said softly, subtly explaining why, despite having the ability, she let herself and her children go hungry for 3 years. Now traditional Chinese medicine is suppressed. She doesn't have a medical license and can't treat patients in the countryside. And after what happened, Yunjiji's reputation in the village might be ruined, and no one would want her to diagnose them. It's good that you think like that, Zhongshan nodded. She and Zheng Guizhi both thought the same. She had always felt she owed her younger sister and had been exploited by her parents, suffering many grievances. Even if she was truly at fault, she believed she was paying the price for her mistakes. Do you think your aunt and them are at fault? 3 men were washing dishes in the kitchen. They could hear everything happening in the main hall clearly. The house was not well soundproofed, and since all 3 were former soldiers, their hearing was much better than ordinary people's. That's right, Qin Shiyu said. Do you know why we don't help you persuade your wife? Gu Wenbin asked again. How can I persuade her? She's already suffered so much. If she hadn't married me, she wouldn't have to go through this. Maybe she wasn't even loved much at her parents' house, but at least she could have a full meal, Qin Shiyu said. The more he understood what she had endured over these 3 years, the more he felt he owed her. She's just a woman with limited ability. And living in the countryside, she has to take care of 2 children and work hard to support her family. Just being able to keep herself and her children alive is already her greatest effort. He has no right to blame her or criticize her mistakes. Although he doesn't yet understand why Yun Wanrong and the Yun couple gave them medicine or why they did such things, she gained nothing from this marriage and even ended up hurt and full of wounds. You still have a chance. If you stand with your parents, I will go and submit the divorce papers right now, Gu Wenbin said irritably, though he lowered his voice. Qin Shiyu took a deep breath and looked toward the main hall. They were there, playing happily with Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan, both children smiling brightly, looking joyful just by watching. If only they gained a little more weight and were healthier, that would be even better. I will treat their mother and the 2 kids well, and I won't let them suffer anymore. I will do my best, Qin Shiyu said. Gu Wenbin and Hu Jianjun exchanged glances, their admiration clear in their eyes. They truly admired this responsible young man. They sat and talked for a long time, and only after it got dark did they leave Gu Wenbin's house. Dad, hug. Yuan Yuan blinked her eyes eagerly, looking at Qin Shiyu. Qin Shiyu didn't say a word. He bent down and picked up the little girl. Then he looked at Tuan Tuan. But Tuan Tuan shrank behind Yunjiji, holding her hand, clearly refusing. Daddy, sit in the airplane, baby, sit in the airplane. Yuan Yuan boldly made her request. Okay, Daddy will take Yuan Yuan on the airplane, Qin Shiyu happily agreed, then looked at Yunjiji. Give me the bowl. That was the big bowl used for the pickled fish. After handing her the bowl, Qin Shiyu gently lifted her, and Yuan Yuan sat on his shoulders. Fly away, Yuan Yuan pointed forward with her finger. Qin Shiyu chuckled and ran out with the little girl. Though he was usually a steady man at this moment, he was running with the children in a playful snake-like step, making the kids laugh happily and excited. Yunjiji turned her head to look at Tuan Tuan. Tuan Tuan, don't you want to play? Stay with Mommy, Tuan Tuan said. She reached out and gently rubbed the little one's head, softly saying, Tuan Tuan, he's Daddy. You can play with him like your sister does. Daddy is not good, Mommy is sad. Although Tuan Tuan was still young, he had woken up several times in the middle of the night and seen Mommy secretly wiping tears. Mommy must be very sad and upset. Daddy isn't coming home, and the villagers are saying Daddy doesn't want Mommy anymore. Grandpa and Grandma both scolded Mommy as a bad omen. Grandpa and Grandma both asked Mom for things. Little Auntie is also a mean auntie. She secretly let people bully Mom. A few times, Tuan Tuan saw this. He is just a child, but he understands what's happening. Yunjiji bent down and gently held the little one in her arms, softly saying, "Baby, the past is gone now. Dad might have done some wrong things, but he didn't let them do those things. Dad is a soldier. He has to fight the bad guys. Dad hasn't come home in these 3 years, not because he doesn't want to, but because he's busy fighting the bad guys. That's why he can't come home to see you and Mom. Do you understand?" She didn't want her children to carry hatred, and after knowing the truth, she understood that this man was also helpless. Her feelings were for the original owner, feeling it was unfair. And he truly cares for the 2 children. From how they've been together these days, Qin Shiyu is a good father. Qin Shiyu took Yuan for a walk around and, upon returning, heard the conversation between mother and child. Yuan was close to him, and he could feel it. Tuan didn't want to be close to him, and he could tell that too. The children are young, but that doesn't mean they are completely unaware. Clearly, they understand all the grievances Yunjiji has suffered. Qin Shiyu took a deep breath and said, "Let's go home first." Outside, it was already completely dark, and after night fell, the temperature dropped even more. There was no need to stand outside in the cold. They could talk at home. "Okay." Yunjiji nodded and took Tuan back home. When they reached the door, they met Li Jiamin again. Seeing them, he quickly lowered his head, afraid to make eye contact. Xiao Zhenju was still locked in a small dark room and hadn't been released. Li Jianmin was probably resentful about what had been done to Xiao Zhenju. Yunjiji's expression was calm. Since he didn't want to talk, she had no intention of forcing herself on him. Yunjiji put the bowls away in the kitchen. When she came out, she saw Qin Shiyu and Tuan sitting face to face, one big, one small. They looked very serious, like 2 adults having an important conversation. At that moment, Yunjiji also realized that Tuan looked very much like Qin Shiyu. He was a smaller version of him, probably with a similar temper. Yunjiji waved at Yuan and took the little one to the kitchen. As for how the father and son communicated, that was their own matter. Based on our recent time together, Qin Shiyu is not a reckless person. Some things he said himself, not just chatting with the children, seemed to have changed the relationship between father and son after their talk. Yunjiji was heating water in the kitchen, preparing to wash the 2 children. In this era, after nightfall, there aren't many entertainment options. Most people go to sleep as soon as it gets dark. After the children sleep, she can go into her space to do some of her own things. She has a habit of reading medical books every day. Her space contains medical texts passed down through generations, including many difficult case records. She knows her medical skills are good, but she believes there is always more to learn. She must keep improving herself. During this time, traditional Chinese medicine is being suppressed. If she doesn't have strong skills, her future path will be limited. For her, for the children, and for the heritage of Chinese medicine, she needs to work even harder. After washing Yuan's face, wiping his little bottom, and putting on clean underwear, Qin Shiyu came in holding Tuan. Seeing the father and son, Yunjiji was sure they had just talked and that their relationship had eased a bit. "Tuan, come here to wash your face and bottom." Yunjiji didn't ask but called the child over. Tuan shook his head. "Daddy will wash." Yunjiji raised an eyebrow, curious about what the father and son just discussed. Tuan is now willing to let Qin Shiyu wash him. "Take Yuan to rest first. Tuan will sleep with me tonight," Qin Shiyu said. Yunjiji was a bit surprised and looked at Tuan's face. The little guy didn't seem to mind or refuse, so Yunjiji nodded, "Okay." As she reached the door, she seemed to remember something and said, "Remember to prepare his milk powder and brush his teeth after he drinks."
"Got it."
Qin Shiyu carefully remembered. Yunjiji looked at the 2 of them, then prepared the milk powder and took Yuan out of the kitchen first. Yuan still had his first night sleeping apart from his older brother and felt a little uncomfortable. "Mommy, I miss the—" Yunjiji chuckled and gently rubbed the little one's head, softly asking, "Mommy will stay with you. The baby likes Mommy." "Mommy, hold me." The little one immediately reached out to hug Yunjiji. "Drink your milk first, okay? It will get cold soon." "Mom, drink okay." "Mom will drink too," in front of Yunjiji, There was also a bowl, but hers was taken from the space. It's the milk powder for the two children. She secretly replaced it with the milk powder from the space. The milk powder of this era is very nutritious, even more so than in later times. The milk powder inside the space is the best of the best, tastes better, and is more nourishing. It is specially prepared for the health of the two children, making it more suitable for their growth. Since it's just milk powder, Qin Shiyu couldn't tell the difference. As for herself, she was drinking the milk powder tailored to her original body condition, which helps her recover faster from any damage inside her body. The mother and daughter each held a bowl of milk, drinking happily with milk rings around their mouths. When they looked at each other, they both smiled happily. Qin Shiyu happened to pass by the door and saw the scene. Her eyes softened even more. It turns out that having a wife and children feels so wonderful. Although she and Yunjiji had no deep feelings, they ended up together because of a misunderstanding. At first, they didn't spend much time together, so Qin Shiyu misunderstood her. Now that they have spent time together, Qin Shiyu realizes that she was misled by Yun Wanrong's instigation. Fortunately, she still has the ability to think. She didn't blindly believe Yun Wanrong's words, which could have deepened their misunderstanding and led to an irreparable situation. What's wrong? Yunjiji looked up and saw the man standing at the door. She asked with some confusion. Tonight is a bit colder. Is the quilt in your room enough? If not, I can go to the army and bring another one back first, Qin Shiyu said quickly. Yunjiji shook her head lightly. No need to trouble yourself. If it's not enough, just cover yourself with some cotton clothes. If you're cold, don't force yourself to endure it. Tuan Tuan ran in and hugged Yunjiji, saying, Mommy, Tuan Tuan misses you. Yunjiji smiled softly, lowering her head to give the little one a gentle kiss on the forehead. She whispered, Mommy misses you too. Have you finished your milk? Yes, I did. I brush my teeth too. Yunjiji responded with a smile and softly said, Okay, go to sleep with Dad now. After that, she looked at Qin Shiyu and said, Tuan Tuan will wake up twice a night. Please keep an eye on him. Okay. Qin Shiyu agreed, then took Tuan Tuan to his room. After Yunjiji coaxed Yuan Yuan to sleep, she entered the space. However, today when she entered the space, she clearly felt some changes inside. This surprised her a bit. Long ago, I heard my ancestors say that the space inherited from the Yun family can be upgraded. However, Yunjiji never saw her space upgrade in her previous life. After becoming Yunjiji in this era, her space was clearly limited. Items from the space shop could be taken freely, but she had to add more regularly. Otherwise, they would run out after use. When she was reborn in the 1970s, her space's items were restricted. For example, the porridge shop in her space now only had plain rice porridge. Items like millet porridge or preserved egg and lean pork porridge were missing, and everything was in a gray, unclear state. Despite this, her plain rice porridge was now unlimited, so she didn't need to add supplies anymore. In this era, even if she wanted to add more items, she didn't have enough tickets. Although she couldn't freely take all ingredients, she could still take unlimited amounts of what was available. If her space ever had a chance to upgrade, more items would be added to the space. She preferred this unlimited access feature. Her spiritual awareness moved around the space for a while and quickly noticed a change. Her space now had an extra pharmacy. This discovery made her very happy. She wandered inside and soon found that the pharmacy only stocked common medicines. Outside the pharmacy was a gray area, looking dull and bleak. But Yunjiji guessed that this was a medicinal field. If her space could grow herbs, she could imagine that in the future, she could directly grow rare medicinal plants needed for her. After feeling excited, she began to think about why her space had upgraded. She considered what she had done these past few days, mainly treating illnesses and saving people. Since their family was a hereditary medical family, the space upgrade method involved treating others' illnesses to upgrade. This made perfect sense. After understanding this, Yunjiji felt much happier. She ate dinner a bit hurriedly and then stayed in the space to practice martial arts for a while. She even ran around the space a few times until she was too tired to continue. Then she went to the downstream of the spiritual spring and took a relaxing bath. She noticed the spring water turning dark and realized that her body's impurities were being cleaned out. That night, only she and Yuan Yuan slept together. She decided to bring Yuan Yuan into the space so she could soak in the spiritual spring water and help her body get rid of impurities. Thinking this way, she left the space and gently touched Yuan Yuan's body a few times to make sure the little girl wouldn't wake up. Only then did she take the child into the space. The child was fine. There weren't many impurities in her body. After bathing, Yunjiji also noticed that the child's skin looked a bit whiter. But if you didn't look carefully, it wouldn't be obvious. She didn't want to reveal too much or change too much all at once. There is a process to follow. As for Tuan Tuan, it seems best to find a time for a nap tomorrow and secretly bring Tuan Tuan into the space for a quick bath. After washing with spiritual spring water, she felt much lighter and more comfortable. When lying on the bed, she also felt much better. That night, Yunjiji slept very peacefully and Yuanyu and also had a very sweet sleep. When Qin Shiyu saw her come in and noticed Yunjiji's complexion, he was slightly surprised and said, "You look much better today." Yunjiji was slightly stunned and said, "Maybe it's because I've been eating well these days and my nutrition has improved." Qin Shiyu thought so too. "That wild chicken you cooked the other day was good. Today, I'll make you some wild chicken soup."
Do you want it salty or sweet?
He asked. Yunjiji replied, "Salty. I don't like sweet chicken soup." "Okay." Qin Shiyu agreed. "I want to go to the supply and marketing cooperative later to buy some personal items," Yunjiji said.
All right.
"Do you want me to show you the way?" Qin Shiyu asked. He was thinking that Yunjiji was unfamiliar with the area, and he didn't want her to go alone. "No need. Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan haven't woken up yet. If you go out with me, the kids might get scared when they wake up and see no one," Yunjiji said. Then she added, "There will definitely be people on the road. I can just ask when I get there." "Okay." Yunjiji grabbed her basket and prepared to leave. Qin Shiyu saw this and said, "Wait a moment." The man quickly went inside and came out holding an envelope. He handed the envelope to Yunjiji and said, "My monthly allowance is 75 yuan. I used to send 60 yuan to your home each month. There are still 540 yuan here. Keep it for now." Yunjiji looked at the man in surprise. It was rare for a man to be so responsible about his salary. "You gave me some last time," she said. On her first day here, Qin Shiyu had already given her some money, and she hadn't had a chance to spend it all these days. She counted and remembered that Qin Shiyu had given her 50 yuan last time, along with some meat and sugar coupons. "You are my wife. From now on, you will manage the household money. If you need anything, go buy it." After giving her the money, the man went back to the stove to start cooking. Yunjiji looked at the envelope in her hand and then at the man behind the stove. For a moment, her feelings were mixed. This man really has no faults. He is very patient with his wife and children. Although he might have some opinions about their marriage, his attitude towards her and the kids is caring and natural. Maybe he feels a bit guilty, but his actions show that he does his best. "Then I'll keep the money for you," Yunjiji said, putting the money into her space. After telling Qin Shiyu, she headed out towards the supply and marketing cooperative. On the way, she asked an older woman for directions and confirmed the location of the cooperative. In this time, buying meat requires waking up early and each cooperative supplies limited amounts. If you arrive late, all the good meat is already taken and only leftovers remain for everyone to pick through. When Yunjiji arrived, there were many people in line, all waiting to buy meat. Many of them were from the neighborhood, and Yunjiji only queued behind the crowd for a while. When she was sure no one was paying attention, she quietly slipped out. She took a quick look around the cooperative, bought a little something as a token, and then left. Finally, she found a quiet spot, took some pork, brown sugar, soap, and other daily necessities from her space, along with some spices. Then she carried a bamboo basket homeward. "Mom," as Yunjiji neared the neighborhood, she heard her children's happy voices. She looked toward the gate and saw Qin Shiyu, with her 2 children waiting for her. When they saw her, Qin Shiyu had already led the kids over and took the basket from her hand, saying, "Let's go home." Okay. The two children held her hands and jumped happily as they walked back. Today, Yuan looked better. Her face, which had looked a bit pale earlier, was now fair. With a little more care, she would soon be a healthy little baby. As for Tuan, she would rest during her noon nap. "Gigi, you went to the cooperative so early to buy groceries?" Lu Chuntao said, surprised. "Yeah, Sister Chuntao, I went to buy some pork fat to make lard," Gigi replied. In this time period, most families use lard for cooking, although some also buy soybean oil. However, soybean oil requires a ticket, and Gigi doesn't really like its strong smell. "Did you manage to buy some? Pork is very hard to get lately. It's usually sold out," Lu Chuntao said with some frustration. "Next time, I need to go earlier." "I got some." "That's good." Lu Chuntao smiled. If their family didn't have any, she could share a small bowl later. Seeing that Gigi had already managed to buy some, Lu Chuntao didn't say anything more. "Gigi, Zhao Zhenju is back. Be careful." "I saw her come back with an angry face, probably looking for trouble," Lu Chuntao whispered. Gigi was slightly surprised. "She's out?" "Yes." "Be careful," Lu Chuntao warned, worried. Gigi nodded. "Thank you, Sister Chuntao. I'll remember." "No need to thank me. Go back quickly." "Okay." Gigi responded and took the two children into the yard. Just as she pushed open the door, the neighbor's door also opened, and Zhao Zhenju came out with a dark face. Zhao Zhenju saw Gigi immediately. Her face darkened instantly, and her eyes flashed with intense hatred, as if she wanted to swallow Gigi whole. "Comrade Zhao, out already? What does the little black room look like?" Gigi asked with a half-smile, letting the children go inside. When she heard the words "little black room," Zhao Zhenju's face sank, and a flash of fear appeared in her eyes. Thinking about the 2 nights she was kept in the little black room, Zhao Zhenju felt a deep psychological shadow. No one could imagine how terrifying it was. Even worse, there were little soldiers outside reciting the sayings of great people, and she had to repeat them over and over. It was a torment of both body and soul. At this moment, Gigi mentioned it again, clearly rubbing salt on her wound and warning her not to provoke her. Zhao Zhenju glared fiercely at Gigi and then angrily turned back into the house. She never wanted to go to that terrible little black room again. As for Gigi, she had plenty of chances to deal with her. As long as she wanted to stay in the family compound, she just needed to wait for the right moment. Sooner or later, she would settle accounts with Gigi. "Mom, breakfast is ready." Tuan ran out from inside, holding Gigi's hand and leading her inside. Good. They hadn't eaten breakfast yet, and Gigi was already hungry. When she entered the house, she saw Qin Shiyu had already served the breakfast. Qin Shiyu prepared a hearty breakfast this morning, including fish slice porridge, boiled eggs, stir-fried shredded potatoes, pickled radish, and plain steamed buns. "Steamed buns are from the army cafeteria. They're not as tasty as yours," Qin Shiyu said. He also wanted to knead dough himself, but realized his dough wasn't as good as Gigi's. Instead of making something that wouldn't taste as good, he decided to buy some from the cafeteria and make it later if he wanted. "Later, we'll make some steamed buns. I bought brown sugar, and today I'll steam a batch of brown sugar buns," Gigi said. She really liked bread, especially freshly steamed buns. She loved that taste very much. "Okay," Qin Shiyu agreed without hesitation. Gigi's cooking skills are excellent. Whatever she makes always tastes good. "Eat more. Try this fish slice porridge. I learned how to make it from a master chef during a mission," Qin Shiyu said, serving her a bowl of fish porridge and pushing it toward her. "Thank you," Gigi replied politely. Qin Shiyu didn't say much. He watched eagerly as she took a spoonful of the porridge into her mouth. "Oh, you just finished breakfast." While they were eating, they heard Hu Jianjun's voice. He saw the gate was open and came in on his own. He saw a family of 4 having breakfast, and the scene looked warm and cozy. At that moment, he thought Qin Shiyu's little ideas were pretty good. If things went this way, maybe they wouldn't get divorced. As long as the young couple didn't divorce, life would eventually get better. He believed any misunderstandings would be resolved sooner or later. That would be good. Political Commissar, have you eaten? Want to join us? Qin Shiyu asked. Hu Jianjun waved his hand. No, I brought your wife's employment form. You should fill it out first. I'll submit it today, and in a few days, you'll get your medical license. You can start working in 4 or 5 days at most. Hu Jianjun had gone to the army early in the morning, brought back the form, and hurriedly delivered it to Yun Jiji whenever he had a chance. Yun Jiji quickly responded and took the form. When she received it, Hu Jianjun handed her a pen. She quickly filled out the form and handed it back to him. He looked at her handwriting for a while and smiled. Your handwriting is really good. You must have practiced a lot. I practiced on the ground with a stick earlier, she said. That's impressive. Hu Jianjun didn't mean anything else. He genuinely admired Yun Jiji's beautiful handwriting. At the same time, I admire Yun Jiji even more for her ability to improve herself under such difficult conditions. She is a very strong woman. Hu Jianjun sincerely admires her. Qin Shiyu is lucky to marry such a woman. If he doesn't cherish Yun Jiji, he would be truly foolish. Political Commissar, do you see any problems with this way of filling it out? Yun Jiji asked. Hu Jianjun carefully looked it over, then gently shook his head and said, no problem. When he received his approval, Yun Jiji also relaxed. Hu Jianjun still needed to return to the army. After taking Yun Jiji's employment form, he left. After breakfast, Yun Jiji went to the backyard. Recently, the sun has been good, and the herbs she hung out to dry are a bit dry. She turned the herbs over and saw some yams on one side, which gave her another idea. Yams are a good ingredient. They can be used to make many tasty dishes. They are also nutritious, so making something delicious can help the children strengthen their bodies. After turning the herbs, Yun Jiji immediately started working. She peeled and washed the yams, cut them into pieces, and steamed them. Once cooked, she mashed the yams, added some glutinous rice flour and sugar, kneaded into a dough, shaped it, and steamed again. After it was done, she drizzled a little osmanthus honey on top, which made it taste wonderful. Mom, it's so good. The two children each ate a small piece of yam cake and immediately looked happily at Yun Jiji. Mom's cooking is really delicious. Yun Jiji smiled and gently patted their little heads. After eating the round, they eagerly looked at the yam cake on the plate. Baby, you can't eat any more. It contains glutinous rice flour, which is hard to digest, so now you can only have one piece. You can have another piece later. There are few ingredients left at hand. If she had something else, like blueberry jam, she could make blueberry yam for the children. But blueberries are not available here, not even at the supply store. It's probably only in Beijing where she could buy blueberries. However, she has other ideas, like going up the mountain to bring back a basket of fresh blueberries and making her own blueberry jam. Thinking this way, Yun Jiji made up her mind. Papa Yuan pointed at Qin Shiyu outside. After breakfast, Qin Shiyu went out. He had just carried back a heavy bundle of firewood, which shows he went to chop wood. Earlier, Qin Shiyu mentioned that he had a few days off recently and wanted to gather some firewood. He thought that if he didn't do it now, once he started work, he wouldn't have time to go up the mountain to chop wood. Then, all the responsibilities would fall on Yun Jiji. Qin Shiyu decided to use his free time these days to gather more firewood because it wouldn't spoil, and he could fill the storage shed without worry. Yun Jiji, hearing this, used chopsticks to pick a piece of food and placed it in her bowl before passing it to Yuan. Yuan happily took it and then wobblingly walked out of the kitchen. Dad, so good. Yuan reached Qin Shiyu, blinking her eyes, looking at him with anticipation. Qin Shiyu looked at her cute expression and felt a little amused. Do you want to eat more, Yuan? After spending a few days together, Qin Shiyu had a good understanding of her personality. She was a real little foodie and always wanted to eat until she was full. He knew she was probably hungry. If Yun Jiji hadn't been controlling her eating, she might have already eaten a lot each time. Yes, I want more. Yuan was very honest, blinking her eyes and looking at Qin Shiyu with hope. She thought her dad would definitely want to give her more, because she was so cute. Looking at the yam cake in her bowl, Yuan stuck out her pink tongue and licked her lips, full of anticipation. It tastes so good, baby wants to eat. No, you can't. Qin Shiyu gently shook his head. Mom probably said you can't eat several pieces at once. If Yunjiji was willing to let her eat more, she would have already given her more. And she wouldn't be looking at him so expectantly now. Since Yunjiji said she couldn't eat more, Qin Shiyu, even though he felt a little sorry for her, knew that in some matters, he couldn't let her have her way. On one hand, her stomach and digestion weren't fully developed. On the other hand, her health was too fragile. So, Qin Shiyu didn't dare to let her do as she pleased. Hu Jianjun and Gu Wenbin had also advised him a lot these days. After serious thought, he concluded, "You must listen to your wife. No matter what, just follow your wife's words." When Yunjiji heard Qin Shiyu's words in the kitchen, she felt satisfied. It seemed this man wouldn't spoil the child. She was also testing a bit and knew Yuan hadn't eaten enough yet. So when she mentioned giving Qin Shiyu something, Yunjiji also guessed that this little girl was trying to use the chance to be sweet to Qin Shiyu, hoping he would share his yam cake with her. When she got a positive response, Yunjiji didn't pay much attention anymore. Qin Shiyu wasn't in a hurry to eat his own yam cake, but gently explained to Yuan why he wouldn't share it. When Yuan understood the reason, she also realized their intentions and stopped being so conflicted, becoming very obedient instead. Qin Shiyu gently patted her head and said, "Our Yuan is so well behaved. Dad." Next, Yuan pointed at the yam cake in the bowl. "Thank you, Yuan." Qin Shiyu picked up the yam cake and put it in his mouth. Yuan thought it was very amazing. Her dad's mouth was so big that he ate the whole piece in one bite. Yuan's yam cake is so delicious. "Thank you, Dad, my little treasure." Watching the interaction between the father and daughter, Yunjiji raised an eyebrow. Qin Shiyu was handsome, but he had a tough, strong style. Hearing him coax his daughter like that was quite surprising. "Commander Qin." Suddenly, a voice came from the door.
It was Li Jie.
"Li Jie, is there something?" Qin Shiyu asked. Li Jie stiffened a bit when he heard Qin Shiyu's serious tone. He still sounded like he was in the army. He wondered if Qin Shiyu's two children might be a little scared of such a strict father. "Commander Qin, I came to see my sister-in-law. The captain wants to talk to her," Li Jie explained. Qin Shiyu understood that he probably wanted to discuss their divorce. "Okay." Yunjiji, who was in the kitchen, heard the voices and came out. Thinking for a moment, she said to him, "Comradely, wait for me a moment." After saying that, Yunjiji turned back into the kitchen. When she came out again, she was holding a metal box. She handed it to Li Jie and said, "This is homemade yam cake. Comradely, try some." Li Jie was surprised and quickly waved his hands. "Sister-in-law, I can't take this. Please take it back and save it for the kids." Yunjiji directly pressed the box into his arms and said, "I haven't even properly thanked you for coming over to help us clean the yard that day. This is homemade, and the yam was dug from the mountain. No cost at all." Li Jie felt a bit embarrassed.
"Keep it.
"It's a token of my sister-in-law's kindness." Qin Shiyu also spoke at this moment. When she heard this, Li Jie finally nodded and softly said, "Thank you, sister-in-law. You're welcome. Please help me show the way." "Okay." Then, Yunjiji looked at the two children. "Baby, stay obediently with Dad. Mom will be gone for a little while, and we'll be back soon." Mom will be back very soon, really." Yunjiji hugged the two little ones to comfort them. After calming them down, she left with Li Jie. Qin Shiyu watched Yunjiji's back for a while, feeling a bit heavy inside. Mostly, he wondered what Yunjiji's decision would be. Gu Wenbin didn't call him to go along, which showed he wanted to talk privately with Yunjiji. But how they would talk and how Yunjiji would react was unclear to Qin Shiyu. Would Yunjiji refuse to communicate or want to submit the divorce application again? Qin Shiyu felt uneasy and very worried. The two children seemed to sense Qin Shiyu's mood. They stood aside blinking, not understanding why he looked like that. Seeing this, Qin Shiyu took a deep breath and said, "Baby, how about going to the backyard with Dad? Dad bought some seeds. We can turn the soil and plant the vegetables. Okay?" Okay. Qin Shiyu quickly composed himself, not wanting the children to worry. He smiled at them and led them to the backyard to turn the soil. "Commander, you called me." When they arrived at the military district leadership office, Yunjiji knocked on the door. Inside, she saw Gu Wenbin and Hu Jianjun sitting there, clearly waiting for her. "Please sit down," Hu Jianjun said, then looked at Li Jia. Li Jia understood and stepped back, closing the office door. Yunjiji stayed silent, watching the two men. They looked at each other. Gu Wenbin spoke first. "Comrade Yun, we haven't submitted the divorce application for Qin Shiyu and you." Yunjiji guessed this too, but was surprised they would tell her honestly. Gu Wenbin then pushed the divorce form in front of her. Yunjiji picked it up and looked at it. It had 4 large characters, "Not approved." "We all know that you and the 2 children have been wronged, and this is all because Qin Shiyu caused trouble for you. However, he hasn't committed any serious moral issues, so we still hope you and your husband can stay together for a while and give Qin Shiyu another chance. Do you think you can do that? We also want to be honest with you. Qin Shiyu does not want a divorce. He should have told you that, right?" Yunjiji nodded and said, "Yes, he told me. Additionally, we don't want you to divorce now for another reason, too." Gu Wenbin looked at Hu Jianjun. Hu Jianjun then took out an envelope stamped with a military seal. It was proof of Qin Shiyu's great achievements during his 3-year mission. Because of this, he is expected to be promoted. But if he divorces now, the organization will consider his personal conduct, which could affect his promotion. This could impact not just this time, but his entire military career. "Has Qin Shiyu told you about the injury he sustained during this mission?" Hu Jianjun asked again. Yunjiji shook her head.
"No, he didn't."
Actually, the mission was completed 6 months ago, but Qin Shiyu was seriously injured during it. He had to stay in the military hospital in Beijing for half a year to recover.
"So?"
Hu Jianjun took a deep breath and looked at Yunjiji. Therefore, this promotion is very important to him. When Yunjiji heard this, she was a bit surprised. Qin Shiyu looked very healthy, and you couldn't tell he had been injured for half a year. But she couldn't be sure if he still had hidden injuries, since she hadn't checked his pulse. "So, we hope you will think carefully about the divorce," Gu Wenbin also said. After they finished speaking, they didn't say more. They wanted to see what Yunjiji would decide. Since they had said everything they needed to, the decision was up to her. They also knew that bringing up the promotion was somewhat strategic. Yunjiji looked kind-hearted and probably wouldn't let Qin Shiyu miss out on his promotion. But that didn't mean she could tolerate the suffering between herself and her children. She frowned and thought seriously for a long time, then asked, "So, if I get a divorce, will it affect his promotion?" Both nodded in agreement. "We both have some personal motives. Qin Shiyu is a top soldier in the military district, and we naturally hope he will keep rising. We also want to understand your feelings and have brought this up because we are actually trying to influence you, fearing you might insist on divorce. At the same time, we believe some things should be fully honest with you. Maybe then, you might soften your heart and decide not to divorce Qin Shiyu for now." Gu Wenbin was also straightforward because Yunjiji is smart. Even if they didn't speak openly, Yunjiji could guess their intentions. Since that's the case, it's better to be honest from the start. Let Yunjiji make the final decision. Yunjiji frowned slightly, feeling a bit upset, but since they had been so clear, she knew they had laid everything out openly. Whether she agrees or not depends entirely on her own choice. She took a deep breath, looked at both of them, then picked up the divorce application form and read it. In the reason for divorce, Qin Shiyu wrote about his own faults. It was also his fault, so there was nothing to say about that. "I can temporarily decide not to divorce. Since it might affect Qin Shiyu's promotion, she could choose not to divorce him for now." Actually, she didn't care much about Qin Shiyu's future, but she was thinking about the 2 children. If Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan have a father with bad morals, it would negatively influence them. There's no wall that's completely airtight. Rumors spread easily, and many stories become exaggerated through gossip. Even good things can be distorted as they are passed around more and more. Yunjiji lives in a future world where there aren't many nosy people around, but online entertainment news can turn even false stories into truths. Although the people in this era are simple and honest, entertainment activities are rare. When people have nothing to do, they tend to talk more, and Yunjiji understands this well. For the sake of her children, she is willing to continue her marriage with Qin Shiyu. As for what happens next, she'll decide later. When Hu Jianjun and Gu Wenbin heard her words, they both looked happy. They thought they would need to persuade her with more effort, but after being honest with her, Yunjiji was very easy to talk to. Now, both of them felt very pleased and thought Yunjiji was truly a good comrade. Fine, I will tear up the divorce application form myself. With that, Hu Jianjun quickly pulled back the divorce form. Before Yunjiji could react, he reached out and tore it into pieces, impossible to piece back together. Yunjiji's mouth twitched as she asked, "Commander, political commissar, when can I start working at the military hospital?" "Probably next Monday. Your medical license has already been submitted. Tomorrow is Saturday, so you'll get it on Monday. Don't worry, as soon as the license arrives, I will send it to you immediately," Hu Jianjun replied quickly. His speech was very fast, seeming to try to calm Yunjiji's emotions and prevent her from feeling any resentment about the inability to get a divorce. "Thank you, Commissar," Yunjiji said gratefully. Then she looked at the two and asked, "Is there anything else?" No, nothing else," Hu Jianjun assured her. Next, Yunjiji asked Comrade Yun about my father-in-law's acupuncture the day after tomorrow. "That will be fine at noon the day after tomorrow," Yunjiji replied. Hearing this, Gu Wenbin quickly thanked her. The day after tomorrow was the third day. He also wanted to go see, but Gu Wenbin had work in the army and couldn't leave. However, Zhongshan would definitely go with her this time. After Yunjiji's first acupuncture, the results were so good that her father-in-law would want to try again. Zhongshan had also called her family and learned quite a bit from Yang Shiji. Especially after her father-in-law took the medicine Yunjiji prepared, his complexion gradually improved. Although only a little, they could see the change in his face, especially compared to the pale face he usually had. He even ate an extra bite at mealtime. As juniors, they were never greedy. They only hoped that their elders would stay healthy and enjoy their later years. Nothing was better than good food, good drink, and good sleep. "All right, I'll have Aunt Zhong come find you then," Gu Wenbin said. Yunjiji nodded. They didn't have anything else to discuss with her, so they called Li Jie to send Yunjiji back to the family compound. "Sister-in-law, that yam cake you made is really delicious," Li Jie said. He regretted it so much. He shouldn't have opened it in front of those greedy people earlier. Not just one piece, he only managed to eat half of it, and that was after snatching it back from them. "If you like it, that's good," Yunjiji smiled. In this world, no one dislikes hearing others praise their cooking as delicious. Yunjiji has few hobbies, mainly medicine and exploring various foods. She used to spend all her time reading medical books, which was quite boring. Her master didn't want her to do anything but read, but she developed a love for cooking. When some dishes didn't suit her taste, she started learning to make them herself, gradually becoming skilled. "Really delicious. Even better than the pastries I ate before," Li Jie said immediately. He wasn't exaggerating at all. He had tried store-bought egg cakes before, which were tasty but too sweet for his liking. Li Jie is from Taisher City. His hometown has many sticky foods like embedded cakes, black rice mochi, rice pudding, and orange cakes. So he really loves foods made from glutinous rice. "Sister-in-law, we've reached the family compound. I'll just send you to the gate. I need to go back to the army, so I'll leave now," Li Jie said as he saw her to the entrance. "Comradely, thank you." Li Jie waved his hand and quickly ran off. Yunjiji looked at Li Jie's legs for a moment, her brow slightly furrowed, lost in thought. Then she slowly entered the family compound. Today, some family members greeted Yunjiji proactively. She responded politely, though she didn't know them well, just smiling politely. Because she was still thinking about other things, she didn't stay long. After Yunjiji left, one military wife said, That Qin Camp's daughter-in-law doesn't seem very friendly. Maybe we're just not familiar with her yet, someone replied. We were strangers at first too, but we got to know each other as we talked. The military families in the compound come from all over the country. The farthest one was from Heisheng province. They all gradually became friends while chatting. Yunjiji, however, really isn't very social. She's been here for days but rarely talks to them or comes out to socialize. Who do you think you are? The wife of the regiment commander is Yunjiji's aunt. Do you even deserve to be friends with her? Zhao Zhenju happened to pass by and overheard their conversation, so she mocked loudly. When they saw Zhao Zhenju, they all quietly stepped back. Considering what Zhao Zhenju had done before, she had just been detained in a small black room. She was out again causing trouble so soon. Clearly, she still hadn't learned her lesson. Everyone naturally didn't want to get too close to Zhao Pearl. If they were involved with her, they might end up in trouble or be punished. Zhao Pearl, don't talk nonsense. We've all heard that Comrade Yun went to see Director Zhong's father. Director Zhong invited Yun to dinner to thank him. Don't spread false rumors. An older woman quickly spoke up when she saw Zhao Pearl talking nonsense. This matter was intentionally leaked by Zhong Shan, who asked Zheng Guizhi to do so. This is a family compound, and Zhong Shan is the head of the women's committee. Gu Wenbin is also a military leader, so their identities are sensitive. Zhong Shan also asked Yunjiji to call her Aunt Zhong to avoid unnecessary trouble or misunderstandings. After discussing privately with Zheng Guizhi, Zhong Shan decided to reveal that Yunjiji was there to see Zhong Shan's father. This made Zhong Shan's closeness to Yunjiji seem reasonable. Most people in the courtyard are usually free and curious. After seeing Zhong Shan's attitude toward Yunjiji, they started asking around quietly. Is Comrade Yun really that skilled at medicine? Someone asked. We don't know exactly how good she is, but this morning when I visited Chun Tao's house, Xiao Man looked much better and healthier than before. The group gathered around, asking about Xiao Man's condition. They had watched Xiao Man grow up. They all lived in the same courtyard and were like friends. Lu Chuntao was kind and easy to talk to, so everyone liked her. They also cared more about Xiao Man. Now that they learned Xiao Man looked healthy and good, they became more concerned about her. As for Zhao Pearl, she was pushed to the corner and ignored by everyone. This made Zhao Pearl very angry. She was from the city, so shouldn't these rural folks flatter her more? Yunjiji had only been here a few days, yet the attitude of these people toward her was warmer than toward Zhao Pearl. Zhao Pearl didn't seem to realize her own problems. If she had, she wouldn't be so annoying. Tuanchuan Yuan. When Yunjiji entered the courtyard, she didn't see the two children in the front yard. She was a bit confused. Had Qin Shiyu taken them out? Mom, however, as Yunjiji's voice fell, two little kids ran over from the backyard, their hands covered in dirt. At this moment, they looked like two small dirty cats. Yunjiji's mouth twitched slightly, feeling a bit helpless, and asked, What are you two doing? Mom, Dad is planting vegetables. Yuan said excitedly, gesturing with her hands and feet. Yunjiji was a little surprised, then took the two kids' hands and led them toward the backyard. When they arrived, they saw Qin Shiyu waving digging into the ground slowly. Beads of sweat rolled down his forehead and fell into the soil. You're back. Qin Shiyu looked up and saw her, but he didn't ask much about her situation. Instead, he smiled gently at her. Yunjiji was momentarily dazzled by his overly gentle smile. Yes, Yunjiji replied. Qin Shiyu, noticing her reaction, looked at her and said, I'm sorry. He didn't explain in detail, but they both understood what he meant. Why did Qin Shiyu apologize? It was because of the divorce. From Hu Jianjun and Gu Wenbin's conversation, Yunjiji could clearly sense that Qin Shiyu had expressed his unwillingness to divorce. She knew that if Qin Shiyu agreed to the divorce, their marriage could be ended easily. But at this moment, there was also the matter of promotion. So, the marriage wasn't just that Qin Shiyu didn't want a divorce, but also that Gu Wenbin and Hu Jianjun wouldn't agree to it. During these days here, she also understood that Qin Shiyu was like a trump card to them. No leader would want bad things to happen that could affect their valuable card. Although this was somewhat morally blackmailing her, destroying someone's future is like killing parents. If Qin Shiyu and Yun Jiji didn't have children, she wouldn't consider their future. But because they had these two kids, she had to think about their future. The difference between a company commander's father and a battalion commander's father is significant. With Qin Shiyu's ability, he might still go further. It's only temporary, Yun Jiji said. Qin Shiyu couldn't hide his disappointment, but soon he was hopeful again. As long as they didn't divorce, he still had a chance. As long as he treated her well, took care of their mother and children, and let her feel his sincerity, he believed they could live peacefully together for the rest of their lives. Yun Jiji looked at the man strangely. He suddenly seemed disappointed, then happy again, and she had no idea what he was thinking. However, she did not pay much attention and only glanced at the two children. She said, "I need to go up the mountain. Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan, today you stay and take care of things." "Go up the mountain?" Qin Shiyu immediately said, "I'll go with you." Although the back mountain isn't very dangerous, she was worried about her going alone. "I'm not going into the mountain, just collecting herbs around the edge. Old leader Zhong has a leg injury, and I need to prepare some ointment. There are a few herbs I need to find in the mountain," Yun Jiji explained. "Is it hard to find them?" Qin Shiyu still felt uneasy. Going alone into the mountain was really concerning. "It's not hard. At noon, you prepare some food for the kids. I won't be back too early." After saying this, Yun Jiji told the children a few more words, then picked up her basket and sickle and headed out. "Be careful," Qin Shiyu quickly said. "Okay." Qin Shiyu watched her leave, still feeling worried. But she also said she would only go around the mountain's edge. Usually many people go into the yard to gather firewood and wild vegetables, so he thought he didn't need to worry too much. Plus, taking the two children up the mountain was not very convenient, and the vegetable garden in the backyard hadn't been tidied up yet. Qin Shiyu took a deep breath and tried to suppress his worries. After Yun Jiji put on her basket, she headed straight towards the back mountain from the yard. Not going deep into the mountain? That was impossible. Today, she was determined to go deep into the mountain. Although some common herbs grow on the outskirts, many of them are trampled and damaged by people passing by all the time. The herbs she planned to pick today included huangbai, baiji, and nanshan. She had never seen these herbs on the mountain's edge, so she needed to go further inside. At the same time, Yun Jiji also wanted to see if the wooden spirits inside the mountain could be more active than on the outskirts. Yesterday, when she treated Leader Zhong's, she used her wood-type powers. Otherwise, he wouldn't have recovered so quickly. Now, her wooden spirit inside her body was almost gone. She could only go deeper into the mountain to see if she could recover some. With a clear direction, she didn't linger on the outskirts and quickly moved into the mountain. Her body, nourished with spiritual spring water, recovered very well. She felt much lighter now. If she got tired, she could always take out spiritual spring water from her space to restore her strength, so she didn't need to worry about anything else. Indeed, once she entered the mountain, she clearly felt that the fluctuations of the wood spirit were stronger than before. Yun Jiji took a deep breath and began to activate the remaining wood spirit within her to respond. It seemed as if the wood spirits were inspired and started flowing toward her. Yun Jiji's face lit up with joy, and she immediately sat down cross-legged. Her pores seemed to open completely as the vibrant green wood spirits poured into her body wildly. After some time, she finally opened her eyes and exhaled easily. The amount of wood spirit inside her was much richer than outside. Although each plant only left a small amount of wood spirit, the large number of plants combined created a considerable amount. Since becoming Yun Jiji in this era, this was the first time she felt so much wood spirit, which made her very excited. She stood up and went to a maple-scented tree, reaching out to touch the trunk. A vine wrapped around the tree suddenly moved lively and gently rubbed against her hand. She touched it with her fingertips, feeling its joy. "Old maple scent, where are the herbs nearby?" Yun Jiji asked. This was one of her skills with her wood element's supernatural ability, communicating with plants. The vine swung a few times and then pointed somewhere not far away. Yunjiji slightly smiled and said, "Thank you." She took some spiritual spring water from her space and poured it at the roots of the maple-scented tree. Feeling the tree's happiness, Yunjiji then stepped forward into the mountain. Dear readers, if you enjoy this book, please add it to your bookshelf, click to encourage more updates, and if you can, send some love energy. Heartfelt thanks. With the guidance of the maple-scented tree, gathering herbs became much easier. She continued walking into the mountain, occasionally encountering some wild game. Yunjiji naturally wouldn't let good prey slip away. Soon, she caught 2 wild chickens and a nest of rabbits. One of the chickens she caught last time was kept in a cage, so she left 1 rabbit outside and put the remaining chickens and rabbits into her space to raise. The chickens could lay eggs, and the eggs could hatch into chickens. Perhaps someday she could freely harvest wild chicken eggs. She also successfully gathered various herbs like huangbai, turmeric, baiji, and nux vomica. After wandering in the mountain for a long time, Yunjiji took out a basket of blueberries from her space, planning to make blueberry jam. After working in the mountain for most of the day, and with the sun already setting, Yunjiji prepared to head down the mountain. But as she turned around, she suddenly heard some unusual movement. Without thinking too much, Yunjiji looked around. When she saw a large tree, she didn't hesitate and quickly climbed up to hide in the treetop. Move faster. Following the sound, Yunjiji saw a hole in the ground not far away. Someone was coming out of it. They were carrying boxes, and judging by how old the boxes looked, Yunjiji guessed they were stolen. The people wore dark, practical clothes suitable for moving quickly. On the ground nearby, Yunjiji also saw tools like shovels, crowbars, and ropes. Her face darkened. These were tomb raiders. Boss, Huzi was bitten inside. The bleeding won't stop. Suddenly, someone crawled out of the hole carrying a man. The man's skin had 2 bite marks, and the area around them was turning black. Although the bites weren't large, the blood was flowing like a faucet, unstoppable. Seeing this, Yunjiji's expression grew serious. The things inside that tomb were dangerous. They lived in dark, damp places, and many unpredictable factors existed. The things underground were very toxic. Even if the bleeding stopped, once the poison entered the body, no one could save them, not even a divine being. Yunjiji didn't sympathize with such people. The items they stole from tombs were treasures of her country and should not fall into outsiders' hands. Since she encountered them, she couldn't just ignore it. Inside her space, she searched through the herbs she gathered today and found several that could be used to make sleeping poisons. She quickly prepared the poison, adding some spiritual spring water to enhance its effect. When she came out of her space, there were already over a dozen large boxes beside the hole. It was clearly a large tomb. If these relics were sold abroad, it would be nearly impossible to recover them. So, she decided to intercept them before they could take everything away. "Is everyone out?" the middle-aged man in charge asked. "Boss, everyone's out. I didn't expect this small, broken tomb to have so many things." Dahu opened one of the boxes, his eyes shining green. They had struck it rich. They thought it was just a tomb of a small merchant, but once inside, they realized it was a big tomb. "Pack up and get ready to leave the mountain," the middle-aged man ordered. After a few people finished speaking, they prepared to carry their boxes down the mountain. Just as they took a step forward and hadn't yet lifted the boxes, they all tripped over vines and fell backward together. Before they could react, a pleasant fragrance drifted over, and they quickly lost consciousness. Yunjiji waited quietly on the tree until she was sure everyone was unconscious. Then she grabbed the vines and descended to the ground. After checking on the others, she fed the vines some spiritual spring water. The vines automatically wrapped around the unconscious villagers, holding them tightly so they couldn't escape even if they woke up. She didn't leave immediately. After returning the boxes to the cave and covering them with some dry grass to hide them, she quickly went down the mountain. This was her achievement. Since she and Qin Shiyu didn't plan to divorce for now, she kept the benefits for herself. Because she didn't pick herbs this time, she descended much faster. She intentionally sped up her pace, reducing her descent time by more than half. Mom Yuan Yuan was the first to see Yunjiji and happily called out. Qin Shiyu was inside cleaning when she heard the voice and hurriedly came out. But before she could say anything, Yunjiji pulled her into the house. "What's wrong?" Qin Shiyu asked worriedly. Inside, Yunjiji lowered her voice and said softly, "I met some villagers on the mountain. They dug a grave, and they took out everything inside. I used some sleeping powder on them."
Qin Shiyu's face changed.
After confirming Yunjiji was unharmed, she immediately said, "I'll go back to the military camp. You stay at home and don't go anywhere." Without even changing into her military uniform, Qin Shiyu ran out. Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan blinked with big eyes, looking confused. "Mom, Dad." Yuan Yuan pointed curiously at Qin Shiyu, who ran away like the wind and widened her eyes. "Dad runs so fast. Dad has something to do with the army." At this moment, Yunjiji also came out of the house, placing the basket on her back down and pouring the herbs onto the ground. "Mom, what is this?" Tuan Tuan pointed at the blueberries on the side, curious.
"These are blueberries.
Mom picked them on the mountain today. I washed them and brought them for you." Yunjiji took 2 bowls, filled each with a small portion, and handed them to the children after washing. "Mommy," sweet Yuan Yuan couldn't wait and quickly put a piece into her mouth, then happily looked at Yunjiji. "Go sit over there with your brother and eat slowly. Mom will organize these herbs," Yunjiji said. "Okay." The little one, happy to have food, was very obedient. She carried the blueberries to the side. Most of the blueberries taken from the space are sweet. Even if some are a bit sour, they are acceptable and not too sour. The 2 children sat quietly aside, holding a bowl and watching Yunjiji. Soon, Qin Shiyu returned. "Honey, you need to come with us. You have to bring us along," Qin Shiyu said as he came back and saw Yunjiji packing herbs. "Children." Yunjiji looked at the 2 kids. She couldn't take them out alone. At this moment, Lu Chuntao was in the yard. Although she didn't know what was happening, she could tell from Qin Shiyu's expression that it was urgent. She immediately said, "Gigi, if you're okay with it, let Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan come to our house to play with Xiao Man for a while." Yunjiji, hearing this, gratefully looked at Lu Chuntao and said, "Chuntao, thank you so much." She quickly filled another bowl with blueberries and took the 2 children to Lu Chuntao's house. "Baby, Mom and Dad are going to catch the bad guys. You stay here and play with Brother Xiao Man. Take this bowl of blueberries to share with him. Mom will come back to pick you up, okay?" "Okay." The little one, hearing about catching the bad guys, obediently agreed. "Don't worry," Lu Chuntao said. At this moment, Qin Shiyu had already closed the yard gate, then quickly approached Yunjiji and whispered, "Let's go." Yunjiji nodded. The group quickly left the residential area. Although Lu Chuntao was curious about what was happening, she was also a military wife and knew some things shouldn't be asked about too much. After Yunjiji led them up the mountain, with Yunjiji leading the way, they soon reached the location of the tomb. But Qin Shiyu's face darkened. He had said he wouldn't go deep into the mountains, yet they still went in. And he even came alone. She wondered if those villagers had discovered her at that moment. Would her life be in danger? This woman, why is she so bold? Looking at the crooked and disorganized tomb workers, Yunjiji had already sent a message through the plants as they approached. The trees automatically loosened the vines binding these people. Otherwise, when Qin Shiyu and the others arrived, they would have cut the vines with their knives. "What's going on with them?" Commander Gu Luzhang, who came along, asked when he saw the unconscious tomb workers lying on the ground. He was quite surprised. Qin Shiyu explained that Yunjiji had given them some sleeping powder, which made them faint temporarily. It had been at least an hour since then, and these tomb workers still hadn't woken up. Their team also had some sedatives that could make people faint briefly, but it only lasted about half an hour at most. Sometimes, when they caught criminals, the criminals would wake up before they could be brought back. "Comrade Yun, how long until they wake up?" Gu Wenbin asked curiously. "About 3 hours. I didn't use much on them," Yunjiji replied. Wenbin swallowed hard. 3 hours already felt like a long wait. Everyone, take them down the mountain and lock them up first. When they wake up, question them. The rest of you move these artifacts down the mountain first. Qin, you should take leave early and lead a team to guard the area. See if there are any other contacts, Gu Wenbin ordered immediately. Then, he looked at Yun Jiji and said, Comrade Yun, good job. I'll make sure to report your contribution to the organization and apply for a reward for you. This was a tomb raiding gang. If these artifacts fell into the wrong hands, they would never be recovered. They were treasures of their country. After making arrangements, Gu Wenbin began handling the follow-up matters. Thanks to Yun Jiji's sedatives, they didn't need much time or effort. They quickly captured everyone, and they didn't even have time to move the artifacts out. It was an effortless achievement, like they had picked up a treasure for free. At this moment, Gu Wenbin looked at Yun Jiji with admiration, as if she were a rare treasure. Commander, one of them is injured. He was bitten by a bug in the tomb. I treated him briefly earlier, but the bugs in the tomb usually carry corpse poison. He probably won't make it, Yun Jiji said. She could save him if possible, but it depended on how much information he could reveal. Sure enough, Gu Wenbin frowned and had someone check. They found a dark green bite mark on one man's ankle, which was already turning black, and looked quite frightening. Can you heal? Gu Wenbin asked. Yes. Yun Jiji nodded. Don't want to heal? Gu Wenbin asked again. Let's see his attitude. Gu Wenbin immediately understood, pointing at Yun Jiji with a smile, feeling very happy. Okay. I get it. Yun Jiji looked again and said, Captain, if I am fine, I will leave the mountain first. My 2 children at home don't feel safe, and I can't be away from them for too long. All right, Gu Wenbin nodded. Qin Shiyu was still handling some things nearby. When he thought of something, he said, Captain, I will her down the mountain. No need. I can manage on my own, and they need to carry things down too. I will go with them, Yun Jiji replied, then stepped forward with the group heading downhill. Qin Shiyu had other matters to attend to, so he had to stop for now.
Why?
Are you so reluctant to part? Gu Wenbin glared at him, annoyed. After just a few days with his wife, they are already so attached? She promised not to go into the mountains earlier, Qin Shiyu said. Gu Wenbin was momentarily stunned but quickly understood and laughed. You little brat, do you think your wife has something to hide? She's clever. She even thought of using sleeping powder on those villagers. She's trying to earn military merit for you. You should cherish her. It's like military merit falling from the sky. Yun Jiji isn't even a soldier in the army, but if she reports her discovery through Qin Shiyu and they share the credit, it's as if Yun Jiji herself earned it. Gu Wenbin could imagine that if Yun Jiji joins the military hospital in the future, she will become a military doctor. Military doctors often go on missions. With Yun Jiji's skills, she will likely earn a lot of military merit in the future. At this moment, Gu Wenbin started to envy Qin Shiyu. If he could marry a capable wife like Yun Jiji, even if she was drugged or forced into marriage, it might not be impossible. Of course, he was just thinking. Qin Shiyu watched Yun Jiji's departing figure, and his curiosity about her grew. What kind of woman is she? Facing so many villagers, she was not afraid, and even managed to make sleeping powder to quickly knock them out and then go down the mountain to find help. He had many questions, but he thought that in a place like Yunhe village, with such parents, in-laws, and a sister, she might have to hide her true abilities. Even if she is very capable, she must hide her abilities carefully when someone intentionally stares at her. I also learned that she used to go to the mountains to find food for the children, but she was always discovered, and the food was taken away. It seems that the lives of her and her child have always been closely watched by others. Moreover, if she performs too well, she might even face harm. Thinking about Yun Jiji's suffering, he couldn't help but sigh. Besides the last time they discussed divorce, when she mentioned what happened in the past 2 years, she hadn't really talked much about it and didn't take it to heart. Qin Shiyu didn't think much and quickly turned around to focus on work. Now isn't the time to think about these things. The most important thing is what's happening right now. Gu Wenbin glanced at Qin Shiyu and said, Your wife just left, and you're already thinking about her again? Merry Christmas, everyone. wishing you peace and happiness. Please leave some likes if you enjoy the story, add it to your bookshelf, and keep supporting us with your love. Love you all. Qin Shiyu ignored Gu Wenbin, feeling he was deliberately teasing. Seeing his reaction, Gu Wenbin wondered if he could truly make Yun Jiji change her mind. After all, Yun Jiji said that not divorcing was only temporary. If Qin Shiyu doesn't behave well or can't be a good father and husband, he will eventually become Yun Jiji's ex-husband. Gu Wenbin felt a bit of schadenfreude now. Qin Shiyu is very disciplined and difficult to find fault with, so maybe in the future, they'll see more of his smiles. It seems the family compound will become even livelier. After Yun Jiji came down the mountain, she went straight home to Lu Chuntao. Jiji, you're back. Lu Chuntao was in the yard handling mustard greens and called out when she saw Yun Jiji return. Yun Jiji smiled and replied, "Thank you, Sister Chuntao." Lu Chuntao gave her a light glare and said, "What are you saying? Xiaomon's health isn't good, and some kids in the yard don't want to play with him. Now that Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan are here, he's so happy. Don't be so distant with us. If you have something to do, just leave Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan with me. I stay at home all day and can help watch them." Lu Chuntao learned from Wang Cheng that Yun Jiji might be planning to work at the district health center. Although she could take the children with her, sometimes other things might come up. Lu Chuntao had already made up her mind. They all lived in the same courtyard, so helping each other was natural. "Sister Chuntao, thank you so much," Yun Jiji said gratefully. She heard voices coming from inside the house in the yard. It was Xiaoman. Wang Cheng bought some comic books for Xiaoman. Right now, he's reading stories to his younger brothers and sisters, Lu Chuntao said with a smile. After taking medicine, Xiaoman looked healthier each day. Last night after dinner, he played outside for a while, and he no longer got tired easily like before. If it weren't for Yun Jiji, her son's health wouldn't have recovered so well. She was very thankful to Yun Jiji. Let them play first. "Sister Chuntao, what are you planning to do?" Yun Jiji asked. "I'm preparing to make some pickled vegetables," Lu Chuntao replied. The mustard greens they grew themselves. In the family courtyard, besides the backyard land, each household also had a small piece of land. "Jiji, I saw Captain Qin planting vegetables in the backyard this morning. Did you and your family pick your land yet?" Yun Jiji was slightly surprised. "There's more land besides the backyard?" "Of course. But our land isn't as big as the military families living in the apartment buildings. They don't have backyards, so their land is bigger. We only have one piece, but we can grow quite a few vegetables. It's enough for us to eat," Lu Chuntao explained. "Let's wait until Qin Shiyu comes back," she said. Food was scarce during this time, so having extra vegetables was very valuable. Not a single piece of land to grow food was something they couldn't afford to miss. Some things Yun Jiji knew had to have a proper source. "I saw you and Captain Qin rushing off just now. Did something happen?" Lu Chuntao lowered her voice and asked. "Sister Chuntao, I can't say." Yun Jiji looked a bit embarrassed. Lu Chuntao immediately stopped talking, realizing she had been too nosy. She quickly changed the subject. "Jiji, this mustard green fried rice is delicious. Take a piece home later," she said with a smile. "Sister Chuntao, I always eat your food." Lu Chuntao was genuinely speechless. Whenever she had something tasty, she was happy to share it with Yun Jiji. Yun Jiji felt a bit shy. She couldn't eat her sister's food every day. Her family was also having a hard time. "Don't be so polite. Call me sister, and we're like family," Lu Chuntao said with a smile. "If I had a younger sister as capable as you, I'd be the one gaining from it. Furthermore, the blueberries you brought today are something I have seen before in the capital city. They're small and cost a yuan each, and there are only a few berries in each bunch. I tried them once, and they were too sour. The ones you brought today could sell for 10 yuan if sold. Honestly, I think I benefited from you. How much is a bunch of mustard greens worth? In our neighborhood, everyone grows mustard greens, and no one wants to buy them. You can take them home and eat them peacefully. If you don't take them, I might not dare to take your things in the future." Lu Chuntao kept talking, not feeling she was taking advantage of Yunjiji, especially since she had taken her to see a doctor for Xiao. That made Lu Chuntao feel more grateful. Being able to call Yunjiji's sister and sister-in-law is a blessing from her past life. Otherwise, they wouldn't be neighbors. All right, I'll accept them. Yunjiji no longer hesitated. Since their families will be in contact for a long time, some things shouldn't be too strict. Yunjiji sat with Lu Chuntao for a long time, learned to trim the mustard greens like her, then removed the rotten leaves, blanched the greens, squeezed out excess water, and then prepared to pickle them. Yunjiji can cook, but she doesn't know how to make pickled vegetables. With Yunjiji's help, Lu Chuntao finished making the pickles quickly. By 4:30, all the pickled greens were in jars soaking. Jiji, thank you this afternoon. Otherwise, I wouldn't finish these dishes until dark. Both women were good at working and very efficient, so they finished their tasks quickly. If Sister Chuntao feels embarrassed, you can invite me to eat some pickled vegetables later. The pickled greens you gave me last time were very tasty, perfect for boiling fish. Yunjiji said with a smile. The pickled greens Lu Chuntao gave her last time were indeed delicious. Sure, I'll give you some once they're ready. Neither of them was polite. Seeing that it was getting late, Yunjiji decided to take the two children home first. Qin Shiyu had taken leave early, and they couldn't be sure if the other villagers were still in the mountains, as they were now checking the area. They probably wouldn't come back so soon. However, for dinner, Yunjiji still prepared a portion for him. Since Qin Shiyu wasn't home, Yunjiji didn't need to hide anything. When Lu Chuntao mentioned mustard greens rice earlier, she actually felt a bit hungry. Now she washed the greens, chopped them into small pieces, and took out some fatty and lean pork from her space, chopping it into bits. Once the rice was cooked, she started frying the pork until it released oil. The pork from her space was very fatty and tender, so Yunjiji poured out the excess pork fat into a bowl and then mixed it with the rice. Two little kids sat aside, watching Yunjiji busy at work. They were talking about the story Xiao had told them earlier that afternoon. Yunjiji listened for a while and realized that the story Xiao read to them was probably the chicken feather letter. The children were confused about whether the letter was sent with chicken feathers or duck feathers. Their innocent chatter made Yunjiji very happy. She liked children very much. In her previous life, she couldn't have children, which made her feel sad. Now, she was glad she didn't have children in her past life because if she had, she might be overly worried about her own kids and keep trying to go back home. That would make her ignore Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan. In the end, Yunjiji also discovered something interesting. Her tastes were almost exactly the same as the original owner's. She even had some habits similar to the original owner. She felt a bit confused inside, but couldn't be sure about everything yet. Yunjiji took a deep breath, pushed aside her doubts, and turned to Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan. Baby, wash your hands and come eat. Okay, the little ones happily ran to wash their hands. Yunjiji found them adorable. However, since the weather was a bit cold and the water was quite chilly, she added some hot water to the basin to help them wash comfortably. After washing their hands, Yuan Yuan and Tuan Tuan kept glancing outside. Mom, where's Dad? Yuan Yuan asked curiously. Dad has some things to do in the army and might come back a little later. Mom has prepared food for him, Yunjiji explained. They still needed to question those villagers, so it might take some time. Dad's hungry. Yuan Yuan's small face showed worry. There's a canteen in the army. Dad can eat there first. Don't worry, little one. Yunjiji patiently reassured her. When she learned that Qin Shiyu wouldn't go hungry, her worries eased a little. Yunjiji reached out and gently rubbed her head. Sometimes, family bonds are truly magical. Looking at these two little kids, Qin Shiyu had only been with them for a short time, but they already held a special place in their hearts for him. Today, since he didn't come home for dinner, they started to miss him. She served a bowl and placed it on the table. Because they had stir-fried minced meat with mustard greens for dinner, she didn't prepare many dishes. In the end, she only made a bowl of clear seaweed and egg drop soup to help cut the greasiness of the rice. Two little children each hold a bowl of rice, happily eating with their heads down. They are so absorbed in their meal that they forget about Qin Shiyu, who hasn't returned. Clearly, they have been completely won over by the delicious food. A slight smile appears on her lips as she eats, and she gently reminds them to eat more slowly. The children are very obedient. Whenever she speaks, they listen carefully. The vegetables are fresh, and the pork in the room is even tastier than outside. This bowl of rice is truly delicious. Both children eat a small bowl, but they ate a bit more than usual. However, Yunjiji is starting to crave sticky rice, but it's hard to digest, so she'll wait a while longer. Once their bodies recover a bit more, she'll consider it. After dinner, Yunjiji takes the two children for a walk in the courtyard. It's also a good chance for them to get familiar with the other residents. Qin camp wife. As Yunjiji walks under a locust tree, a sister-in-law calls out to her. Yes. Yunjiji responds. The sister-in-law steps forward a few steps and says, Qin camp wife, I am Shin deputy camp's wife. My name is Xia Kaifeng. Hello, sister-in-law. Is there something you need? Yunjiji asks curiously, as they haven't interacted before, and she hasn't heard anything about her. Why is she stopping her now? Xia Kaifeng looks around to make sure no one is paying attention, then shyly says, Qin camp wife, I actually wanted to ask if you could help me take a look at something. Yunjiji is slightly surprised. Is your health not good? Xia Kaifeng nods shyly. Seeing this, Yunjiji begins to guess and smiles. Would you like to sit in my yard for a bit? Xia Kaifeng didn't expect Yunjiji to be so perceptive. She feels embarrassed to say more openly in front of others about her condition.
All right.
Xia Kaifeng agrees immediately. Yunjiji leads her directly to her yard. She pulls over a chair and says kindly, sister-in-law, please sit down. Qin camp wife, call me Yunjiji. You can just use my name, Yunjiji interrupts with a smile. Although many military wives in the courtyard call her this way, Yunjiji doesn't really like that title. Everyone has a name, and if calling her by her name feels uncomfortable, they can just call her comrade. Sister-in-law, please extend your hand so I can see it. Seeing her shy expression, Yunjiji spoke first. Xia Kaifeng listened and immediately responded, then extended her hand, looking somewhat anxious at Yunjiji. Sister-in-law has some inflammation. I'll prepare some herbal medicine. When you bring it back, boil it and use it to wash, Yunjiji said. Xia Kaifeng was amazed. Yunjiji could tell her condition just by checking her pulse. Hearing this, Xia Kaifeng felt speechless. Really, she was so impressive. Seeing her reaction, Yunjiji then said, after intimacy, sister-in-law, don't be lazy. You should pay attention to your hygiene. Otherwise, inflammation can happen. Wash with this medicine for a week, and the itching will go away. Xia Kaifeng felt her face burning, but she thought that she and Yunjiji were both married women and mothers, so there was nothing to worry about. Besides, they were women who didn't have some issues in that area. Sister-in-law, not only do you need to take care of your hygiene, but your husband should too. Women's bodies are different from men's. Usually, women get more infections. If not treated promptly, it could worsen and cause more serious health problems. This was not a joke. Statistics from later generations show that about 9 million women die each year from gynecological diseases worldwide, about 20 women every minute. So, they should be more careful and not too careless. After explaining a few more things to Xia Kaifeng, she gratefully left. She was not uneducated and naturally understood what Yunjiji had just said. She was thinking that when her husband came back in the evening, she must talk to him seriously about this. From now on, she must pay more attention to hygiene in that area. Men want pleasure, that's fine, but they also need to consider women's safety. After examining Xia Kaifeng, the sky outside had completely darkened. Yunjiji decided not to take the children out. She let them play in the yard and went to boil water for them to wash their faces and bottoms. It was cold now, so daily baths weren't necessary, but good hygiene still mattered. While boiling water, Yunjiji heard a call from the yard. She was confused but quickly put down her fire tongs and went out. She saw Yuan and Tuan standing at the door, looking outside the yard. Following their gaze, Yunjiji looked over. She saw a bamboo basket hanging on the gate. She stepped forward and saw that the basket contained 10 eggs and about half a gene of red sugar. Yunjiji was slightly surprised and a bit puzzled. What is this? Did the aunties who took care of me earlier bring it over? Cloud Weaver asked the way. Yes, yes. The two little ones nodded at the same time. Cloud Weaver looked at the brown sugar and eggs in the bamboo basket. She didn't refuse because helping people also takes effort. At this time, she couldn't do business or accept consultation fees. However, she could accept some food or related items. Since the other person brought them, Cloud Weaver didn't refuse. This way, she could also avoid those freeloaders who treat her like free labor. She carried the bamboo basket into the house, planning to return it to Xia Kaifeng tomorrow. Kids, come in and wash your face and bottom. After the two children obediently responded, they followed Cloud Weaver into the kitchen. Until the mother and children finished everything, Qin Shiyu still hadn't returned. She was either questioning those village elders or still on the mountain, watching to see if they had any accomplices. She didn't interfere much, and took out a fairy tale book from her space, holding it to start reading stories to the two little ones. Today, I will read you the story of Manhwa repairing the sky, okay? Cloud Weaver tucked the two little ones into their beds, one on each side of her. Mom, did the sky have a hole? Yuan asked curiously. She tilted her head, trying to look outside, but the door was tightly shut, and the outside of the window was dark and blurry, with no visibility. Yuan couldn't see the sky outside and sat back feeling disappointed, looking a bit upset. Cloud Weaver chuckled softly. That was a long, long time ago, before Tuan and Yuan, before Mom. Is there a dad? She asked again.
No.
Sister. Mo looked a little upset and pouted at Tuan. Tuan had no way to deal with her. Mom. I want to listen. Yuan snuggled in her arms, smelling her mother's milk scent, blinking her eyes eagerly. Cloud Weaver responded softly, then began a very long time ago, in ancient times. Goddess Manhwa felt compassion and decided to repair the sky. Her voice was gentle and steady, telling the story word by word. She added some expressions during dialogue and changed her tone to make the children feel immersed in the story. Seeing the two little ones listening with fascination, she felt very happy. It had been almost half an hour since she finished telling stories to the two children. They were starting to get sleepy. She gently picked up the children, laid them inside, took off their shirts, and softly patted them while singing a gentle bedtime song to help them fall asleep. Seeing the children quietly and obediently sleeping beside her, a gentle smile appeared on her face. It's so nice, she thought. Now I am really a mother too. At this moment, Xia Kaifeng was walking with her husband, Shun Hongjun, along a mountain path. After taking her medicine, she truly didn't want to wait anymore. She had been so itchy at night lately that she could hardly sleep, which made her feel very uncomfortable. Now that Yunjiji had prescribed her medicine, and Xiao was recovering so well, she trusted Yunjiji's skills completely. So, no matter what, she wanted to buy the medicine and wash herself properly before going home, because she would have to suffer through another uncomfortable night tomorrow. Isn't it too late? Can't we come back tomorrow to get the medicine? Shun Hongjun complained. Although they lived in the south, during the day the sun was very hot, but once the sun set, it became freezing cold. When it was dark, most people didn't like to go out. If they were at home now, Shun Hongjun would have already taken a bath, soaked his feet, and gone to bed. It's not just you who's uncomfortable. When I'm uncomfortable, it's a big deal, too. Xia Kaifeng said impatiently. Shun Hongjun looked a bit embarrassed. From now on, you'd better wash that brother of yours properly every day. If you don't wash, don't come to my bed. Xia Kaifeng scolded irritably. I'm not itchy, so why should I wash? Shun Hongjun thought that if he took a shower more often, especially after training when they sweat, he'd have to wash every day anyway. To him, it seemed unnecessary. Xia Kaifeng pinched him a few times in frustration, then patiently explained everything she had told Yunjiji to him, word for word. Shun Hongjun was not the type to ignore advice. After hearing his wife's words, he nodded repeatedly. Xia Kaifeng looked at him, but didn't say anything more. Inside, she had already made up her mind to keep an eye on him and make sure he washed properly from now on. Fortunately, the place to buy medicine was not far from their home. After they finished, they returned to their courtyard. That night, Xia Kaifeng boiled the medicine, carefully washed herself, and stayed inside for a full 20 minutes. Only after she was sure she had cleaned thoroughly did she come out of the small room. "It's late. Hurry up and go to sleep," Shun Hongjun said. Xia Kaifeng responded with a nod and got into bed. She tossed and turned for a long time, then suddenly said, "Hongjun, I really don't feel as itchy anymore. Just once, didn't the magic pill work?" Shun Hongjun asked impatiently. "Can I not feel it myself? If it's not itchy, then it's not itchy." Xia Kaifeng was too lazy to bother with him. Seeing his doubtful look, she didn't want to say more and simply went to sleep. When Shun Hongjun saw that his wife had fallen asleep directly, he felt confused. Was the medicine made by Yunjiji really that good? Qin Shiyu only returned early the next morning. Yunjiji had just finished preparing breakfast in the kitchen when she saw the man enter the yard with a tired face. "Are you okay?" Yunjiji looked at him with concern. He looked half dead, like he was barely hanging on. What happened last night? How could it have worn him out like this? "Nothing's wrong. Are the kids awake?" Qin Shiyu shook his head. He didn't see the two children in the yard and asked with some confusion. "They haven't gotten up yet."
All right.
"Thanks for making breakfast this morning. I'll go rest for a while," Qin Shiyu said. He was exhausted from the night and was very sleepy now. "Eat something first before sleeping?" Yunjiji asked. He waved his hand and floated into the room, even leaving the door open, then immediately fell asleep. Seeing him snoring loudly, Yunjiji felt speechless. What exactly happened? How could it have worn him out like this? She didn't think much and closed the door for Qin Shiyu. She went back to her room and saw the two little ones had woken up. She quickly dressed them. "Mom." Dad's voice, Yuan's voice, was soft and sleepy, and now she blinked her big eyes at Yunjiji, clearly having heard Qin Shiyu's voice just now. "Dad's back, but he didn't sleep all night last night. He's gone to rest now," Yunjiji explained. Yuan didn't understand everything, but when she heard that Qin Shiyu hadn't slept, she understood. Dad must be very tired. After dressing the children, Yunjiji slid down from the bed and tiptoed to Qin Shiyu's room. She gently pushed the door open and peeked inside. Then she happily stepped back out. Seeing this scene, Yunjiji couldn't help but laugh and cry. Was she really only at ease when Qin Shiyu was home? "Dad is sleeping. Don't disturb him," the little girl muttered to herself as she went to wash up with Yunjiji. After tidying up the children, Yunjiji took them to eat breakfast. For breakfast, they ate century egg and lean pork congee, scallion egg pancakes, boiled eggs, and a small bowl of blueberries. Yummy. Yuan smiled happily with her eyes closed, looking very satisfied. "You're such a little foodie." Yunjiji affectionately looked at the little girl. Then Yunjiji looked at Tuan and asked, "Tuan, is it tasty?" "Yes, very good," Tuan replied obediently. Yunjiji felt a bit helpless. Her son really speaks very little. Even when they talk, he hardly says anything, which is not what kids his age usually do. She tries to say he's calm and steady, but that doesn't seem right. It seems. She still needs to spend more time talking to Tuan. Maybe he will start to speak more. After breakfast, the two children played in the yard. Yunjiji also noticed that Qin Shiyu had made toys for them sometime earlier, a bamboo dragonfly. He took a piece of bamboo, drilled a hole in the center, then shaved the sides into sloped surfaces, attaching a small bamboo stick. By twisting the bamboo stick with both hands, the bamboo dragonfly would fly up. Although it was a simple toy, the two kids played happily. Qin Shiyu had polished the bamboo stick very smoothly, so the children could hold and play without worrying about getting scratched. Yunjiji checked carefully to make sure there were no bamboo splinters that could hurt the children before letting them play. Because the children were small, their strength was limited, so the bamboo dragonfly didn't fly very fast, but they still enjoyed playing very much. After tidying up the kitchen, she took the children to the backyard to gather the herbs she brought back yesterday. She had stored the herbs in her space since yesterday and now they still looked fresh. Gigi, what are you doing? Lu Chuntao was washing clothes in the backyard and saw Yun Gigi busy, so she couldn't help but feel curious. Yun Gigi smiled and said, Chuntao Jia, these are herbs I picked from the mountain. I'm going to prepare and process them. Lu Chuntao understood and asked curiously, so many herbs, can they all be processed the same way? She looked at the herbs, noticing many of them looked different. She recognized some because she had learned about herbs over the years, especially from eating medicine. When she couldn't buy herbs before, Lu Chuntao used to go to the mountain with barefoot doctors from nearby villages to gather herbs. Then, the barefoot doctor helped her prepare the medicine. Later, she also learned some techniques, but the medicines she took were different from these. Different indeed. Some herbs can be simply sun-dried, while others require processing like refining, water treatment, fire treatment, or combined water and fire treatment, Yun Gigi explained. Some herbs need special procedures to maximize their effects, which can be very complicated and involve many steps. In later times, some merchants, seeking convenience, skipped many steps, which greatly weakened the medicine's effectiveness. Yun Gigi always preferred to prepare her own herbs so she could ensure quality. Oh my, this is so complicated. Only you have the patience for this, Lu Chuntao said, admiring Yun Gigi even more. It takes a very sharp mind to remember so many steps, especially the methods for preparing each herb. Lu Chuntao once heard an old doctor say that there are over 10,000 types of traditional Chinese herbs. Just thinking about preparing over 10,000 kinds of herbs makes her head spin. Indeed, capable people tend to have sharp minds. Chuntao, you're joking. I also write some things down in a notebook, but I can't remember everything, Yun Gigi said with a smile. They have a special ancient medical book on traditional preparation methods, kept in her space, which she often takes out to review and deepen her memory. You're impressive too. My sister is the most amazing, Lu Chuntao said, both amused and admiring. Yun Gigi couldn't help but laugh and cry at her words. Lu Chuntao finished washing the last piece of clothing, hung it on a bamboo pole, and suddenly thought of something. Gigi, last night, did Deputy Ingshun's wife, Xia Kaifeng, come to ask you for medicine? Lu Chuntao asked. She met Xia Kaifeng this morning when she went to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy meat. Usually, Xia Kaifeng looked very tired and unwell, and when people talked to her, she was often indifferent. But today, Xia Kaifeng looked energetic and well-rested, clearly having had a good sleep. They happened to be walking the same way, so Lu Chuntao asked out of curiosity and learned that Xia Kaifeng had come to Yun Gigi for medicine last night, even praising her highly. After taking the medicine last night, she really stopped feeling itchy, slept very well, and for the first time in a long while, she felt her complexion was excellent this morning. Xia Kaifeng immediately knew that the medicine Yun Gigi prescribed was working. She even wanted to go home and tell her family about it. However, Lu Chuntao stopped her. Yes. Last night, while taking a walk with Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan, she asked me to give her some medicine, Yun Gigi said. Lu Chuntao understood immediately, as if she remembered something. She looked around and whispered, Gigi, she said she wanted to promote you, but I stopped her. Yun Gigi was slightly surprised. Sister Chuntao, thank you. Yun Gigi didn't have her medical license yet and wouldn't get it until Monday. It wasn't proper for her to see patients at this time. Earlier, she checked Xiao because it was urgent. She treated Chief Zhong because it was an organizational assessment. But what about Xia Kaifeng? If things got serious, it would be considered her private consultation. If someone with bad intentions used this, the situation could become complicated. But Gigi, when will you get your medical license? Lu Chuntao felt it was a pity. Yun Gigi was such a good doctor, but she couldn't treat people because she didn't have the license. In their family compound, many military families live, young and old. Almost everyone has minor health issues, especially women who have given birth. They all have some health problems. Everyone hopes to find a good doctor who can help solve their health problems. No matter how bitter or unpleasant the medicine is, health is more important. It should be soon, Yun Gigi replied. Although Hu Jianjun said she might get it by Monday, with the recent case involving cultural relics, they might be busy. She wasn't sure if her medical license would arrive smoothly on Monday. They didn't talk about it anymore and changed the subject. However, neither of them noticed that someone was secretly listening under the bamboo fence in the yard. Dad, when Yun Jiji finished preparing all the herbs, she heard Yuan Yuan happily call out. Then, like a small cannonball, Yuan Yuan rushed out and was immediately lifted into Qin Shiyu's arms. She was surprised to see he had only slept for less than 2 hours and was already awake. There's rice in the pot. You can eat by yourself, she casually said, then took out the remaining yam to make blueberry yam for lunch, planning to check if there were any vegetables left. If Qin Shiyu wasn't home, she could just take some delicious food from her space, but since he was here, she couldn't. Okay. Thank you, wife. Qin Shiyu, who had been sleeping deeply, now felt much better. Seeing Yun Jiji still left him breakfast, his smile grew even wider. Yun Jiji frowned and said, "Don't call me wife. I have a name." She wasn't used to that kind of nickname. Qin Shiyu blinked innocently. "You are my wife, so of course I should call you my wife." Seeing his shameless look, Yun Jiji couldn't help but laugh in anger. "Don't forget, I am only temporarily. If it weren't for the 2 children, I wouldn't agree." Qin Shiyu choked slightly, awkwardly touching his nose. He couldn't be impatient. Their relationship now seemed harmonious on the surface, but he knew very well that Yun Jiji didn't fully accept him. Her attitude towards him wasn't cold, but it wasn't warm either. It just looked peaceful on the outside. She must be very disappointed in him as her husband. The pain and unfairness she suffered were caused by him, and he knew it deep down. He couldn't hide his feelings of regret and guilt, but then he also became full of determination. Yun Jiji found all this confusing. She thought this man was a bit crazy, with such quick mood swings. But she didn't bother to care and continued to handle her herbs. Qin Shiyu felt very upset, but he didn't have time to stay at home longer. After quickly washing up, he went to the kitchen to eat. When he saw a bowl of rice and vegetables on the side, he was surprised. "Yuan Yuan," Qin Shiyu called. Hearing her father's call, Yuan Yuan immediately dropped her brother and ran into the kitchen quickly. "Daddy," Yuan Yuan called softly. Yun Jiji listened to this and felt a bit helpless. This little girl really liked her dad. Qin Shiyu picked up Yuan Yuan and lowered his voice, asking, "Baby, can you tell Daddy about that rice?" "Mom left it. Daddy eat." Yuan Yuan answered obediently. When he got the exact answer, Qin Shiyu's smile almost stretched to his ears. His wife left it for him. She was probably worried he came back late last night and didn't have anything to eat in the army, so she specially left some for him. Qin Shiyu's mood was now sweeter than honey. He thought he should love his wife even more in the future, making her feel like she was soaking in honey. However, if Yun Jiji knew about this, she might get tired of him. If she found out Qin Shiyu was trying to win her over, she would definitely give him a cold shower and make him realize he was overthinking. In the pot, there was also a bowl of century egg and lean pork congee, a boiled egg, and a small portion of something white and snowy, topped with what looked like jam, which looked quite pretty. "Dad, this is so delicious." Yuan Yuan pointed at the blueberry yam with a happy smile. Seeing her eager look, I couldn't help but laugh and feel a bit helpless. "Do you want to eat?" Qin Shiyu asked. The little girl nodded obediently, stretching her neck to look at the blueberry yam. "Eat, but not too much," Qin Shiyu said. Recently, he learned about their stomachs and how to take care of them. He asked a doctor at the hospital about their digestion. The doctor told him to be careful and to nourish them gently. Besides giving them enough nutrients, he should give them small meals often to help their stomachs grow stronger and better handle digestion over time. Right now isn't the time for heavy eating. They need to recover slowly. Yuan Yuan licked her lips and then looked at him, saying, "Dad, Yuan Yuan has eaten already." Feeling warm inside, Qin Shiyu reached out and gently rubbed her little head. "Dad can share a bite with Yuan Yuan. Look, I still have so much left." When she heard that, Yuan Yuan's eyes lit up.
Then,
"Just one bite, okay? Just one bite." Seeing her adorable little face, Qin Shiyu felt very fond of her. She was well-behaved and only took one bite. Then she sat quietly beside him, eating with him. Qin Shiyu not only finished all the porridge in the pot, but also ate all the vegetables and rice on his plate, leaving no leftovers for his wife and child.
Wow.
Dad is so amazing, so good at eating. Yuan watched him eat, her eyes wide with admiration, clapping her little hands. Qin Shiyu wasn't sure if she was praising him or joking, but he was happy to see her so joyful. In the past, he used to eat alone. Now, with his wife, daughter, and son, their family was complete. Thinking about coming home every day to find his wife and children waiting for him gave him a deep sense of happiness. Before, he often saw his comrades rushing home after work, and he didn't quite understand why. His wife and child were at home, safe and sound. But after his wife and child came to live with him, Qin Shiyu realized he was just the same. Last night, he didn't come home because he was on guard in the mountains. The time felt long and boring. His mind kept thinking about his wife and child. In these 3 years, she had been raising the child alone. Maybe she wasn't afraid, but no one is truly fearless. It was just that she had no choice but to be strong through hardship. He couldn't help but wonder if they could sleep well at home. Would they be afraid at night? Or maybe, would they miss him? Various thoughts filled his mind. But he knew he was overestimating himself. Actually, Yunjiji didn't need him at all. Baby, Dad still has to go back to the army for work. He'll come back at noon to play with you, okay? Qin Shiyu softly said. Taking leave early was also frustrating. He just hoped that after the Tomb Raider case was over, he could continue his holiday and spend more time with Yunjiji and the 2 kids. Okay, Dad, go to work obediently. Baby will miss you. The little one made a flower shape with her small hand, resting her chin on it, blinking her big eyes, looking adorable at Qin Shiyu. Qin Shiyu felt his heart soften immensely. He reached out and hugged the child, giving her a big kiss on her face. Dad will also miss you and big brother. Qin Shiyu also hugged Tuan, kissing his face, but was met with his son's annoyed look. 2 guys, what are they kissing? Qin Shiyu didn't know what his son was thinking, but seeing his expression, he felt helpless. Wife, I'm going to work now. After speaking to the kids, Qin Shiyu told Yunjiji in the backyard. Seeing that the man insisted on calling her wife made her feel a bit awkward. She stuck out her head and glared fiercely at him, angrily saying, "Got it. I'll come back for dinner." Qin Shiyu looked at her like a little lioness with a fiery mane, wanting to reach out and ruffle her hair, but he thought if he really did that, Yunjiji might get even angrier and she might ignore him completely. It was hard enough to get her to agree not to divorce, but that was only temporary. I'm going to work now. The water in the tank is already filled, and I still have the firewood I cut yesterday. Any heavy or tiring work, I'll do when I return. Qin Shiyu finished speaking, put on his military uniform, and left. Watching the man's upright posture, the uniform seemed woven with determination and honor, wrapping his strong body. Every fold seemed to hide discipline and responsibility. Honestly, she admired soldiers of this era. They protect the country, sacrifice their small families for the greater good, and work hard for peace and prosperity. Without their efforts at the front, the people at the back wouldn't enjoy peace. Gigi, are you still looking? Your man has gone far away. Hearing Lu Chuantao's teasing voice, Yunjiji finally snapped out of her thoughts. She looked at Lu Chuantao with some embarrassment and said, "Sister Chuantao, there's nothing like that." "Sis, I've been through it all. I understand. Lu Chuantao replied with a mischievous smile. Yunjiji looked confused and asked, "What exactly does she understand? Does she really understand?" Yunjiji felt both amused and helpless. She was simply admiring Qin Shiyu's military uniform, with no romantic thoughts at all. However, Lu Chuantao continued to look at her with a smile, thinking Yunjiji was shy, so she didn't say more. Yunjiji also felt helpless. Forget it, the more she explained, the more confusing it became. Better not to explain at all. "Sister Chuantao, I'm going to play with Tuan and Yuan. After saying that, Yunjiji quickly ran off. Lu Chuantao shook her head with a gentle smile. She wasn't stupid. She could tell that this young couple had some issues in their relationship. After all, Yunjiji was so thin now, it was really heartbreaking. As Qin Shiyu's wife, she knew he had been on missions outside for the past 3 years. She heard from Wang Cheng that he had been seriously injured during this last mission and had taken more than half a year to recover. Everyone knew how difficult Qin Shiyu's situation was, but who could understand Yunjiji's hardship? Seeing the three of them so thin, she wondered how Qin Shiyu's family had treated them back home, how they had been pushed around to make them look like this. But Lu Chuntao still hoped that the young couple would be happy and Yunjiji should stick with him for life, making him compensate her well. Lu Chuntao had also heard about Qin Shiyu's abilities from Wang Cheng. With his skills, as long as he didn't encounter any problems on missions, he would definitely go far beyond the level of Commander Gu. What he held was power and influence. No matter the reason, she didn't want Yunjiji to be taken advantage of by other women. Of course, she wouldn't say such things in front of Yunjiji. Although they got along well and called each other sisters, she was still an outsider. She understood the principle. Don't advise others to be kind if you haven't suffered yourself. How could she run to Yunjiji and gossip without boundaries, causing her to feel annoyed? That would ruin their sisterly relationship. Lu Chuntao genuinely liked Yunjiji. She was generous and straightforward, brave and kind. Moreover, she was skilled in medicine. If their relationship wasn't close enough, she still wanted to get closer to her. Go ahead, go ahead, Lu Chuntao said with a smile. Cloud Weave went to the front yard to play with Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan, who were happy to have their mother with them. After playing with the bamboo dragonfly for a while, they became tired and begged Cloud Weave to tell them a story. She agreed and told them the story of the famous Dr. Hua Tua. The two children listened very intently, their little faces full of excitement. When Cloud Weave looked up, she saw outside her yard several children gathered around, listening carefully to her story. It was clear that her storytelling was very good. The children looked enchanted, and even after she finished, they still looked eager to hear more. It seemed they wanted her to tell another story. Children, I need to start cooking lunch now, Cloud Weave said. A few children looked a little disappointed. One brave child asked, Auntie, when will you tell stories to my little brother and sister again? Can we listen too? This child had a clever look and big, bright eyes full of hope as he looked at Cloud Weave. Whose children are you? Cloud Weave asked. Since they lived in the community courtyard, it was natural for her to let her children get to know the other kids. The more familiar they became, the more confident they would be to go out and play with the older kids. It would also help them build courage. The two children seemed brave at home, but outside, they appeared shy and hesitant to play with others. They actually longed to join in. But back in Yunhe village, few children wanted to play with them. Some even bullied Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan. After that, the two children became afraid to play with the village kids. They had been bullied and scared. Auntie, my name is Xinjin. My dad is Shen Hongjun and my mom is Xie Kaifeng, Xinjin answered politely. Cloud Weave was a bit surprised. She hadn't expected Xinjin to be Xie Caifeng's son. She looked at him carefully. He did resemble Xie Caifeng's features, but he seemed to look more like his father. If you didn't look closely, you wouldn't see the resemblance to Xie Kaifeng. Auntie, this is my sister, Shen Tiantian. She's 3 years old, Xinjin added, pulling the shy little girl next to him into view. The girl looked shy and hid behind her brother when pulled forward, secretly watching Cloud Weave. Some other children, upon seeing Cloud Weave look their way, ran off with their friends. Xinjin was brave and pulled his sister back, not letting her run away, or else Shen Tiantian would have escaped. Yunjiji stood up, reached out, and opened the courtyard gate, smiling. Come in. Thank you, Auntie, Xinjin happily replied, then looked at Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan. Little brothers and sisters, hello. My name is Xinjin. You can call me Xingij. Yunjiji liked this confident and polite child and smiled. Little Jean, can I call you that? Yes, Auntie, Xinjin answered obediently. Yunjiji smiled and said, This is Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan. They are my children. They just arrived with the army and are not familiar with everyone yet. Little Jean, would you like to play with your two younger brothers and sisters? Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan blinked big eyes, curious, and looked at their older brother and sister. The brother was much taller than them, so they had to look up to see his face. Their necks felt a little tired, but Tuan Tuan thought to himself, if I eat more, maybe I can grow as tall as my brother. Hello, little brothers and sisters. Hello, older brother and sister. Although shy, the little one started talking to them. Yun Jiji was very pleased. As long as the children were willing to take this first step, it was a big progress. Yesterday, Xiao Man kept telling stories to the two children. They listened very intently, but they didn't interact much with Xiao Man. Little Jean, Annie is going to prepare lunch now. Can you help watch your younger brothers and sisters? Later, Annie will make something delicious for you, okay? Yun Jiji wanted to leave, so they could be alone. Auntie, you go ahead. I'll watch the little brothers and sisters, Shen Jin promised confidently. Yun Jiji looked at him gratefully, thanked him sincerely, then closed the courtyard gate and went into the kitchen. Actually, she could see outside from the kitchen, so she felt at ease letting the four children play in the yard. Since there were two children, Yun Jiji decided to prepare some dishes they liked for lunch. Sweet and sour pork, salted egg yolk pumpkin, 3-flavor vegetable rolls, corn shrimp cakes, and yam with red dates and blackfish slices. As for where she got these ingredients, she bought them or exchanged with villagers. She didn't care. Who cares where it came from? Since there was space, why should she make herself miserable? Anyway, Qin Shiyu wasn't home, and as long as she didn't cook anything shocking, nothing would just appear out of nowhere. When the four children smelled the delicious aroma coming from the kitchen, they eagerly started salivating in the yard. Little sister Yuan Yuan, your mom is so amazing. The food smells really good. Shenjin's mouth was almost watering. The smell was too tempting. At this moment, the four kids were all leaning against the door, looking into the kitchen. Their eyes were bright, moving in perfect unison, and they even swallowed their saliva together. Yun Jiji saw this and couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. Wash your hands, it's time to eat, Yun Jiji said with a smile. Shen Jin hesitated for a moment, then tugged at Shen Tian and said, Annie, I'm taking my sister home now. Mom will worry if we're gone for too long. Mom had said that everyone's family was not easy, and they should eat and drink less, so they shouldn't take advantage of others. Although Yun Auntie's cooking smelled wonderful and made him very hungry, and he was drooling just thinking about it, he knew he couldn't cling to his sister and stay at someone else's house just to eat. That kind of behavior was wrong. Yun Auntie was just about to serve the food because it was mealtime and they happened to be at her house. She was very polite and a good person, but they shouldn't push their luck. Yun Jiji was surprised and said with a smile, Annie said you guys are helping take care of your younger brothers and sisters, and she's making delicious food for you. She even cooked some of the kids' favorite dishes. Are you really not going to stay and eat? As she spoke, she already brought the dishes over and handed them to the two little ones. The sweet and sour pork looked so delicious. The salted egg yolk pumpkin strips also looked very tasty. Auntie, I also like brother Tuan Tuan and sister Yuan Yuan very much so. I'm happy to play with my brothers and sisters. I enjoy playing with them, Shen Jin said seriously. Yun Jiji was both amused and touched. This kid was so sensible. He wanted to eat so badly, but didn't have the greedy attitude of wanting to stay and eat at Yun Jiji's house. It showed that Xie Kaifeng had done a good job teaching her son. She knew that some naughty kids might even rush into others' homes to food. But Auntie already cooked food for you and your sister. If you don't eat, the food will spoil. Yun Jiji looked at Shen Jin with some difficulty. Auntie, I'm not a 3-year-old anymore. It's cold now, and food can last 2 days without spoiling, Shen Jin said seriously. Yun Jiji couldn't help but laugh and cry again. She pulled the two children over to sit at the table. No, if you don't eat here, I won't tell you stories next time. Cloud Jiji's mischievous expression made everyone feel a bit annoyed and speechless. At this moment, Cloud Jiji had already placed the chopsticks and rice in front of the two children, saying, Baby is the little host. You need to take care of older brother and sister. Mommy, I will do my best, the little one replied obediently. Cloud Gigi then went to the kitchen to serve herself some rice. Shen Jin felt shy about eating, but Shen Tian was still young. She looked like a little hostess and helped her pick a piece of meat, saying, Sister, Mommy cooks so well. Sister is so lucky. The little one was almost feeding Shen Tian with chopsticks. Shen Tian blinked and instinctively opened her mouth. Then her eyes sparkled as she said, Brother, it's so delicious. Tuan also tried to imitate Yuan by directly feeding Shen Jin. Since they were children, they still remembered that everyone else hadn't eaten yet. Now that the food was right in front of them, they were almost overwhelmed by the delicious smell. Cloud Gigi never expected these two little kids to be such good hosts, but it successfully made both children eat. She sat beside them with her rice, occasionally adding some dishes for the children. Auntie, your cooking is really delicious, Shen Jin said, feeling truly happy. It's so tasty. How can it be so delicious? Cloud Gigi chuckled. If it's so tasty, then eat more. Shen Jin felt a bit shy. Shen Jin, Tian. Soon after, they heard Xiao Caifeng's voice. Sister-in-law, the kids are with me. Cloud Gigi responded promptly. She didn't know where Xiao Caifeng's house was, and if she wanted to tell her to go there, Shen Jin would have to lead the way. Based on Shen Jin's earlier refusal, if he led them to her house, he probably wouldn't come anymore. So, Cloud Gigi planned to wait until the children finished eating and were sent back before mentioning it to Xiao Caifeng. Unexpectedly, Xiao Caifeng arrived first. She recognized Cloud Gigi's voice and hurried over. Seeing the two children eating here, she looked at Cloud Gigi with an embarrassed expression. Comrade Yun, I'm so sorry. These two children. Sister-in-law, I kept them here to eat. They played with Tuan and Yuan for a long time. When I saw it was mealtime, I kept them to eat. Don't blame me for not asking your permission. It's fine for the kids to eat at my place, Cloud Gigi quickly explained. Playing with the two children, they played on their own too. You're just too polite. Xiao Caifeng wouldn't think this was bad. Seeing the two children with their mouths full of food, she knew Yun Gigi's cooking was definitely good. Is sister-in-law also eating here? Yun Gigi asked. I'm not. My husband Shun is waiting for me at home. Since they've already eaten here with you, I'll go back first. Xiao Caifeng felt a bit embarrassed to stay longer, but she liked Yun Gigi even more. This table had 5 dishes, all carefully prepared, fish, meat, and vegetables, each looking very tasty. Plus, Yun Gigi had helped her with medicine yesterday. Last night, she slept well, and today she felt very relaxed. She no longer had to limp after walking a few steps, and sometimes outside, she would resist the urge to scratch herself. When she realized, she felt ashamed. Later, she was afraid to go out, worried others would see her ungraceful actions. She was afraid Yun Gigi would insist on her staying for dinner, so she didn't say much and hurried out. On the way home, she started to think about what food was at home and considered bringing some to Yun Gigi. They're all in the same big courtyard, so it's not common to stay for dinner just to watch a child. Such things are not allowed, and every family has their own big or small issues. If her husband was on a mission or something came up at home, they would ask the neighbors to help watch the children. Everyone helps each other. Yun Gigi was just too polite. When she quickly returned home, Shen Hongjun saw she was alone and asked, Where are the kids? They're eating at Qin Ying's house. This morning, I watched the children for Yun Tongji, and Yun Tongji invited them to stay for dinner, Xiao Caifeng explained. That's not right. Just playing with friends. That's too polite. Shen Hongjun was a bit surprised. Old Shen, after you eat, go to the supply store and buy some things. I want to take them to Yun Tongji. We can't let the kids eat for free at someone else's house, and Yun Tongji also helped me with my illness. That's a huge favor. We can't take advantage.
All right.
I'll go to the supply store later. When Qin Shiyu returned home, he saw 2 little guests in the yard. Dad Yuan happily called out when she saw him. Qin Shiyu responded and asked, Mom is where? Mom is in the kitchen. Good. Qin Shiyu went straight into the kitchen and saw Yun Gigi washing the pots. He took a few steps forward and said, Wife, I'm back. There's rice in the pot. Serve yourself, she replied. Qin Shiyu didn't move. Only when Yunjiji looked at him did he finally hand her a stack of money and vouchers. Wife, this is your allowance for this month. Yunjiji was surprised and looked at the money in her hand. All of it? It was quite a bit. Yes. The salary is 75 yuan, plus some meat and grain coupons. Look at what's missing at home and go buy it. Yunjiji looked at the man in shock and asked, Aren't you supposed to send money to your parents every month? Qin Shiyu's face darkened. From now on, all my allowance will go to you. I won't send money to my hometown anymore. Also, I used to send money back to you every month. Once I finish my leave, I'll go back and get it from them. Yunjiji looked at Qin Shiyu in surprise and asked, Aren't you afraid your mother will say you're unfilial? He used to send money every month, but suddenly he stopped, and now he's giving all his allowance to her. Qin Shiyu took a deep breath. What's the use of sending more money back? Even if they don't want to give you 30 yuan, they shouldn't treat you and the children so badly. 60 yuan and you 3. How much can you really buy with that? They won't even give you a proper meal, and they even drove you out of the house. If they can be so cruel, why should I be filial to them? He had thought a lot these days and couldn't understand his parents' thoughts. Why did they treat Yunjiji and the children so badly? They are his parents, grandparents to the children. How heartless must they be to watch their daughter-in-law and grandchildren grow thin and starved, almost risking their lives. Last time, Yunjiji asked Qin Shiyu if he wasn't their biological son. Afterwards, Qin Shiyu seriously thought about it and found Yunjiji's words more reasonable. If he was truly their biological son, why had they never shown him any kindness since childhood? He remembered how his father and mother secretly took his older brothers, younger sister, and himself to the kitchen to steal food while they sent him out to work in the fields. If he hadn't gone back to get his tools and caught them stealing, he would never have known they had been sneaking food behind his back. Besides that, whenever the older brother, second brother, or little sister made mistakes at home, it always seemed to be the fault of the third-born, which was him. Once, Father Qin even hit him with a stone, nearly causing him to bleed heavily. They didn't even think of taking him to the barefoot doctor. Instead, they sat aside, talking and laughing. They seemed completely indifferent to his life or death. Such things happened often. Whenever Yunjiji mentioned this, besides the fact that he was not their son, he wondered what other reasons there could be. He couldn't think of anything else, so he decided to find out for himself. There's one more thing, Qin Shiyu said, then took out a thick envelope from his pocket and handed it to Yunjiji. Yunjiji looked at it with some confusion. What is this? This is my bonus from the last mission, just issued today, Qin Shiyu explained. Then, worried Yunjiji might misunderstand, he added, I should get promoted during the New Year's award ceremony. Although the official document had already been issued, a few leaders had discussed it and decided to recognize many comrades' contributions from this mission. Since New Year's was only 10 days away, they planned to delay the announcement until then and do it all at once. Yunjiji glanced at him and asked, How much money is inside? Have you looked at it? The political officer said it's 3,000 yuan, plus some vouchers. I haven't looked at what the vouchers are for. Just keep it, Qin Shiyu said. After that, he took a bowl of rice and left the kitchen. Yunjiji held his allowance in her left hand and his bonus in her right, feeling a bit complicated. This man did most of what most men couldn't do. Don't you want to save some for yourself? Yunjiji asked again. I don't have anywhere to spend it. When I really need something, I'll ask you, Qin Shiyu replied. He ate at home every day, dressed in military uniform, didn't smoke or drink, and had no bad habits. Naturally, he didn't spend much money. If he needed to socialize, he would just ask Yunjiji for it. He was probably hurt by Qin family's parents. Had Hu Jianjun sent someone to check Yunhe village? He didn't know if they had received any letter. Yunjiji quickly tidied up the kitchen and then came out. What time do you start work this afternoon? She asked. 1:30, Qin Shiyu replied. What time is it now? Yunjiji didn't have a watch. She looked at the sky and guessed it was about noon. It seemed she needed to buy a watch or she wouldn't know the time. It's 12:15 now. I'm going out for a while, and we'll be back at 1:30, Yunjiji said. Since he's at home, she doesn't need to bring the 2 kids with her. Where are you going? Qin Shiyu seemed to think of something and said, Don't go up the mountain these days. It's not safe yet.
I'm not going up the mountain.
I'm going to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy some things, she replied. Okay. Seeing that Qin Shiyu didn't ask what she was buying, Yunjiji was a bit surprised. Sometimes this man was quite easy to talk to. After giving him her salary, she let him spend it freely.
But not all men are like that.
She remembered seeing on Douyin that a boyfriend once gave his girlfriend 1,000 yuan as a family love gift. The girl only spent a few dozen yuan, and the boyfriend questioned her for being wasteful. In her past life, she wasn't married, but she had a fiancé. However, after he found out she couldn't have children, he became cold toward her. Yunjiji knew well enough that he was more interested in her money and power. He often found excuses to borrow money, claiming his mother had cancer, his father had a car accident, and so on. If she wasn't so naive, her money in her previous life would have been all taken by a scumbag. In her past life, besides spending her own father's and her master's money, she never spent a single penny on any other man. Now, she had a husband who handed over his salary to her. This feeling was a bit complicated. Yunjiji didn't think much more and told the kids a few words before heading out. She was going to buy 2 pots for making medicinal ointments. Besides the one for Elder Zhong's leg, her ointments were far more effective than those of this era. Since she wanted to join the district health clinic, she had to have supplies. She had already found out that the military district would purchase some ointments from the military hospital. During training, soldiers often bump into things, sprain their ankles, or fall. At those times, ointments are needed. She saw the ointment at home, brought back by Qin Shiyu. When she smelled it, she knew its effects were quite ordinary. That gave her the idea to make some ointments herself, first for the troops to try out. If they worked well, they would naturally come to her for supplies. That would be her main source of income. Since she was not divorcing now, she wasn't interested in arguing with Qin Shiyu over this matter. She was busy making money and building her career. When the time was right and society opened up, she planned to start a pharmaceutical factory and do business, earning a lot of money. She knew that after the opening, even selling bean sprouts could make her rich. It would be a time when gold was everywhere, and she didn't want to miss such a good opportunity. After leaving the family compound, she headed straight toward the supply and marketing cooperative. She had seen before that Qin Shiyu's funds included a factory share, so she wanted to buy a large iron pot to make medicinal ointments. Besides that, she also needed to buy some medical white adhesive tape, but she wasn't sure if the cooperative had it. Her space had some, but the medical tape she had was modern and much better quality than what was available in this era. She didn't want to bring out the modern medical tape openly, as it might cause suspicion and bring her trouble. Instead, she considered using medical gauze to wrap the ointment, which would have the same effect. Thinking this through, she had a plan in mind. She headed toward the supply and marketing cooperative, but just as she stepped out of the family compound, a figure suddenly appeared and blocked her way. When she recognized who it was, Yunjiji crossed her arms and looked at Zhao Zhenju with a half-smile. Yunjiji, I know your secret. If you want me to keep it, you'd better divorce Captain Qin. Yunjiji crossed her arms, wearing a fake smile as she looked at Zhao Zhenju. Seeing her expression, Zhao Zhenju looked a bit upset. Comrade Zhao, does your man know you're thinking about my man? Yunjiji asked. Zhao Zhenju's face suddenly changed, and her voice became sharp as she shouted at Yunjiji, What nonsense are you talking about? Yunjiji chuckled softly. Deputy Captain Li is really unlucky. He married a woman who's too timing. The night before yesterday, I even saw you sneaking a look at my man bathing behind my fence. She was making things up, but who wouldn't believe it? She had already seen Li Jiamin walking from not far away. She just smiled at Zhao Zhenju, secretly hoping to see how Li Jiamin would deal with her. If Zhao Zhenju hadn't come over to act so cheap, Yunjiji wouldn't bother with her. She was always looking for trouble. Comrade Zhao, since you want to marry my man, why did you marry Deputy Captain Li instead? Honestly, I'm quite curious. Yunjiji looked at Zhao Zhenju eagerly, wanting to hear what she would say. Captain Qin is such a good person, but you don't deserve him at all. You're old and ugly. Why should you marry Captain Qin? Zhao Zhenju's face twisted with anger. The more she thought about it, the more she felt unfair. Why was Yun Jiji so lucky, able to marry Qin Shiyu? At that time, when the army and the hospital held a matchmaking event, Zhao Zhenju's cousin was a nurse at the hospital. She had accidentally sprained her ankle, but since the event needed enough people, her cousin asked her superiors if she could attend on her behalf. That night, she saw Qin Shiyu at first glance. He was cold and distant, not approachable at all. Many nurses tried to invite him to dance, but he refused everyone. Zhao Zhenju believed she was the most beautiful girl there and thought that if she invited Qin Shiyu, he would agree. But before she could go up, he hurriedly left. She didn't even get a chance to dance with him. Later, she wasn't in a good mood and didn't see clearly who had come to invite her to dance. She agreed, without knowing. That person was Li Jianmin. After seeing a man like Qin Shiyu, Zhao Zhenju naturally didn't like Li Jianmin. But knowing they were in the same army unit, she initially used Li Jianmin to get to know Qin Shiyu. Unexpectedly, she didn't manage to meet Qin Shiyu, but ended up eating dinner with Li Jianmin. She drank some wine and mistook Li Jianmin for Qin Shiyu, then slept with Li Jianmin. Zhao Zhenju was furious. After the incident became known, she had no choice but to marry Li Jianmin. To Zhao Zhenju, all of this was Li Jianmin's fault. She wondered if he was also drunk when she was. Li Jianmin had secretly liked her all along, which was why he tricked her. Naturally, their marriage was very tense. However, her parents liked Li Jianmin very much, thinking he was practical and suitable for her. She had once thought about living a good life with Li Jianmin, but when Yun Jiji came, and seeing Yun Jiji's old and ugly appearance, Zhao Zhenju couldn't be willing to accept it. Who do you think is suitable, you? Yun Jiji looked directly at Zhao Zhenju. Of course. No one is more suitable for Captain Qin than me, Zhao Zhenju said, even reaching out to touch her hair as if she was very charming. However, just after doing this, she suddenly felt a chill on her back. When she turned around, she saw Li Jianmin looking at her with a grim face. Zhao Zhenju was startled and stiffened her neck, loudly questioning, "Why are you walking so quietly?" That scared me a lot. Yun Jiji looked at Li Jianmin with a half-smile and said, "Deputy Captain Li, it seems your wife isn't really interested in you." Yun Jiji, you're talking nonsense. I heard everything. Li Jianmin's face darkened. Yun Jiji smiled slightly and said, "You two talk, I'll go first." With that, Yun Jiji turned and left decisively, without a pause. As for how Li Jianmin and Zhao Zhenju argued, what does it have to do with her? She didn't go to cause trouble in front of Zhao Zhenju, and if Zhao Zhenju behaved herself, Yun Jiji wouldn't bother with her. Without the annoying person, she directly went to the supply and marketing cooperative. She was lucky and managed to buy a large iron pot, but it was too heavy for her to carry. In the end, she asked the staff at the supply store to help carry it back to the residential area. She gave 2 dimes as a reward, placed the iron pot behind the guard post, and then went to find Qin Shiyu to pick it up. Qin Shiyu saw her buy such a big iron pot and frowned slightly, saying, "Why didn't you tell me you were buying an iron pot? How did you carry such a heavy one?" Seeing his expression, she initially thought he was going to criticize her for buying such a large pot. Only after hearing his words did she realize he was worried it was too heavy for her. "It wasn't me who carried it. Ask the staff at the supply store to help me," she honestly replied. Hearing that she didn't try to do it herself, Qin Shiyu relaxed. He was worried that if she couldn't carry it, she might hurt herself. "Next time you want to buy something this heavy, tell me. I'll handle it," Qin Shiyu said as he carried the iron pot ahead. "Okay," she nodded in response. When they got home, Shinjin was still playing with Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan. The little ones had become very familiar with Shinjin, and at this moment, Qin Shiyu and Yun Jiji were not home, so the kids played happily. Mom, seeing Yun Jiji return, the little one happily called out. Then, they continued playing with Shinjin. Yun Jiji felt a bit disappointed. Now that the kids had friends, her usual enthusiasm wasn't there when she returned. But it was only a moment. Seeing the children happily playing with their friends, Yunjiji was truly happy. "Where do you want to put this pot?" Qin Shiyu asked. "If there's space in the backyard, I want to build a clay stove there so I can make medicinal ointments more easily," Yunjiji replied. After Qin Shiyu put down the iron pot, she went to check the backyard and said, "I'll handle it after I get off work this afternoon. Don't bother doing it yourself." Okay. Since someone was willing to help, she didn't want to waste effort, and she really didn't know how to build this kind of traditional stove. Although she inherited the memories of the original owner, she didn't fully understand everything. For example, some things about having 2 children she had forgotten completely. Recently, she even started to have strange thoughts, feeling as if she were the original owner, and the original owner was her. But she thought, how could a person's soul be split across 2 eras? Yet, many people studying medicine also believed in some mystical ideas. Since she had become Yunjiji in this era, she wondered if she was really her. Not understanding this, Yunjiji stopped thinking about it. There was no need to create unnecessary worry for herself. If she truly was the same person as the original owner, she believed that over time, she would become more certain.
All right.
I want to see if, after I divorce you, Qin Shiyu will also divorce and marry you. When you're sitting at home, and suddenly something falls from the sky, that's probably what this means. After Yunjiji and Qin Shiyu put the pot away, they prepare to go to the front yard to find the children. Qin Shiyu was also about to go to work when they just arrived in the front yard. They heard angry shouting from the neighboring yard. Qin Shiyu's face darkened instantly. He shouted at Li Jianmin, "Your wife is your treasure.
I don't care about that.
If you keep talking nonsense, don't blame me for reporting this directly to the organization." Li Jianmin was also furious, but blurted out whatever came to mind, only to be cut off by Qin Shiyu. Li Jianmin was furious at first, but now he was terrified. He was angry at the moment, not expecting to directly confront the main person. Seeing Qin Shiyu's expression, his face turned pale. He stammered, "Qin. Captain Qin." Li Jianmin knew very well who Qin Shiyu was. He was the kind of person the leaders of their military district held in high regard, treasured and protected, as if he were a precious gem. Now, he and Zhao Zhenju had argued, and somehow Qin Shiyu was involved. If the organization found out, he would definitely face criticism. Moreover, he had just written a 20,000-word self-criticism a few days ago because of Zhao Zhenju. If something like this happened now, Li Jianmin could imagine that he might be severely reprimanded. "Li Jianmin, you and your wife are arguing and causing trouble, but it has nothing to do with our family.
Please don't involve me in this."
Qin Shiyu's face turned pale with anger. If this gets out, it will ruin his reputation. His reputation is very important to him. His wife already doesn't like him much, and if she starts to think he has some secret relationship with Zhao Zhenju, he will be completely finished. No matter what, he can't let this happen. "Captain Qin, I'm sorry. It's my fault. I was just in a hurry and spoke without thinking." Li Jianmin also looked very upset. He has apologized, so why does Qin Shiyu keep pressing him? If it weren't for his flashy appearance, Zhao Zhenju wouldn't be so obsessed with him. They've already married, and she keeps dreaming of marrying Qin Shiyu. Today, what she said really made Li Jianmin angry, so he couldn't help but argue back. Then Zhao Zhenju started to fight and insisted on getting married, and he lost his temper and said something harsh. But he forgot that it was lunchtime and Qin Shiyu's wife and children had just arrived. He would definitely go home after work to be with his family. "Can you just talk nonsense because you're in a hurry?" Qin Shiyu asked back. He wasn't blind. He could see from Li Jianmin's eyes that he was not convinced. If he's not convinced, then they should talk properly. Don't think he's easy to bully. At this moment, Zhao Zhenju also came out of the house, her eyes red and tears falling like rain, looking at Qin Shiyu with a grievance. "Captain Qin, I really can't get along with Li Jianmin anymore." Zhao Zhenju's words were like a bucket of oil poured on a fire, instantly igniting Qin Shiyu's anger. "Whether you can get along or not has nothing to do with me," he shouted. Then, seeming to remember something, he said, Xiao Jin, go call the political commissar and tell him that Uncle Qin's innocence is in danger. Yun Jiji stood to the side, arms crossed, watching the scene and almost laughing out loud when she heard Qin Shiyu say that. Is this man so funny? Qin Shiyu heard Yun Jiji's voice and looked at her with a sad face, looking very pitiful. My wife, I was bullied. Yun Jiji was choked by a spit and started coughing violently. Qin Shiyu's eyes looked more resentful, but he silently came behind her and gently patted her to calm her down. I didn't mean to, I just couldn't help it. After she slightly recovered, she said with some helplessness, I really don't blame her. Who would have thought that a brave man like Qin Shiyu would be here acting so affectionately with her? It's amazing. Zhao Zhenju widened her eyes in disbelief as she looked at Qin Shiyu. How could he treat her like that? Shen Jin, being clever, quickly understood the situation. After hearing Qin Shiyu's words, she didn't need anyone to comfort her. She quickly ran out. Li Jianmin wanted to stop her, but couldn't. His face turned pale. He angrily looked at Zhao Zhenju. Are you satisfied now? He had already apologized to Qin Shiyu, thinking their issue was almost settled. But unexpectedly, Zhao Zhenju suddenly came out and said something to Qin Shiyu. Qin Shiyu definitely couldn't pretend nothing happened. What did I do? Li Jianmin, what kind of man are you? You said you would help me introduce Captain Qin. I was supposed to marry Captain Qin. If you hadn't done those things to me, I would already be Captain Qin's wife now. Zhao Zhenju argued stubbornly. The more she thought about it, the more she felt wronged. She believed Li Jianmin was scheming against her. Trying to marry a city girl like her, a rural girl, he had to use tricks. Otherwise, with their poor family background, no city girl would want to marry someone like Li Jianmin. Li Jianjun, Zhao Zhenju, don't involve me in your matters. Honestly, I don't know either of you well. Qin Shiyu was annoyed to death. She felt like she was being watched by a wild wolf. It was more chilling than fighting enemies with brains. Seeing the couple argue again, Qin Shiyu quietly stepped back to the side. As long as they didn't mention her, she wouldn't speak. But if they dared to mention her, she would curse them to death. Yun Jiji leaned on the side, crossing her arms, watching the scene happily. Meanwhile, many family members from the courtyard had gathered. Usually, life was boring, and no one disliked watching a good show. They all loved watching the drama, so they crowded over. What are you doing? Standing around here, all bored, right? Hu Jianjun saw so many people gathered and felt uneasy. He worried that Qin Shiyu's reputation might be ruined. But when he pushed through and saw everyone looking at Li Jianmin's yard, Hu Jianjun's face darkened even more. Li Jianmin, Zhao Zhenju, it's you again. You two caused such a commotion in the residential area that the family members are all upset. Are you feeling unhappy about that? Hu Jianjun was quite angry, especially since Li Jianmin and Zhao Zhenju had just finished arguing. Locking them in a small black room and making them write self-criticism really didn't help these two couples learn their lesson. Political Commissar, you have to tell me the truth about this. Don't just blame me because I look good. Li Jianmin said that because they are divorced, Zhao Zhenju can marry me. Zhao Zhenju even said she was supposed to marry me originally. None of this makes sense. Before she married Li Jianmin, I didn't even know who she was. Hu Jianjun's mouth twitched, and he glanced at Qin Shiyu. He looked at Qin Shiyu's face carefully. Honestly, Qin Shiyu's face is really good-looking. Many women must have been captivated by his face. Anyone who saw it wouldn't look away. But he didn't expect Zhao Zhenju, who was married to Li Jianmin, to still be interested in someone else's husband. Is that true? Hu Jianjun asked sternly, his face dark. He couldn't believe Li Jianmin would say such nonsense. Is this something a normal person would say? Commissar, I was just angry and spoke without thinking. I didn't mean it like that, Li Jianmin said, regretting it now. If it was just a small argument with his wife, it wouldn't be a big deal. But if it's serious, it's slander. If Qin Shiyu could pretend nothing happened, then it was a small matter. But Qin Shiyu refused to ignore it and even brought it to Hu Jianjun's attention. Li Jianmin was furious now. He couldn't understand why Qin Shiyu was so petty. He had heard from others in the army that offending Gu Wenbin was fine, but offending Qin Shiyu was dangerous. Qin Shiyu was a bit crazy. If you annoyed him, he would definitely make you pay. Even if he didn't physically hurt you, he could make your life difficult during training. Li Jianmin and Qin Shiyu weren't in the same battalion. Qin Shiyu's battalion was made up of elite soldiers from their provincial military district, and Li Jianmin didn't have the skills to get in. But Qin Shiyu's battalion had a small squad of about 30 men, and anyone from that squad could easily defeat them. Qin Shiyu was the most terrifying. Just because I speak without thinking, you think you can slander me? You and your wife don't even know me, and people who don't know the truth might think I, Qin Shiyu, have poor judgment, like I prefer someone else's wife instead of my own. Qin Shiyu was completely straightforward and unreserved. Zhao Zhenju was unhappy when she heard this and asked, Yunjiji is old and ugly. Why should she get the advantage? She had met Qin Shiyu first 3 years ago and instantly felt a special connection. Although she hadn't seen him since then, seeing him in the city that day made her very excited. My wife is the best in the world. You're old and ugly. My wife has just lost some weight, but once I take her back, she'll be 1,000,000 times more beautiful than you. Yun Jiji's mouth twitched as she listened. Qin Shiyu was really shameless. Even though his words sounded flattering, they made her feel uncomfortable. Without saying a word, Qin Shiyu made Zhao Zhenju turn pale. Her impression of Qin Shiyu was quite traditional. She thought he was cold and proud, someone who would only say what's necessary and nothing more. But who would have guessed? When arguing, he was no less fierce than those women in the neighborhood. Lu Chuntao had secretly moved closer to Yun Jiji, touching her arm and making funny faces at her, then whispering a few words into her ear. Yun Jiji rolled her eyes at her in annoyance, but Lu Chuntao was in a very good mood and was extremely happy. Zhao Zhenju wanted to speak but was immediately silenced by Hu Jianjun, who looked coldly at Li Jianmin and said, You and your wife must move out of this small yard today and go to the building over there. There's an empty room on the 4th floor, and you two will live there.
Why?
Zhao Zhenju was unhappy when she heard this. The small yard was very comfortable, and she could still see Qin Shiyu there. Zhao Zhenju felt it was just that she hadn't tried hard enough. If she worked harder, she believed Qin Shiyu would eventually fall for her. Also, Li Jianmin, starting today, you are on a probation period. During this time, if you don't meet the standards, the organization will reevaluate whether you are suitable for the deputy battalion commander position, Hu Jianjun said seriously. Li Jianmin had previously been promoted because he was seriously injured in a mission that was successfully completed, and the organization was soft-hearted at the time. But Li Jianmin was unworthy of the position. He looked at Hu Jianjun with a pale face. Political Commissar, I've made contributions too. Don't you know what happened? Hu Jianjun asked sharply. Li Jianmin hung his head and said nothing. At this moment, Zhao Zhenju was also stunned and calmed down a bit, asking, Political Commissar, why? Li Jianmin was seriously injured back then. Look at the scar on his face. Shut up. Li Jianmin turned around and angrily shouted at Zhao Zhenju, glaring at her with resentment. He felt she was truly annoying. Does she think the current situation isn't chaotic enough? He took a deep breath, as if making a big decision. Political Commissar, I won't move anymore. I want to apply for retirement and transfer. Li Jianmin still cared about his pride. Today's mess had gotten so bad that he knew even if he stayed, he would become a joke in the family compound. Since that's the case, he might as well retire directly. He understood that no matter how far he went, he could only go so far. There was no point in going further. Instead of waiting for the army to suggest his retirement, he might as well voluntarily apply for a transfer, maybe even get some extra compensation. But if he waited for the army to retire him, that would be different. Li Jianmin, are you crazy? Zhao Zhenju's face turned pale when she heard this, and she glared at him angrily. If he changed his mind, what was left? Now, if she told others, she'd still be a deputy battalion chief's wife. But if he wasn't, what would she be then? Don't you want a divorce? I agree. I'll set you free, Li Jianmin said calmly. Then he turned to Hu Jianjun and said, Political Commissar, I'll go apply right now. You better be clear about what you're saying. If you do this, don't say we forced you to retire.
We won't do such bad things.
Qin Shiyu coldly added, her expression calm and indifferent as she glanced at him. This is my personal decision. It has nothing to do with anyone else. Li Jianmin also felt exhausted. His wife, whom he married, was always thinking about other men. Every time they argued, she compared him to Qin Shiyu. He was also a man and had his pride. He admitted he had some resentment towards Qin Shiyu. Why should a man look so good for no reason? But deep down, he knew their marriage was a mistake. Since that's the case, it's better to part ways and be at peace. Zhao Zhenju didn't expect him to be so resolute. After he went inside, she followed, determined to ask him why he was doing this. He had agreed to help her before, but now it was like this. Li Jianmin, you need to tell me clearly. Seeing Zhao Zhenju chase after him, Hu Jianjun pinched his nose and said, All right, everyone disperse now. There isn't much to see today. The crowd has gradually left in small groups. No one expected to witness such an exciting scene. However, no one was surprised that Zhao Zhenju was so shameless. She's married but still interested in other men's husbands. Is it because Qin Shiyu looks so good? Thinking about their own husbands, who are also quite handsome, some women felt a sudden sense of danger. They disliked Zhao Zhenju even more and hoped the organization would quickly approve Li Jianmin's discharge so he could leave with Zhao Zhenju, which might keep their own husbands safe. Most people didn't think much about Qin Shiyu's character. They knew him well enough. If he had been interested in other women, he could have easily played around with some women who introduced themselves to him. If things didn't work out, he would just end it. But Qin Shiyu was very indifferent to such matters. Since Yun Ziji arrived, he had been at home almost every day, chopping wood, fetching water, and cooking, never avoiding anyone. So, few believed Qin Shiyu would have anything to do with Zhao Zhenju. Of course, not everyone thought this way. Some, especially those who wanted to introduce their sisters or relatives to Qin Shiyu, kept gossiping. But their words were quickly shut down. Everyone dismissed the political officer's comments as nonsense and started spreading rumors about Qin Shiyu. Everyone knew Qin Shiyu was their unit's favorite. Today's incident was Li Jianmin's fault, but it was clear that the army still favored Qin Shiyu because of his strength. This made some people more certain that they should avoid trouble with Qin Shiyu and his family in the future. After everything settled, Qin Shiyu turned to Yun Ziji with a sigh. He said helplessly, Wife, I really don't have much to do with their family. We're not close. Lu Chuntao saw this and smiled. I can testify that Li Jianjun and Zhao Zhenju got married about 2.5 years ago. When they moved into the family quarters, your husband wasn't in the army. It was only after you moved in that he started living there. Chuntao Jia, I know. Yun Ziji naturally understood this. It was just Zhao Zhenju's own way of convincing herself and secretly wishing she was more suitable for Qin Shiyu. But from the very first day in the city, Yun Ziji could see Qin Shiyu's attitude. He had no interest in Zhao Zhenju at all. She wasn't so unaware. Honestly, even if Qin Shiyu really had some feelings for Zhao Zhenju, she wouldn't feel anything. Honey, I have to go to work now. I'll build a mud stove when I come back. With all this fuss, it was already 1:20. Qin Shiyu's shift started at 1:30. It still took some time to walk from the residential area, so he didn't dare stay any longer. Seeing that Yun Ziji wasn't angry about this, Qin Shiyu secretly relaxed but felt more disappointed. She really didn't mind at all, and even watched the scene with a kind of amusement. She kept laughing, which made Qin Shiyu feel even more frustrated. What could he do? It was his own fault, after all.
All right.
Go ahead. Yun Ziji nodded. To Anchuan and Yuan, Dad is going to work now,
Qin Shiyu said.
The little ones played happily. He looked up, waved his dirty little hand, and said, Bye-bye, Dad. Qin Shiyu. He looked at Yun Ziji again, then quickly turned around and ran outside, clearly in a hurry. It was obvious he was really anxious. Ziji, what kind of madness did Zhao Zhenju have today? Lu Chuntao asked, puzzled. It had only been a few days of peace. Yun Jiji looked around to make sure no one else was nearby, then leaned close to Lu Chuntao's ear and whispered a few words. Lu Chuntao's face turned pale, and she looked at Yun Jiji with concern.
Jiji, this.
It's okay. I can handle it. Seeing that Yun Jiji seemed confident, Lu Chuntao nodded gently. If you need help, just say. Xiao Zhenju's actions today have offended quite a few people, and she will suffer for it. Can she really agree to let Li Jiamin apply for a transfer? Yun Jiji asked. The couple had just argued again. They said life like this was unbearable for anyone. Xiao Zhenju's temper was really hard for anyone to endure. Whenever they argued, they compared their husband to other men, clearly attacking his self-esteem. If he was psychologically dark, more problems might arise. Today was just an argument, but who knew how fierce it could get, maybe even turn violent. I think Li Jiamin is determined. Xiao Zhenju probably wouldn't agree, even if she wanted to, Lu Chuntao said. Yun Jiji thought so too. Old sayings are true. Marrying a virtuous wife brings wealth for 3 generations. If you marry someone like Xiao Zhenju, who causes constant trouble at home, no one can live peacefully. Forget about them. I see you bought a big iron pot. What are you planning to do with it? Qin Shiyu carried the iron pot back and everyone saw it. It's for making medicinal ointments. But I worry the smell might be strong later and disturb everyone. Yun Jiji was a bit worried. Some medicines have a strong smell, and although she has her own small courtyard, the scent can still spread out.
How could that be?
Many families in our courtyard make their own medicine. Not to mention, my little man used to take medicine. Several families here brew medicine at home. Lu Chuntao lowered her voice and continued, just look at Captain Qian's family. His mother always makes her daughter-in-law some old-fashioned remedies for childbirth, which smell terrible. Yun Jiji's lips twitched. Taking medicine can help balance hormones, but it's not 100% effective. The child's gender depends on the husband's chromosomes. Such reversal medicines are mostly fake. Is Captain Qian's wife pregnant? Yun Jiji asked. Lu Chuntao nodded. She has 3 daughters already. This is her 4th pregnancy. Captain Qian's mother just wants a grandson. When she heard her daughter-in-law was pregnant, she rushed from the countryside with a big bag of old remedies for having boys, changing the brew every day for her daughter-in-law. It's really risking her life. Everyone knows that medicine can be toxic. She's willing to take it. After having 3 girls, Qian's wife went a bit crazy. Captain Qian even tried to stop her. They had a big argument with his mother over it. But then his wife blamed him for it. Lu Chuntao shook her head as she spoke. Wang Suiji is also foolish. One time I saw old lady Li brewing medicine. Do you know what water she used? Yun Jiji shook her head. She couldn't guess the thought process of such a person.
Child.
She collected it from the boys in the courtyard. I even saw Wang Suiji drink that medicine. Made me want to. There is no need to drink Dongzhenao, child's. According to her guess, old lady Li probably thought that Dongzhenao, child's, was for boys, hoping it would help her daughter-in-law have a male baby. This idea is simply ridiculous. That's it. Yun Jiji had nothing to say and could only give a thumbs up. She knew that in this time, the belief that boys are more important than girls was very strong. Even after many years, such ideas still existed. This was something no one could change. But for someone like Wang Suiji, who believed her mother-in-law's words and drank the so-called changing baby medicine, no one could stop her. Qin Ying's wife, can we come in? As they were talking, an old voice came from outside the yard. Yun Jiji was slightly surprised. She and Lu Chuntao looked up. When they saw who was at the door, Lu Chuntao quietly said, "That's old lady Li and Wang Suiji." Yun Jiji raised an eyebrow. They really don't stop talking. But she was also curious about what these mother-in-law and daughter-in-law came to her for. Since they were here, she didn't see a reason to turn them away. She stood up to open the yard door and asked with some confusion, "Ma'am, sister-in-law, who are you?" Yun Jiji already knew who they were, but since it was their first time here, she couldn't let them know she and Lu Chuntao had just been gossiping about them behind their backs. Gigi, this is Captain Qian's mother and wife. This is Grandma Li and sister-in-law Wang Xueji. Lu Chuntao stood up at the right moment to introduce the two women. Hello, Grandma Li and sister-in-law. Yun Gigi greeted with a smile. She also looked at the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law in front of her. Grandma Li was broad and fat, with a shiny face. Obvious, she was someone who liked to enjoy the good life, full of wealth. In contrast, Wang Xueji's belly was already showing, but she was very thin, like a bamboo stick. Her face was pale, cheeks sunken, cheekbones prominent, giving her a very snobbish and difficult appearance. It was clear she hadn't been getting enough nutrition lately. Grandma, sister-in-law, come in and sit. Yun Gigi invited them into the house, brought a long stool for them to sit on, and poured warm water. Grandma, why did you and sister-in-law come to Gigi's place? Is there something you need? Lu Chuntao also felt confused about their visit. Both of them sensed that the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law probably came to find out the gender of Wang Xueji's baby. Qin Ying's wife, we came to trouble you. Could you help us take a pulse for my daughter-in-law? We want to see if this baby is a boy or a girl, Old Lady Li said with a bright smile, directly stating her purpose without any other words. Yun Gigi and Lu Chuntao exchanged a glance. Auntie, I can't see patients now and my medical skills can only tell if the fetus is stable, not its gender, Yun Gigi refused. She didn't think this was a good thing. No matter if Wang Xueji's baby was a boy or a girl, if she said it was a girl, Old Lady Li would definitely be unhappy. There's no need to cause unnecessary trouble for herself. From her conversations with Lu Chuntao, it was clear that both mother-in-law and daughter-in-law were not easy to deal with. Why can't you see? Even barefoot doctors in our village can do it. Old Lady Li looked disappointed as she stared at Yun Gigi. Just because she's young and inexperienced, she thinks she can do anything. Being able to save Xiao was just luck, like a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. Auntie, Gigi is still young and has seen many patients. It's normal if she can't see everything, Lu Chuntao quickly added. Qin Ying's wife, please help me take a look. Just tell me the truth. Wang Xueji also went to the hospital for an ultrasound, but the doctor wouldn't say anything. Wang Xueji just wanted someone to tell her whether her baby was a boy, so she could feel at ease. Yun Gigi looked at Wang Xueji with regret and said, Sister-in-law, I really don't want to refuse you, but I don't have a medical license. Seeing patients without it is illegal. If something goes wrong, it would be a serious mistake. They all knew what a medical license was, and hearing this, their faces changed.
What?
No license and you still dare to see patients? That's harmful. Old Lady Li was unhappy when she heard. Mother, Gigi didn't say she would see patients. This is your own problem for coming here. Lu Chuntao also didn't like this. She came to find someone and now they were blaming Yun Gigi. That's too much. Who does that? Is this proper behavior? Mother, let's go. Since she can't see, we'll find someone else, Wang Xueji said, not wanting to waste more time here.
Fine.
Old Lady Li was also upset, glared at them, and pulled Wang Xueji away. They exchanged glances, both seeing the helplessness in each other's eyes. Throughout the whole thing, Yun Gigi never said she would treat patients, but now it seemed like it was her fault. Yun Gigi wasn't a good person either. She curled her lips and quietly said to Lu Chuntao, serves her right for drinking boys. Lu Chuntao almost burst into laughter, thinking that Yun Gigi was quite adorable. She was never willing to accept any grievance. However, Wang Xueji was indeed suffering from her own mistakes. They wouldn't go to Wang Xueji and try to comfort her by saying that her son and daughter were the same. After all, both of them had sons. If they did, Wang Xueji might think they were showing off their sons rather than offering comfort. Don't underestimate such petty-minded people. Their small-mindedness isn't much bigger than a needle's eye. After sending away the two people from Captain Qian's family, Lu Chuntao didn't do much else. Xiao was about to wake from her nap, so she decided to leave. But seeing Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan playing happily in the yard, Lu Chuntao couldn't help but sigh. It's so nice. I really wish Xiao could also play outside freely like Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan someday. She will. Take her medicine properly and rest for a while. Xiaoman will get better, Yun Jiji said. Hearing Yun Jiji's words, Lu Chuntao felt energized, like she had been injected with chicken blood. She immediately nodded, yes. Xiaoman will get better. Go back quickly. I'll take Tuan Tuan and Yuan to rest for a while, Lu Chuntao responded and left. Shinjin and the others had just gone back to nap with Xie Kaifeng. The little ones were still playing with a small hut Shinjin had built with mud earlier in the morning. They even molded a few small figures inside the hut. Watching the two kids playing like little mud dolls, Yun Jiji felt a bit helpless. She could only wash them first, toss their dirty clothes into the space washing machine, and then take them for a nap, planning to dry the clothes after washing. Since no one else could see, once taken out, the clothes would be clean. But just as she lay down, she heard noise from the next room, which annoyed her. After locking the door, she took the two children into the space to rest. Before sleeping, she activated the space's alert system. If someone entered, she would sense it, so she wasn't worried about being discovered. As for the noise from next door, it had nothing to do with her. Meanwhile, Li Laotai, who was a little way from Yun Jiji's house, suddenly stopped walking. Mother, what's wrong? Wang Xueji, who was supporting Li Laotai, almost lost her footing when Li Laotai suddenly paused. Is Yun Jiji deliberately not letting you see something? 2024 is the last day of the year, dear babies. Happy New Year in advance. May everyone prosper, get rich quickly, become more beautiful and slimmer in 2025. And finally, please leave a 5-star review. Heart to you. Wang Xueji was stunned. Mother, she's so young. Her medical skills can't be very good, right? We should go find another doctor to see her, said Grandma Li, feeling a bit unwilling. She wanted Yun Jiji to check on her, but since they all lived in the same courtyard, she didn't want to pay her own consultation fee. Moreover, Yun Jiji could treat Xiaoman and prescribe medicine, so why couldn't she check her daughter-in-law's pulse? She had been able to see before, so why not now? Grandma Li suddenly felt that Yun Jiji looked down on her. But she didn't dare offend Yun Jiji. Yun Jiji had a good relationship with Zhong Shan and Zheng Guizhi. If she went to her and caused trouble, it might bring unnecessary problems for her son. Grandma Li still thought her son's work was very important. However, she could try other ways. All right, find someone else to see her, she said. Then she glared at Wang Xueji with a bad attitude and scolded. If your belly had been more obedient earlier, I wouldn't have to spend so much money buying medicine and taking you around to see doctors. Wang Xueji lowered her head, afraid to answer. She knew she hadn't given the old Qian family a son, so she already felt ashamed. She didn't dare argue with her mother-in-law, or her future days would be even harder. Grandma Li was in a bad mood and pinched her arm several times to vent her frustration. Only then did she feel better. Wang Xueji's eyes reddened. She was angry but couldn't say a word. She could only endure quietly. Some passers-by saw this and shook their heads silently, walking away. They had tried to speak up for Wang Xueji before, but she didn't appreciate it and even blamed them for meddling. Of course, they didn't want to cause trouble either. If she was happy to be like that, then let her bear it. What's that? Yun Jiji was disturbed by the noise outside. She had actually woken up earlier but stayed inside because she didn't have anything to do. Now that the sun was setting and it was getting cold outside, she saw the two children were still asleep, so she stayed inside, flipping through her medical records. Until she heard the commotion outside, she came out of the room. Qin Shiyu had returned, accompanied by several people. When they saw Yun Jiji, they loudly greeted, "Sister-in-law, hello." Yun Jiji's eardrums were almost shaken. No wonder he was in the army. "Hello, everyone." Yun Jiji smiled and greeted them. After they finished talking, they went straight to the backyard with their things. "What's that?" Yun Jiji looked at Qin Shiyu, feeling a bit confused. "I said I wanted to build a stove, so I called 2 boys to help move stones. They all came," Qin Shiyu explained. Yun Jiji's mouth twitched slightly. She reached into her pocket and, from her space, took out 10 yuan to give to Qin Shiyu. "Why are you giving me money?" Qin Shiyu asked, puzzled. Go buy some vegetables. You can't just call them to work for nothing. It's almost mealtime. Let them finish their work before they go home hungry, Yunjiji said patiently. Qin Shiyu nodded in understanding. Thanks, wife. He said this and then took his basket and went out. He was quick on his feet and soon returned with some vegetables. However, by this time, the supply store had nothing left and Qin Shiyu felt a bit helpless. Yunjiji glanced at him and said, Let's cook some noodles. Okay, Qin Shiyu agreed. Yunjiji responded with a sound and went into the kitchen. Qin Shiyu couldn't help much now because he was still busy building the stove behind him. As the head of the household, he couldn't just stand by. Wife, thank you for your hard work, he said before quickly going to the backyard to help. Yunjiji's mouth twitched again, but she didn't say anything more. Since it was her effort, she didn't argue with him. There were many people, all young men. They definitely had big appetites. Yunjiji started kneading the dough. In the middle, Qin Shiyu came in to help knead a bit, while she prepared the sauce. She took out a piece of pork with a good mix of fat and lean from her space, and began chopping it. She had eaten at the military district cafeteria once. Besides being large and filling, the taste was quite ordinary. She looked at the ingredients and decided to make a mixed sauce with minced pork, since she had all the ingredients. She chopped the pork into coarse pieces, stir-fried it in a pot, breaking it apart, then added cooking wine, bean paste, soybean paste, sweet flour paste, and other seasonings, stirring constantly. She cooked until the dark color of the sweet flour paste spread out, the pork fat rendered, and the oil in the pot turned a slightly bright color. Finally, she adjusted the seasoning and took it off the heat. The strong aroma wafted out, and the young men in the backyard all widened their eyes. Captain, what is my sister-in-law making? It smells so good. I'm drooling just smelling it. Can the brothers from the mess hall come learn to cook from my sister-in-law? It was so tempting that it made their stomachs rumble. Your sister-in-law wants you to stay home for dinner. She's cooking right now, Qin Shiyu said. He was also curious. What exactly was his wife making? How could it smell so delicious? It was enough to make people dizzy with hunger. Thanks, sister-in-law. The young men shouted toward the kitchen. Yunjiji was in the kitchen when she heard a sound and was startled. After calming down, she called out, You're welcome. However, the little boys were scolded by Qin Shiyu, who hit one of them on the head and said, You can't scare my wife and kids like that. As soon as Qin Shiyu finished speaking, they heard Yuan crying loudly. Qin Shiyu glared at them irritably, and they froze in surprise. They hadn't seen the children when they arrived, so they thought the kids had gone out to play. But it turned out they were taking a nap inside the house. Just let me go, Qin Shiyu said as he finished washing his hands and quickly came out. Seeing Yunjiji also coming out of the kitchen, he hurriedly said. Yunjiji responded with a nod and said, Their clothes got dirty. You can take new ones from the wardrobe.
Okay.
Qin Shiyu went back inside. Yuan, seeing her dad, looked very upset. She had been frightened and was happy after playing, so she was tired and slept very soundly in the afternoon. Qin Shiyu comforted her for a while, dressed her and the other child, then picked them up from the bed. Mom is making noodles in the kitchen. Do you want to go find her? Qin Shiyu asked. The backyard had a mud stove, and the two kids were walking around, which wasn't very safe. It was better to stay in the kitchen with Yunjiji. Fine, Mom. Both Tuan and Yuan had just woken up and wanted to stay with their mom, so they agreed without much thought. Okay. Qin Shiyu also agreed and carried the children to the kitchen to find Yunjiji. When they saw their mom, they were no longer scared like before. Yunjiji poured each of them a cup of warm water, sat them down, and comforted them before continuing her work. There were quite a few people, and she had cooked a big pot of noodles. Each person had a large bowl. She also fried some egg flowers and vegetables, then drizzled a spoonful of sauce on top. The noodles were quite filling. Tuan, can you help call Dad and the uncles in the backyard for dinner? Yunjiji asked Tuan. The child was very quiet, and Yunjiji hoped he could become more outgoing. So, she started by encouraging him to speak more. Okay, the little boy obediently responded, put down his small cup, and went to the backyard. Yunjiji kept a close eye and saw Tuan Tuan walk over to Qin Shiyu, tugging at his pants. Luckily, the boy wasn't very strong, or else. Yunjiji remembered a video she saw in her previous life, where a kid had pulled down his dad's pants in a public place. Qin Shiyu also felt someone pulling on his pants. He looked down at Tuan Tuan and was a little surprised. "Tuan Tuan, what's wrong?" "Eating noodles, Mom told me." Qin Shiyu was slightly stunned but quickly reacted. "Okay, thank you, Tuan Tuan, for calling Dad to eat." After saying that, Qin Shiyu looked at them and said, "Wash your hands first, then eat, and do the rest afterward." They were already very hungry, so they immediately washed their hands and ran to the kitchen. However, when they reached the door, they didn't rush in wildly, afraid of startling anyone again. Qin Shiyu had already gone into the kitchen and brought out the noodles for them. They didn't look for seats. Instead, they held their bowls and squatted in the yard, eager to start eating. When they took the first bite, they all stopped talking, wishing they could bury their faces in the bowls. The aroma earlier told them the food would be delicious. But once they tasted it, they felt their lives were complete. Seeing how helpless they looked, Qin Shiyu was speechless.
"Eat slowly. There's more in the pot."
Hearing Qin Shiyu, they chuckled. "Thank you, Captain."
"Thank you, sister-in-law."
They had heard some stories about Qin Shiyu and Yunjiji before. They knew the sister-in-law was very thin. When they saw her today, they still thought Yunjiji was too skinny and she didn't seem to match Qin Shiyu at all. But after tasting Yunjiji's cooking, they suddenly felt Qin Shiyu didn't deserve her. Such a good sister-in-law. How could Qin Shiyu, this cold-faced king have married her? Qin Shiyu had no idea what these mischievous kids were thinking. If he knew, he would definitely give them a good lesson. Let them see why flowers are so red. The kids added more noodles to their bowls, chewy noodles and tasty sauce. They ate until they were full, feeling quite satisfied. Finally, they looked at Qin Shiyu and Yunjiji with some guilt and dared not stay any longer. They hurried to build the stove. Not only did they build a stove, but they also set up a shelter on top, so even if it rained, they wouldn't get wet and they wouldn't be afraid of wind or sun. Yunjiji was surprised when she saw the finished product. She suddenly understood why he called so many people to help. If he had done it alone, it would probably take 3 or 5 days to finish building the stove and the shelter. After all, he still had to go to work and couldn't stay at home all day. If she needed it urgently, he could only work faster. This man is very thoughtful. Older sister-in-law, we're leaving now. After finishing up, everyone even tidied the backyard and cleared out extra materials, so Yunjiji didn't have to lift a finger. "Thank you all." Yunjiji expressed her gratitude. You're welcome. Thanks for the hospitality. The noodles smell so good. I'm glad you like it." By then, it was getting dark. They didn't stay any longer and quickly turned to leave. Qin Shiyu locked the yard gate, then turned back to the house. Seeing her tidying the kitchen, he walked over and said, "Go rest now. I came to do this." "Then you tidy up, I'll wash the kids," Yunjiji replied. Qin Shiyu nodded, rolled up his sleeves, and started cleaning the stove area. After washing Yuan, Yunjiji looked at Tuan Tuan, who took a step back. "Tuan Tuan is a little boy. Daddy will wash him." Yunjiji gently tapped his nose and said, "But Daddy isn't finished yet." "Daddy will wash," Tuan Tuan insisted. Yunjiji agreed and chose to respect the little boy's wish. She got up to prepare to take over the chores from Qin Shiyu, but he didn't agree, saying, "You rest, I'll finish washing Tuan Tuan, and then tidy up. You have to see Dr. Zhong tomorrow, and you should rest well tonight." Yunjiji didn't refuse. She really needed to check on Dr. Zhong early tomorrow morning. Since Tuan Tuan needed Qin Shiyu's help to wash and sleep with him, she kissed the little boy and then took Yuan back to their room first. However, when Qin Shiyu saw her kiss the child, he stroked his chin, realizing he was overthinking. If he dared to do that, Yunjiji could punch him directly, and their temporary peace would turn into an immediate breakup. Qin Shiyu sighed softly. The road to winning his wife's heart is long and heavy. After soothing Yuan to sleep, she went into her space to practice for a while, then came out to rest. Seeing a lot of energy spent during the checkup, Yunjiji didn't want to be exhausted again tomorrow. After Qin Shiyu put the children to sleep, he went to take a shower. But halfway through, it suddenly started raining. Thinking about the herbs Yunjiji had laid out in the backyard, he didn't bother to put on clothes, grabbed a pair of shorts, and ran outside. Yunjiji also heard the rain. When she got up and put on a coat, she saw Qin Shiyu, soaked and protecting the herbs, rushing into the house. "Why did you come out? It's cold outside. Come inside first." "I've already brought the herbs in," Qin Shiyu hurriedly said. After the rain, it got even colder. Cloud Weaver was quite surprised to see the man shirtless, but she also felt grateful to him. "Thank you." If the herbal medicine got wet from the rain, it could spoil, rot, or lose its medicinal properties. Although they cleaned it up quickly enough to avoid the first two issues, the third was the most dangerous. This herbal medicine was carefully gathered from the mountain by Cloud Weaver herself. It was her hard work. That evening, the weather looked like it wouldn't rain at all, with clear skies and no sign of rain. Who would have thought it could change so suddenly? Cloud Weaver glanced at Qin Shiyu. The man was only wearing shorts, already soaked by the rain. Water ran down his bare upper body, revealing his healthy, strong skin. Every muscle looked like a carefully carved sculpture, tight and powerful. She knew soldiers trained hard all year, so he must have an excellent physique. But she didn't expect Qin Shiyu to be so perfect, almost too perfect to be true. Her gaze unintentionally drifted downward. The wet shorts clung tightly to his skin, clearly showing his firm outline. Her mind involuntarily flashed back to that ridiculous night. At first, he made her feel pain, but later, "Hurry up and wipe your body," Cloud Weaver suddenly snapped out of her thoughts. "I'll make you some soup." Realizing what she was thinking, her face turned even redder. She quickly regained her composure, feeling embarrassed. She was glad that, in this era, the family quarters didn't have electricity, so no one could see her blushing face. But she forgot one thing. The man in front of her was a soldier, trained for years, with excellent night vision. How could he not notice her flushed cheeks? Seeing her hurried escape, the man's lips curled into a slight smile. Maybe using her charm as a pretty girl might not be a bad idea. Cloud Weaver sliced some and put it into a pot to make water. Since it was cold outside, she kept a small fire burning in the stove, with water boiling in the pot. That way, in the morning, she'd have hot water, or even at night if she got thirsty, she wouldn't have to drink cold water. As long as she slightly stirred the fire, it would catch and burn steadily. The water needed to simmer for a while to become rich and flavorful. Because it was spicy, she added some brown sugar. By then, Qin Shiyu had already dressed and come out. Although she wanted to use her charm, the weather was too cold. If he caught a cold, she'd have to take care of him, and he wouldn't dare to get sick easily. Besides, there were 2 children at home, and it wouldn't be good if anyone got infected. "Drink the water yourself. I'm going to bed." Cloud Ji had already taken the soup out of the pot. When she saw the man coming over, she immediately placed the bowl on the stove and showed no intention of staying longer. Qin Shiyu saw this and reached out to block the little woman's path. Unaware, Cloud Ji accidentally bumped into the man's embrace. "What are you doing?" Cloud Ji immediately frowned. Qin Shiyu didn't expect her reaction to be so strong and felt a bit frustrated. "It's nothing. It's too dark, so I'm holding the oil lamp." Cloud Ji looked at the man with suspicion, as if she remembered something, and asked, "You don't need it?" "I can see," Qin Shiyu replied. Suddenly, Cloud Ji remembered the scene where she had looked at him downstairs, so this man must have seen it. She felt a little annoyed and reached out to take the oil smoke away from him. Regardless of his expression, she hurried back to her room, feeling a bit anxious. Qin Shiyu was first stunned, then chuckled softly. The little woman is quite adorable. If she weren't afraid of frightening the children, she might have slammed the door loudly. But to avoid waking the children, she suppressed that impulse. She lay on the bed for a while, feeling a bit upset but soon calmed down. He's a grown man, can't he just take a quick look? She didn't even lift her clothes to look. Thinking this way, she instantly felt nothing was wrong. She soon fell asleep peacefully, feeling especially sweet.
But
Hold me tight. In her dream, a deep voice sounded in her ear. She was pressed beneath the man, in a place that felt both strange and familiar. Was this the Yin family? The place where that reckless night happened. The man was leaning over her, doing something indescribable. She was like a drowning fish, only able to cling tightly to the man on top of her, as if she could still feel that joyful sensation. The man's heavy breathing echoed in her ears, tempting and with a mysterious charm. Her voice, coming from her mouth, was even more seductive, calling out and shouting. Some words she spoke made her heart beat faster, until a sudden loud noise in her ears woke her from the dream. Lying in the dark, Cloud Ji's mind was still a bit muddled. As her consciousness gradually returned, she realized what kind of dream she had just had. The man's low whispers and the words she had spoken. She began to understand that some things were different from what she had thought. She broke out in sweat, feeling sticky all over. After looking at the peacefully sleeping Yuan, Yun Jiji entered the space and sat in the bathtub to relax. However, after washing up, she no longer felt sleepy. She decided to read medical books instead. As she looked at the books, she noticed an envelope on the top shelf. Yun Jiji was slightly surprised. Where did this come from? She was sure she hadn't seen the envelope when she first discovered this place. When she found this small house and saw the medical books, she was very happy. She wanted to read all of them. She had looked at almost every book. But now, seeing the envelope, Yun Jiji was certain she hadn't seen it before. She took out the envelope, an old, worn one. She sat down to the side. For some reason, when she saw it, her heart started beating faster. It felt like the envelope might tell her the answers to her recent confusions. For example, why she increasingly felt like she was the same person as the original owner. Why she had started to remember more of the original owner's memories, not just memories, but feelings as if she had experienced those things herself. It was as if those events were hers, and there was no real separation between her and the original owner. She knew that whatever was inside the envelope would reveal the truth. For some reason, she was a little scared to read what was inside. She was a doctor, and people who studied traditional Chinese medicine often believed in mystical things. That was because in their time mysticism was real. So she knew some things truly existed. Yun Jiji took a deep breath and opened the envelope on the table. But inside, there was no letter, only a jade pendant. Is this? It was the family heirloom jade pendant she kept in her space. She thought that when she traveled to this era, the heirloom jade would stay with her in her previous body, which had already died. But unexpectedly, it appeared here, which surprised Yun Jiji greatly. The moist texture of the jade pendant made her feel very close. She hung it around her neck. At the same time, Yun Jiji clearly felt something different. More and more thoughts appeared in her mind, including how she separated from the original owner. One went to the modern world, and the other stayed in this era. Could it be a soul-splitting technique? One person divided into two? A main body with 2 souls and 5 spirits, with 1 soul and 2 spirits as a clone. The clone was Yun Jiji from the 1970s. Now that the main body has returned to its place, the events involving the clone are actually her experiences. She has memories twice as many as a normal person from her 22 years, and now she has started to understand things. Only then did she reunite with her original self. Although it is hard to believe, Yun Jiji is sure of one thing. She is certain she was not born to Qin Shiyu, but is actually the daughter of Yun Wanrong's uncle, Yun Ting. Her parents disappeared when she was 1 year old and have not been seen since. She was handed over by her grandparents to Qin Shiyu and her husband, her second uncle Yun Hongmin. No wonder Yun Hongmin and Qin Shiyu dislike her so much. When they first married, they had to raise their older brother's child, which they didn't want to do. But while understanding all this, Yun Jiji still feels angry at them. Because when Yun Ting and his wife went missing, they left 5,000 yuan. Her grandparents handed all that money to Yun Hongmin, hoping he would treat her well. But they took the money and still mistreated her. At first, her grandparents protected her, but after they died, Yunjiji became a little orphan. Her parents also sent her main body to the modern world when they left. She doesn't know how they did it, but she still finds it amazing. Since she has returned now, she is the original owner. Some things. She will eventually go back to Yunhe village to clarify everything and reclaim what was hers. Meanwhile, in Yunhe village, inside Yun Wanrong's house, a sudden scream rang out. Chen Manxiang heard the noise and hurried inside, frightened. She pushed open the door and saw Yun Wanrong inside, acting like a headless chicken, rummaging wildly. Her frantic behavior scared Chen Manxiang quite a bit. Rongrong, what's wrong? Chen Manxiang quickly grabbed an oil lamp and reached out to pull Yun Wanrong. However, Yun Wanrong suddenly shook her hand off with unexpected strength, knocking Chen Manxiang back several steps. The oil lamp nearly flew out of her hand.
Jade.
My jade. My jade. Yun Wanrong was searching frantically, turning the room upside down. Still not satisfied, she ran outside barefoot to the room where Yun Ziji used to live, now a storage room. She threw out almost everything inside. She still couldn't find what she was looking for.
The barn. Yes, the barn,
she exclaimed, running toward the barn. This reaction scared Chen Manxiang and Yun Hongmin quite a bit, but they dared not make a sound, afraid that their daughter's wild behavior would be seen by the villagers. If that happened, it would be hard to arrange a marriage. The couple could only quietly follow her. However, Yun Wanrong finished searching the barn but found nothing, which made her very sad. She sat down heavily on the ground. There's nothing. How can there be nothing? She muttered to herself. Seeing this, Chen Manxiang wanted to go over and check on her daughter, but suddenly, Yun Wanrong reached out and grabbed Chen Manxiang. Mom, I want to get married. I want to marry Brother Mingyuan. Please help me ask for his proposal. I want to be the wife of a rich man. If I marry Brother Mingyuan, I can be a wealthy wife. Happy New Year, everyone! Wishing you all good luck and big wealth in 2025. Each of you will earn $1 billion just like the author, so let's send some love. Yun Ziji got out of the house before dawn. She still had many things to process. Lying in bed, she couldn't sleep, so she stayed in her space practicing martial arts and reading medical books. At these times, she could calm her mind. Whenever her emotions were chaotic and her thoughts muddled, she chose to do what she loved, including reading medical books. This helped her settle down. She knew that when her mind was most chaotic, overthinking only made things worse. After reading the medical books and calming down, she felt that everything was not so unacceptable. Whether in this world or in the 1970s, she had her shortcomings. Her inability to conceive in the modern world was actually because she was worried about lingering attachments from her modern life, which prevented pregnancy. Now that she understood they were all the same person, Yun Ziji felt a bit more connected to this time and space. She used to think she was an unintentional mother, but now she knew that the round and happy family was her own. She had carried her children for 10 months and given birth to them. She only regretted that she awakened too late. If only she had done so earlier. But she had to live her life to the fullest. She didn't believe in fate, but unfortunately, this was her destiny. Why did you get up so early? Qin Shiyu came out after hearing the noise. She was already in the kitchen, scooping flour into a bowl to knead dough. Qin Shiyu didn't linger. After washing her hands, she came over and took over the kneading. Yun Ziji had something on her mind and quietly stepped aside. She went outside the yard, took some meat from a wooden box, then came back inside. Qin Shiyu looked at her strangely, unsure what she was thinking. But since she was going to see Chief Zhong today, Qin Shiyu didn't dare ask too many questions, worried she was thinking about treatment matters. If he interrupted her train of thought, it might be awkward. So, while kneading the dough, he carefully watched Yun Ziji's reactions, afraid she might get too absorbed in her thoughts and accidentally cut herself. Fortunately, although she was lost in thought, her hands still moved skillfully. Qin Shiyu was strong, and within 10 minutes, he finished kneading the dough. He took the work from her hands, and she went to wash vegetables, giving the impression of a wandering spirit. But this date was fine until she started wrapping buns. Thinking about something so deeply? Qin Shiyu asked curiously. She seemed so absorbed, as if no one else was around. About treating Chief Zhong, Yun Jiji replied. Is it difficult? Qin Shiyu asked with some concern. He didn't really know much about her medical skills. He only knew she was good, but exactly how good, he had no idea. Chief Zhong's status was clear, and treating him was not something to take lightly. Qin Shiyu couldn't help but worry about her. It's not hard. Just acupuncture and medicine. His leg injury is a bit more complicated. I still need some medicine. When will I be able to go up the mountain? Yun Jiji asked. Next time you go up the mountain, I'll go with you. How can you be so brave? Going into the deep mountains. Qin Shiyu shivered at the thought. If she accidentally encountered them alone, how would she handle being outnumbered? She was so slim and delicate, no match for those people. Such tomb raiders who could sell stolen artifacts were dangerous criminals. They wouldn't care if she was a woman. If there was any risk of exposure, even a babbling child wouldn't be spared. At that moment, he felt incredibly grateful that Yun Jiji was safe. I have a plan. Plus, some of the herbs I need are in the mountains. I can protect myself, Yun Jiji said. She didn't want to take Qin Shiyu with her. If he went, she couldn't do her little tricks. Sometimes she could sneak back some things from the mountain, but with him around, she knew what she couldn't do. Are you returning to the army today? Yun Jiji changed the subject, not wanting to talk more about gathering herbs. In the morning, I don't need to go back, but I have to go in the afternoon, Qin Shiyu honestly said. Then you handle the wild rabbit in the cage. Qin Shiyu was a bit surprised. He had been busy these days and hadn't noticed if anything had changed in the chicken coop. Hearing Yun Jiji's words, he walked over a few steps and saw that there was not only a wild chicken but also a live wild rabbit in the cage. Still alive. Qin Shiyu opened his mouth but didn't know how to describe his feelings at the moment. His wife was more capable than he thought. In Yunhe village, she was clearly limited in many ways, or else. He shook his head. He couldn't think that way just because Yun Jiji was strong. Clearly, she didn't have to work so hard. If only he could send back the 30 yuan he was saving, the three of them could at least eat well and stay warm. But he had such parents and a wife and children who were hurt by them. Take off the rabbit skin later, and I'll make you a pair of rabbit skin shoes, Qin Shiyu said. It's very cold in winter, and rabbit skin shoes are much warmer than cloth shoes. Yun Jiji raised an eyebrow. You can do that? I can't. Qin Shiyu quickly said he didn't know how to do it, then added, Wang Chung can handle the rabbit skin. I'll go find him to teach me later. Making shoes for his wife, of course, he wanted to do it himself. If he didn't know how, he could learn. Yun Jiji looked at him. I don't need it. If you wanna, just make some for the kids. She really wanted to, and the space had everything needed. Later, he could find a way to make them look like shoes from this era, even snow boots if needed. There was no need for him to make them. Their relationship wasn't close enough for her to expect shoes from him. Qin Shiyu didn't say anything. If she didn't want it, she didn't want it. Whether he made them or not was his choice. Seeing that the man wasn't going to say more and had gone to handle the wild rabbit, she continued making buns. The meat buns were neatly and perfectly folded, like perfect replicas, enough to surprise anyone who saw them. The buns needed to ferment, so she first lit the stove to boil some hot water for the dough, then continued wrapping the remaining buns. Since the weather was cold, she could make more. But unlike the north, the south doesn't have natural refrigerators, so after wrapping the buns and steaming them, they could only be kept for at most 2 days. Additionally, I prepared some extra food to give to Zhongshan and her husband later. From the chat with Zhongshan that day, Yun Jiji learned that Zhongshan and Gu Wenbin are only a married couple living in the Haisher military district. Their children are far away. Their daughter married a soldier and is working in another military district with her husband, and their son is also a soldier in a different district. The whole family rarely gathers together throughout the year. She could see that when they went out to eat that day, it was lively and happy, and Zhongshan was very pleased. Yun Jiji also wanted to keep a good relationship. They say that having connections above makes things easier, and this is true regardless of the era. When Qin Shiyu finished handling the wild rabbit, he saw a bunch of nicely arranged meat buns placed neatly in the drawer. He was surprised to see the buns, all similar in size, and with uniform folds. He looked at Yunjiji and immediately praised openly, "Wife, your hands are so skillful." "Aren't these hands really skillful? Just look at these buns, made from the same dough, but in her hands, they seem especially obedient, completely following Yunjiji's instructions. The buns in the pot are ready. Go light the fire." "Okay." Qin Shiyu didn't hesitate and went to start the fire, glancing at her from time to time. Yunjiji baked 4 steaming trays of meat buns today, but because there weren't enough steamers at home, she had to steam 2 batches separately. "I'll make a few more steamers when I have time," Qin Shiyu said. Yunjiji didn't think much and nodded. Making a few more would be good, especially since she needed to handle some medicinal herbs later, which also required steaming. The steamers used for herbs couldn't be mixed with those for food. Seeing that she didn't refuse, Qin Shiyu was happy. He thought about maybe making some decorative patterns on the steamers to make her happy, but steamers are just steamers. There didn't seem to be much room for fancy designs. The aroma of the meat buns quickly filled the air. Just smelling that rich scent made everyone's mouth water. It was so fragrant. The smell traveled far and wide. Early in the morning, everyone was hungry, and suddenly smelling this irresistible aroma, many people couldn't help but get out of bed craving the buns. Some people grumbled, "Who's trying to make us starve this early?" They had just woken up hungry, and now this tempting smell was almost too much to bear. Some children got up and started fussing, insisting they wanted to eat the meat buns. Those with good family conditions could afford to buy meat early from the supply store and make meat buns for the children. After chopping the meat, she prepared the buns. However, families with poor conditions could only scold their children out of frustration. Cloudweave naturally didn't know about this. While steaming the buns, she also made some vegetable and egg soup, stir-fried bean sprouts, pickled cucumbers, bananas, and boiled eggs, things they needed for breakfast. According to traditional Chinese medicine, breakfast must be hearty, lunch should be filling, and dinner can be lighter. Of course, breakfast must be nutritious and well-balanced. Qin Shiyu noticed that Yunjiji always prepared a very rich breakfast. He didn't understand her reasons, but he believed she had her own logic. He just needed to follow her lead. Recently, his stomach had been feeling very good from her cooking. Her cooking skills were excellent. Every dish looked and smelled delicious. If she weren't a doctor, she could easily be a top chef at a state-run restaurant. Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan woke up hungry from the wonderful smell in the kitchen. When they finished washing up, the second batch of meat buns was ready. After washing, they came to eat. The 2 little kids were so happy to see delicious food after waking up, they looked very satisfied. Yunjiji also looked happy. "Baby, today I need to go see Grandpa Zhong for a checkup, so you and Dad stay at home and wait for me, okay?" Since Qin Shiyu didn't need to return to the army this morning, Yunjiji decided not to take the children to Grandpa Zhong's house. It wouldn't be appropriate to bring the kids along when visiting someone for a medical appointment. "Okay, Mom." Come back early after getting used to Qin Shiyu. The children were happy to follow their dad. And their dad often played with them, so they gradually liked him more. "Do you really not want us to go with you?" Qin Shiyu asked because it was Grandpa Zhong's house, and he was a bit worried. "No need, and Zhong will take me," she replied. Today, she was just going for an acupuncture and to check Grandpa Zhong's recovery. It wouldn't take long, probably 2 or 3 hours, and she'd be back. "Okay," Qin Shiyu said, no longer insisting. He was worried but didn't want to interfere too much or make her dislike him. He trusted Zhong Shan's character and knew she would bring her back safely. The father and son saw Yunjiji off, and Zhong Shan was a bit surprised when she saw them. But thinking about their relationship, she understood. "Hello, Aunt Zhong," Yunjiji greeted. "These 3 men are quite worried," Zhong Shan joked. "The child is clingy to me," Yunjiji whispered. Zhong Shan understood. These 2 children have been raised by Yunjiji since they were young, so they're very attached to her. She could relate. Qin Shiyu looked at Zhong Shan and said, Aunt Zhong, my wife is counting on you. Don't worry, Zhongshan said with a smile. Yun Jiji glanced at him and handed the cloth bag in her hand to Zhongshan, saying, Aunt Zhong, I baked these buns this morning. Please try some. Zhongshan was surprised at first. When she took the bag and smelled the aroma of the buns, she thought, I was wondering this morning whose meat buns smell so good. I guessed it might be you, and it really is you. Before Yun Jiji arrived, she had never smelled such delicious meat buns. Plus, after eating Yun Jiji's pickled fish a few days ago, she thought only Yun Jiji had such great cooking skills. Next time, I want to learn how to make the meat filling from you. That smell is really tempting, Zhongshan said, sniffing the aroma. If she hadn't already eaten a hearty breakfast, she'd be craving it now. Aunt Zhong, I just love to put in good ingredients, Yun Jiji said a little shyly. But Zhongshan thought she was just being modest. Good ingredients depend on what you put in. If you only add salt, can it be tasty? It would just make people too salty. So, Yun Jiji must have a good ratio to make the meat fillings so fragrant and appealing. There must be a proper proportion of ingredients. Yes, if you want to learn, I'll teach you, Yun Jiji said with a smile. Hearing that, Zhongshan was happy. She thought Yun Jiji was very honest. Xiao Qin, take the children home. We're leaving now and promise to send your wife back safely. After saying that, Zhongshan and Yun Jiji got into the car together. Look at his eyes. He really doesn't want to part with you, Zhongshan teased Yun Jiji after getting into the car. She could tell that Qin Shiyu truly wanted to live a good life with Yun Jiji, but to fully win her over, it would take some time. Otherwise, with what his parents did, Yun Jiji wouldn't forgive easily. If it were her, she wouldn't forgive either. Aunt Zhong, how has the old leader been feeling these days? Yun Jiji changed the subject because she didn't want to keep talking about Qin Shiyu. Zhongshan, being a sensible person, didn't press further. My dad has been doing much better after taking the medicine you gave him. Recently, Brother Yang has been massaging him a lot, and he's improved a lot. Yesterday, Zhongshan also went to see him. Over the past few days, her father has spoken more smoothly than after the acupuncture treatment. Zhongshan is truly happy from the bottom of her heart. Seeing her father's condition improve more and more, her father's mood also gets better. Jiji, I really think my dad is lucky to have met you. Since he's been very down and feels hopeless. Sometimes, I worry that one day I might get a call saying something bad has happened to him. Thinking about this, Zhongshan's eyes turned red, and she couldn't hold back her tears. She remembered her father's reactions at that time. As a daughter, she felt very sad and hoped her father wouldn't think too much. But after he felt he had lost all his dignity. The proud old man he once was turned into an old man who could only lie in bed every day, unable to speak clearly, and constantly drooling. It was hard for him. Uncle Zhong, don't be upset. The situation with the old leader isn't serious. It was just a lack of proper treatment before. With good care and regular checkups, he will fully recover. Zhongshan trusted Yun Jiji, especially after she saw her father and confirmed that he was really improving. The results were better than Zhongshan expected. She felt very happy inside. So, she completely believed what Yun Jiji said. She held Yun Jiji's hand, spoke to her a lot, showing gratitude, making promises, and mostly reassuring her to continue the treatment confidently. If something happened later, they would face it calmly. Having lived so many years, Zhongshan understood some things when she saw Qin Shiyu's expression earlier. When they arrived at Zhong's house, it was Yang Shiji who opened the door. Seeing Yun Jiji, Yang Shiji looked very excited. Dr. Yun, you're here? The leader has been waiting for you, Yang Shiji said happily, smiling at Yun Jiji. Yun Jiji smiled and said, Uncle Yang, just call me by my name. That's not possible. Yang Shiji immediately shook his head and quickly poured her a cup of warm water. Yun Jiji was a bit thirsty, so she took the water and drank it. Then she said, take me to see how the old leader is doing. She came today to check on Zhong Lao Shouzhang, and in the afternoon, Qin Shiyu was returning to the army. She wanted to go back early to spend time with her child. Dr. Yun, please follow me. Yun Jiji Seeing that Yang Shiji was unwilling to change his way of addressing her, Yun Jiji decided not to insist. She focused on treating the old leader first, as that was more important. After Dr. Zhong was examined, Yun Jiji nodded with satisfaction and said, "Old chief, you are recovering very well. Continue with the treatment, and soon your speech will become clearer." Chief Zhong looked at Yun Jiji with a hint of affection and said, This is also pretty good." Although his speech was still a bit choppy, it was much clearer than before. Zhong Shan's eyes turned red with happiness. Her father could really speak now, and his words were so clear that she was very happy. "Old chief, I will start acupuncture now. If you feel sleepy, just sleep," Yun Jiji said with a smile. Yang Shiji had already prepared moxa wool for her, so when she arrived, her first step was to warm the needles. Now the needles were ready, perfect for acupuncture. Okay. Actually, old Chief Zhong was a little afraid of acupuncture. He had experienced some old doctors doing it before, but their skills were poor, and he almost felt pain to the point of tears. However, when Yun Jiji did acupuncture, he didn't feel any discomfort. Actually, it was very relaxing. Yun Jiji didn't say much and started the acupuncture. Last time, Joan Shan hadn't seen it, but this time she stood quietly beside her father. She knew her father was afraid of acupuncture. At first, she wanted to hold his hand, but he shot her a glare, so she stepped back. Now, seeing Yun Jiji insert the needles and her father look like he was enjoying it, Joan Shan realized that the acupuncture didn't hurt and was quite comfortable. She felt a strange desire to try it herself. The acupuncture session lasted 15 minutes, but the needles couldn't be removed until an hour later. Yun Jiji had initially planned to give the old man a massage afterward, but Yang Shiji stopped her. He could see that acupuncture was quite tiring for Yun Jiji, and if she also massaged the old man, his body might not handle it well. Yang Shiji had now mastered the right amount of pressure for massage. Since he had been doing it these past few days, he asked Yun Jiji to watch and guide him. If there were any issues, he would improve. This saved Yun Jiji a lot of effort. Yang Shiji was doing very well, controlling the strength and other aspects perfectly. Until the needle was removed, she adjusted the original prescription by removing unnecessary herbs and adding a few more. She then handed it to Yang Shiji and said, "This time, I will give 7 days' worth of treatment. Next Sunday, I will come again to give the third acupuncture session for the old leader." Overall, Elder Zhong's health was quite good. He had fought on the front lines before, and aside from some hidden scars, he was stronger than most old men. Moreover, Yang Shiji and his team took very good care of the elderly, and his recovery was going well. Let the old leader talk more often. This will help him recover better, Yun Jiji added. "Dr. Yun, I've noted everything," Yang Shiji said seriously as he took notes. After giving some additional advice and dietary restrictions, Yun Jiji came down from the building. Seeing that it was getting late, Zhong Shan asked if she wanted to eat before returning to the military unit. "Aunt Zhong, Qin Shiyu has to return to the unit this afternoon, and there's no one to watch the children, so she won't stay for dinner," she replied. Zhong Shan thought that was reasonable. She left some meat buns in the kitchen for the cook to steam and give to Elder Zhong to try. She knew her father loved bread-based foods, especially meat buns. Yun Jiji's buns were so fragrant just from the smell. She and Gu Wenbin couldn't eat many, as Yun Jiji was generous and gave a lot, so she kept half for herself. Her father's place had a refrigerator, so the buns would stay fresh longer. After chatting with her father for a while, Zhong Shan and Yun Jiji headed back to the military district compound. However, as they walked back, Zhong Shan suddenly frowned. When did Zhao Zhenju become so close to Grandma Li? Hearing this, Yun Jiji looked in the direction Zhong Shan indicated and saw Zhao Zhenju and Grandma Li standing under a tree, holding hands and talking. Yun Jiji only glanced once, and then mentioned that Grandma Li had asked her to check the gender of Wang Tsueji. "Fortunately, you didn't tell her. That old lady is difficult to deal with. Anyone who dares say that Wang Tsueji is a girl, she'll fight with them," Zhong Shan said. She was married to Gu Wenbin and was the women's director, so she paid attention to the people in the unit and knew some family news. "I think the same," Yunjiji nodded. Zhongshan took Yunjiji home and then went back herself. Many residents in the compound saw their close interaction and were envious. Comrade Yun, where are you going with the wife of the brigade commander? Someone asked curiously. We happened to meet outside the family courtyard while returning together, Yunjiji said. Mom, the two children, hearing Yunjiji's voice inside the courtyard, ran out directly. They then rushed to Yunjiji and hugged her legs. Yunjiji smiled softly, feeling warm inside, and softly said, Mommy is back. Missed Mommy. Yuan pressed her little face against her thigh, very happy. Seeing this, Yunjiji smiled and asked, How much do you miss Mommy? Super miss her. Yunjiji crouched down, kissed the two children, and softly said, Mommy misses you too. Let's go home. After saying that, Yunjiji looked at the aunt nearby and smiled. Auntie, I'll take the kids home first. The auntie didn't ask more and watched Yunjiji lead the children into the house. Then, Qin Shiyu came out from the side, took the basket from her hand, and asked with concern, Are you tired? The auntie was a bit surprised, wondering why Qin seemed to be trying to please her daughter-in-law. Just okay, Yunjiji replied, then hugged the two little ones to show affection. I've already prepared the meal. Do you want to eat first? Qin Shiyu asked again. Yunjiji nodded lightly. Okay. The auntie watched for a while and found it even more interesting. It's truly a family living their life together. Qin Shiyu was such an excellent man, yet he still tried to please his wife. Does Yunjiji have such charm? The lunch was quite hearty: braised rabbit, stir-fried bok choy, tomato scrambled eggs, steamed base. Everything looked delicious and fragrant. Yunjiji glanced at the man, knowing he had worked in the kitchen team and was skilled. Recently, her and the children's stomachs had been well adjusted, so eating these dishes was no problem. Seeing Qin Shiyu prepare these dishes, she didn't say anything. Qin Shiyu had already served the dishes and didn't let Yunjiji touch anything. Yunjiji looked at him with some surprise. She talked to the two children while eating, watching them happily eat, and she felt happy too. Papa's cooked meat is really good. Yuan praised generously with big eyes. Really good, Tuan added. The father and sons immediately looked at Yunjiji. Yunjiji was slightly stunned and looked up at them. It's delicious. Qin Shiyu's smile grew even more. She saw it. Yunjiji. Is her words really that important? Where did this fish come from? Yunjiji quickly changed the subject, pointing at the fish on the table. This morning, Tuan and Yuan went out for a walk. They saw fishermen bringing fish into town, so I asked them for one, Qin Shiyu honestly explained. Since they live near the sea, some fishermen go out to fish. The fish they catch are usually sold at the supply store or delivered to state-run restaurants. Some are secretly sold on the black market. At the military district, they also exchange dried goods with villagers nearby, like dried bamboo shoots and dried mushrooms. That old man didn't want to sell the fish to Qin Shiyu at first. Private transactions like this aren't allowed, especially since Qin Shiyu was in uniform and looked very commanding. The old man probably hesitated before selling the fish. It was because the old man almost fell while carrying a water bucket downhill. Qin Shiyu quickly helped him, preventing a fall. Yuan was very excited when he saw the fish. The old man wanted to give him one, but Qin Shiyu refused. Soldiers can't take even a little from civilians. The old man insisted, so Qin Shiyu gave him money, grabbed the fish, and quickly left with his two children. Dad is helping Grandpa, and Grandpa wants to give fish to Dad, Yuan happily said. We already paid, so we can't take even a tiny bit from the people. It's just a small favor, Qin Shiyu quickly explained.
Oh.
She didn't mean any harm. He didn't need to be so sensitive. Qin Shiyu got up and brought a plate. He carefully removed the fish bones from the fish meat. The fish, a bass, didn't have many bones, so it was easy to prepare. Then, he put some fish meat into the bowls of the two children and pushed the remaining fish onto Yunjiji's plate. He said, "Eat more fish." Yunjiji looked at him and said, "Thank you." She liked eating fish, but she didn't like fish with many bones, like grass carp or crucian carp. Now that someone had already cleaned the bones for her, she didn't mind. When they finished eating, Qin Shiyu said, "We received a letter from Yunhe village." Yunjiji raised an eyebrow and asked, She was a bit confused but knew that Gu Wenbin and Hu Jianjun had sent someone to Yunhe village to check on her over the past 3 years. They probably wanted to verify her story. Yunjiji didn't mind. If they wanted to investigate, let them do so. Over the years, Yun Wanrong has often damaged her reputation in the village. Such matters are subjective, and if someone lacks basic thinking skills, they should honestly assess their abilities and whether they are suitable to continue in their current position. Will you go to the army with me this afternoon? Qin Shiyu asked. Yunjiji looked up at him, a bit surprised. Okay. Yunjiji didn't refuse. Since Qin Shiyu asked, she thought she could really go and listen. After lunch, Qin Shiyu tidied up the dishes himself. Go rest for a while. I'll call you when I leave later.
All right.
Yunjiji agreed, without hesitation. She was indeed a little tired. She hadn't spent much time with the children in the morning, and now she wanted to be with them.
And,
honestly, she didn't like washing dishes. She loved cooking, but she didn't enjoy cleaning up after. In modern times, there are dishwashers, and there's also a housekeeper. No matter how messy she made the kitchen, someone would help clean up. Now that Qin Shiyu was willing to wash, she wouldn't refuse. The 2 children played happily with their mother nearby. Since they hadn't seen her all morning, they were very clingy now, constantly watching Yunjiji and not wanting to look away. While playing, the little ones occasionally looked up at Yunjiji. Seeing her watching over them, they continued to play happily. After washing the dishes, Qin Shiyu took the family of 3 to the army, heading straight to the political commissar's office. Hu Jianjun, who had other matters, didn't go home for lunch and was still in the office. When he saw their family arrive, he understood immediately.
Sit down, Hu Jianjun said.
He had already figured out what was going on, and seeing Yunjiji's expression, he felt a twinge of sympathy. At her age, she was about the same as his children. Thinking about the hardships she had endured over the years and her perseverance in raising 2 children, it was truly remarkable. The children were thin, but at least all 3 of them were alive, which was already her greatest effort. Seeing Hu Jianjun's expression, Qin Shiyu's heart also skipped a beat. He feared that this situation was even harder for him to accept than he had imagined. Li Jie, go call Lin Hao. Li Jie responded and ran to call Lin Hao. Lin Hao was the person Hu Jianjun sent this time. He was obviously waiting, and soon he entered the political commissar's office. Hu Jianjun glanced and said, Li Jie, stay outside and watch. Don't let anyone come in. Yes. After Li Jie left, only a few of them remained inside. Hu Jianjun brought some food for Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan, letting the siblings eat candies on the side. Qining, these are all the materials I found. Lin Hao pushed a stack of documents in front of Qin Shiyu. Qin Shiyu almost didn't hesitate and immediately opened a brown paper bag. These are all the incidents involving my sister-in-law in the village over the past 3 years.
But
no one in the whole village has spoken a good word about her. Also, Lin Hao looked at Qin Shiyu. Everyone in Yunhe village says she ran away with her child and a stranger. If Yunjiji hadn't been standing right in front of them, he might have believed the villagers' lies. But when I secretly asked around, 2 old ladies told me the truth.
Lin Hao said.
When Yunjiji first arrived at the Qin family, she did all the dirty and tiring work. Later, when she was working in the fields and fainted from heatstroke, the team leader took her to the clinic and found she was already 3 months pregnant. Even though she was pregnant, the Qin family still expected her to earn full work points. The old lady once said it was a miracle she managed to keep her baby safe. When Yunjiji gave birth, no one from the Qin family helped. It was the second aunt who came to deliver the baby. If Qin's mother hadn't worried that Yunjiji's postpartum confinement would damage the family's reputation and affect her younger daughter's marriage prospects, she would have kicked Yunjiji out after she gave birth. Although Yunjiji stayed in the Qin house for her postpartum period, she raised the baby herself. She also did all the laundry and cooking for the family. Qin Shiyu looked at the information recorded in the documents, his face darkening. Your second aunt wanted to bring their family of 3 back, but your father summoned the elders and warned her that if she dared to interfere, she would be sent back to her maiden family. So, she didn't dare to help, Lin Hao continued. I really don't understand what grudges these people hold against Yin Jiji and her children. They are also children of the old Qin family. The team leader felt sorry for the mother and her 3 children, so he allowed them to stay in the village's cattle shed. Although she worked hard every day, whenever it was time to distribute grain, troublemakers would come and steal her food. At first, she could go up the mountain to find something to eat, but it seemed as if someone was watching her, and they would take everything away. Lin Hao continued explaining. In the end, even the old man living in the cattle shed couldn't bear it anymore and secretly brought them some food. Qining, I had someone investigate these matters privately. The people stealing the grain are being led by a woman named Yun Wanrong. Also, Qin Ying's mother is involved. Their goal seems to be to make the mother and her children. Lin Hao didn't finish, but everyone understood what he meant. They wanted to starve Yun Jiji and her children to death. It was extremely cruel. Additionally, the rumor that my sister-in-law ran off with a man was maliciously spread by Yun Wanrong, Lin Hao said thoroughly. He wasn't sure what their real purpose was, but he knew these people were behind it. There's more. Lin Hao took a deep breath.
What?
Qin Shiyu's face darkened. Yun Jiji had already told him about these things, but hearing more detailed information now made Qin Shiyu's face turn pale. His fists clenched tightly, veins bulging on the back of his hands. They were so ruthless. Over the years, he had sent money to support them, and it wasn't an exaggeration to say he was supporting his entire family. But he never expected they would be so heartless and cruel to his wife and children. The money he sent back was never enjoyed by them, and now they even wanted to take their lives. Qin Shiyu slammed his fist heavily on the desk, causing A to run across the surface. Hu Jianjun watched silently, feeling helpless and angry. That was his desk. But now he understood. After learning all this, anyone would be angry. Thinking about the pain and suffering Yun Jiji and her children had endured, Yun Jiji had come to the military to find Hu Jianjun calmly, instead of making a loud scene to let everyone know what had happened. They all thought she was too kind. Additionally, I received a letter from Yunhe village this morning. Yun Wanrong is getting married to a man named He Mingyuan from your village. Last night, Yun Wanrong suddenly went crazy and ran to the cow shed where her sister had previously worked, possibly looking for something. The person I arranged said that after Yun Wanrong couldn't find what she was looking for, her mother, Comrade Chen Manxiang, was sent to his family to propose marriage. She said that marrying He Mingyuan would make her the richest woman. When Lin Hao heard about this in the morning, his first thought was that Yun Wanrong might be mentally ill. Marrying someone just to become the richest woman clearly seemed crazy. Lin Hao told him everything he knew and then stepped back. Qin Shiyu looked very distressed.
How could they?
How dare they? Why are they treating his wife and children like this? Was his money not enough? Comrade Lin, what about the part with the medicine? Qin Shiyu asked Lin Hao.
Yes.
Lin Hao didn't say much, but his answer made Qin Shiyu even angrier. It was clear that this was all planned from the start. He was foolish to believe that he had gone to the wrong house, or that Yun Jiji secretly liked him and did this on purpose. He closed his eyes and looked at Yun Jiji with red eyes. He opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. He felt sorry for her. If only he hadn't been so angry back then and had let her explain, maybe things would have been different.
Jiji, I'm sorry.
He finally managed to say that after thinking for a long time. What could he say? What could he do? What exactly is their goal? Hu Jianjun couldn't understand. Whether it was the Qin family or the Yun family, they were all their children. I am not Yun Hongmin's daughter, Yun Jiji said. Everyone looked at her in surprise, including Qin Shiyu. Some found it hard to believe, but could understand. Comrade Yun, then who are you? Yun Hongmin is my uncle. I only recently remembered some things from my childhood. I was initially with my grandparents. After they passed away, I was sent to my uncle's house. I don't know where my parents are, or if they are already. Yun Jiji explained. She also wanted to prepare for what was to come. Being known as Yun Hongmin's daughter was very limiting. If I remember correctly, my grandparents gave Yun Hongmin some money, probably several thousand yuan, to raise me. My grandfather said it was what my father left behind, Yun Jiji added. She is now saying these things, and they will definitely believe her. There are indeed malicious parents in this world, but they are rare. However, wicked uncle heir taking the older brother's money and abusing his niece are quite common. Everyone's face darkened. If they took Yun Jiji's parents' money but treated Yun Jiji this way, this family would be truly hateful. Comrade Yun, do you remember why Yun Wanrong wanted you to marry for someone else? Hu Jianjun asked, confused. However, Yun Jiji shook her head. Why wouldn't Yun Wanrong want to marry? From the news Lin Hao brought earlier, she also sensed something. Yun Wanrong probably reborn, or she wouldn't want to marry He Mingyuan from the broken-down He village. The He family is the poorest among the Yun family, and He Mingyuan is an ambitious man. He relies on his mother, with only his mother working, while He Mingyuan always acts proud and looks down on others. Yun Jiji shook her head and said, she probably truly loves He Mingyuan. Whether it's rebirth or time travel, this is too unbelievable. The reason Yun Jiji doesn't think Yun Wanrong is a time traveler is also because of another reason. If she were a time traveler, she would know that He Mingyuan would become a top wealthy person in the future. Only someone reborn would know that He Mingyuan would be a future billionaire. But why don't I believe it? With He Mingyuan's arrogant personality, would he really become the richest person in the future? I don't believe it. He Mingyuan's family is poor, supported only by his mother. If He Mingyuan were diligent, he might have a chance to get rich, but he spends all his time buried in books, acting as if he controls everything in the world, with a constant look of self-blame in his eyes. Could such a person become the richest? Although she has memories from her clone and main body, she doesn't have Yun Wanrong's past memories. But she is sure that in the future, no wealthy person has the surname He. Shiyu, have you decided how to handle this? Hu Jianjun looked at him. They couldn't understand Yun Wanrong's mindset, nor could they. Everyone has their own choices, but that doesn't mean they can use them for evil. Political Commissar, I want to wait until I have a holiday to go back and handle it myself, Qin Shiyu said. He still wanted to go back and get things clear himself. And what about the matter of the Yun family giving you poison? Distributing medication to soldiers is illegal and can lead to immediate arrest. Qin Shiyu looked at Yun Jiji and asked, wife. Political Commissar, I also want to handle these matters when I go back later, Yun Jiji replied. Let them eat peanuts? That's necessary. Was Yun Wanrong dreaming of becoming the richest wife? Then let her stay in that dream for now, and not wake up. Some people need to climb higher to realize how painful the fall can be. Okay. Hu Jianjun saw that the couple agreed and nodded immediately. He pushed a pile of documents in front of them and said, here is proof that the Yun family gave you medication. Keep it safe. The usable statements here can be used directly. This time, Hu Jianjun didn't just check these documents, he laid all the evidence out in front of them. If they wanted to pursue the matter, they could hold the Yun family responsible directly. When they left the political commissar's office, Qin Shiyu remained silent, clearly still thinking about the information in those documents. I'll take the kids back first, Yun Jiji said. I have something at the military this afternoon. Qin Shiyu snapped out of his thoughts and reached out to hold Yun Jiji's wrist.
Wife, I'm sorry.
I didn't know they would treat you like that. I know what I say now doesn't matter. I was too naive, which caused you and the kids so much hurt and suffering. I will make it up to you in the future. I will handle my family matters properly. Qin Shiyu didn't even dare to beg for her forgiveness. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have suffered so much or endured so much hardship, he said, full of guilt. How could he dare to ask for her forgiveness? The suffering she endured and the hardships she faced couldn't be erased with just a few words. Some things can't be forgiven in a lifetime. Yun Jiji looked at the man and asked, why did I blame you earlier for not telling the family? Now that I've seen all this, I understand that even if you told them to take good care of us, they would still treat us the same. As for why they wanted me dead, I still don't understand. Since we've decided not to leave for now, let's just live like this. When we find out what's really going on, we can deal with the rest. She also felt confused inside. If Qin Shiyu is their child, how could they be so cruel to him? He works outside to earn money, and every month his allowance is sent back home. Yet, they want his wife and children to die. They think that only then can Qin Shiyu's money always belong to them. If Qin Shiyu has children, they believe he should use his money to support his family. Is that why they want him dead? Qin Shiyu thought he was not so foolish, but at this moment, he didn't know what to say. Go to work. I'll take the kids home for a nap, she said. Seeing her holding the children's hands and walking toward the family compound, he still followed a few steps behind. When the children couldn't walk anymore, he carried them to the gate of the compound. After they went inside, he turned back to the army. Yunjiji looked back at the man leaving. Some truths are very harsh. She could imagine what was real, but he probably couldn't. At the same time, Yunjiji became even more sure that Qin Shiyu was probably not from their old Qin family. Qin Shiyu was busy in the army all day, mostly dealing with the Tomb Raider issues. Most things had been handled, but some finishing touches remained. When everything was done, Qin Shiyu went around the training ground running. His mind was very confused. He couldn't understand many things. How long has this kid been running? Gu Wenbin came over after work and saw Qin Shiyu running laps on the training ground. Hu Jianjun was standing with his arms crossed, watching. 20 laps, Hu Jianjun said. Is he crazy? The things at home are making him very upset, they said. They couldn't accept it. Especially Qin Shiyu. He didn't even know how to face Yunjiji now. Running like this will make him exhausted. Stop him, Gu Wenbin frowned. Problems need solving. Since it's about family issues, they should fix everything. They should find out what they need to do to make up for Yunjiji and the children. They should treat the mother and children well, move them emotionally, and comfort them. They shouldn't let them suffer or be wronged. They couldn't stop everything from happening before, but from now on, they should get along well. Life must go on. You guys, go stop him, someone said. A small group of soldiers passing by heard Gu Wenbin and stared wide-eyed. Stop whom? Us. Stop Qin Shiyu? Is the captain overestimating us? Ask yourself, who in their unit can really stop Qin Shiyu? At least they couldn't stop a little bit. However, the leader's orders had to be obeyed. So, after exchanging glances, everyone followed and chased after them. But Qin Shiyu ran 2 laps, while they only ran 1. Gu Wenbin frowned and asked Hu Jianjun beside him, Are their training sessions too easy? Are they running too slowly? Hu Jianjun looked at Gu Wenbin and said, Are you thinking everyone is as fierce as Qin Shiyu? Suddenly, Gu Wenbin thought of something and asked, Has Shinfeng returned?